Chapter 34. He Who Comes with the Dawn. The dawn shadows shortened and paled as Rand and Mat jogged across the barren, still dark valley floor, leaving fog-shrouded Ruidian behind. The dry air hinted at heat to come, but the slight breeze actually felt cool to Rand with no coat. That would not last. Full, blistering daylight would be on them soon enough. They hurried as best they could in the hope of beating it, but he did not think they would. Their best was not very fast. Mat trotted in a pained shamble. A dark smear fanned across half his face, and his coat hung open, revealing his unlaced shirt stuck to his chest by more drying blood. Sometimes he gingerly touched the thick wheal around his throat, nearly black now, growling under his breath, and he stumbled often, catching himself with the odd black-hafted spear and clutching at his head. He did not complain, though, which was a bad sign. Mat was a great complainer at small discomforts. If he was silent now, it meant he was in real pain. The old, half-healed wound in Rand's side felt as though something were boring into it, and the gashes on his face and head burned. Yet lumbering along, half-hunched over his aching side, he hardly thought of his own hurts. He was all too conscious of the sun rising behind him, and the Aiel waiting on the bare mountainside ahead. There was water and shade up there, and help for Mat. The rising sun behind, and the Aiel ahead. Dawn, and the Aiel. He who comes with the dawn. That Aes Sedai he had seen, or dreamed he had seen, before Ruidian. She had spoken as if she had the foretelling. He will bind you together. He will take you back and destroy you. Words delivered like prophecy. Destroy them. Prophecy said he would break the world again. The idea horrified him. Perhaps he could escape that part at least. But war, death, and destruction already welled up in his footsteps. Tyr was the first place in what seemed a very long time where he had not left chaos behind, men dying and villages burning. He found himself wishing he could climb on Jayardian and run as fast as the stallion could carry him. It was not the first time. But I can't run, he thought. I have it to do because there isn't anybody else who can. I do it or the Dark One wins. A hard bargain, but the only one there was. But why would I destroy the Aiel? How? That last thought chilled him. It was too much like accepting that he would, that he should. He did not want to harm the Aiel. Light, he said harshly. I don't want to destroy anybody. His mouth felt lined with dust again. Mat glanced at him silently, a wary look. I am not mad yet, Rand thought grimly. Upslope, the Aiel were stirring in the three camps. The cold fact was, he needed them. That was why he had begun to contemplate this, back when he first discovered that the Dragon Reborn and He Who Comes with the Dawn might well be one and the same. He needed people he could trust, people who followed from something besides fear of him or greed for power. People who did not mean to use him for their own ends. He had done what was required, and now he would use them, because he had to. He was not mad yet. He did not think he was, but many would think so before he was done. Full, glaring sunlight overtook them before they began to scramble up Chayandaya, heat like a club. Rand climbed the uneven slope as fast as he could manage, with its dips and rises and rough outcrops. His throat had forgotten its last drink, and the sun dried his shirt as fast as sweat could moisten it. Mat needed no urging either. There was water up there. Bear stood in front of the Wise One's low tents, a water bag in her hands, glistening with condensation. Licking cracked lips, Rand was sure he could see the glisten. Where is he? What have you done to him? The roar stopped Rand in his tracks. The flame-haired man, Couladin, stood atop a thick thumb of granite jutting out from the mountain. Others of the Shido clan clustered around its base, all looking at Rand and Mat. Some were veiled. "Who are you talking about?" Rand called back. His voice croaked with thirst. Couladin's eyes bulged in outrage. "Muradin, Wetlander! He entered 2 days before you, yet you come out first! He could not fail where you survive! You must have murdered him!" Rand thought he heard a shout from the Wise One's tents, but before he could even blink, Couladin uncoiled like a snake, casting a spear straight at him. 2 more streaked behind it from the Aiel at the base of the granite thumb. Instinctively, Rand snatched for Saidin and the flame-carved sword. The blade whirled in his hands. Whirlwind on the Mountain, aptly named, slicing a pair of spear shafts in 2. Mat's spinning black spear just barely knocked the third aside. "Proof!" Couladin howled. "They entered Ruidian armed! It is forbidden! Look at the blood on them! They have murdered Muradin!" Even as he spoke, he hurled another spear, and this time it was one of a dozen. Rand flung himself aside, just conscious of Mat leaping the other way, yet even before they hit the ground, the spears came together where Rand had been standing, bouncing off each other. Rolling to his feet, he found the spears all stuck into the stony ground, in a perfect circle, surrounding the spot he had jumped from. For a moment, even Couladin seemed stunned to stillness. "Stop!" Bear shouted, running down into the motionless instant. Her long, bulky skirt impeded her no more than her age. She bounded down the slope like a girl for all her white hair, and a girl in a fury at that. "The peace of Ruidian, Couladin!" Her thin voice was an iron rod. "Twice you have tried to break it now. Once more, and you are outlawed. My word on it! You and anyone else who lifts a hand!" She skidded to a halt in front of Rand, facing the Shido with the water bag raised as if she meant to bludgeon them with it. "Let who doubts me raise a weapon! That one will be deprived of shade according to the agreement of Ruidian, denied hold or stand or tent. His own sept will haunt him as a wild beast." Some of the Shido hastily unveiled their faces. Some of them. But Couladin was not dissuaded. "They are armed, Bear! They went armed to Ruidian! That is—" "Silence!" Bear shook a fist at him. "You dare speak of weapons? You who would break the peace of Ruidian and kill with your face bare to the world! They took no weapon with them. I attest to it." Deliberately she turned her back, but the gaze she swept across Rand and Mat was hardly softer than what she had given Couladin. She grimaced at Mat's strange sword-bladed spear, muttering, "Did you find that in Ruidian, boy?" "I was given it, old woman," Mat growled back hoarsely. "I paid for it, and I mean to keep it." She sniffed. "You both look as if you had rode in knife grass." "What?" "No, you can tell me later." Eyeing Rand's power-wrought sword, she shivered. "Rid yourself of that, and show them the signs before that fool Couladin tries to whip them up again. With this temper on him, he would take his whole clan into outlawry without blinking. Quickly." For a moment he gaped at her. Signs? Then he remembered what Ruark had shown him once, the mark of a man who had survived Ruidian. Letting the sword vanish, he unlaced his left shirt cuff and pushed the sleeve back to his elbow. Around his forearm wound a shape like that on the dragon banner. A sinuous, golden-maned form scaled in scarlet and gold. He expected it, of course, but it was still a shock. The thing looked like a part of his skin, as though that non-existent creature itself had settled into him. His arm felt no different, yet the scales sparkled in the sunlight like polished metal. It seemed if he touched that golden mane atop his wrist, he would surely feel each hair. He thrust his arm into the air as soon as it was bare, high so Couladin and his people could see. Mutters rose among the Shido, and Couladin snarled wordlessly. The numbers around the granite outcrop were swelling as more Shido came running from their tents. Ruark stood with Hen and his Jindo a little upslope. They watched the Shido warily, and Rand with an air of expectation his uplifted arm did not lessen. Lan stood halfway between the two groups, hands resting on his sword hilt, face a thunderhead. Just as Rand began to realize the Aiel wanted something more, Egwene and the other 3 wise women reached him, scrambling down the mountain. The Aiel women looked out of countenance at having to hurry, and every bit as angry as Bear had been. Amis directed her glares at Couladin, while sun-haired Melaine stared blamingly at Rand. Sienna just seemed ready to chew rocks. Egwene, with a scarf wrapped around her hair and spread over her shoulders, stared at Mat and him, half in consternation, and half as though she had expected never to see them again.
"Fool man," Bear muttered. "All of the signs."
Tossing the water bag to Mat, she seized Rand's right arm and stripped back his sleeve, exposing a mirror twin of the creature on his left forearm. Her breath caught, then came out in a long sigh. She seemed balanced on a razor edge between relief and apprehension. There was no mistaking it. She had hoped for the second marking, yet it made her afraid. Amis and the other 2 wise women echoed her sign almost exactly. It was odd to see Aiel fearful. Rand almost laughed. Not that he was amused. "Twice and twice shall he be marked." That was what the prophecies of the dragon said. A heron branded into each palm, and now these. One of the peculiar creatures, dragons the prophecy called them, was supposed to be for remembrance lost. Ruidian had certainly supplied that, the lost history of the Aiel's origins, and the other was for the price he must pay. How soon must I pay it, he wondered, and how many have to pay with me? Others always had to, even when he tried to pay alone. Apprehensive or not, Bear did not pause before shoving that arm above his head too, and proclaiming loudly, "Behold what has never been seen before! A Kara Khan has been chosen, a chief of chiefs. Born of a maiden, he has come with the dawn from Ruidian, according to prophecy, to unite the Aiel. The fulfillment of prophecy has begun." The reactions of the other Aiel were nothing like what Rand envisioned. Couladin stared down at him even more hatefully than before, if that was possible, then leaped from the outcrop and stalked up the slope to vanish into the Shido tents. The Shido themselves began to disperse, glancing at Rand with unreadable faces before drifting back to their tents. Hen and the warriors of the Jindo sept, hardly hesitating, did the same. In moments, only Ruark remained, his eyes troubled. Lan went over to the clan chief. From his face, the warder would just as soon not have seen Rand at all. Rand was not sure what he had expected, but surely something other than this. "Burn me," Mat muttered. He seemed to realize for the first time that he had the water bag in his hands. Jerking the plug free, he held the hide bag high, letting nearly as much splash over his face as into his mouth. When he finally lowered it, he looked at the markings on Rand's arms again and shook his head, repeating, "Burn me," as he pushed the sloshing bag at him. Rand stared at the Aiel in consternation, but he was more than glad to drink. The first gulps hurt his throat, it was so dry.
"What happened to you?" Egwene demanded. "Did Muradin attack you?" "It is forbidden to speak of what occurs in Ruidian," Bear said sharply.
"Not Muradin," Rand said. "Where's Moraine? I expected her to be the first to meet us." He rubbed his face. Black flakes of dried blood came off on his hand. "For once I won't care if she asks before she heals me."
"Me either,"
Mat said hoarsely. He swayed, holding himself up with his spear, and pressed the heel of his palm against his forehead.
"My brain is spinning."
Egwene grimaced. "She is still in Ruidian, I suppose."
But if you have finally come out, maybe she will as well. She left right after you. And Avienda, you've all been gone so long.
Moraine went to Ruidian, Rand said incredulously. And Avienda? Why did... Abruptly he registered what else she had said. What do you mean, so long?
This is the 7th day, she said. The 7th day since you all went down into the valley.
The water bag fell from his hands. Sienna snatched it up again before more than a little of its contents, so precious in the waste, could trickle away down the stony slope. Rand barely noticed. 7 days. Anything could have happened in 7 days. They could be catching up to me, figuring out what I'm planning. I have to move. Fast. I have to keep ahead of them. I haven't come this far to fail. They were all staring at him, even Ruark and Mat. Concern writ large on their faces. And caution. No wonder in that. Who could say what he might do, or how sane he still was? Only Lan did not change his stony scowl. I told you that was Avienda, Rand. Bare as she was born. Mat's voice had a painful rasp to it, and his legs looked none too steady. How long before Moraine comes back? Rand asked. If she had gone in at the same time, she should return soon.
If she has not returned by the 10th day, Bear replied, she will not. No one has ever returned after 10 days.
Another 3 days, maybe. 3 more days when he had already lost 7. Let them come now. I will not fail. He barely kept a snarl from his face. You can channel. One of you can, anyway. I saw how you flung Couladin about. Will you heal, Mat? Amis and Melaine exchanged looks he could only call rueful. Our paths have gone other ways, Amis said regretfully. There are wise ones who could do what you ask, after a fashion, but we are not among them. What do you mean? He snapped angrily. You can channel like Aes Sedai. Why can't you heal like them? You did not want him to go to Ruidian in the first place. Do you think you can let him die from it? I'll survive, Mat said, but his eyes were tight with suffering. Egwene put a hand on Rand's arm.
Not all Aes Sedai can heal very well, she said in a soothing voice. The best healers are all yellow Aja. Shiriam, the mistress of novices, cannot heal anything much more serious than a bruise or a small cut. No 2 women can have exactly the same talents or skills. Her tone irritated him. He was not some pettish child to be smoothed down. He frowned at the wise ones. Could not or would not. Mat and he would have to wait for Moraine. If she had not been killed by that bubble of evil. By those dust creatures. It must have dissipated by now. There had been an end to the one in Tyr. They wouldn't have stopped her. She could channel her way through them. She knows what she's doing. She doesn't have to figure it out an inch at a time the way I do. But then why was she not back? Why had she gone in the first place? And why had he not seen her? Foolish question. 100 people could have been in Ruidian without being seen. Too many questions, and no answers until she did return, he suspected. If then. There are herbs and ointments, Sienna said. Come out of the sun and we will tend your injuries.
Out of the sun, Rand muttered. Yes. He was being boorish, but he did not care. Why had Moraine gone into Ruidian? He did not trust her to stop pushing him in the direction she thought best, and the Dark One take his opinions. If she was in there, could she have affected what he saw? Changed it some way? If she even suspected what he planned? He started toward the Jindo tents. Couladin's people were not likely to offer him a resting place, but Amis turned him toward the flat further up where the Wise One's tents stood. They might not be comfortable with you among them just yet, she said. Ruark, falling in beside her, nodded agreement. Melaine glanced at Lan.
This is no business of yours, Aanaline. You and Ruark take Matrim and—
No, Rand broke in. I want them with me.
Partly it was because he wanted answers from the clan chief, and partly it was sheer stubbornness. These wise ones were all set to guide him around on a leash, just like Moraine. He was not about to put up with it. They looked at one another, then nodded as if acceding to a request. If they thought he would be a good boy because they gave him a sweet, they were mistaken. "I'd have thought you would be with Moraine," he said to Lan, ignoring the wise ones and their nods. A flash of embarrassment crossed the warder's face. "The wise ones managed to hide her going until nearly sunset," he said stiffly. "Then they convinced me following would serve no purpose. They said even if I did, I could not find her until she was already on her way out, and she would not need me then. I am no longer certain I should have listened." "Listened!" Melaine snorted. Her gold and ivory bracelets clattered as she adjusted her shawl irritably. "Trust a man to make himself sound reasonable. You would almost certainly have died, and very likely killed her too." "Melaine and I had to hold him down half the night before he would listen," Amice said. Her small smile was a touch amused, a touch wry. Lan's face might as well have been carved from thunderclouds. Small wonder if the wise ones had used the power on him. What was Moraine doing in there? "Ruark," Rand said, "how am I supposed to unite the Aiel? They don't even want to look at me." He raised his bare forearms for a moment. The dragon's scales glittered in the harsh sunlight. "These say I'm he who comes with the dawn, but everybody practically melted away as soon as I showed the things." "It is one thing to know prophecy will be fulfilled eventually," the clan chief said slowly. "Another to see that fulfillment begun before your eyes. It is said you will make the clans one people again, as long ago. But we have fought one another almost as long as we have fought the rest of the world. And there is more, for some of us. He will bind you together and destroy you." Ruark must have heard that too, and the other clan chiefs, and the wise ones, if they also had entered that forest of shining glass columns. If Moraine had not arranged a special vision for him. "Does everyone see the same things inside those columns, Ruark?" "No!" Melaine snapped, eyes like green steel. "Be silent, or send Annaline and Matrim away. You must go too, Egwene." "It is not permitted," Amice said in a just slightly softer voice, "to speak of what occurs within Ruidian except with those who have been there. A fraction softer, maybe. Even then, few speak of it, and seldom." "I mean to change what is permitted and what isn't," Rand told them levelly. "Become used to it." He caught Egwene muttering about him needing his ears boxed and grinned at her. "Egwene can stay too, since she asked so nicely." She stuck her tongue out at him, then blushed when she realized what she had done. "Change," Ruark said. "You know he brings change, Amice. It is wondering what change and how that makes us like children alone in the dark. Since it must be, let it begin now. No two clan chiefs I have spoken with have seen through exactly the same eyes, Rand, or exactly the same things, until the sharing of water and the meeting where the agreement of Ruidian was made. Whether it is the same for wise ones, I do not know, but I suspect it is. I think it is a matter of bloodlines. I believe I saw through the eyes of my ancestors, and you yours." Amice and the other wise ones glowered in grimly sullen silence. Mat and Egwene wore equally confused stares. Lan alone seemed not to be listening at all. His eyes looked inward, no doubt in worry over Moraine. Rand felt a little strange himself, seeing through his ancestors' eyes. He had known for some time that Tam Thor was not his real father, that he had been found as a newborn on the slopes of Dragonmount after the last major battle of the Aiel War. A newborn with his dead mother, a maiden of the spear. He had claimed Aiel blood in demanding admittance to Ruidian, but the fact of it was just now being driven home. His ancestors. Aiel. "Then you saw Ruidian just begun building too," he said.
And the two Aes Sedai. You heard what the one of them said. He will destroy you. I heard. Ruark looked resigned, like a man who had learned his leg had to be cut off. I know. Rand changed the subject. What was the sharing of water? The clan chief's eyebrows lifted in surprise. You did not recognize it? But then I do not see why you should. You have not grown up with the histories. According to the oldest stories, from the day the breaking of the world began until the day we first entered the Threefold Land, only one people did not attack us. One people allowed us water freely when it was needed. It took us long to discover who they were. That is done with now. The pledge of peace was destroyed. The tree killers spat in our faces. Kyrian, Rand said. You're talking about Kyrian, and Avendor Aldera, and Laman cutting down the tree. Laman is dead for his punishment, Ruark said in a flat voice. The Oathbreakers are done with. He looked at Rand sideways. Some, such as Couladin, take it for proof we can trust no one who is not Aiel. That is a part of why he hates you, a part of it. He will take your face and blood for lies, or claim he does. Rand shook his head. Moraine sometimes talked of the complexity of age lace, the pattern of an age woven by the wheel of time from the thread of human lives. If the ancestors of the Kyrianin had not allowed the Aiel to have water 3,000 years ago, then Kyrian would never have been given the right to use the silk path across the waste, with a cutting from a Vendosora for a pledge. No pledge, and King Laman would have had no tree to cut down. There would have been no Aiel war, and he could not have been born on the side of Dragonmount to be carried off and raised in the Two Rivers. How many more points like that had there been, where a single decision one way or another affected the weave of the pattern for thousands of years? 1,000 times 1,000 tiny branching points, 1,000 times that many, all twitching the pattern into a different design. He himself was a walking branching point, and maybe Mat and Perrin too. What they did or did not do would send ripples ahead through the years, through the ages. He looked at Mat, hobbling up the slope with the aid of his spear, head down and eyes squinted in pain. The Creator could not have been thinking to set the future on the shoulders of 3 farm boys. I can't drop it. I have to carry the load, whatever the cost. At the Wise One's low, wall-less tents, the women ducked inside with murmurs about water and shade. They all but pulled Mat with them. As evidence of how his head and throat hurt, he not only obeyed, he did so silently. Rand started to follow, but Lan laid a hand on his shoulder. "Did you see her in there?" the warder asked. "No, Lan. I'm sorry, I did not. She'll come out safe if anyone can." Lan grunted and took his hand away. "Watch out for Couladin, Rand. I have seen his kind before. Ambition burns in his belly. He would sacrifice the world to achieve it." "Annalein speaks the truth," Ruark said. "The dragons on your arms will not matter if you are dead before the clan chiefs learn of them. I will make sure some of Hern's Jindo are always near you until we reach Cold Rocks. Even then, Couladin will probably try to make trouble, and the Shaido, at least, will follow him. Perhaps others, too. The prophecy of Ruidian said you would be raised by those not of the blood, yet Couladin may not be the only one to see only a wetlander." "I will try to watch my back," Rand said dryly. In the stories, when somebody fulfilled a prophecy, everyone cried, "Behold!" or some such. And that was that, except for dealing with the villains. Real life did not seem to work that way. When they entered the tent, Mat was already seated on a gold-tasseled red cushion with his coat and shirt off. A woman in a cowled white robe had finished washing the blood from his face and was just beginning on his chest. Amice gripped a stone mortar between her knees, blending some ointment with a pestle, while Bear and Sienna had their heads together over herbs brewing in a pot of hot water. Melaine grimaced at Lan and Ruark, then fixed Rand with cool green eyes. "Stripped to the waist," she said curtly. "The cuts on your heads do not seem too bad, but let me see what has you hunched over." She struck a small brass gong, and another white-robed woman ducked in at the back of the tent, a steaming silver basin in her hands and cloths over her arm. Rand took a seat on a cushion, making himself sit up straight. "That's nothing to worry yourself about," he assured her. The second woman in white knelt gracefully by his side and, resisting his efforts to take the damp cloth she wrung out in the basin, began gently washing his face. He wondered who she was. She looked Aiel, but she certainly did not act it. Her grey eyes held a determined meekness. "It is an old injury," Egwene told the sun-haired wise one. "Moraine has never been able to heal it properly." The look she gave Rand said common courtesy should have made him tell as much. From the glances that passed among the wise ones, though, he thought she had said more than enough already. A wound Aes Sedai could not heal. That was a puzzle to them. Moraine seemed to know more about him than he knew about himself, and he had a hard time dealing with her. Maybe it would go easier with the wise ones if they had to guess about him. Mat winced as Amice began rubbing her ointment into the slashes on his chest. If it felt anything like it smelled, Rand thought he had cause to wince. Bear shoved a silver cup at Mat.
"Drink, young man. Timsin root and silverleaf will help your headaches if anything can."
He did not hesitate before gulping it down. A shudder and a twisted face followed. "Tastes like the inside of my boots." But he gave her a seated bow, formal enough for a tyrant except for his being shirtless, and only spoiled a bit by his sudden grin. "I thank you, wise one, and I won't ask if you added anything just to give it that memorable taste." Bear and Sienna's soft laughter might have come because they had, or because they had not, but it seemed that, as usual, Mat had found a way to get on the good side of the women. Even Melaine gave him a brief smile. "Ruark," Rand said, "if Couladin thinks to make difficulties, I need to jump ahead of him. How do I go about telling the other clan chiefs? About me? About these?" He shifted his dragon-twined arms. The white-robed woman at his side, cleaning the long gash in his hair now, deliberately avoided looking at them. "There is no set formality," Ruark said. "How could there be for a thing that will happen only once? When there must be a meeting between clan chiefs, there are places where something like the Peace of Ruidian holds. The closest to Cold Rocks, the closest to Ruidian, is Alcair Dal. You could show proofs to the clan and sept chiefs there." "Alcair Dal," Mat said, giving it a subtly different sound. "The Golden Bowl?" Ruark nodded. "A round canyon, though there is nothing golden about it. There is a ledge at one end, and a man who stands there can be heard by anyone in the canyon without raising his voice." Rand frowned at the dragons on his forearms. He was not the only one to have been marked in some way in Ruidian. Mat no longer spoke a few words of the old tongue now and then without knowing what he was saying. He understood since Ruidian, though he did not appear to realize it. Egwene was watching Mat, thoughtfully. She had spent too much time with Aes Sedai. "Ruark, can you send messengers out to the clan chiefs?" he said. "How long will it take to ask them all to Alcair Dal? What will it take to make sure they come?" "Messengers will take weeks, and more weeks for everyone to gather." Ruark's gesture took in all four wise ones. "They can speak to every clan chief in his dreams in one night, to every sept chief, and every wise one, to make sure no man takes it for just a dream." "I appreciate your confidence that we can move mountains, Shade of my heart," Amice said wryly, settling herself beside Rand with her ointment. "But that does not make it so. It would take several nights to do what you suggest, with little rest in them." Rand caught her hand as she started to rub the sharp-smelling mixture on his cheek. "Will you do it?"
Are you so eager to destroy us? She demanded, then bit her lip vexedly as the white-cowled woman on Rand's other side started. Melaine clapped her hands twice. Leave us, she said sharply, and the women in white bowed their way out with their basins and cloths. You goad me like a needle burr next to the skin, Amis told Rand bitterly. Whatever they are told, those women will talk now of what they should not know. She pulled her hand free, began rubbing in the ointment with perhaps more energy than was necessary. It stung worse than it smelled. I do not mean to goad you, Rand said, but there is no time. The Forsaken are loose, Amis, and if they find out where I am or what I plan— The Aiel women did not seem surprised. Had they known already? 9 still live. Too many, and those that don't want to kill me think they can use me. I have no time. If I knew a way to bring all the clan chiefs here now and make them accept me, I'd use it. What is it you plan? Amis's voice was as stony as her face. Will you ask? Tell the chiefs to come to Al-Qair Dal. For a long moment she met his stare. When she finally nodded, it was grudging. Begrudged or not, some of the tension went out of him. There was no way to win back 7 lost days, but perhaps he could avoid losing more. Moraine, still in Ruidian with Avienda, held him here yet, though. He could not simply abandon her. You knew my mother, he said. Egwene leaned forward as intent as he, and Mat shook his head. Amis's hand paused on his face. I knew her. Tell me about her, please. She shifted her attention to the slash above his ear. If a frown could have healed, he would not have needed her ointment. Finally she said, Shiel's story, as I know it, begins when I was still Far Darius Mai, more than a year before I gave up the spear. A number of us had ranged almost to the Dragon Wall together. One day we saw a woman, a golden-haired young wetlander in silks, with pack horses and a fine mare to ride. A man we would have killed, of course, but she had no weapon beyond a simple knife at her belt. Some wanted to run her back to the Dragon Wall naked. Egwene blinked. She seemed continually surprised at how hard the Aiel were. Amis continued without pause. Yet she seemed to be searching determinedly for something. Curious, we followed, day by day without letting her see. Her horses died, her food ran out, her water, but she did not turn back. She stumbled on afoot, until finally she fell and could not rise. We decided to give her water and ask her story. She was near death, and it was a full day before she could speak. Her name was Shiel, Rand said when she hesitated. Where was she from? Why did she come here? Shiel, Bear said, was the name she took for herself. She never gave another in the time I knew her. In the old tongue, it would mean the woman who is dedicated. Mat nodded agreement, not seeming to realize what he had done. Lan eyed him thoughtfully over a silver cup of water. There was a bitterness in Shiel in the beginning, she finished. Sitting back on her heels beside Rand, Amis nodded. She spoke of a child abandoned, a son she loved, a husband she did not love. Where, she would not say. I do not think she ever forgave herself for leaving the child. She would tell little beyond what she had to. It was for us she had been searching, for maidens of the spear. An Aes Sedai called Gitara Moroso, who had the foretelling, had told her that disaster would befall her land and her people, perhaps the world, unless she went to dwell among the maidens of the spear, telling no one of her going. She must become a maiden, and she could not return to her own land until the maidens had gone to Tar Valon. She shook her head wonderingly. You must understand how it sounded then. The maidens go to Tar Valon. No Aiel had crossed the Dragon Wall since the day we first reached the Threefold Land. It would be another 4 years before Larman's crime brought us into the wetlands, and certainly no one, not Aiel, had ever become a maiden of the spear. Some of us thought her mad from the sun, but she had a stubborn will, and somehow we found ourselves agreeing to let her try.
Gitara Moroso, and Aes Sedai with the foretelling. Somewhere he had heard that name, but where? And he had a brother, a half-brother. Growing up, he had wondered what it would be like to have a brother or a sister. Who? And where? But Amis was going on.
Almost every girl dreams of becoming a maiden, and learns at least the rudiments of bow and spear, of fighting with hands and feet. Even so, those who take the final step and wed the spear discover they know nothing. It was harder for Shael. The bow she knew well, but she had never run as far as a mile or lived on what she could find. A 10-year-old girl could beat her, and she did not even know what plants indicate water. Yet she persevered. In a year she had spoken her vows to the spear, become a maiden, adopted into the Chumai sept of the Ta'ardad.
And eventually she had gone to Tar Valon with the maidens, to die on the slopes of Dragonmount. Half an answer, and leaving new questions. If he could only have seen her face.
"You have something of her in your features,"
Sianna said, as though reading his thoughts. She had settled herself cross-legged with a small silver cup of wine.
"Less of Janduin."
"Janduin? My father?"
"Yes," Sianna said. "He was clan chief of the Ta'ardad then, the youngest in memory. Yet he had a way to him, a power. People listened to him and would follow him, even those not of his clan. He ended the blood feud between Ta'ardad and Nakai after 200 years, and made alliance not only with the Nakai, but the Rayan, and the Rayan were not far short of blood feud. He very nearly ended the feud between Sha'arad and Goshian as well, and might have had Laman not cut down the tree. Young as he was, it was he who led the Ta'ardad and Nakai, the Rayan and Sha'arad, to seek Laman's blood price."
Was. So he was dead now too. Egwene wore sympathy on her face. Rand ignored it. He did not want sympathy. How could he feel loss for people he had never known? Yet he did. How did Janduin die? The wise ones exchanged hesitant glances. At last Amis said, "It was the beginning of the 3rd year of the search for Laman when Shael found herself with child. By the laws, she should have returned to the Threefold Land. A maiden is forbidden to carry the spear while she carries a child. But Janduin could forbid her nothing. Had she asked the moon on a necklace, he would have tried to give it to her. So she stayed, and in the last fight, before Tar Valon, she was lost, and the child was lost. Janduin could not forgive himself for not making her obey the law."
"He gave up his place as clan chief," Bear said. "No one had ever done that before. He was told it could not be done, but he simply walked away. He went north with the young men to hunt Trollocs and Murdral in the Blight. It is a thing wild young men do, and maidens with less sense than goats. Those who returned said he was killed by a man, though. They said Janduin claimed this man looked like Shael, and he would not raise his spear when the man ran him through."
Dead, then. Both dead. He would never lose his love for Tam, never stop thinking of him as father. But he wished he could have seen Janduin and Shael just once. Egwene tried to comfort him, of course, the way women did. There was no use trying to make her understand that what he had lost was something he had never had. For memories of parents, he had Tam Althor's quiet laugh, and dimmer remembrance of Kari Althor's gentle hands. That was as much as any man could want or need. She seemed disappointed, even a little upset with him.
and the wise ones appeared to share the feeling to one degree or another, from Bear's openly disapproving frown to Melane's sniff and ostentatious shifting of her shawl. Women never understood. Ruark and Lan and Mat did. They left him alone, as he wanted. For some reason he did not feel like eating when Melaine had food brought, so he went to lie at the edge of the tent with one of the cushions under his elbow where he could watch the slope and the fog-shrouded city. The sun blasted the valley and the surrounding mountains, burning the shadows. The air that eddied into the tent seemed to come from an open oven. After a time, Mat came over wearing a clean shirt. He sat beside Rand without speaking, peering into the valley below, the strange spear propped on his knee. Now and again he felt at the cursive script carved into the black haft. "How is your head?" Rand asked, and Mat jumped. "It doesn't hurt anymore." He jerked his fingers away from the carving, folded his hands deliberately in his lap. "Not as much, anyway. Whatever that was they mixed up, it did the trick." He fell silent again, and Rand let him. He did not want to talk either. He could almost feel time passing. Grains of sand in an hourglass dropping one by one, ever so slowly. But everything seemed to tremble, too, the sands ready to explode in a torrent. Foolish. He was just being affected by the shimmering heat haze rising from the mountain's bare rock. The clan chiefs could not reach Al-Qair Dal one day sooner if Moraine appeared before him that instant. They were only a part, anyway, and maybe the least important part. A little while later he noticed Lan squatting easily atop the same granite outcrop Couladin had used, paying no mind to the sun. The warder was watching the valley too. Another man who did not want to talk. Rand refused a midday meal too, though Egwene and the wise ones took turns trying to make him eat. They seemed to take his refusal calmly enough, but when he suggested returning to Ruidian to look for Moraine, and Avienda for that matter, Melaine exploded. "You fool, man! No man can go twice to Ruidian. Even you would not come back alive. Oh, starve if you want to." She threw half a round loaf of bread at his head. Mat caught it out of the air and calmly began eating. "Why do you want me to live?" Rand asked her. "You know what that Aes Sedai said in front of Ruidian. I will destroy you. Why aren't you plotting with Couladin to kill me?" Mat choked, and Egwene planted her fists on her hips, ready to lecture, but Rand kept his attention on Melaine. Instead of answering, she glared at him and left the tent. It was Bear who spoke.
"Everyone thinks they know the prophecy of Ruidian, but what they know is what wise ones and clan chiefs have told them for generations. Not lies, but not the whole truth. The truth might break the strongest man."
"What is the whole truth?" Rand insisted. She glanced at Mat, then said,
"In this case, the whole truth, the truth known only to wise ones and clan chiefs before this, is that you are our doom. Our doom and our salvation. Without you, no one of our people will live beyond the last battle. Perhaps not even until the last battle. That is prophecy and truth. With you, he shall spill out the blood of those who call themselves Aiel as water on sand, and he shall break them as dried twigs. Yet the remnant of a remnant shall he save, and they shall live. A hard prophecy, but this has never been a gentle land."
She met his gaze without flinching. A hard land, and a hard woman. He rolled back over and returned to watching the valley. The others left, except for Mat. In the mid-afternoon, he finally spotted a figure climbing the mountain, scrambling up wearily. Avienda. Mat had been right. She was bare as she was born. And showing some effects of the sun, too, Aiel or not. It was only her hands and face that were sun-darkened, and the rest of her looked decidedly red. He was glad to see her. She disliked him, but only because she thought he had mistreated Elaine. The simplest of motives. Not for prophecy or doom, not for the dragons on his arms, or because he was the dragon reborn. For a simple human reason. He almost looked forward to those cool, challenging stares. When she saw him, she froze, and there was nothing cool in her blue-green eyes. Her gaze made the sun seem cold. He should have been burned to ash on the spot. Rand? Matt said quietly. I don't think I would turn my back on her if I were you. A tired sigh escaped him. Of course. If she had been into those glass columns, she knew. Bear, Melaine, the others, they had all had years to grow used to it. For Avienda, it was a fresh wound with no scab. No wonder she hates me now. The wise one scurried out to meet Avienda, hurrying her away into another tent. The next time Rand saw her, she wore a bulky brown skirt and loose white blouse, with a shawl looped around her arms. She did not look very happy about the clothes. She saw him watching, and the fury on her face, the sheer animal rage, was enough to make him turn away. Shadows were beginning to stretch to the far mountains by the time Moraine appeared, falling and staggering back to her feet as she climbed, as sunburned as Avienda. He was startled to see she had no clothes on either. Women were crazy. That was all. Lan leaped from the stone outcrop and ran down to her. Scooping her into his arms, he ran back upslope, perhaps faster than he had descended, cursing and shouting for the wise ones by turns. Moraine's head lolled on his shoulder. The wise ones came out to take her, Melaine physically barring his way when he tried to follow them into the tent. Lan was left stalking up and down outside, pounding a fist into his hand. Rand rolled onto his back and stared up at the low tent roof. 3 days saved. He should have felt glad Moraine and Avienda were back and safe, but his relief was all for days saved. Time was everything. He had to be able to choose his own ground. Maybe he still could. "What are you going to do now?" Matt asked. "Something you should like. I am going to break the rules." "I meant, are you going to get something to eat? Me? I'm hungry." In spite of himself, Rand laughed. Something to eat? He did not care if he ever ate again. Matt stared at him as if he were crazy, and that only made him laugh harder. Not crazy. For the first time, somebody was going to learn what it meant that he was the dragon reborn. He was going to break the rules in a way no one expected. Chapter 35. Sharp Lessons. The heart of the stone in Teleran Riod was as Egwene remembered it in the real world. Huge polished redstone columns rising to a distant ceiling, and beneath the great central dome, Calendor driven into the pale floorstones. Only people were missing. The golden lamps were not lit, yet there was a sort of light, somehow dim and sharp at the same time, that seemed to come from everywhere at once, or nowhere. It was often like that, indoors in Teleran Riod. What she did not expect was the woman standing beyond the glittering crystal sword and peering off into the pallid shadows among the columns. The way she was dressed startled Egwene. Bare feet and wide trousers of brocaded yellow silk. Above a darker yellow sash, she was quite bare except for golden chains hanging around her neck. Tiny gold rings decorated her ears in sparkling rows, and most startling of all, another pierced her nose with a thin, medallion-lined chain running from nose ring to one of the rings in her left ear. "Elaine?" Egwene gasped, gathering her shawl around her as though she were the one with no blouse. She had garbed herself as a wise one this time, for no particular reason. The daughter heir leaped, and when she came down, facing Egwene, she was wearing a demure gown of pale green, with a high embroidered neck and long sleeves that dangled points over her hands. No earrings.
no nose ring.
"It is how the sea folk women dress at sea," she said hurriedly with a furious blush. "I wanted to see how it felt, and this seemed the best place. I couldn't do it on the ship, after all."
"How does it feel?" Egwene asked curiously.
"Cold, actually."
Elaine looked around at the surrounding columns.
"And it makes you feel people are staring at you, even when there's no one there."
Abruptly she laughed.
"Poor Tom and Jewelin, they do not know where to look most of the time. Half the crew are women."
Studying the columns herself, Egwene shrugged uncomfortably. It did feel as if they were being watched. No doubt it was just because they were the only people in the stone. No one who had access to Teleran Riode could expect to find anyone to watch here.
"Tom Merrilin? And Jewelin Sandar? Are they with you?" "Oh, Egwene, Rand sent them. Rand and Lan. Well, Moraine sent Tom, actually, but Rand sent Master Sandar. To help us. Nynaeve is quite upset about it, about Lan, though of course she won't let on."
Egwene smothered a small smile. Nynaeve was upset? Elaine's face was beaming, and her dress had changed again to a much lower neckline, apparently without her realizing it. The Ter Angrial, the twisted stone ring, helped the Daughter Heir reach the world of dreams as easily as Egwene did, but it did not confer control. That had to be learned. Stray thoughts, such as how she might like to look for Rand, could still alter things for Elaine.
"How is he?"
Elaine's voice was a strange blend of forced casualness and apprehension.
"Well,"
Egwene said.
"I think he is."
She made it a full report. The portal stones and Ruidian, as much as she knew from what she had heard, what she had managed to infer from talk of seeing through ancestors' eyes. The strange creature from the dragon banner marked on Rand's forearms, Bear's revelation that he was the Aiel's doom, the summons of the clan chiefs to Al-Qair Dal. Amis and the other wise ones should be doing that even now. She fervently hoped they were. She even told the strange story of Rand's true parents in a shorter form.
"I don't know, though. He has been acting stranger than ever since, and Matt hardly less. I don't mean that he's mad, but he is as hard as Ruark or Lan, in some ways at least. Maybe harder. He's planning something, I think. Something he doesn't mean anybody to know. And he is in a rush to get to it. It is worrying. Sometimes I have the feeling he doesn't see people anymore, only pieces on a stone's board."
Elaine did not look worried, or not about that, at any rate.
"He is what he is, Egwene. A king or a general cannot always afford to see people. When a ruler has to do what is right for a nation, there are times when some will be hurt by what is best for the whole. Rand is a king, Egwene, even if without a nation, unless you count Tyr. And if he won't do anything that will hurt anyone, he will end by hurting everyone."
Egwene sniffed. It might make sense, but she did not have to like it. People were people, and they had to be seen as people. There is more. Some of the wise ones can channel. I don't know how many, but I suspect more than a few to some degree. From what Amis tells me, they find every last woman who has the spark born in her. No Aiel women died trying to teach themselves to channel while not even knowing what they were trying to do. There was no such thing as a wilder among the Aiel. Men who learned they could channel faced a grimmer fate. They went north, to the Great Blight and maybe beyond, to the Blasted Lands and Shale Ghoul. Going to kill the Dark One, they called it. None survived long enough to face madness. Avienda is one with the spark, it turns out. She'll be very strong, I think. Amis thinks so too.
"Avienda," Elaine said wonderingly. "Of course. I should have known. I felt the same kinship for Joreen on first sight that I did for her. And for you, for that matter."
Joreen? Elaine grimaced.
I promised I would keep her secret, and the first chance I get, I let my tongue run wild. Well, I don't suppose you will harm her or her sisters. Joreen is Windfinder on Wave Dancer, Egwene. She can channel, and so can some of the other Windfinders."
She glanced at the columns around them, and her neckline was suddenly back up under her chin. She adjusted a dark lace shawl that had not been there a moment before, covering her hair and shadowing her face.
"Egwene, you mustn't tell anyone. Joreen is afraid the Tower will try to force them to become Aes Sedai, or try to control them in some fashion. I promised I would do what I can not to let that happen.
I won't tell, Egwene said slowly. Wise ones and windfinders. Women able to channel among both, and none who had taken the 3 oaths, bound by the oath rod. The oaths were supposed to make people trust Aes Sedai, or at least not fear their power, but Aes Sedai still had to move in secret as often as not. Wise ones, and windfinders, she was willing to wager, had honoured places in their societies, without being bound to supposedly make them safe. It was something to think on.
Nynaeve and I are ahead of schedule too, Egwene. Doreen has been teaching me to work the weather. You would not believe the size of the flows of air she can weave. And between us, we've had Wave Dancer moving as fast as he ever has, and that is fast. We should be in Tanchico in another 3 days, maybe 2, according to Coin. She's the sail mistress, the captain. 10 days from Tyr to Tanchico, perhaps. That is with stopping to talk with every Atha and Mier ship we see. Egwene, the sea folk think Rand is their Coromor.
They do?
Coin has some of what happened in Tyr wrong. She assumes the Aes Sedai serve Rand now, for one thing. Nynaeve and I thought it best not to put her straight about that. But as soon as she tells another cell mistress, they're all ready to spread the word and serve Rand. I believe they will do anything he asks of them.
I wish the Aiel was so accepting, Egwene sighed.
Ruark thinks some of them might refuse to acknowledge him, Ruidian dragons or no. One fellow, a man called Couladin, I'm sure would kill him in a minute, given half a chance.
Elaine took a step forward.
You will see that doesn't happen.
It was not a question or a request. There was a sharp light in her blue eyes and a bared dagger in her hand.
I will do the best I can. Ruark is giving him bodyguards.
Elaine seemed to see the dagger for the first time and gave a start. The blade vanished.
You must teach me whatever Amos is teaching you, Egwene. It is disconcerting to have things appear and disappear or suddenly realize I'm wearing different clothes. It just happens.
I will, when I have time. She had been in Teleran Riod too long already.
Elaine, if I am not here when we are supposed to meet next, don't worry. I will try, but I may not be able to come. Be sure to tell Nynaeve. If I do not come, check every night thereafter. I won't be more than 1 or 2 late, I'm sure. If you say so, Elaine said doubtfully. It will surely take weeks to find out if Liandrin and the others are in Tanchico or not. Tom seems to think the city will be very confused.
Her eyes went to Callandor, driven half its length into the floor.
Why did he do that, do you think?
He said it will hold the tyrants to him.
As long as they know it's there, they have to know he is coming back.
Maybe he knows what he is talking about. I hope so.
Oh, I thought perhaps he was angry about something.
Egwene frowned at her. This sudden diffidence was not like Elaine at all. Angry about what?
Oh, nothing. It was just a thought. Egwene, I gave him 2 letters before leaving Tyr. Do you know how he took them?
No, I don't. Did you say something you think might have angered him?
Oh, of course not.
Elaine laughed gaily. It sounded forced. Her dress was suddenly dark wool, stout enough for a hard winter.
I would have to be a fool to write things to make him angry.
Her hair sprang up in all directions like a crazed crown. She was not aware of it.
I am trying to make him love me, after all. Just trying to make him love me. Oh, why can't men be simple? Why do they have to cause such difficulties? At least he's away from Berylane.
The wool became silk again, cut even lower than before. Her hair made shimmers on her shoulders to shame the gown's sheen. She hesitated, nibbling her lower lip.
Egwene, if you find the chance, would you tell him I meant what I said in... Egwene? Egwene!
Something snatched Egwene. The heart of the stone dwindled into blackness as if she were being hauled away by the scruff of her neck. With a gasp, Egwene started awake, heart pounding, staring up the low roof of the night-darkened tent over her head. Only a little moonlight crept in at the open sides. She lay under her blankets. The waste was as cold at night as it was hot during the day,
and the brazier that exuded the sweetish smell of dried dung burning gave little warmth. Beneath her blankets, right where she had lain down to sleep. But what had pulled her back? Abruptly she became aware of Amice, sitting cross-legged beside her, cloaked in shadows. The Wise One's murk-shrouded face seemed as dark and foreboding as the night. "Did you do that, Amice?" she said angrily. "You have no right to just haul me about. I am Aes Sedai of the Green Aja." The lie came easily to her lips now. "And you have no right—" Amice cut her off with a grim voice. "Beyond the dragon wall in the White Tower you are Aes Sedai. Here you are an ignorant pupil, a fool child crawling through a den of vipers." "I know I said I would not go to Tel'aran'rhiod without you," Egwene said, trying to sound reasonable. But something seized her ankles, hauled her feet into the air. Blankets tumbled away, her shift dropped to bunch in her armpits. Upside down, she hung with her face level with that of Amice. Furious, she opened herself to saidar, and found herself blocked. "You wanted to go off alone," Amice hissed softly. "You were warned, but you had to go." Her eyes seemed to glow in the dark, brighter and brighter. "Never a care for what might be waiting. There are things in dreams to shatter the bravest heart." Her round eyes like blue coals, her face melted, stretched. Scales sprouted where skin had been. Her jaws thrust out, lined with sharp teeth. "Things to eat the bravest heart," she growled. Screaming, Egwene battered vainly at the shield holding her from the true source. She tried to beat at that horrible face, at the thing that could not be Amice, but something gripped her wrists, stretched her taut and quivering in midair. All she could do was shriek as those jaws closed around her face. Screaming, Egwene sat up, clutching at her blankets. With an effort she managed to snap her mouth shut, but she could do nothing about the shudders that racked her. She was in the tent. Or was she? There was Amice, cross-legged in the shadows, glowing with saidar. Or was it she? Desperately she opened herself to the source and nearly howled when she found the barrier again. Tossing the blankets aside, she scrambled across the layered rugs on hands and knees, scattered her neatly folded clothes with both hands. She had a belt knife. Where was it? Where? There. "Sit down," Amice said acerbically, "before I dose you for vapors and fidgets. You will not like the taste." Egwene twisted around on her knees, the short knife held in both hands. They would have trembled if not clutched together around the hilt. "Is it really you this time?" "I am myself, now and also then. Sharp lessons are the best lessons. Do you mean to stab me?" Hesitating, Egwene sheathed the knife. "You have no right to—" "I have every right. You gave me your word. I did not know I said I could lie. If I am to teach you, I must know you will do as I say. I will not watch a pupil of mine cut her own throat." Amice sighed. The glow around her vanished, and so did the barrier between Egwene and saidar. "I cannot shield you any longer. You are far stronger than I. In the one power you are. You very nearly battered down my shield. But if you cannot keep your word, I do not know that I want to instruct you." "I will keep my word, Amice. I promise I will. But I have to meet with my friends in Tel'aran'rhiod. I promised them, too. Amice, they might need my help, my advice." Amice's face was not easy to make out in the darkness, but Egwene did not see any softening. "Please, Amice, you've taught me so much already. I think I could find them wherever they are now. Please don't stop when there is so much yet for me to learn. Whatever you want me to do, I will." "Braid your hair," Amice said in a flat tone. "My hair?" Egwene said uncertainly. It would certainly be no inconvenience, but why? She wore it loose now, falling below her shoulders.
Yet it was not that long ago that she had almost burst with pride on the day the women's circle back home had said she was old enough to put her hair in a braid like the one Nynaeve still wore. In the Two Rivers, a braid said you were old enough to be considered a woman. One over each ear. Amis's voice was still like a flat rock. If you have no ribbon to twine in the braids, I will give you some. That is how little girls wear their hair among us. Girls too young to be held to their word. When you prove to me that you can keep yours, you can stop wearing it so. But if you lie to me again, I will make you cut your skirts off short like little girls' dresses, and find you a doll to carry. When you decide to behave as a woman, you will be treated as a woman. Agree to it, or I will teach you no more. I will agree if you will accompany me when I must meet. Agree, said I. I do not bargain with children, or those who cannot keep their word. You will do as I say, accept what I choose to give, and no more. Or else go off and get yourself killed on your own. I will not aid it. Egwene was glad of the dark. It hid her scowl. She had given her word, but this was all so unfair. No one was trying to hedge Rand around with silly rules. Well, perhaps he was different. She was not sure she wanted to trade Amis's edicts for Couladin's desiring to put a spear through her in any case. Mat would certainly not put up with other people's rules. Yet, Taviran or not, Mat had nothing to learn. All he had to do was be. Very likely he would refuse to learn anything given the chance, unless it had to do with gambling or raising food. She wanted to learn. Sometimes it seemed an unending thirst. However much she absorbed, she could not quench it. That still did not make it fair. Only the way things are, she thought ruefully. I agree, she said. I will do as you say. Accept what you give, and no more. Good. After a long pause, as if waiting to see whether Egwene wanted to say more, she wisely held her tongue, Amis added, I mean to be hard on you, Egwene, but not without purpose. That you think I have taught you much already only shows how little you knew to begin. You have a strong talent for the dream. Very likely you will outstrip any of us by far one day. But if you do not learn what I can teach you, what we four can all teach you, you will never develop that talent fully. It is most likely you will not live long enough to do so. I will try, Amis. She thought she managed a good approximation of meekness. Why did the woman not say what she wanted to hear? If Egwene could not go to Teleran Riode alone, then Amis had to come too, when she next met Elaine. Or it might be Nynaeve next time. Good. Do you have anything else to say? No, Amis. The pause was longer this time. Egwene waited as patiently as she could, hands folded on her knees. So you can hold your demands in sight when you wish, Amis said at last, even if it does make you twitch like a goat with the itch. Do I mistake the cause? I can give you an ointment. No? Very well. I will accompany you when you must meet your friends. Thank you, Egwene said primly. A goat with an itch, indeed. In case you did not listen when I first told you, learning will be neither easy nor short. You think you have worked these last days. Prepare to give real time and effort now. Amis, I will learn as much as you can teach me, and I will work as hard as you want. But between Rand and the Dark Friends, time to learn may turn out to be a luxury, and my purse empty. I know, Amis said wearily. He troubles us already. Come, you have wasted enough time with your childishness. There is women's business to be discussed. Come, the others are waiting. For the first time, Egwene realized Moraine's blankets were empty. She reached for her dress, but Amis said, That will not be needed. We only go a short way.
Throw a blanket around your shoulders and come. I have done a great deal of work for Randall Thor already, and I must do more when we are finished."
Shrugging a blanket around her doubtfully, Egwene followed the older woman into the night. It was cold. Skin turning to tight goosebumps, she hopped from barefoot to barefoot over stony ground that seemed little short of ice. After the heat of day, the night seemed as frigid as the heart of a Two Rivers winter. Her breath turned to thin mist in front of her mouth, absorbed immediately by the air. Cold or not, the air was still dry. At the rear of the Wise One's camp stood a small tent she had not seen before, low like the others, but staked tightly down all around. To her surprise, Amice began stripping off her clothes, and motioned her to do the same. Clenching her teeth to keep them from chattering, she followed Amice's example slowly. When the Aiel woman had shed down to her skin, she stood there just as if the night were not freezing, taking deep breaths and flailing herself with her arms before finally ducking inside. Egwene darted after her with alacrity. Damp heat hit her like a stick between the eyes. Sweat popped out of every pore. Moraine was already there, and the other Wise Ones, and Avienda, all bare-skinned and sweating, sitting around a large iron kettle full to the brim with sooty stones. Kettle and stones alike radiated heat. The Aes Sedai looked mostly recovered from her ordeal, though there was a tightness around her eyes that had not been there before. As Egwene was gingerly finding a place to sit, no layered rugs here, only rocky ground, Avienda scooped a handful of water from a smaller kettle at her side and tossed it into the larger one. The water hissed to steam, leaving not even a damp spot on the stones. Avienda had a sour look on her face. Egwene knew how she felt. Novices in the tower were also given chores. She was not sure if she had hated scrubbing floors more than pots or the other way around. This task did not look nearly so onerous.
"We must discuss what to do about Randall Thor,"
Bear said when Amice was seated too. "Do about him?" Egwene said, alarmed. "He has the signs. He is the one you have been looking for."
"He is the one,"
Melaine said grimly, brushing long strands of red-gold hair from her damp face.
"We must try to see that as many of our people as possible survive his coming. Just as importantly," Sienna said, "we must assure that he survives to fulfill the rest of the prophecy."
Melaine glared at her, and Sienna added in a patient tone,
"Else none of us will survive."
"Ruach said he would set some of the Jindo for bodyguards," Egwene said slowly. "Has he changed his mind?"
Amice shook her head. "He has not. Randall Thor sleeps in the Jindo tents with 100 men awake to see he wakes as well. But men often see things differently than we. Ruach will follow him, perhaps oppose him in decisions he thinks are wrong, but he will not try to guide him."
"Do you think he needs guiding?" Moraine arched an eyebrow at that, but Egwene ignored it. "He has done what he had to without guidance so far."
"Randall Thor does not know our ways," Amice replied. "There are 100 mistakes he could make to turn a chief or clan against him, to make them see a wetlander instead of he who comes with the dawn. My husband is a good man and a fine chief, but he is no peace talker, trained to guide angry men to ground their spears. We must have someone close to Randall Thor who can whisper in his ear when he seems ready to step wrongly."
She motioned Avienda to throw more water on the hot rocks. The younger woman complied with a sullen grace.
"And we must watch him,"
Melaine put in sharply.
"We must have some idea of what he means to do before he does it. The fulfillment of the prophecy of Ruidian has begun. It cannot be halted short of its end, one way or another. But I mean to see that as many of our people survive as is possible. How that can be managed depends on what Randall Thor intends."
Bear leaned toward Egwene. She seemed to be all bone and sinew.
"You have known him from childhood. Will he confide in you?"
"I doubt it," Egwene told her. "He does not trust as he used to." She avoided looking at Moraine.
"Would she tell us if he did confide?"
Melaine demanded. I raise no anger here, but Egwene and Moraine are Aes Sedai. What they seek may not be what we seek.
We served Aes Sedai once, Bear said simply. We failed them then. Perhaps we are meant to serve again.
Melaine flushed with obvious embarrassment. Moraine gave no sign that she saw, or that she had heard the woman's earlier words for that matter. Except for the tightness around her eyes, she looked as calm as ice. I will help as I can, she said coolly, but I have little influence with Rand. For the present he weaves the pattern to his own design.
Then we must watch him closely and hope,
Bear sighed.
Avienda, you will meet Rand al'Thor when he wakes each day, and do not leave him until he goes to his blankets at night. You will stay as close to him as the hair on his head. Your training must come as we can manage, I fear. It will be a burden on you doing both things, but it cannot be avoided. If you talk to him, and especially listen, you should have no trouble remaining near him. Few men will send away a pretty young woman who listens to them. Perhaps he will let something slip.
Avienda grew stiffer by the word. When Bear finished, she spat. I will not! Dead silence fell, and every eye swung to her, but she stared back defiantly.
Will not? Bear said softly. Will not.
She seemed to be tasting words strange in her mouth. Avienda, Egwene said gently, no one is asking you to betray Elaine, only to talk to him. If anything, the former Maiden of the Spear looked even more eager to find herself a weapon.
Is this the discipline maidens learn now? Amys said sharply. If it is, you will find we teach her harder. If there is some reason you cannot stay near to Rand al'Thor, speak it.
Avienda's defiance wilted a trifle, and she mumbled inaudibly. Amys's voice took on a knife edge.
I said, speak it.
I do not like him, Avienda burst out. I hate him! Hate him! Had Egwene not known better, she would have thought her close to tears. The words shocked her, though. Surely Avienda could not mean it.
We are not asking you to love him or take him to your bed, Sienna said acidly. We are telling you to listen to the man, and you will obey.
Childishness,
Amys snorted. What kind of young women is the world producing now? Do none of you grow up?
Bear and Melaine were even sharper, with the older woman threatening to tie Avienda on Rand's horse in place of his saddle. She sounded as if she meant it precisely, and Melaine suggesting that instead of sleep, Avienda should perhaps spend the night digging holes and filling them in to clear her head. The threats were not intended to coerce her, Egwene realized. These women expected and intended to be obeyed. Any useless labor Avienda earned herself would be for being stubborn. That stubbornness seemed to be shrinking, with 4 sets of Wise One's eyes boring at her. She settled into more of a defensive crouch on her knees, but she was holding on. Egwene leaned over to put a hand on Avienda's shoulder. You've told me we are near sisters, and I think we are. Will you do it for me? Think of it as looking after him for Elaine. You like her too, I know. You can tell him she says she meant what she said in her letters. He will like hearing that. Avienda's face spasmed. I will do it, she said, slumping. I will watch him for Elaine. For Elaine. Amys shook herself.
Foolishness. You will watch him because we told you to, girl. If you think you have another reason, you will find you are painfully mistaken. More water. The steam is fading.
Avienda hurled another handful onto the rocks as though hurling a spear. Egwene was glad to see her spirit returning, but she thought she would caution her when they were alone. Spirit was all very well, but there were some women, these 4 wise ones, for example, and Suan Sanche, with whom it was common sense to keep a check on your spirit. You could shout at the women's circle all day, and you still ended up doing what they wanted anyway, wishing you had kept your mouth shut.
Now that is settled, Bear said, let us enjoy the steam in silence while we can. There is much for some of us yet to do tonight, and for nights to come, if we are to bring a gathering to Al-Qaeda for Randall Thor. Men always find ways to make work for women, Amice said. Why should Randall Thor be different?
Quiet settled over the tent, except for the hiss when Avienda tossed more water on the hot rocks. The wise ones sat with hands on knees, breathing deeply. It was really quite pleasant, even relaxing. The damp heat, the slick, cleansing feel of sweat on the skin. Egwene thought it was worth missing a little sleep. Moraine did not look relaxed, though. She stared at the steaming kettle as if seeing something else, far off. Was it bad? Egwene said softly, so as not to disturb the wise ones. Ruidian, I mean. Avienda looked up quickly, but said nothing. The memories fade, Moraine said just as quietly. She did not look away from her distant vision, and her voice was almost chill enough to take away the heat in the air. Most are already gone. Some I knew already. Others... The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and we are only the thread of the pattern. I have given my life to finding the dragon reborn, finding Rand, and seeing him ready to face the last battle. I will see that done, whatever it requires. Nothing and no one can be more important than that. Shivering despite her sweat, Egwene closed her eyes. The Aes Sedai did not want comforting. She was a lump of ice, not a woman. Egwene settled herself to trying to recapture that pleasant feeling. She suspected such would be few and far between in the days to come. Chapter 36. Misdirections. The Aiel broke camp early and were away from Ruidian while the not yet risen sun still sharply silhouetted the far mountains. In 3 parties they wound around Chiandaya, down onto rough flats broken by hills and tall stone spires and flat-topped buttes, grey and brown and every hue between, some streaked with long swirls in shades of red and ochre. Occasionally a great natural arch loomed as they moved north and west, or strange huge slabs of rock balanced improbably, forever on the brink of falling. Every way Rand looked, jagged mountains reared in the distance. All the wreckage of the breaking of the world seemed gathered here in the place called the Aiel Waste. Where the hard ground was not cracked clay, yellow or brown or something between, it was stony and stark, and everywhere split by dry gullies and hollows. The scattered vegetation was sparse and low, thorny bushes and leafless things with spines. The few blossoms, white or red or yellow, were startling in their isolation. Occasionally stretches of tough grass covered the ground, and rarely there was a stunted tree, also likely to have thorns or spines. Compared to Chiandaya and the valley of Ruidian, it almost looked lush. The air was so clear, the land so barren, it seemed Rand could see for miles and miles. That air was no less dry, though, the heat no less relentless, with the sun a lump of molten gold high in a cloudless sky. Rand had wrapped a shuffa around his head in an effort to keep the sun off, and drank from the water bag on Jayardian's saddle frequently. Oddly, wearing his coat seemed to help. He did not sweat any less, but his shirt stayed damp beneath the red wool, cooling him somewhat. Matt used a strip of cloth to tie a large white kerchief atop his head, like some odd cap that hung down the back of his neck, and he kept shading his eyes against the glare. He carried the raven-marked sword spear like a lance, the butt tucked into his stirrup. 400 or so Jindo comprised their party. Rand and Matt rode at the front alongside Ruark and Hen. The Aiel walked, of course, their tents and some of the booty from Tyr on pack mules and horses. A number of the Jindo maidens fanned ahead as scouts, and stone dogs trailed behind as a rear guard,
with the main column hedged by watchful eyes, ready spears, and bows with arrows nocked. Supposedly, the peace of Ruidian extended until those who had gone to Chayandaya returned to their own holds, but as Ruark explained to Rand, mistakes had been known to happen, and apologies and blood price did not bring the dead out of their graves. Ruark seemed to think a mistake especially likely this time, certainly in part because of the Shido party. The lands of the Shido clan lay beyond those of the Jindo's Ta'adad, in the same direction from Chayandaya, and they paralleled the Jindos some quarter of a mile distant. According to Ruark, Couladin should have waited another day for his brother to return. That Rand had seen Muradin after he had plucked out his own eyes made no difference. 10 days was the time allotted. To leave sooner was to abandon whoever had entered Ruidian. Yet Couladin had set the Shido to folding their tents as soon as he saw the Jindo pack animals being loaded. The Shido moved along now with their own scouts and rear guard, seemingly ignoring the Jindo, but the space between never widened much beyond 300 paces. It was usual to have witnesses from perhaps half a dozen of the larger septs when a man sought the marking of a clan chief, and Couladin's people outnumbered the Jindo by at least 2 to 1. Rand suspected that the third party, halfway between Shido and Ta'adad, was the reason the interval did not narrow suddenly and violently. The Wise Ones walked, just like all the other Aiel, including those strange, white-robed men and women Ruark called Gaishan, who led their pack horses. Not servants exactly, but Rand was unsure he really understood Ruark's explanation about honour and obligation and captives. Hen had been even more confusing, as though making an effort to explain why water was wet. Moraine, Egwene and Lan rode with the Wise Ones, or at least the 2 women did. The warder had his warhorse a little off on the side of the Shido, watching them as closely as he did the rugged landscape. Sometimes Moraine or Egwene or both got down to walk a while, talking with the Wise Ones. Rand would have given his last penny to hear what they said. They looked in his direction often, quick glances that he was doubtless not supposed to notice. For some reason Egwene was wearing her hair in 2 braids, plaited with lengths of red ribbon like a bride's. He did not know why. He had commented on them before leaving Chayandaya, just mentioned them, and she nearly took his head off. "Elaine is the woman for you." He looked down at Avienda in confusion. The challenging look was back in her blue-green eyes, but still layered atop stark dislike. She had been waiting outside the tent when he awoke that morning, and had not strayed more than 3 paces from him since. Clearly the Wise Ones had set her to spy, and clearly he was not supposed to realize it. She was pretty, and he was assumed to be fool enough not to see beyond that. No doubt that was the real reason she wore skirts now, and carried no weapon beyond a small belt knife. Women seemed to think men were simple-minded. Come to think of it, none of the other Aiel had commented at her change of clothing, but even Ruark avoided looking at her for too long. Probably they knew why she was there, or had some inkling of the Wise One's plan and did not want to speak of it. Ruidian. He still did not know why she had gone. Ruark muttered about women's business, plainly reluctant to discuss it around her. Considering the way she clung to Rand's side, that meant not discussing it at all. The clan chief was certainly listening now, and Hen, and every Jindo in earshot. It was hard to tell with Aiel sometimes, but he thought they looked amused. Matt was whistling softly, ostentatiously looking at anything but the 2 of them. Even so, this was the first time all day she had spoken to him. "What do you mean?" he asked. Her bulky skirts did not hinder her, walking along beside Jayardian. No, not walking. Stalking. If she were a cat, she would be lashing her tail. "Elaine is a wetlander. Your own kind." She tossed her head arrogantly. The short tail that Aiel warriors wore at the nape of the neck was missing. The folded scarf around her temples nearly enveloped her hair. "Exactly the woman for you. Is she not beautiful? Her back is straight, her limbs supple and strong, her lips like plump love apples. Her hair is spun gold, her eyes blue sapphires, her skin is smoother than the finest silk, her bosom fine and well-rounded.
Her hips are—" He cut her off frantically, his cheeks heating. "I know she's pretty. What are you doing?" "I am describing her." Avienda frowned up at him. "Have you seen her in her bath? There is no need for me to describe her if you have seen—" "I have not seen." He wished he did not sound strangled. Ruark and the others were listening, faces too blank for anything but amusement. Matt rolled his eyes with an open, roguish grin. The woman only shrugged and rearranged her shawl. "She should have arranged it. But I have seen her, and I will act as her near-sister." The emphasis seemed to say his near-sister might have done the same. Aiel customs were strange, but this was mad. "Her hips? Stop that!" She gave him a sideways glare. "She is the woman for you. Elaine has laid her heart at your feet for a bridal wreath. Do you think there was anyone in the Stone of Tyr who does not know?" "I do not want to talk about Elaine," he told her firmly. Certainly not if she meant to go on as she had begun. The thought made his face go hot again. The woman did not seem to care what she said, or who heard. "You do well to blush, putting her aside when she has bared her heart to you." Avienda's voice was hard and contemptuous. "2 letters she wrote, bearing all as if she had stripped herself beneath your mother's roof. You entice her into corners for kisses, then reject her. She meant every word of those letters, Randall saw. Egwene told me so. She meant every word. What do you mean toward her, Wetlander?" Rand scrubbed a hand through his hair and had to rearrange his shufa. Elaine meant every word? In both letters? That was flat impossible. One contradicted the other nearly point for point. Suddenly he gave a start. Egwene had told her? About Elaine's letters? Did women discuss these things among themselves? Did they plan out between them how best to confuse a man? He found himself missing Min. Min had never made him look a fool. Well, not more than once or twice. And she had never insulted him. Well, she had called him sheep-herder a few times, but he felt comfortable around her, warm in a strange way. She never made him feel a complete idiot like Elaine and Avienda. His silence seemed to irritate the Aiel woman more, if such was possible. Muttering to herself, striding along as though she wanted to trample something, she adjusted and readjusted her shawl 6 times. Finally, her grumbling faded away. Instead, she began staring at him. Like a vulture. He could not see how she did not trip and fall on her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he demanded. "I am listening, Randall Thor, since you wish me to be silent." She smiled around gritted teeth. "Do you not enjoy having me listen to you?" He glanced beyond her at Matt, who shook his head. There was just no understanding women. Rand tried to set himself to considering what lay ahead, but it was difficult with the woman's eyes on him. Pretty eyes, if they had not been full of spite, but he did wish she would look at something else. Shading his eyes against the sun's glare, Matt did his best to avoid looking at Rand and the Aiel woman striding along between their horses. He could not understand why Rand put up with her. Avienda was pretty enough, to be sure. More than just pretty, especially now she wore a semblance of proper clothes, but with a viper for a tongue and a temper to make Nynaeve look meek. He was just glad Rand was stuck with her and not him. He pulled the kerchief from his head and wiped the sweat off of his face, then tied it back. The heat and the eternal sun in his eyes were beginning to get to him. Was there no such thing as shade in this whole land? Sweat stung his wounds. He had refused healing the night before when Moraine wakened him after he had finally gotten to sleep. A few cuts were a small price to avoid having the power used on you, and the Wise One's filthy-tasting tea had settled his headache. Well, after a fashion, anyway. What else ailed him he did not think Moraine could do anything about, and he had no intention of telling her until he understood it himself. If then. He did not even want to think of it. Moraine and the Wise Ones were watching him. Watching Rand, actually, he supposed, but it felt the same. Surprisingly, the sun-haired one, Melaine, had climbed up on Aldeeb behind the Aes Sedai, riding awkwardly and holding Moraine around the waist as they talked. He had not known Aiel would ride at all.
A very pretty woman, Mylane, with those fiery green eyes, except, of course, that she could channel. A man would have to be an utter fool to tangle himself with one of those. Shifting in Pip's saddle, he reminded himself that it did not matter to him what Aiel did. "I've been to Ruidian. I've done what those snake folk said I had to." And what did he have to show for it? This bloody spear, a silver medallion, and... I could go now. If I have any sense, I will. He could go. Try to find his own way out of the waste. Before he died of thirst or sunstroke. He could, if Rand was not still pulling at him, holding him. The easiest manner of finding out was just to try leaving. Looking at the bleak landscape, he grimaced. A wind picked up. It felt as if it blew across an overheated cookstove, and small whirlwinds spun funnels of yellow dust across the cracked ground. Heat haze made the distant mountains shimmer. Maybe it was best to stay around a while longer. One of the maidens who had been scouting ahead came trotting back and fell in beside Ruark, speaking for his ear alone. She flashed Matt a grin when she was done, and he busied himself picking a sharp burr out of Pips's mane. He remembered her all too well, a red-haired woman named Dorinda, about Egwene's age. Dorinda was one of those who had talked him into trying Maiden's Kiss. She had collected the first forfeit. It was not that he did not want to meet her eyes, certainly not that he could not. Keeping your horse free of burrs and the like was important. "Pedlars!" Ruark announced when Dorinda sprinted off the way she had come. "Pedlars' wagons! Heading in this direction!" He did not sound pleased. Matt brightened considerably, though. A peddler might be just the thing. If the fellow knew the way in, he knew the way out. He wondered if Rand suspected what he was thinking. The man had gone as blank-faced as any of the Aiel. The Aiel picked up their pace a little. Couladin's people imitated the Jindo and the Wise Ones party with hardly a hesitation. Their own scouts had probably brought word, too. A quick enough step that the horses had to maintain a brisk walk. The sun did not bother the Aiel at all, not even the Gaishan in their white robes. They flowed over the broken ground. Less than 2 miles brought the wagons in sight, 12 of them strung out in a line. All showed the wear of hard travel, with spare wheels lashed everywhere. Despite a coat of yellow dust, the first 2 looked like white-painted boxes on wheels, or little houses, complete with wooden steps at the back and a metal stove chimney sticking through the roof. The last 3, drawn by 20 mule hitches, appeared no more than huge barrels, also white, doubtless full of water. Those in between could have done for peddlers' wagons in the 2 rivers, with high, stout-spoked wheels and clanking clusters of pots and things in big net bags tied all along the tall round canvas covers. The wagon drivers drew rein as soon as they spotted the Aiel, waiting for the columns to come to them. A heavy man in a pale grey coat and dark, wide-brimmed hat climbed down from the back of the lead wagon and stood watching, now and then taking off his flat-crowned hat to wipe his forehead with a large white handkerchief. If he was nervous, looking at maybe 1,500 Aiel sweeping toward him, Matt could not blame him. The strange thing was the expressions on the Aiel nearest Matt. Ruark, trotting ahead of Rand's horse, looked grim, and Hen wore a face that could break rocks. "I don't understand," Matt said. "You look like you're going to kill somebody." That would certainly put paid to his hopes. "I thought there were 3 kinds of people you Aiel let come out here in the waste. Peddlers, gleemen, and the travelling people." "Peddlers and gleemen are welcome," Hen replied curtly. If this was a welcome, Matt did not want to see Aiel being unwelcoming. "What about the travelling people?" he asked curiously. When Hen kept silent, he added, "Tinkers? The Tuatha'an?" The Sept chief's face grew even harder before he turned his eyes back to the wagons. Avienda shot Matt a look as if he were a fool. Rand drew Jayardian close to Pips. "I'd not mention Tinkers to the Aiel if I were you," he said in a low voice. "They are a touchy subject." "If you say so. Why would Tinkers be a touchy subject? Looks to me like they're being touchy enough about this peddler." Peddler, I can remember merchants who came to Emmons Field with fewer wagons. He came into the waste, Rand chuckled. Jayardian tossed his head and danced a few steps. I wonder if he will leave it again. Rand's twisted grin did not reach his eyes. Sometimes Matt almost wished Rand would decide whether he was mad or not and get it over with. Almost. 300 paces short of the wagons, Ruark signalled a halt, and he and Hen went on alone. At least that seemed to have been his intention, but Rand heeled his dapple stallion after them, and the inevitable bodyguard of 100 Jindo followed. And Avienda, of course, keeping close as though tied to Rand's horse. Matt rode right with them. If Ruark sent this fellow packing, he did not mean to miss his chance to go along. Couladin came trotting out from the Shido. Alone? Perhaps he meant to do as Ruark and Hen had intended, but Matt suspected the man was pointing out that he went alone where Rand needed 100 guards. At first it seemed Moraine was coming too, but words passed between the Wise Ones and her, and they all stayed where they were. Watching, though. The Aes Sedai dismounted, playing with something small that sparkled, and Egwene and the Wise Ones clustered around her. Despite his face-mopping, the big grey-coated fellow did not appear uneasy up close, although he jumped when Maiden suddenly rose out of the ground, encircling his wagons. The wagon drivers, hard-faced men with more than enough scars and broken noses to go around, looked ready to crawl under their seats. They were tough alley dogs compared to Aiel wolves. The peddler recovered right away. He was not fat for all his size, that heaviness was muscle. Rand and Matt on their horses earned his curious glances, but he singled out Ruark at once. His hooked beak of a nose and dark tilted eyes gave his square, swarthy face a predatory look, not lessened when he put on a wide smile and swept his broad-brimmed hat off in a bow. "I am Hardnan Kadir," he said. "Peddler, I seek Cold Rock's hold, good sirs, but I will trade with one and all. I have many fine—" Ruark cut him off like an icy knife. "You head well away from Cold Rocks or any hold. How is it you have come this far from the Dragon Wall without acquiring a guide?" "I do not really know, good sir." Kadir did not lose his smile, but the corners of his mouth tightened a trifle. "I have travelled openly. This is my first visit to the Threefold Land so far south. I thought perhaps here there are no guides." Couladin snorted loudly, twirled one of his spears lazily. Kadir hunched his shoulders as if he felt steel sliding into his thick body already. "There are always guides," Ruark said coldly. "You have luck to have come so far without one. Luck that you are not dead, or walking back to the Dragon Wall in your skin." Kadir flashed an uneasy, toothy smile, and the clan chief went on. "Luck to meet us. Had you continued this way another day or two, you would have reached Ruidian." The peddler's face went grey. "I have heard." He stopped to swallow. "I did not know, good sirs. You must believe I would not do such a thing deliberately, nor by accident," he added hastily. "The light illumine my words for truth, good sirs, I would not." "That is well," Ruark told him. "The penalties are severe. You may travel with me to Cold Rocks. It would not do for you to become lost again. The Threefold Land can be a dangerous place for those who do not know it." Couladin's head came up defiantly. "Why not with me?" he said in a sharp voice. "The Shido are the more numerous here, Ruark. By custom he travels with me." "Have you become a clan chief when I did not see?" The fire-haired Shido flushed, but Ruark showed no hint of satisfaction, only went on in that level voice. "The peddler seeks Cold Rocks. He will journey with me. The Shido with you may trade with him as we travel. The Ta'ardad are not so starved for peddlers that we try to keep them to ourselves." Couladin's face went even darker, yet he moderated his tone, even if it did creak with the effort. "I will camp near Cold Rocks, Ruark. He who comes with the dawn concerns all Aiel, not only the Ta'ardad. The Shido will have their proper place. The Shido, too, will follow he who comes with the dawn." He had not, Matt realized, acknowledged that that was Rand. Peering at the wagons, Rand did not seem to be listening. Ruark was silent a moment. "The Shadow will be welcome guests in the lands of the Ta'ardad, if they come to follow he who comes with the dawn." And that could be taken two ways as well. Kadir had been mopping his face all this time, likely seeing himself in the middle of a battle between Aiel. He punctuated Ruark's invitation with a heavy sigh of relief. "Oh, thank you, good sirs. Thank you. Probably for not killing him. Perhaps you would care to see what my wagons have to offer? Some special thing you might like?" "Later," Ruark said. "We will stop at Imre's stand for the night, and you may show your wares then." Couladin was already striding away, having heard the name of Imre's stand, whatever that was. Kadir started to put his hat back on. "A hat," Matt said, reining Pips closer to the peddler. If he had to remain in the waist a bit longer, at least he could keep that bloody sun out of his eyes. "I'll give a gold mark for a hat like that."
"Done," called a woman's huskily melodious voice. Matt looked around and gave a start. The only woman in sight beside Avienda and the maidens was walking up from the second wagon, but she certainly did not match that voice, one of the loveliest he had ever heard. Rand frowned at her and shook his head, and he had cause. A foot shorter than Kadir, she must have weighed as much or more. Rolls of fat nearly hid her dark eyes, disguising whether they were tilted or not, but her nose was a hatchet that dwarfed the peddler's. In a dress of pale cream silk stretched tight around her bulk, with a white lace shawl held above her head on elaborate ivory combs thrust into long, coarse black hair, she moved with incongruous lightness, almost like one of the maidens. "A good offer," she said in those musical tones. "I am Kayla Shaogi, peddler." She snatched the hat away from Kadir and thrust it up at Matt. "Stout, good sir, and nearly new. You will need its like to survive the threefold land. Here a man can die." Fat fingers made a whip crack. "Like so." Her sudden laugh had the same throaty, caressing quality as her voice. "Or a woman. A gold mark, you said." When he hesitated, her half-buried eyes glittered raven black. "I seldom offer any man a bargain twice." A peculiar woman, to say the least. Kadir made no protest beyond the slightest grimace. If Kayla was his partner, there was no doubt who was the senior. And if the hat kept Matt's head from broiling, it really was worth the price, so far as he was concerned. She bit the Tyran mark he handed her before releasing the hat. For a wonder, it fit. And if it was no cooler under that wide brim, at least it was blessedly shady. The kerchief went into his coat pocket. "Anything for the rest of you?" The stout woman ran her eye over the Aiel, murmuring, "What a pretty child," to Avienda, with a baring of teeth that might have been a smile. To Rand she said sweetly, "And you, good sir?" That voice coming out of that face was truly jarring, especially when it took on this honeyed tone. "Something to shelter you from this desperate land." Turning Jayardian so he could peer at the wagon drivers, Rand only shook his head. With that shufa around his face, he really did look like an Aiel. "Tonight, Kayla," Kadir said. "We open trade tonight at a place called Imre's Stand." "Do we now?" For a long moment she peered at the Shido column, and at the Wise Ones party for a longer. Abruptly she turned for her own wagon, saying over her shoulder to the other peddler, "Then why are you keeping these good sirs standing here? Move, Kadir, move." Rand stared after her, shaking his head again. There was a gleeman back by her wagon. Matt blinked, thinking the heat had gotten to him, but the fellow did not vanish, a dark-haired man in his middle years wearing a patch-covered cloak. He watched the gathering apprehensively until Kayla shoved him up the wagon step ahead of her. Kadir looked at her white wagon with less expression than one of the Aiel before stalking off to his own. Truly an odd lot. "Did you see the gleeman?" Matt asked Rand, who nodded vaguely, eyeing the line of wagons as if he had never seen a wagon before. Ruark and Hen were already on their way back to the rest of the Jindo. The 100 surrounding Rand waited patiently, dividing their gaze between him and anything that might hide even a mouse. The drivers began gathering their reins, but Rand did not move. "Strange people, these peddlers, wouldn't you say, Rand? But I suppose you have to be strange to come to the waste. Look at us." That brought a grimace from Avienda, but Rand seemed not to have heard. Matt wanted him to say something. Anything. This silence was unnerving. "Would you have thought escorting a peddler would be such an honour Ruark and Couladin would argue over it? Do you understand any of this Gieto?"
"You are a fool," Avienda muttered. "It had nothing to do with Gieto. Couladin tries to behave as a clan chief. Ruark cannot allow that unless he has gone to Ruidian. The Shido would steal bones from a dog. They would steal the bones and the dog, yet even they deserve a true chief. And because of Randall Thor, we must allow 1,000 of them to pitch their tents in our lands."
"His eyes," Rand said without looking away from the wagons. "A dangerous man." Matt frowned at him. "Whose eyes? Couladin's?" "Kadir's eyes. All that sweating, going white in the face, yet his eyes never changed. You always have to watch the eyes. Not what he seems." "Sure, Rand." Matt shifted in his saddle, half lifted his reins as if to ride on. Maybe silence had not been so bad. "You have to watch the eyes." Rand changed his study to the tops of the nearest spires and buttes, twisting his head this way and that. "Time is the risk," he murmured. "Time sets snares. I have to avoid theirs while setting mine." There was nothing up there that Matt could make out beyond an occasional scattering of brush and now and then a stunted tree. Avienda frowned at the heights, then at Rand, adjusting her shawl. "Snares?" Matt said. "Light let him give me an answer that isn't crazy. Who's setting snares?" For a moment Rand looked at him as if he did not understand the question. The peddlers' wagons were starting off with an escort of maidens loping alongside, turning to follow the Jindo as they trotted past, mirrored by the Shido. More maidens sped ahead to scout. Only the Aiel around Rand stood still, though the Wise One's party dawdled and watched, and from Egwene's gestures, Matt thought she wanted to come check on them. "You can't see it or feel it," Rand said finally. Leaning a little toward Matt, he whispered loudly, as though pretending. "We ride with evil now, Matt. Watch yourself." He wore that twisted grin again as he watched the wagons lumber by. "You think this Kadir is evil?" "A dangerous man, Matt. The eyes always give it away. Yet, who can say? But what cause have I to worry with Moraine and the Wise Ones watching out for me? And we mustn't forget Lanfear. Has any man ever been under so many watchful eyes?" Abruptly, Rand straightened in his saddle. "It has begun," he said quietly. "Wish that I have your luck, Matt. It has begun, and there is no turning back now, however the blade falls." Nodding to himself, he started his dapple after Ruark, Avienda trotting alongside, the 100 Jindo following. Matt was glad enough to follow too, better than being left there, certainly. The sun burned high in a stark blue sky. There was a lot of travelling yet to be done before sunset. It had begun? What did he mean, it had begun? It had begun in Ruidian, or better, in Emond's Field on winter night a year gone. Riding with evil, and no turning back. And Lanfear? Rand was walking the razor's edge now. No doubt about it. There had to be a way out of the waste before it was too late. From time to time, Matt studied the peddlers' wagons. Before it was too late. If it was not already. Chapter 37. Imre's Stand. The sun still stood more than its own height above the jagged western horizon when Ruark said that Imre's Stand, where he intended to stay for the night, lay only a mile or so ahead.
Why are we stopping already? Rand asked. There are hours more daylight left. It was Avienda walking along on the other side of Jayardian from the clan chief who answered, in the scornful tone he had come to expect. There's water at Imre Stand. It is best to camp near water when the chance presents itself. And the peddlers' wagons cannot go much farther, Ruark added. When the shadows lengthen, they must stop or begin breaking wheels and mules' legs. I do not want to leave them behind. I cannot spare anyone to watch over them, and Kuladin can. Rand twisted in his saddle. Flanked now by Jindo Duadhe Mahdiin, water-seekers, the wagons were making heavy going a few hundred paces off to the side, lurching along, raising a tall plume of yellow dust. Most gullies were too deep or too steep-walled, forcing the drivers to go around, so the train twisted like a drunken snake. Loud curses floated from the wavering line, most blaming the mules for it all. Kadir and Kayla were still inside their white-painted wagons. No, Rand said. You don't want to do that. He laughed softly in spite of himself. Matt was looking at him oddly from under the broad brim of his new hat. He smiled in what he hoped was a reassuring way, but Matt's expression did not change. He's going to have to take care of himself, Rand thought. Too much is riding on this. Speaking of taking care, he became aware of Avienda studying him, her shawl wrapped around her head much like a shuffa. He straightened himself again. Moraine might have told her off to nurse him, but he had the impression the woman was waiting to see him fall. Doubtless she would find that funny, Aiel humour being what it was. He would have liked to think she simply resented being stuffed into a dress and set to watch him, but the glitter in her eyes seemed too personal for that. For once, Moraine and the Wise Ones were not watching him. Halfway between the Jindo and the Shido, Moraine and Egwene were walking with Amis and the others, all 6 women looking at something in the Aes Sedai's hands. It caught the light of the falling sun, sparkling like a gem. They certainly seemed as intent as any girl on a pretty. Lan rode back among the Gaishan and pack horses as though they had sent him away. The scene made Rand uneasy. He was used to being the centre of attention for that lot. What had they found more interesting? Surely nothing he could be happy about, not with Moraine, likely not with Amis or the others. They all had their plans for him. Egwene was the only one of them he really trusted. Light, I hope I can still trust her. The only one he could really trust was himself. When the boar breaks cover, there's only you and your spear. His laugh was a touch bitter this time. You find the threefold land amusing, Randall thought? Avienda's smile was the merest flash of white teeth. Laugh while you can, Wetlander. When this land begins to break you, it will be a fitting punishment for your treatment of Elaine. Why would the woman not let up? You didn't show any respect for the Dragon Reborn, he snapped, but you could try finding a little for the Karakan. Ruark chuckled. A clan chief is not the Wetlander king, Rand, nor is the Karakan. There is respect. The women generally show as little as they can get away with, but anyone can speak to a chief. Even so, he sent a frown in the direction of the woman on the other side of Rand's horse. Some do push the bounds of honour. Avienda must have known that last was meant for her ears. Her face went stony, but she strode along without saying another word, fists clenched at her sides. A pair of the scouting maidens appeared, coming back at a dead run. They were plainly not together, one headed straight for the Shido, the other for the Jindo. Rand recognized her, a yellow-haired woman named Adalin, handsome but hard-faced, with a scar making a fine white line across her sun-dark cheek. She was one of those who had been in the stone, though older than most of the maidens there, perhaps 10 years more than he. The quick look she gave Avienda before falling in beside Ruark, an equal blend of curiosity and sympathy, made Rand bristle. If Avienda had agreed to do the Wise One's spying, she certainly did not deserve sympathy. His company was not so onerous as that. Him, Adalin ignored altogether. "There's trouble at Imre Stand," she told Ruark, her speech quick and clipped. "There's no one to be seen. We have kept hidden and not gone close." "Good," Ruark replied.
Inform the wise ones."
Unconsciously hefting his spears, he dropped back to the main body of Jindo. Avienda muttered to herself, plucking at her skirts, obviously wanting to join him. "I think they already know," Matt said as Adolin sped toward the Wise One's party. From the agitation among the women around Moraine, Rand thought he was right. They all appeared to be talking at once. Egwene was shading her eyes, staring at either Adolin or him, her other hand to her mouth. How they knew had to be a question for later. "What kind of trouble might it be?" he asked Avienda. Still muttering to herself, she did not answer. "Avienda? What kind of trouble?" Nothing. "Burn you, woman, you can answer a simple question. What kind of trouble?" She flushed, but her reply came in a level tone. "It is most likely to be a raid, for goats or sheep. Either could be herded at Imre for pasture, but most likely goats, because of the water. Probably it was the Charine, the White Mountain Sept, or the Jara. They are closest. Or it might be a sept from the Goshian. The Tomanela too far, I think." "Will there be fighting?" He reached out for Sidene. The sweet rush of the power flooded him. The rancid taint oozed through him, and fresh sweat burst from every pore. "Avienda?" "No. Adolin would have said if the raiders were still there. The herd and the Gaishan are miles gone by now. We cannot recover the herd because we must accompany you." He wondered why she did not mention recovering the captives, the Gaishan, but he did not wonder long. The effort of staying upright while holding on to Sidene, of not folding up and being swept away, left little room for thought. Ruark and the Jindo swept ahead at a run, already veiling their faces, and Rand followed more slowly. Avienda shot him impatient frowns, but he kept Jayardian to a brisk walk. He would not go galloping into someone else's trap. At least Matt was in no hurry. He hesitated, looking at the peddlers' wagons before cantering Pips up. Rand never glanced at the wagons. The Shido fell behind, slowing until the Wise Ones began to move again. Of course, this was Ta'adad land. Kuladin would not care if someone raided here. Rand hoped the clan chiefs could be gathered at Al-Qair Dal quickly. How could he unite a people who seemed to fight each other all the time? The least of his worries now. When Imre's stand finally came in sight, it was something of a surprise. A few widely scattered clumps of long-haired white goats browsed on patches of tough grass, and even the leaves of thorny bushes. At first he did not see the crude stone building set against the base of a tall butte. The rough stonework blended in perfectly, and several thorn bushes had taken root on the dirt-covered roof. Not very big, it had arrow slits for windows and only one door that he could see. After a moment he spotted another building, no larger, tucked onto a ledge some 20 paces higher. A deep crevice ran up to the ledge and beyond, from behind the stone house at the base. There was no other evident way to reach the ledge. Ruark, standing openly 400 or so paces from the butte with his veil lowered, was the only Jindo in sight. That did not mean the others were not there, of course. Rand reined in beside him and dismounted. The clan chief continued to study the stone buildings. "The goats," Avienda said, sounding troubled. "Raiders would not have left any goats behind. Most are gone, but it almost looks as if the herd has just been allowed to wander." "For days," Ruark agreed, not taking his eyes from the buildings. "Or more would remain. Why does no one come out? They should be able to see my face and know me." He started forward and made no objection when Rand joined him, leading Jayardian. Avienda had one hand on her belt knife, and Matt, riding behind, carried that black-hafted spear as if he expected to need it. The door was rough wood, pieced together from short, narrow planks. Some of the stout bracing was broken, hacked by axes. Ruark hesitated a moment before pushing it open. He hardly glanced inside before turning to run his eyes over the surrounding country. Rand put his head in. There was no one there. The interior, light streaming in bars through the arrow slits, was all one room, and plainly not a dwelling, just a place for herdsmen to shelter and defend themselves if attacked. There were no furnishings, no tables or chairs.
A raised open hearth stood beneath a sooty smoke hole in the roof. The wide crevice at the back had steps chiselled into the grey rock. The place had been ransacked. Bedding, blankets, pots, all lay scattered across the stone floor amid slashed cushions and pillows. Some liquid had been splashed over everything, the walls, even the ceiling, and had dried black. When he realised what it was, he jerked back, the power-wrought sword coming into his hands before he even thought. Blood. So much blood. There had been slaughter done here, as savage as anything he could imagine. Nothing moved out there except the goats. Avienda backed out as fast as she went in. "Who?" she demanded incredulously, her large blue-green eyes filled with outrage. "Who would do this? Where are the dead?" "Trollocs," Matt muttered. "Looks like Trolloc work to me." She snorted contemptuously. "Trollocs do not come into the threefold land, wetlander. No more than a few miles below the Blight, at least, and then seldom. I have heard they call the threefold land the dying ground. We hunt Trollocs, wetlander. They do not hunt us." Nothing moved. Rand let the sword go, pushed Saidin away. It was hard. The sweetness of the power was nearly enough to overcome the feel of filth from the taint. The sheer exhilaration almost enough to make him not care. Matt was right, whatever Avienda said. But this was old, the Trollocs gone. Trollocs in the waste, at a place he had come to. He was not fool enough to think it coincidence. But if they think I am, maybe they'll grow careless. Ruark signalled the Jindo to come in. They seemed to rise out of the ground. And sometime later the others appeared, the Shido and the peddlers' wagons and the Wise Ones party. Word spread quickly of what had been found, and among the Aiel tension became palpable. They moved as if they expected momentary attack, perhaps from each other. Scouts fanned out in every direction. Unharnessing their mules, the wagon drivers looked around jerkily and seemed ready to dive under their wagons at the first shout. For a time, all was a stirred hive of ants. Ruark made sure the peddlers lined their wagons up on the edge of the Jindo camp. Couladin glowered, since it meant any Shido who wanted to trade had to go to the Jindo, but he did not argue. Perhaps even he could see that might lead to dancing the spears now. The Shido tents went up a scant quarter-mile away, with the Wise Ones, as usual, in between. The Wise Ones examined the inside of the building, and Moraine and Lan did as well, but if they reached any conclusions, they told no one. The water at Imre's stand turned out to be a tiny spring at the back of the crevice, feeding a deep, roughly round pool, what Ruark called a tank, less than 2 paces across. Enough for herdsmen, enough for the Jindo to fill some of their water skins. No Shido went near. In Ta'ardad land, the Jindo had first claim on water. It seemed the goats got their moisture purely from the thick leaves of the thorny bushes. Ruark assured Rand there would be much more water at the next night's stop. Kadir produced a surprise while the wagon drivers were unhitching their teams and fetching buckets from the water wagons. When he came out of his wagon, a dark-haired young woman accompanied him, in a red silk gown and red velvet slippers more suited to a palace than to the waist. A filmy red scarf, wound almost like shufa and veil, provided no protection from the sun, and certainly did nothing to hide a palely beautiful heart-shaped face. Clinging to the peddler's thick arm, she swayed enticingly as he took her to see the blood-splashed room. Moraine and the others had gone off to where the Gaishan were erecting the Wise One's camp. When the pair came back out, the young woman shuddered delicately. Rand was sure it was pretense, just as he was sure she had asked to view that butcher's workroom. Her show of revulsion lasted all of 2 seconds, and then she was peering about interestedly at the Aiel. It appeared that Rand himself was one of the sights she wanted to see. Kadir seemed ready to take her back to the wagon, but she guided him to Rand instead, the alluring smile on her full lips plain behind her diaphanous veil. "Hadnan has been telling me of you," she said in a smoky voice. She might have been hanging on the peddler, but her dark eyes traced Rand boldly. "You are the one the Aiel talk of? He who comes with the dawn?" Kayla and the Gleeman came out of the second wagon and stood together at a distance, watching. "It seems I am," he said. "Strange." Her smile became wickedly mischievous. "I thought you would be handsomer." Patting Kadir on the cheek, she sighed. "This dreadful heat is so wearing. Do not be too long." Kadir did not speak until she had climbed the steps back inside. His hat had been replaced by a long white scarf tied atop his head, the ends hanging down his neck. "You must forgive Esendra, good sir. She is too forward sometimes." His voice was mollifying, but his eyes belonged on a bird of prey. He hesitated, then went on. "I have heard other things. I have heard that you took Calendar out of the heart of the stone." The man's eyes never changed. If he knew about Calendar, he knew Rand was the dragon reborn, knew he could wield the One Power. And his eyes never changed. A dangerous man. "I have heard it said," Rand told him, "that you should believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see." "A wise rule," Kadir said after a moment. "Yet to achieve greatly, a man must believe something. Belief and knowledge pave the road to greatness. Knowledge is perhaps the most valuable of all. We all seek the kind of knowledge. Your pardon, good sir, Esendra is not a patient woman. Perhaps we will have another opportunity to talk." Before the man had taken 3 steps, Avienda said in a low, hard voice, "You belong to Elaine, Randalthor. Do you stare so at every woman who comes in front of your eyes, or only those who go half naked? If I strip off my clothes, will you stare so at me? You belong to Elaine." He had forgotten she was there. "I don't belong to anyone, Avienda. Elaine, she cannot seem to make up her mind what she thinks. Elaine laid her heart bare to you, Randalthor. If she did not show you in the Stone of Tyr, did her 2 letters not tell you what she feels? You are hers and no other's." Rand threw up his hands and stalked away from her. At least he tried. She followed on his heels, a disapproving shadow in the sun's glare. Swords. The Aiel might have forgotten why they did not carry swords, but they had kept the contempt for them. Swords might make her leave him alone. Seeking out Lan in the Wise One's camp, he asked the warder to watch him work the forms. Bear was the only one of the 4 in view, and a scowl surely deepened the creases on her face. Egwene was not to be seen either. Moraine wore calm like a mask, dark eyes cool. He could not say whether she approved. He was not out to offend the Aiel, so he set up with Lan between the Wise One's tents and the Jindo's. He used one of the practice swords Lan carried in his baggage, a bundle of loosely tied lathes in place of a blade. The weight and balance were right, though, and he could forget himself in the dance-like flow from form to form, the practice sword alive in his hands, a part of him. Usually it was that way. Today, the sun was a furnace in the sky, baking out moisture and strength. Avienda squatted off to one side, hugging her knees to her chest and staring at him. Finally, panting, he let his arms drop. "You lost concentration," Lan told him. "You must hold on to that even when your muscles turn to water. Lose it, and that is the day you die. And it will probably be a farm boy who has his hands on a sword for the first time who does it." His smile was sudden, odd on that stony face. "Yes. Well, I'm not a farm boy any longer, am I?" They had gained an audience, if at a distance. Aiel lined the edge of both the Shido and Jindo camps. Kayla's cream-wrapped bulk stood out among the Jindo, the Gleeman beside her in his cloak of coloured patches. Which one did he choose? He did not want them to see him watching them. "How do Aiel fight, Lan?" "Hard," the warder said dryly. "They never lose concentration. Look here." With his sword he drew on the hard, cracked clay a circle and arrows. "Aiel change tactics according to circumstances, but here is one they favour. They move in a column divided into quarters. When they meet an enemy, the first quarter rushes in to pin them.
The second and third sweep wide to either side, hitting the flanks and rear. The last quarter waits in reserve, often not even watching the battle except for their leader. When a weakness opens, a hole, anything, the reserve strikes there. Finish.
His sword stabbed into a circle already pierced with arrows.
How do you beat that? Rand asked. With difficulty. When you make first contact, you'll not spot Aiel before they strike unless you are lucky. Immediately send out horsemen to break up or at least delay their flanking attacks. If you keep most of your strength back and defeat the holding attack, then you can wheel on the others in turn and defeat them too.
Why do you want to learn how to fight Aiel? Aviendha burst out. Are you not he who comes with the dawn, meant to bind us together and return us all to old glories? Besides, if you want to know how to fight Aiel, ask Aiel, not a wetlander. His way will not work.
It has worked well enough with bordermen from time to time.
Ruark's soft boots made very little sound on the hard ground. He had a waterskin under his arm.
Allowances are always made when someone suffers a disappointment, Aviendha, but there is a limit to sulking. You gave up the spear for your obligation to the people and the blood. One day, no doubt, you will be making a clan chief do what you want instead of what he wants. But if instead you are a wise one to the smallest hold of the smallest sept of the Ta'adad, the obligation remains, and it cannot be met by tantrums.
A wise one. Rand felt a fool. Of course that was why she had gone to Ruidian. But he would never have thought Aviendha would choose to give up the spear. It certainly explained why she had been chosen to spy on him, though. Suddenly he found himself wondering if she could channel. It seemed Min had been the only woman in his life since that winter night who could not. Ruark tossed him the sloshing waterskin. The lukewarm water slid down his throat like chilled wine. He tried not to splash any over his face, not to waste it, but it was hard.
I thought you might like to learn the spear, Ruark said when Rand finally lowered the half-empty skin.
For the first time, Rand realized the clan chief was carrying only 2 spears and a pair of bucklers. Not practice spears, if there were any such, a foot of sharp steel tipped each. Steel or wood, his muscles cried out for rest. His legs wanted him to sit down, and his head wanted to lie down. Kayla and the gleeman were gone. But Aiel was still watching from both camps. They had seen him practicing with a despised sword, if a wooden one. They were his people. He did not know them, but they were his in more senses than one. Aviendha was still watching him too, glowering, as though blaming him for Ruark having set her down. Not that she had anything to do with his decision, of course. The Jindo and Shido were watching. That was it. That mountain can grow awfully heavy sometimes, he sighed, taking a spear and buckler from Ruark. When do you find a chance to put it down a while? When you die, Lan said simply. Forcing his legs to move, and trying to ignore Aviendha, Rand squared off with Ruark. He did not mean to die just yet. No, not for a long time yet. Leaning against a tall wheel in the shade of one of the peddler's wagons, Matt glanced at the line of Jindo watching Rand. All he could see now was their backs. The man was a pure fool leaping about in this heat. Any sensible man would find a bit of protection from the sun, something to drink. Shifting his seat in the shade, he peered into the mug of ale he had bought from one of the drivers and grimaced. Ale just did not taste right when it was as warm as soup. At least it was wet. The only other thing he had bought, aside from the hat, was a short-stemmed pipe with a silver-worked bowl, snuggled now in his coat pocket with his tobacco pouch. Trading was not on his mind. Unless it was for passage out of the waste, a commodity the peddlers' wagons did not seem to be offering at the moment. They were doing a steady business, if not for ale. The Aiel did not mind the temperature, but they seemed to think it too weak. Most were Jindo, but there was a steady stream of Shido from the other camp. Couladin and Kadir had their heads together for a long time, though they came to no agreement, since Couladin left empty-handed. Kadir must not have liked losing the trade. He stared after Culloden with those hawk's eyes, and a Jindo who wanted his attention had to speak 3 times before he was heard. The Aiel did not show much in the way of coin, but the peddlers and their people were quick to accept silver bowls or gold figurines, or fine wall hangings looted from Tyr, and Aiel pouches produced raw nuggets of gold and silver that made Matt sit up. But an Aiel who lost at dice might well reach for his spears. He wondered where the mines were. Where one man could find gold, another could. It was probably a lot of work, though, mining gold. Taking a long drink of warm ale, he settled back against the wagon wheel. What sold and what did not, and at what price, was interesting. The Aiel were no simple fools to hand over a gold salt cellar, say, for a bolt of cloth. They knew the value of things and bargained hard, though they had their own wants. Books went immediately. Not everyone wanted them, but those who did took every last one the wagons held. Laces and velvets vanished as soon as they were brought out, for astonishing quantities of silver and gold, and ribbons for not much less. But the finest silks just lay there. Silk was cheaper in trade to the east, he overheard a Shido tell Kadir. A heavy-set, broken-nosed driver tried to talk a Jindo maiden into a carved ivory bracelet. She pulled one wider, thicker, and more ornate from her pouch and offered to wrestle him for the pair. He hesitated before refusing, which showed Matt he was even dumber than he looked. Needles and pins were snapped up, but the pots and most of the knives earned sneers. Aiel smiths did better work. Everything changed hands, from vials of perfumes and bath salts to kegs of brandy. Wine and brandy fetched good prices. He was startled to hear Hen ask for 2 rivers to back. The peddlers had none. One driver kept trying to interest the Aiel in a heavy, gold-worked crossbow with no success. The crossbow caught Matt's eye, all those inlaid gold lions with what seemed to be rubies for eyes. Small, but still rubies. Of course, a good 2 Rivers longbow could shoot 6 arrows while a crossbowman was still cranking back the bowstring for his second shot. A longer range for a crossbow that size, though, by 100 paces. With 2 men doing nothing but keeping a crossbow with bolt in place in the hands of each crossbowman, and stout pikemen to hold the cavalry off. Wincing, Matt let his head fall back against the spokes. It had happened again. He had to get out of the waste, away from Moraine, away from any Aes Sedai. Maybe back home for a while. Maybe he could get there in time to help with this white cloak trouble. Small chance of that, unless I used a bloody ways or another bloody portal stone. That would not solve his problems anyway. For one thing, there were no answers in Emond's Field to what those snaky folk had meant about marrying the daughter of the 9 moons, or dying and living again, or Ruidian. Through his coat he rubbed the silver foxhead medallion hung around his neck again. The pupil of the fox's eye was a tiny circle split by a sinuous line, one side polished bright, the other shaded in some way. The ancient symbol of Aes Sedai before the breaking. The black-hafted spear, sword blade point marked with 2 ravens, he took from where it was leaning beside him and laid it across his knees. More Aes Sedai work. Ruidian had provided no answers, only more questions, and... Before Ruidian, his memory had been full of holes. Casting back in his mind then, he would be able to remember walking up to a door in the morning and leaving in the evening, but nothing between. Now, there was something in between, filling all those holes. Waking dreams, or something very like. It was as if he could remember dances and battles and streets and cities, none of which he had ever really seen. None of which he was sure had ever existed, like 100 pieces of memory from 100 different men. Better to think of them as dreams, maybe. A little better. Yet he was as sure in them as in any of his own remembrances. Battles numbered the most, and sometimes they crept up on him in a way as with the crossbow. He would find himself looking at a piece of ground and planning how to set an ambush there, or defend against one, or how to set an army for battle. It was madness. Without looking, he traced the flowing script carved into the black spear shaft. He could read it as easily as any book now, though it had taken him the whole trip back to Chayandaya to realize it. Rand had not said anything, but he suspected he had given himself away, there in Ruidian. He knew the old tongue now, sifted whole out of those dreams. Light, what did they do to me? Sasovraya niende misenye, he said aloud. I am lost in my own mind. A scholar for this day and age. Matt looked up to find the gleeman looking at him with dark, deep-set eyes. The fellow was taller than most, somewhere in his middle years, and likely attractive to women, but with an oddly apprehensive way of holding his head cocked as if trying to look at you sideways. Just something I heard once, Matt said. He had to be more careful. If Moraine decided to pack him off to the White Tower for study, they would never let him out of there again. You hear scraps of things and remember them. I know a few phrases. That should cover any slips he was stupid enough to make. I am Jason Natail, a gleeman. Natail did not flourish his cloak the way Tom would. He could have been saying he was a carpenter or a wheelwright. Do you mind if I join you? Matt nodded to the ground next to him, and the gleeman folded his legs, tucking his cloak under to sit on. He seemed fascinated by the Jindo and Shido milling around the wagons, most still carrying their spears and bucklers. Aiel, he murmured. Not what I would have expected. I can still hardly credit it. I've been with them for weeks now, Matt said, and I don't know that I believe them myself. Odd people. If any of the maidens ask you to play Maiden's Kiss, my advice is to refuse. Politely. Natail frowned at him questioningly. You lead an intriguing life, it seems. What do you mean? Matt asked cautiously. Surely you do not think it is a secret. Not many men travel in company with an Aes Sedai, the woman Moraine Damodred. And then there is Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, he who comes with the dawn, who can say how many prophecies he is supposed to fulfill. An unusual travelling companion, certainly. The Aiel had talked, of course. Anyone would. Still, it was a little unsettling to have a stranger calmly talk about Rand this way. He suits well enough for now. If he interests you, talk to him. Myself, I'd just as soon not be reminded. Perhaps I will. Later, perhaps. Let us talk of you. I understand you went into Ruidian, where none save Aiel have gone in 3,000 years. You got that there? He reached for the spear on Matt's knees, but let his hand fall when Matt drew it away slightly. Very well, tell me what you saw. Why? I am a gleeman, my trim. Natail had his head cocked to one side in that uneasy manner, but his voice held irritation at having to explain. He lifted a corner of his cloak with its colourful patches as though for proof. You have seen what none have, save a handful of Aiel. What stories can I make with the sights your eyes have seen? I will even make you the hero, if you wish. Matt snorted. I don't want to be any bloody hero. Yet there was no reason to keep silent. Amis and that lot could chatter about not speaking of Ruidian, but he was no Aiel. Besides, it might pay to have somebody with the peddlers who had a little goodwill toward him, somebody who could put in a word when it was needed. He told the story from reaching the wall of fog to coming out, leaving out selected bits. He had no intention of telling anyone else about that twisted doorway to Angreal, and he would rather forget the dust gathering into creatures that tried to kill him. That strange city of huge palaces was surely enough, and a Vendosora. The Tree of Life Natail passed over quickly, but he took Matt through the rest again and again, asking more and more detail, from exactly what it felt like walking through that fog and how long it took, to the colour of the shadowless light inside, to descriptions of every last thing Matt could remember seeing in the great square in the heart of the city. Those Matt gave reluctantly. A slip, and he would find himself talking about Angreal, and who knew where that might lead. Even so, he drained the last of the warm ale and still talked until his throat was dry. It sounded rather dull, the way he told it, as though he had just walked in and waited while Rand went off, then walked out again. But Natail seemed intent on digging out every last scrap. He did remind Matt of Tom then. Sometimes Tom concentrated on you as though he meant to wring you dry. "Is this what you are meant to be doing?" Matt jumped in spite of himself at the sound of Kayla's voice, hard under its mellifluous tones. The woman put him on edge, and now she looked ready to rip his heart out, and the Gleeman's as well. Natail scrambled to his feet. "This young man has just been telling me the most fascinating things about Ruidian. You will not believe it. We are not here for Ruidian." The words came out as sharp as her hatchet of a nose. At least she was only glaring at Natail now. "I tell you, you tell me nothing. Do not try to silence me." Ignoring Matt, they moved off down the wagons, arguing in low voices, gesticulating fiercely. Kayla seemed to have been browbeaten into a grim silence by the time they disappeared into her wagon. Matt shivered. He could not imagine sharing living quarters with that woman. It would be like sharing with a bear with a sore tooth. Isendra now, that face, those lips, that swaying walk. If he could get her away from Kadir, maybe she would find a young hero. The dust creatures could be 10 feet tall for her. He would give her every detail he could remember or invent. A handsome young hero more to her liking than a stuffy old peddler. It was worth thinking about. The sun slid below the horizon, and small fires of thorny branches made pools of yellow light among the tents. The smells of cooking filled the camp, goat roasting with dried peppers. Cold filled the camp too, the cold of night in the waste. It was as if the sun had taken all the heat with it. Matt had never expected he would wish for a stout cloak when he packed to leave the stone. Maybe the peddlers had one. Maybe Natail would dice for his. He ate at Ruark's fire with Herne and Rand, and Avienda, of course. The peddlers were there, and Natail close by Kayla, and Isendra, all but wrapped around Kadir. It might be harder separating Isendra from the hook-nosed man than he had hoped. Or easier. Twined around the fellow or not, she had smoky eyes for Rand and no one else. You would have thought she already had his ears clipped, a sheep marked for its owner's flock. Neither Rand nor Kadir seemed to notice. The peddler hardly took his eyes off Rand. Avienda noticed and glared at Rand. At least the fire gave off some warmth. When the roast goat was finished, and some sort of flecked yellow mush that was spicier than it looked, Ruark and Herne filled short-stemmed pipes, and the clan chief asked Natail for a song. The Gleeman blinked. "Why, of course, of course. Let me bring a harp." His cloak billowed on the dry, cold breeze as he vanished toward Kayla's wagon. The fellow certainly was different from Tom Merrilin. Tom hardly got out of bed without flute or harp or both. Matt thumbed his silver-worked pipe full of tobacco and was puffing contentedly by the time Natail returned and struck a pose suitable for a king. That was like Tom. With a strummed chord, the Gleeman began. "Soft the winds like springtime's fingers, soft the rains like heaven's tears, soft the years roll by in gladness, never hinting storms to come, never hinting whirlwinds ravage, rain of steel and battle thunder, woe to tear the heart asunder." It was Midian's Ford, an old song, of Manethrin, oddly enough, and war before the Trolloc Wars. Natail did a fair job of it, nothing like Tom's sonorous recitals, of course, but the rolling words drew a crowd of Aiel thick around the edge of the fire's light. Villainous Aedemon led the Safari down on unsuspecting Manethrin, pillaging and burning, driving all before them until King Buirin gathered Manethrin's strength and the men of Manethrin met the Safari at Midian's ford, holding, though heavily outnumbered, through 3 days of unrelenting battle while the river ran red and vultures blacked the sky. On the 3rd day, numbers dwindling, hope fading, Buirin and his men fought their way across the ford in a desperate sortie, driving deep into Aedamon's horde, seeking to turn the enemy back by killing Aedamon himself. But forces too great to overpower swept in around them, trapping them, driving them ever in on themselves. Surrounding their king and the red eagle banner, they fought on, refusing surrender even when their doom became clear. Natael sang how their courage touched even Aedamon's heart, and how at last he allowed the remnant to go free, turning his army back to Safair in honour of them. Back across the blood-red water, marching back with heads held high, no surrender, arm or sword, no surrender, heart or soul, honour be theirs ever after, honour all the age shall know. He plucked the final chord, and the Aiel whistled their approval, drumming spears on their hide bucklers, some raising ululating cries. It had not been that way, of course. Mat could remember. Light, I don't want to. But it came anyway. He remembered counselling Buirin not to accept the offer, being told in return that the smallest chance was better than none. Aedamon, glossy black beard hanging below the steel mesh that veiled his face, threw his spearmen back, waited until they were strung out and nearly to the ford before the hidden archers rose and the cavalry charged in. As for turning back to Safair, Mat did not think so. His last memory at the ford was trying to keep his feet waist-deep in the river with 3 arrows in him. But there was something later, a fragment. Seeing Aedamon, grey-bearded now, go down in a sharp fight in a forest, toppling from his rearing horse, the spear in his back put there by an unarmoured, beardless boy. This was worse than the holes had been. "You did not like the song?" Natael said. It took Mat a moment to realise the man was speaking to Rand, not him. Rand rubbed his hands together, peering into the small fire before answering, "I'm not certain how wise it is, depending on an enemy's generosity. What do you think, Kadir?" The peddler hesitated, glancing at the woman clinging to his arm. "I do not think of such things," he said at last. "I think of profits, not battles." Kayla laughed coarsely. At least until she saw Isendra's smile, condescending to a woman who could make 3 of her. Then her dark eyes glittered dangerously behind those rolls of fat. Suddenly, warning cries rose in the dark beyond the tents. Aiel snatched veils across their faces, and a moment later Trollocs poured in out of the night, snouted faces and horned heads towering over the humans, howling and swinging scythe-curved swords, stabbing with hooked spears and barbed tridents, hacking with spiked axes. Murdral flowed with them like deadly eyeless snakes. A heartbeat it took, but the Aiel fought as if they had had an hour's warning, meeting the charge with their own flickering spears. Mat was vaguely aware of Rand with that fiery sword suddenly in hand, but then he was sucked into the maelstrom himself, wielding his spear as spear and quarterstaff both, slash and thrust, half whirling. For once he was glad of those dream memories. The way of this weapon seemed familiar, and he needed every scrap of skill he could find. It was all chaotic madness. Trollocs rose up in front of him and went down to his spear, or an Aiel spear, or spun away into the confusion of shouts and howls and clanging steel. Murdral faced him, black blades meeting his raven-marked steel with flashes of blue light like sheet lightning, faced him and were gone in the tumult. Twice a short spear streaking by his head took Trollocs about to run him through the back.
He thrust the short sword blade into a Murdral's chest, and knew he was going to die when it did not fall, but grinned with those bloodless lips, eyeless stare shivering fear into his bones, and drew back its black sword. An instant later the half-man jerked as Aiel arrows pincushioned it, jerked for the moment Mat needed to leap back from the thing as it fell, still trying to stab at him, stab at anything. A dozen times the spear's iron-hard black haft barely deflected a Trolloc thrust. It was Aes Sedai work, and he was glad of it. The silver fox-head on his chest seemed to pulse with cold, as if to remind him that it, too, bore the mark of Aes Sedai. Right then he did not care. If it took Aes Sedai work to keep him alive, he was ready to follow Moraine like a puppy. He could not have said if it went on for minutes or hours, but suddenly there was not a Myrddraal or Trolloc still standing in sight, though cries and howls from the darkness spoke of pursuit. Dead and dying littered the ground, Aiel and Shadowspawn, the half-men still thrashing. Groans filled the air with pain. Suddenly, he realized his muscles felt like water, and his lungs were afire. Panting, he slid down to his knees, leaning on his spear. Flames made bonfires of 3 of the peddlers' canvas-topped wagons, one with a driver pinned to the side by a Trolloc spear, and some of the tents were burning. Shouts from the direction of the Shido camp, and glows too large for campfires, said they had been attacked too. Fiery sword still in hand, Rand came to where Mat knelt. "Are you all right?" Aviendha shadowed him. Somewhere she had found a spear and buckler, had tucked up a corner of her shawl to veil her face. Even in skirts she looked deadly. "Oh, I'm fine," Mat muttered, struggling to his feet. "Nothing like a little dance with Trollocs to ready you for sleep. Right, Aviendha?" Uncovering her face, she gave him a tight smile. The woman had probably enjoyed it. He was sweat all over. He thought it might freeze on him. Moraine and Egwene had appeared with 2 of the Wise Ones, Amis and Bear, circulating among the wounded. The convulsion of healing followed the Aes Sedai, though sometimes she merely shook her head and moved on. Ruark strode up with a grim face. "Bad news?" Rand said quietly. The clan chief grunted. "Aside from Trollocs, here where they should not be, not by 200 leagues or more. Perhaps some 50 Trollocs attacked the Wise Ones' camp, enough to overwhelm it had it not been for Moraine Sedai and Locke. However, it seems the Shido were hit by fewer than struck us, though since they are the larger camp, the reverse should have been true. I might almost think they were attacked only to keep them from coming to our aid. Not that that would be certain with Shido, but Trollocs and Night Runners might not know that." "And if they knew an Aes Sedai was with the Wise Ones," Rand said. "That attack could have been meant to keep her away too. I bring enemies with me, Ruark. Remember that. Wherever I am, my enemies are never far." Isendra poked her head out of the lead wagon. A moment later Kadir climbed down past her, and she ducked back inside, shutting the white-painted door behind him. He stood looking around at the carnage, the light of his burning wagons painting rippling shadows across his face. The group around Mat held his attention most. The wagons seemed to interest him not at all. Natael got down from Kayla's wagon too, speaking up the stairs to her, still inside, his eyes on Mat and the others. "Fools," Mat muttered half to himself, "hiding inside the wagons as if that would make any difference to a Trolloc. They could all have roasted alive, easy as not." "They are still alive," Rand said, and Mat realized he had seen them too. "That is always important, Mat, who stays alive. It's like dice. You can't win if you can't play, and you can't play if you are dead. Who can say what game the peddlers play?" He laughed quietly, and the fiery sword vanished from his hands. "I am going to get some sleep," Mat said, already turning away. "Wake me if the Trollocs show up again, or better, let them kill me in my blankets. I'm too tired to wake up again." Rand was definitely going over the edge. Maybe tonight would convince Kayla and Kadir to turn back. If they did, he intended to be with them. Rand let Moraine look at him, muttering to herself,
though he had taken no wound. With so many who had, she could not spare the strength to wash away his fatigue with the one power. "This was aimed at you," she told him, surrounded by the moans of the injured. The Trollocs were being dragged away into the night by pack-horses and the peddlers' mules. The Aiel apparently intended to leave the Murdral where they lay until they stopped moving, to make sure they were really dead. The wind gusted up, like ice with no moisture in it. "Was it?" he said. Her eyes glittered in the firelight before she turned back to the wounded. Egwene came to him too, but only to say in a low, fierce whisper, "Whatever you are doing to upset her, stop it." The glance she shot past him at Avienda left no doubt who she meant, and she went off to help Bear and Amis before he could say he had done nothing. She looked ridiculous with those 2 braids twined with ribbons. The Aiel seemed to think so too. Some of them grinned at her back. Stumbling, shivering, he sought his tent. He had never been this tired before. The sword had almost not come. He hoped that was the tiredness. Sometimes there was nothing there when he reached for the source, and sometimes the power would not do what he wanted, but almost from the first, the sword had come practically without thought. Now, of all times, it had to be the tiredness. Avienda insisted on following him as far as the tent, and when he woke the next morning she was sitting outside, cross-legged, though without the spear and buckler. Spy or not, he was glad to see her. At least he knew who and what she was, and what she felt for him. Chapter 38. Hidden Faces. The Garden of Silver Breezes was not a garden at all, but a huge wine shop, much too large to be called a shop, really, atop a hill centred on the Calpenna, the westernmost of Tanchico's 3 peninsulas below the Great Circle. A part of the name, at least, came from the breezes that wafted in where polished green-streaked marble columns and balustrades replaced one wall, except on the topmost floor. Golden oiled silk curtains could be lowered in case of rain. The hill fell away sharply on that side, and the tables along the balustrades gave a clear view across white domes and spires of the great harbour, crowded with more ships than ever. Tanchico needed everything desperately, and there was gold to be made, until the gold and time ran out. With its gilded lamps and ceilings inlaid with brass fretwork polished to a golden gleam, its serving women and men chosen for grace and beauty and discretion, the Garden of the Silver Breezes had been the most expensive wine shop in the city even before the Troubles. Now it was outrageous, but those who dealt in huge sums still came, those who dealt in power and influence, or thought they did. In some ways there was less to deal in than before, in others more. Low walls surrounded each table, making islands dotted across the green and golden floor tiles. Each wall, pierced with lacy carving so no eavesdropper could listen unseen, stood just high enough to hide who met whom from the casual glances of passers-by. Even so, patrons usually went masked, especially of late, and some had a bodyguard beside their table, also masked to avoid recognition if the patron was prudent. And tongueless, rumour said, for the most prudent. No guard was visibly armed. The proprietress of the Garden of Silver Breezes, a sleek woman of indeterminate age named Cylindrin, allowed no weapons past the street now. Her rule was not broken, at least openly. From her usual table against the balustrade, a Jayanin watched the ships in the harbour, especially those under sail. They made her want to be back on a deck giving orders. She had never expected duty to bring her to this. Unconsciously, she adjusted the velvet mask that hid the upper half of her face. She felt ridiculous wearing the thing, but it was necessary to blend in to some extent. The mask, blue to match her high-necked silk gown, the gown itself, and her dark hair, grown down to her shoulders now, were as far as she could make herself go. Passing for a Tarabonner was unnecessary. Tanchico bulged with refugees, a good many of them foreigners swept up in the Troubles, and it was beyond her in any case. These people were animals. They had no discipline, no order.
Regretfully, she turned from the harbour to her table companion, a narrow-faced fellow with a weasel's greedy smile. Florin Gelp's frayed collar did not belong in the garden of Silver Breezes, and he continually wiped his hands on his coat. She always met them here, the greasy little men she was forced to deal with. It was a reward for them, and a means of keeping them off balance. "What do you have for me, Master Gelp?" Wiping his hands again, he lifted a coarse jute bag onto the table and watched her anxiously. She held the bag down beside her before opening it. A silvery metal Adam lay inside, a collar and bracelet connected by a leash cunningly worked and joined. She closed the bag and set it on the floor. This made 3 that Gelp had recovered, more than anyone else. "Very good, Master Gelp." A small purse went across the table the other way. Gelb made it disappear under his coat as if it held the Empress's crown instead of a handful of silver. "And do you have anything else?"
"Those women? The ones you want me to look for?"
She had grown used to the quick speech of these people, but she wished he would not lick his lips that way. It did not make him harder to understand, but it was unsightly. She very nearly told him she was not interested any more, but this was a part of why she was in Tanchico after all, maybe the whole reason now. What of them? That she could even think of shirking her duty made her speak more harshly than she had intended, and Gelb flinched.
I think I have found another one."
"You are sure? There have been mistakes." Mistakes was a gentle way to put it. Near a dozen women who came only vaguely near the descriptions had been nuisances she could ignore once she had seen them. But that noble woman, a refugee from estates burned out by the war. Gelb had kidnapped the woman off the street, thinking to earn more for delivering her than for telling where she was. In his defence, the Lady Leolwyn closely matched one of the women Aegeanin sought, but she had told him they would not speak with any accent he recognized, certainly not a Tarrabona accent. Aegeanin had not wanted to kill the woman, yet even in Tanchico someone might have listened to her story. Leolwyn had gone bound and gagged onto one of the courier boats in the dead of night. She was young and pretty, and someone would find a better use for her than slitting her throat. But Aegeanin was not in Tanchico to find serving girls for the blood.
"No mistakes, Mistress Elidar," he said hastily, flashing that smile full of teeth. "Not this time. But I need a little gold, to be sure, to get close enough. 4 or 5 crowns?"
"I pay for results," Aegeanin told him firmly. "After your mistakes, you are lucky that I pay you at all."
Gelb licked his lips nervously. "You said, back in the beginning, you said you'd have a few coins for those as could do special sorts of work."
A muscle in his cheek twitched. His eyes darted as if someone might be listening at the lace-carved wall around 3 sides of the table, and his voice dropped to a hoarse whisper.
"Stirring up trouble, as it were. I heard a rumour from a fellow who's body servant to Lord Briss about the assembly and choosing the new panarch. I think maybe it's true. The man was drunk, and when he realised what he'd said, he nearly fouled himself. Even if it isn't, it would still rip Tanchico wide open."
"Do you really believe there is any need to buy trouble in this city?" Tanchico was a rotting bell fruit ready to fall in the first wind. The whole of this wretched land was. For a moment she was tempted to buy his rumour. She was supposed to be a trader in whatever goods or information came along, and she had even sold some. But dealing with Gelb sickened her, and her own doubts frightened her. "That will be all, Master Gelb. You know how to make contact with me if you find another of these." She touched the rough-woven sack. Instead of rising, he sat staring, trying to see through her mask.
"Where are you from, Mistress Elidar? The way you talk, all slurred out and soft-like, begging your pardon, no offence meant, I can't place you."
"That will be all, Gelb. Maybe it was the quarterdeck voice, or maybe the mask failed to hide her cold stare. But Gelb bounced to his feet, ducking bows and stammering apologies, while he fumbled open the door in the lacework wall. She sat there after he was gone, giving him time to leave the Garden of Silver Breezes. Someone would follow him outside to make certain he did not wait to shadow her. All this skulking and hiding disgusted her. She almost wished something would destroy her disguise and give her an honest face-to-face fight. A new ship was sweeping into the harbour below. A sea-folk raker with its towering masts and clouds of sail. She had examined a captured raker, but she would have given almost anything to take one out, though she expected a sea-folk crew would be necessary to wring the most from the vessel. The Atha Anmier was stubborn about taking the oaths. It would not be as good if she had to buy a crew. Buy an entire crew. The amount of gold that came in by the courier boats for her to fling about was going to her head. Taking up the jute bag, she started to rise, then sat back down hurriedly at the sight of a wide, thick-shouldered man leaving another table. Dark hair, long to his shoulders, and a beard that left his upper lip bare, framed Baal Domon's round face. He was not masked, of course. He ran a dozen coasting vessels in and out of Tanchico, and apparently did not care who knew his whereabouts. Masked. She was not thinking straight. He would not recognize her in a mask. Still, she waited until he was gone before leaving her table. The man might have to be dealt with yet, if he became a danger. Cylindrin took the gold she proffered with a sleek smile and murmured wishes for Aegeanin's continued patronage. Dark hair in dozens of narrow braids, the proprietress of the Garden of Silver Breezes wore clinging white silk, nearly thin enough for a serving girl, and one of those transparent veils that always made Aegeanin want to ask Tarabonners what dances they could perform. Shea dancers wore almost identical veils, and little more. Still, Aegeanin thought as she started toward the street, the woman had a sharp mind, else she could not manoeuvre through the shoals of Tanchico, catering to every faction while earning the enmity of none. A reminder of that was the tall, white-cloaked man, grey at the temples but hard-faced and hard-eyed, who passed Aegeanin and was greeted by Cylindrin. Jaichim Caradin's cloak bore a golden sunburst on the breast, with 3 golden knots below and a crimson shepherd's crook behind. An inquisitor of the Hand of the Light, a high officer in the Children of the Light. The very concept of the Children outraged Aegeanin, a military body answerable only to itself. But Caradin and his few hundred soldiers had power of a sort in Tanchico, where any kind of authority seemed to be lacking most of the time. The civil watch no longer patrolled the streets, and the army, as much as was still loyal to the king, was too busy holding the fortresses around the city. Aegeanin noted that Cylindrin did not even glance at the sword on Caradin's hip. He definitely had power. As soon as she stepped into the street, her bearers came running with her chair from the cluster waiting for their patrons, and her bodyguards closed in around her with their spears. They were a mismatched lot, some in steel caps, 3 wearing leather shirts sewn with steel scales, rough-faced men, possibly deserters from the army, but aware that continued full bellies and silver to spend depended on her continued safety. Even the bearers carried stout knives, and cudgels stuck out of their sashes. No one who looked as though they had money dared appear out of doors unguarded. In any case, had she cared to risk it, it would only draw attention to her. The guards forced a way through the crowds with no trouble. The throngs eddied and swirled in the narrow streets that wound through the city's hills, creating clear pockets around sedan chairs surrounded by bodyguards. There were very few carriages to be seen. Horses were becoming an extravagance. Worn was the only fit description for the milling masses. Worn and frenzied. Worn faces, worn clothes, and 2 bright, frenzied eyes, desperate, hoping when they knew there was no hope. Many had surrendered, crouching against walls, huddled in doorways, clutching wives, husbands, children, not simply worn,
but ragged and blank-faced. Sometimes they roused enough to cry out to some passer-by for a coin, a crust, anything. Aegeanin kept her eyes straight ahead, of necessity trusting the bodyguards to detect any danger. Meeting a beggar's eyes meant 20 of them jamming themselves hopefully around her chair. Tossing a coin meant 100 crowding in, clamouring and weeping. She was already using part of the money the courier boats brought to support a soup kitchen, just as if she were one of the blood. She shuddered to think what discovery of that overstepping of her place would mean. As well put on a brocaded robe and shave her head. All of this could be put aright once Tanchico fell, with everyone fed, everyone put in their proper place. And she could abandon dresses and things she had no experience or taste for, return to her ship. Tarabon, at least, and perhaps Arid Doman as well, were ready to crumble at a touch, like charred silk. Why was the High Lady Suroth holding back? Why? Jaichim Caradin lounged in his chair, cloak spread over the carved arms, studying the Tarabona noblemen who occupied the private room's other chairs. They sat stiffly in their gold-embroidered coats, mouths tight below masks fancifully worked to resemble hawks' faces and lions and leopards. He had more to worry him than they, but he managed a calm demeanour. It was 2 months since he had received word of a cousin found skinned alive in his own bedchamber. 3 since his youngest sister, Dealda, being carried off from her bridal feast by a murdral. The family steward wrote disbelievingly, frantic with all the tragedy befalling House Caradin. 2 months. He hoped Dealda had died quickly. It was said women did not cling to sanity long in murdral hands. 2 whole months. Anyone else but Jaichim Caradin would have been sweating blood. Each man held a golden goblet of wine, but there were no servants present. Cylindrin had served them before removing herself with an assurance that they would not be disturbed. There was, in fact, no one else on this, the highest floor of the Garden of Silver Breezes. 2 men who had come with the nobles, members of the king's lifeguard, unless Caradin missed his guess, stood at the foot of the stairs to guarantee continued privacy. Caradin sipped his wine. None of the Taraboners had touched theirs. "So," he said lightly, "King Andric wishes the Children of the Light to aid in restoring order in the city. We do not often let ourselves become involved in the internal affairs of nations. Not openly. Certainly I cannot remember such a request. I do not know what the Lord Captain Commander will say. Pedron Nile would say to do what was needed and make sure the Taraboners knew that they owed a debt to the children, make sure they paid it in full.
There is no time for you to request instructions from Amador, a man in a black-spotted leopard mask said urgently. None had offered names, but Caradin did not need them. What we ask is necessary, another snapped, his thick moustache below a hawk mask giving him the look of a peculiar owl. You must understand that we would not make this request unless it were necessary in the extreme. We must have unity, not more division, yes? There are many divisive elements, even within Tanchico. They must be suppressed if there is to be even the hope of imposing peace on the countryside. The death of the Panarch has made matters most difficult, the first fellow added.
Caradin raised an eyebrow questioningly. Have you discovered yet who killed her? His own supposition was that Andric himself had had the deed done, in the belief that the Panarch favoured one of the rebel claimants to the throne. The king may have been right, but he had discovered, after calling what he could of the Assembly of Lords, a good many were with one or another of the rebel groups out in the country, that they were remarkably stubborn about ratifying his choice. Even had the Lady Amathera not been currently sharing Andric's bed, election of king and Panarch was the only real power the Assembly had, and they did not seem to want to give it up. The difficulties over the Lady Amathera were not supposed to be known. Even the Assembly realized that that news might set off riots.
One of the dragon-sworn madmen, assuredly, the owl-looking man said, giving his moustache a fierce tug. "No true Tarabonner would harm the Panarch, yes?"
He almost sounded as if he believed it.
"Of course," Caradin said smoothly. He took another sip of wine. "If I am to secure the Panarch's palace for the ascension of the Lady Amathera, I must hear from the king himself. Otherwise it might appear the Children of the Light were reaching for power in Tarabon, when all we seek is, as you say, an end to division and peace under the light."
An older, square-jawed leopard, white streaking his dark yellow hair, spoke up in cold tones.
"I've heard that Pedron Nile seeks unity against the Dragon Sworn. Unity under himself, is it not?"
"The Lord Captain Commander seeks no dominion," Caradin replied just as icily. "The children serve the light, as do all men of goodwill."
"There can be no question," the first leopard put in, "of Tarabon being subject in any way to Amador. No question."
Angry agreement rumbled from nearly every chair.
"Of course not,"
Caradin said, as though the thought had never crossed his mind. "If you wish my aid, I will give it under the conditions I have stated. If you do not, there is always work for the children. Service to the light never ends, for the shadow waits everywhere."
"You will have sureties signed and sealed by the king,"
a greying, lion-masked man said, the first words he had spoken. He was, of course, Andric himself, though Caradin was not supposed to know. The king could not meet with an inquisitor of the Hand of the Light without causing talk any more than he could visit a wine shop, even the Garden of Silver Breezes. Caradin nodded. "When they are in my hand, I will secure the Panarch's palace, and the children will suppress any divisive elements who attempt to interfere with the investiture. Under the light, I swear it." Tension drained out of the Tarabonners visibly. They upended their goblets as if trying to replace it with wine, even Andric. So far as the people of Tarabon were concerned, the children would have the blame for the inevitable killings, not the king or the army of Tarabon. Once Amathera was invested with the crown and staff of the tree, a few more of the assembly might well join the rebels. But if the rest admitted they had not elected her, the news would set Tanchico afire. As for any tales that came from those who fled, why, rebels would spread any sort of treasonous lie. And the king and Panarch of Tarabon would both dangle on strings Caradin could hand to Pedron Nile to do with as he pleased. Not such a grand prize as it would have been when the king of Tarabon controlled more than a few hundred square miles around Tanchico, yet it might be grand again. With the aid of the children, a legion or two would be needed at least, not just the 500 men Caradin had. The Dragon Sworn might yet be crushed, the various rebels defeated, even the war with Aradoman successfully prosecuted. If either country still realized it was fighting the other. Aradoman was in worse condition than Tarabon, so Caradin heard. In truth, he hardly cared if Tarabon fell under the children's sway, or Tanchico, or any of it. There were motions to go through, things to do that he had always done, but it was difficult to think of anything except when his own throat would be cut. Perhaps he would long to have his throat cut. 2 whole months since the last report. He did not stay to drink with the Tarabonners, but made his goodbyes as shortly as he could. If they took offence, they needed him too much to show it. Cylindrin saw him come down, and a stable boy was trotting his horse up to the front door when he reached the street. Tossing the boy a copper, he spurred the black gelding to a quick canter. The ragged folk in the twisty streets got out of his way, which was to the good. He was not sure he would notice if he trampled one of them. Not that it would be any loss. The city was full of beggars. He could hardly breathe without the stench of old sour sweat and dirt. Tamrin ought to sweep them up and sweep them out. Let the rebels in the country contend with them. It was the country that held his mind but not the rebels. They could be dealt with easily enough after word began to spread that this one or that was a dark friend. And once he managed to turn a few of them over to the hand of the light, they would stand up before everyone and confess to worshipping the Dark One, eating children, anything and everything they were told. The rebels could not last long after that. The pretenders still in the field would wake to find themselves alone. But the dragon-sworn, the men and women who had actually declared for the dragon reborn, would not fall away for a charge of being dark friends. Most people already considered them so, swearing to follow a man who could channel. It was the man they had sworn to follow who was the problem, the man whose name they did not even know. Rand al'Thor. Where was he? 100 bands of dragons sworn out there. At least 2 large enough to be called armies, fighting the king's army, such of it as still held allegiance to Andric, fighting the rebels, who were busy fighting each other as often as Andric or the Dragonsworn, yet Caradin had no clue to which band sheltered Rand al'Thor. He could be on Almouth Plain or in Aradoman, where the situation was the same. If he was, Jaichim Caradin was a dead man in all likelihood. At the palace on the Varana he had commandeered for the children's headquarters, he tossed his reins to one of the white-cloaked guards and stalked inside without returning their salutes. The owner of this ornate mass of pale domes and lacy spires and shaded gardens had put forward a claim to the throne of the light, and no one complained at the occupation, least of all the owner. What was left of his head still adorned a spike above the traitor's steps on the Meseta. For once Caradin barely glanced at fine Tarabon carpets or furnishings worked with gold and ivory, or fountained courts where splashing water made a cool sound. Broad hallways with golden lamps and high ceilings covered in delicate goldwork scrolls interested him not at all. This palace could match the finest in Amadicia, if not the largest. Yet foremost in his mind right then was the strong brandy in the room he had taken for a study. He was halfway across a priceless carpet, all patterned blue and scarlet and gold, eyes fixed on the carved cabinet that held a silver flask of double-distilled brandy, when suddenly he realized he was not alone. A woman in a clinging pale red gown stood near the tall, narrow windows overlooking one of the tree-shaded gardens, her honey-coloured hair in braids that brushed her shoulders. A misty scrap of veil did nothing to hide her face. Young and pretty, with a rosebud mouth and large brown eyes. She was no servant, not dressed like that. "Who are you?" he demanded irritably. "How did you get in here? Leave at once, or I'll have you tossed into the street." "Threats, Bors? You should be more welcoming to a guest, yes?" That name jolted him to his heels. Before he thought, he had his sword out, lunging for her throat. Something seized him. The air turned to crawling jelly. Something forced him to his knees, encased him from the neck down. It tightened around his wrist until bones grated. His hand popped open and his sword fell. The power. She was using the one power on him. A Tarvalon witch. And if she knew that name— "Do you remember," she said, coming closer, "a meeting where Baalzamon himself appeared and showed us the faces of Matrim Corthon and Perine Bara and Rand al'Thor?" She practically spat the names, especially the last. Her eyes could have drilled holes in steel. "You see, I know who you are, yes? You pledged your soul to the great Lord of the Dark, Bors." Her sudden laugh was a tinkling of bells. Sweat popped out on his face. Not just a despised Tarvalon witch. Black Aja. She was Black Aja. He had thought it would be a Murdral that came for him. He had thought there was time yet. More time. Not yet. "I have tried to kill him,"
he babbled. "Randalthor, I have tried, but I cannot find him. I cannot. I was told my family would be killed if I failed, one by one. I was promised I would be last. I have cousins yet, nephews, nieces. I have another sister. You must give me more time." She stood there, watching him with those sharp brown eyes, smiling with that plump little mouth, listening to him spew out where Venora could be found, where her bedchamber lay, how she liked to ride alone in the forest beyond Chimera. Perhaps if he shouted, some of the guards would come. Perhaps they could kill her. He opened his mouth wider, and that thick, invisible jelly oozed in, forcing his jaws apart until they creaked in his ears. Nostrils flaring, he sucked air in frantically. He could still breathe, but he could not scream. All that came out were muffled groans, like a woman wailing behind walls. He wanted to scream. "You are very amusing," the honey-haired woman said finally. "Jai-Chim. That is a good name for a dog, I think. Would you like to be my dog, Jai-Chim? If you are a very good dog, I may allow you to watch Randalthor die one day, yes?" It took a moment for what she was saying to sink in. If he was to see Randalthor die, she was not going to kill him, skin him alive, do the things his mind had conjured that would make flaying a release. Tears rolled down his face. Sobs of relief shook him as much as he could shake, trapped as he was. That trap abruptly vanished, and he collapsed on hands and knees, still weeping. He could not stop. The woman knelt beside him and tangled a hand in his hair, pulled his head up. "Now you will listen to me, yes? The death of Randalthor is for the future, and you will see it only if you are a good dog. You are going to move your white cloaks to the Panox Palace. How do you know that?" She shook his head from side to side, not gently. "A good dog does not question his mistress. I throw the stick. You fetch the stick. I say kill. You kill. Yes?" "Yes." Her smile was just a flash of teeth. "There will be difficulty in taking the palace. The Panarch's Legion is there, 1,000 men, sleeping in the hallways, the exhibition rooms, the courtyards. You do not have so many of your white cloaks. He had to stop and swallow. "They will make no trouble. They will believe Amathera has been chosen by the Assembly. It is the Assembly that—" "Do not bore me, Jai-Jim. I do not care if you kill the entire Assembly, so long as you hold the Panarch's palace. When will you move?" It will take 3 or 4 days for Andric to deliver sureties." 3 or 4 days, she murmured half to herself. "Very well. A little longer delay should cause no harm." He was wondering what delay she meant when she cut away the little ground remaining under his feet. "You will keep control of the palace, and you will send the Panarch's fine soldiers away." "That is impossible," he gasped, and she jerked his head back so hard he did not know if his neck would break or his scalp tear loose first. He did not dare resist. 1,000 invisible needles pricked him, on his face, his chest, his back, arms, legs, everywhere. Invisible, but he was sure no less real for that. "Impossible, Jai-Chim," she said softly. "Impossible is a word I do not like to hear." The needles twisted deeper. He groaned, but he had to explain. What she wanted was impossible. He panted with haste. "Once Amathera is invested as Panarch, she will control the Legion. If I try to hold the palace, she will turn them on me, and Andric will help her. There is no way I can hold against the Panarch's Legion, and against whatever Andric can strip from the ring forts." She studied him so long, he began to sweat.
He did not dare to flinch, hardly even to blink. Those 1,000 biting little stabs did not allow it. "The Panarch will be dealt with," she said finally. The needles vanished, and she stood. Carradine stood too, trying to steady himself. Perhaps some bargain could be reached. The woman seemed willing to listen to reason now. His legs quivered with shock, but he made his voice as firm as he could. "Even if you can influence Amathera," she cut him off. "I told you not to question, Jaichim. A good dog obeys his mistress, yes? I promise you, if you do not, you will beg me to find a Murdral to play with you. Do you understand me?"
"I understand," he said leadenly.
She continued to stare, and after a moment he did understand.
"I will do as you say, mistress."
Her brief, approving smile made him flush. She moved toward the door, turning her back on him as if he really were a dog, and a toothless one.
What is your name?"
Her smile was sweet this time, and mocking. "Yes, a dog should know his mistress's name. I am called Liandrin. But that name must never touch a dog's lips. Should it, I will be most displeased with you." When the door closed behind her, he staggered to a high-backed chair inlaid with ivory and fell into it. The brandy he left where it was. The way his stomach was twisting, it would make him vomit. What interest could she possibly have in the Panarch's palace? A dangerous line of questioning, perhaps, but even if they served the same master, he could not feel anything but revulsion for a Tarvalon witch. She did not know as much as she thought. With the king's sureties in hand, he could keep Tamrin and the army away from his throat with the threat of revelation, and Amathera too. They could still rouse the mob, though, and the Lord Captain Commander might be more than disapproving of the entire affair. Might believe he was reaching for personal power. Carradine dropped his head in his hands, envisioning Niall signing his death warrant. His own men would arrest him and hang him. If he could arrange the death of the witch. But she had promised to protect him from the Murdral. Oh, he wanted to weep again. She was not even here, yet she had him trapped as tightly as ever, steel jaws clamped on both legs, and a noose snug around his neck. There had to be a way out. But every way he looked, there was only another trap. Liandrin ghosted through the halls, easily avoiding servants and white cloaks. When she stepped out of a small back door into a narrow alley behind the palace, the tall young guard there stared at her with a blend of relief and unease. Her little trick of opening someone to her suggestions, just a whip-crack trickle of the power, had not been needed with Carradine, but it had easily convinced this fool that she should be allowed in. Smiling, she motioned him to bend closer. The lanky lout grinned as if expecting a kiss. A grin that froze as her narrow blade went through his eye. She leaped nimbly back as he fell, a boneless sack of flesh. He would not speak of her even by accident now. Not so much as a spot of blood stained her hand. She wished she had Chesmal's skill at killing with the power, or even Rihanna's lesser talent. Strange that the ability to kill with the power, to stop a heart or boil blood in the veins, should be so closely linked to healing. She herself could not heal much more than scrapes or bruises, not that she had any interest in it. Her sedan chair, red-lacquered and inlaid with ivory and gold, was waiting at the end of the alley, and with it her bodyguards, a dozen big men with faces like starving wolves. Once in the streets, they cleared a path through the crowds with ease, spears clubbing any not quick enough to move aside. They were all dedicated to the great Lord of the Dark, of course, and if they did not know exactly who she was, they knew that other men had disappeared, men who failed to serve properly. The house she and the others had taken, 2 sprawling stories of flat-roofed stone and white plaster on a hillside at the base of the Varana, Tanchico's easternmost peninsula, belonged to a merchant who had also sworn his oaths to the great lord. Liandrin would have preferred a palace. One day, perhaps, she would have the king's palace on the Meseta. She had grown up staring enviously at the lord's palaces, but why should she settle for one of them? Yet, despite her preferences, it made sense to stay hidden a while yet. There was no way the fools in Tarvalon could suspect they were in Tarabon, but the tower was surely still hunting them, and Swan Sanche's pets could be sniffing anywhere. Gates gave onto a small courtyard, windowless except on the upper floor. Leaving the guards and bearers there, she hurried inside. The merchant had furnished a few servants, all sworn to the great lord, he assured them, but barely enough to provide for 11 women who rarely stirred outside. One, a sturdily handsome, dark-braided woman called Gildin, was sweeping the entry hall's red and white tiles when Liandrin entered.
"Where are the others?"
she demanded.
"In the front withdrawing room."
Gildin gestured to the double-arched doors to the right, as though Liandrin might not know where that was. Liandrin's mouth tightened. The woman did not curtsy. She used no titles of respect. True, she did not know who Liandrin really was, but Gildin certainly knew she was high enough to give orders and be obeyed, to send that fat merchant bowing and scraping and bundling his family off to some hovel.
"You are supposed to be cleaning, yes? Not standing about? Well, clean! There is dust everywhere. If I find a speck of the dust this evening, you cow you, I will have you beaten."
She clamped her teeth shut. She had copied the manner in which nobles and the wealthy spoke for so long that sometimes she forgot her father had sold fruit from a barrow. Yet in one moment of anger the speech of a commoner rolled off her tongue. Too much stress. Too much waiting. With a last, snapped, "Work!" she pushed into the withdrawing room and slammed the door behind her. The others were not all there, which irritated her even more. But enough. Round-faced Eldrith Jonda, seated at a lapis-inlaid table beneath a hanging on one white-plastered wall, was making careful notes from a tattered manuscript. Sometimes she absently cleaned the nib of her pen on the sleeve of her dark wool dress. Marilyn Gamolfin sat beside one of the narrow windows, blue eyes dreamily staring out at the tiny fountain tinkling in a little courtyard, idly scratching the ears of a scrawny yellow cat and apparently unaware of the hairs it shed all over her green silk dress. She and Eldrith were both Browns, but if Marilyn ever found out that Eldrith was the reason the stray cats she brought in continually disappeared, there would be trouble. They had been Browns. Sometimes it was difficult to remember they no longer were, or that she herself was no longer a Red. So much of what had marked them clearly as members of their old Ajas remained even now that they were openly pledged to the black. Take the 2 former Greens. Coppery-skinned, swan-necked Jiane Kaida wore the thinnest, most clinging silk dresses she could find, white today, and laughed that the gowns would have to do, since there was nothing available in Tarabon to catch a man's eye. Jiane was from Arad Doman. Domani women were infamous for their scandalous clothes. Asna Zeramen, with her dark tilted eyes and bold nose, looked almost demure in pale grey, plainly cut and high-necked, but Liandrin had heard her regret leaving her warders behind more than once. And as for Rihanna and Domeran, black hair with a stark white streak above her left ear framed a face with the cold, arrogant certainty only a white could assume. "It is done," Liandrin announced. "Jaichim Caradin will move his white cloaks to the Panarch's palace and hold it for us. He does not yet know we will have guests, of course." There were a few grimaces. Changing Ajas had certainly not altered anyone's feelings toward men who hated women who could channel. "There is an interesting thing. He believed I was there to kill him, for failing to kill Randall Thor."
"That makes no sense," Asna said, frowning. "We are to bind him, control him, not kill him."
She laughed suddenly, soft and low, and leaned back in her chair. If there is a way to control him, I would not mind binding him to me. He is a good-looking young man, from the little I saw. Leandrin sniffed. She had no liking for men at all. Rhianna shook her head worriedly.
It makes troubling sense. Our orders from the tower were clear, yet it is also clear that Carradine has others. I can only postulate dissension among the Forsaken.
The Forsaken, Jiane muttered, folding her arms tightly. Thin white silk moulded her breasts even more revealingly. What good are promises that we will rule the world when the Great Lord returns if we are crushed between warring Forsaken first? Does anyone believe we could stand against any of them? Balefire. Asna looked around, dark-tilted eyes challenging. Balefire would destroy even one of the Forsaken. And we have the means to produce it. One of the Te'angreal they had removed from the tower, a fluted black rod a pace long, had that use. None of them knew why they had been ordered to take it, not even Leandrin herself. Too many of the Te'angreal were like that, taken because they had been told to, with no reasons given. But some orders had to be obeyed. Leandrin wished they had been able to secure even one Angreal. Jiane gave a sharp sniff. If any of us could control it? Or have you forgotten that the one test we dared nearly killed me, and burned a hole through both sides of the ship before I could stop it? Fine good it would have done us to drown before reaching Tanchico.
What need have we of balefire? Leandrin said. If we can control the Dragon Reborn, let the Forsaken think how they will deal with us. Suddenly she became aware of another presence in the room. The woman, Gildin, wiping down a carved low-backed chair in one corner. What are you doing here, woman?
Cleaning.
The dark-braided woman straightened unconcernedly.
You told me to clean.
Leandrin almost struck out with the power. Almost. But Gildin certainly did not know they were Aes Sedai. How much had the woman heard? Nothing of importance.
You will go to the cook, she said in a cold fury, and tell him he is to strap you very hard, and you are to have nothing to eat until the dust is all gone.
Again. The woman had made her speak like a commoner again. Marillin stood, nuzzling the yellow cat's nose with hers, and handed the creature to Gildin. See that he gets a dish of cream when the cook is done with you. And some of that nice lamb. Cut it small for him. Doesn't have many teeth left, poor thing. Gildin looked at her, not blinking, and she added, Is there something you don't understand?
I understand.
Gildin's mouth was tight. Perhaps she did finally understand. She was a servant, not their equal. Leandrin waited a moment after she left, the cat cradled in her arms, then snatched open one of the doors. The entry hall was empty. Gildin was not eavesdropping. She did not trust the woman. But then she could not think of anyone she did trust. We must be concerned with what concerns us, she said tightly, closing the door. Eldrith, have you found a new clue in those pages? Eldrith? The plump woman gave a start, then stared around at them, blinking. It was the first time she had raised her head from the battered yellow manuscript. She seemed surprised to see Leandrin.
What? Clue? Oh, no, it is difficult enough getting into the King's library. If I extracted so much as a page, the librarians would know it immediately. But if I disposed of them, I would never find anything. That place is a maze. No, I found this in a bookseller's near the King's Palace. It is an interesting treatise on... Embracing Saidar, Leandrin sent the pages showering across the floor. Unless they are a treatise on the controlling of Randall Thor, let them be burned. What have you learned about what we seek? Eldrith blinked at the scattered papers. Well, it is in the Panarch's palace. You learnt that 2 days ago. And it must be a Te'angreal. To control someone who can channel must require the power, and since it is a specialized use, that means a Te'angreal. We will find it in the exhibition room, or perhaps among the Panarch's collection.
Something new, Eldrith! With an effort, Leandrin made her voice less shrill.
Have you found anything? That is new. Anything?
The round-faced woman blinked uncertainly.
Actually, no.
Does not matter, Marillin said. In a few days, once they've invested their precious panarch, we can begin searching, and if we must inspect every candlestick, we will find it. We're on the brink, Leandrin. We'll put Randall Thor on a leash and teach him to sit up and roll over.
Oh, yes,
Eldrith said, smiling happily.
On a leash.
Leandrin hoped it was so. She was tired of waiting, tired of hiding. Let the world know her. Let people bend knee, as had been promised when she first forswore old oaths for new. Aegeanin knew she was not alone as soon as she stepped into her small house by the kitchen door. But she dropped her mask and the jute bag carelessly on the table and walked over to where a bucket of water stood beside the brick fireplace. As she bent to take the copper ladle, her right hand darted into a low hollow where 2 bricks had been removed behind the bucket. She spun erect, a small crossbow in her hand. No more than a foot long, it had little power or range, but she always kept it drawn, and the dark stain tipping the sharp steel bolt would kill in a heartbeat. If the man leaning casually in the corner saw the crossbow, he gave no outward sign. He was pale-haired and blue-eyed in his middle years, and good-looking, if too slender for her taste. Clearly he had watched her cross the narrow yard through the iron-grilled window beside him.
"Do you think that I threaten you?"
he said after a moment. She recognized the familiar accents of home, but she did not lower the crossbow.
Who are you?
For answer, he dipped 2 fingers carefully into his belt pouch. Apparently he could see after all, and brought out something small and flat. She motioned him to lay it on the table and back up again. Only after he was back in the corner did she move close enough to pick up what he had set there. Never taking her eyes or the crossbow away from him, she lifted it up where she could see. A small ivory plaque bordered in gold, engraved with a raven and a tower. The raven's eyes were black sapphires. A raven, symbol of the imperial family. The tower of ravens, symbol of imperial justice.
Normally this would be enough, she told him, but we are far from Shanchan, in a land where the bizarre is almost commonplace. What other proof can you offer?
Smiling with silent amusement, he removed his coat, unlaced his shirt, and stripped it off. On either shoulder was the tattoo of raven and tower. Most seekers for truth bore the ravens as well as the tower, but not even someone who dared steal a seeker's plaque would have himself marked so. To wear the ravens was to be the property of the imperial family. There was an old story of a fool young lord and lady who had themselves tattooed while drunk, some 300 years gone. When the then Empress learned of it, she had them brought to the Court of the 9 Moons and set to scrubbing floors. This fellow might be one of their descendants. The mark of the raven was forever.
My apologies, Seeker, she said, setting the crossbow down. Why are you here?
She did not ask a name. Any he gave might or might not be his. He left her holding the plaque while he redressed himself in a leisurely manner. A subtle reminder. She was a captain, and he property, but he was also a seeker, and under the law he could have her put to the question on his own authority. By law, he had the right to send her out to buy the rope to bind her while he put her to the question right here, and he would expect her to return with it. Flight from a seeker was a crime. Refusal to cooperate with a seeker was a crime. She had never in her life considered any criminal act, no more than she had considered treason against the Crystal Throne. But if he asked the wrong questions, demanded the wrong answers. The crossbow was still close to her hand, and Cantorine was far away. Wild thoughts. Dangerous thoughts.
I served the High Lady Suroth and the Karina for the Empress, he said. I am checking on the progress of the agents the High Lady has placed in these lands.
Checking? What had to be checked, and by a seeker?
I have heard nothing of this from the courier boats.
His smile deepened and she flushed. Of course the crews would not speak of a seeker. Yet he answered while lacing up his shirt.
The courier boats are not to be risked with my trips. I've taken passage on the vessels of a local smuggler, a man called Bail Domon. His craft stop everywhere, in Terrebonne and Aridomen and between.
I have heard of him, she said calmly. All goes well?
Does now. I'm glad that you at least understood your instructions properly. Among the others, only the Seekers did. It is regrettable that there are not more Seekers with the Heleni.
Settling his coat on his shoulders, he plucked the Seeker's plaque from her hand.
There has been some embarrassment over the return of Suldam deserters. Such desertions must not become common knowledge. Much better that they simply vanish.
Only because she had little time to think was she able to keep her face smooth. Suldam had been left behind in the debacle at Farm, she had been told. Possibly some had deserted. Her instruction, delivered by the High Lady Suroth herself, had been to return any who could be found, whether they wanted to return or not, and if that was not possible, dispose of them. The last had seemed only a final alternative, until now.
I regret that these lands do not know calf, he said, taking a seat at the table. Even in Cantorine. Only the blood still have calf, or it was so when I left. Perhaps supply ships have arrived from Shonchan since. Tea must do. Fix me tea.
She very nearly knocked him out of his chair. The man was property. And a seeker. She brewed tea, and served it to him, standing beside his chair with the pot to keep his cup full. She was surprised he did not ask her to don a veil and dance on the table. She was permitted to sit at last, after fetching pen and ink and paper, but only to sketch maps of Tanchico and its defences, to draw every other city and town she knew the least thing about. She listed the various forces in the field, as much as she knew of their strength and loyalties, what she had deduced of their dispositions. When she was done, he stuffed it all in his pocket, told her to send the contents of the jute sack by the next courier boat, and left with one of those amused smiles, saying he might check on her progress again in a few weeks. She sat there for a long time after he was gone. Every map she had drawn, every list she had made, duplicated papers sent out by courier boats long since. Having her do it all again while he watched might have been a punishment for forcing him to show his tattoos. Death Watch guards flaunted their ravens. Seekers rarely did. It might have been that. At least he had not gone down to the basement before she arrived. Or had he? Had he just been waiting for her to speak? The stout iron lock hung seemingly undisturbed on the door in the hall just beyond the kitchen, but it was said Seekers knew how to open locks without keys. Taking the key from her belt pouch, she unfastened the lock and went down the narrow steps. One lamp on a shelf lit the dirt-floored basement. Just 4 brick walls, cleared of everything that might help an escape. A faint smell of the slop pail hung in the air. On the side opposite the lamp, a woman in a dirty dress sat despondently on a few rough woolen blankets. Her head lifted at the sound of Aegeanin's steps, dark eyes fearful and pleading. She had been the first Suldam Aegeanin had found. The first. The only. Aegeanin had all but stopped looking after she found Bethamin, and Bethamin had been in this basement since, while courier boats came and went.
Did anyone come down here? Aegeanin said.
No. I heard footsteps overhead, but... No. Bethamin stretched out her hands. Please, Aegeanin, this is all a mistake.
You have known me for 10 years. Take this thing off of me.
A silver collar encircled her neck, attached by a thick silver leash to a bracelet of the same metal that hung on a peg a few feet above her head. It had been almost an accident, putting it on her, simply a means of securing her for a few moments. And then she had managed to knock a Aegeanin down, trying a dashing for freedom.
"If you bring it to me, I will,"
Aegeanin said angrily. She was angry with many things, not with Bethamin.
"Bring the Edam over here, and I will remove it."
Bethamin shivered, let her hands fall.
"It is a mistake,"
she whispered.
"a horrible mistake."
But she made no move toward the bracelet. Her first attempted flight had left her writhing on the floor upstairs, racked by nausea, and had left Aegeanin stunned. Suldam controlled Damane, women who could channel by means of Edam. It was Damane who could channel, not Suldam. But an Edam could only control a woman who could channel. No other woman, and not a man, young men with that ability were executed, of course, only a woman who could channel. A woman who had that ability and was collared could not move more than a few steps without her bracelet on the wrist of a Suldam to complete the link. Aegeanin felt very tired climbing the stairs and locking the door again. She wanted some tea herself, but the little the seeker had left was cold, and she did not feel like brewing more. Instead, she sat down and pulled the Edam out of the jute bag. To her, it was only finely jointed silver. She could not use it, and it could not harm her unless somebody hit her with it. Even linking herself with an Edam that far, denying its ability to control her, was enough to send a shiver down her spine. Women who could channel were dangerous animals rather than people. It had been they who broke the world. They must be controlled, or they would turn everyone into their property. That was what she had been taught, what had been taught in Shaunchan for 1,000 years. Strange that that seemed not to have happened here. No, that was a dangerous, foolish line of thought. Tucking the Edam back into the bag, she cleaned the tea things to settle her mind. She liked tidiness, and there was a small satisfaction in making the kitchen so. Before she realized it, she was brewing a pot of tea for herself. She did not want to think about Bethamin, and that was dangerously foolish too. Settling herself back at the table, she stirred honey into a cup of tea as black as she could make it. Not calf, but it would do. Despite her denials, despite her pleas, Bethamin could channel. Could other Suldam? Was that why the High Lady Suroth wanted those left behind at Farm killed? It was unthinkable. It was impossible. The yearly testings all across Shaunchan found every girl who had the spark of channeling in her. Each was struck from the rolls of citizens, struck from family records, taken away to become collared Damane. The same testings found the girls who could learn to wear the bracelet of the Suldam. No woman escaped being tested each year until she was old enough that she would have begun channeling if the spark was there. How could even one girl be taken for Suldam when she was Damane? Yet there Bethamin was, in the basement, held by an Edam as by an anchor. One thing was certain. The possibilities here were potentially deadly. This involved the blood. And Seekers. Maybe even the Crystal Throne. Would the High Lady Suroth dare keep knowledge of this sort from the Empress? A mere ship captain could die screaming for a misplaced frown in that company, or find herself property for a whim. She had to know more if she hoped to avoid the death of 10,000 tears. To begin with, that meant spreading more money to Gelb and other Ferreties skulkers like him, finding more Suldam and seeing if Edam held them. Beyond that she was sailing uncharted reefs with no linesman in the bow. Touching the crossbow, still lying there with its lethal bolt, she realized that something else was certain. She was not going to let the Seekers kill her, not just to help the High Lady Suroth keep a secret.
Perhaps not for any reason. It was a thought shiveringly close to treason, but it would not go away. Chapter 39. A Cup of Wine. When Elaine came on deck with her things neatly bundled, the setting sun seemed to be just touching the water out beyond the mouth of Tanchico's harbour, and the final thick hawsers were being tied to snug wave-dancer to a ship-lined dock, only one of many along this westernmost peninsula of the city. Some of the crew were furling the last sails. Beyond the long wharves, the city rose on hills, shining white, domed and spired, with polished weather vanes glittering. Perhaps a mile north she could make out high round walls, the Great Circle, if she remembered correctly. Slinging her bundle on the same shoulder as her leather scrip, she went to join Nynaeve by the gangplank with Coeen and Joreen. It seemed almost odd to see the sisters fully dressed again, in bright brocaded silk blouses that matched their wide trousers. Earrings and even nose rings she had become used to, and the fine gold chain across each woman's dark cheek hardly made her wince at all now. Tom and Jewelin stood apart with their own bundles, looking a touch sullen. Nynaeve had been right. They had tried to second-guess, starting when the real purpose of this journey, or some of it, was revealed to them 2 days ago. Neither seemed to think 2 young women were competent to seek the Black Aja. A threat by Nynaeve to have them transferred to another sea-folk ship headed the other way had nipped that in the bud. At least it had once Torrum and a dozen crewmen gathered ready to shove them into a boat to be rowed across. Elaine gave them a searching look. Sullenness meant rebellion. They were going to have more trouble from these 2. "Where will you go now, Coeen?" Nynaeve was asking as Elaine reached them.
"To Dantora and the Isle of Jafar," the sailmistress replied, "and then on to Cantorine and the Isle of Somera, spreading news of the Coramor, if it pleases the light. But I must allow Torrum to trade here, or he will burst."
Her husband was down on the docks now, without his strange wire-framed lens, bare-chested and beringed, talking earnestly with men in baggy white trousers and coats embroidered with scrollwork on the shoulders. Each Tanchican wore a dark, cylindrical cap and a transparent veil across his face. The veils looked ridiculous, especially on the men with thick moustaches. "The light send you a safe voyage," Nynaeve said, shifting her bundles on her back. "If we discover any danger here that might threaten you before you sail, we will send word." Coeen and her sister looked remarkably calm. Knowledge of the Black Aja hardly fazed them. It was the Coramor, Rand, who was important. Joreen kissed her fingertips and pressed them to Elaine's lips.
"The light willing, we shall meet again."
"The light willing," Elaine responded, duplicating the Windfinder's gesture. It still felt odd, but it was an honour, too, used only between close family members or lovers. She was going to miss the sea-folk woman. She had learned a great deal, and taught a little as well. Joreen could certainly weave fire much better now. When they reached the foot of the gangplank, Nynaeve heaved a sigh of relief. An oily potion Joreen produced had settled her stomach after 2 days at sea, but all the same she had been tight-eyed and tight-mouthed until Tanchico came in sight. The 2 men bracketed them immediately, without any instructions, Jewelin taking the lead with his bundle on his back and his pale, thumb-thick staff held in both hands, dark eyes alert. Tom brought up the rear, somehow managing a dangerous look, despite his white hair and his limp and his gleeman's cloak. Nynaeve pursed her lips for a moment, but said nothing, which Elaine thought wise. Before they had gone 50 paces down the long stone dock, she had seen as many slitty-eyed, hungry-faced men studying them, and Tanchicans and others shifting crates and bales and sacks on the dock. She suspected any of them would have been willing to cut her throat in the hope that a silk dress meant money in her purse. They did not frighten her. She could handle any 2 or 3 of them, she was sure. But she and Nynaeve had their great serpent rings in their pouches, and it would be useless to pretend no connection with the White Tower if she channeled in front of 100 men. Best if Jewelin and Tom looked as fierce as they could.
She would not have minded having 10 more just like them. Suddenly there was a roar from the deck of one of the smaller ships.
"You! It do be you!"
A wide, round-faced man in a green silk coat leaped onto the dock, ignoring Llewellyn's raised staff to stare at her and Nynaeve. A beard with no moustache marked him as an Iliana, and so did his accent. He seemed vaguely familiar. "Master Domon," Nynaeve said after a moment, giving her braid a sharp tug. "Bail Domon?"
He nodded. "Aye, I did never think to see you again. I did wait as long as I could in farm, but the time did come when I must sail, or watch my ship burn."
Elaine knew him now. He had agreed to carry them out of farm, but chaos had seized that city before they could reach his vessel. That coat said he had done well since. "A pleasure to see you again," Nynaeve said coolly. "But if you will excuse us, we must find rooms in the city."
"That will be hard. Tanchico do burst its caulking. I do know a place where my word may bring something, though. I could no remain longer in farm, but I do feel I owe you some debt."
Domon paused, frowning with sudden unease.
"Your being here, will the same happen here as in farm, then?"
"No, Master Domon," Elaine said when Nynaeve hesitated. "Of course not, and we will be glad to accept your help." She half expected some protest out of Nynaeve, yet the older woman only nodded thoughtfully and made introductions among the men. Tom's cloak made Domon's eyebrows rise. For an instant she almost thought it looked as though he recognized the gleeman. But Llewellyn's Tyran garb brought a frown that was returned in kind. Neither man said anything, though. Perhaps they could keep the animosity between Tyr and Ilian out of Tanchico. If they could not, she would have to speak firmly with them. Domon talked of what had happened with him since farm as he accompanied them down the dock, and he had indeed done well.
"A dozen good coasting ships the Panarch's tacksmen do know about," he laughed, "and 4 deep water they do know."
He could hardly have acquired so many honestly in so short a time. It shocked her to hear him speak so openly on a dock full of men.
"Aye, I do smuggle and make such profits as I did never believe. 1/10 the amount of the excise in the customs men's pockets do turn their eyes and seal their mouths."
2 Tanchicans in those veils and round hats strolled past, hands clasped behind their backs. Each wore a heavy brass key dangling from a thick chain about his neck. It had the look of a mark of office. They nodded to Domon in a familiar way. Tom looked amused, but Llewellyn glared at Domon and the 2 Tanchicans equally. As a thief-catcher, he had a proper dislike of those who flouted the law.
"I do no believe it will last much longer, though,"
Domon said when the Tanchicans had passed.
"Things do be even worse in Domon than here, and it do be bad enough here. Perhaps the Lord Dragon does no break the world yet, but he did break Domon and Tarabon."
Elaine wanted to say something sharp to him, but they had reached the foot of the dock, and she watched in silence while he hired sedan chairs and bearers and a dozen men with stout staves and hard faces. Guards with swords and spears stood at the end of the dock, with the look of hired men, not soldiers. From across the wide street along the row of docks, hundreds of defeated, sunken faces stared at the guards. Sometimes eyes flickered toward the ships, but mainly they fixed on the men holding them back from those ships. Remembering what Coeen had said about people here mobbing her vessel, desperate to buy passage anywhere away from Tanchico, Elaine shivered. When these hungry eyes looked at the ships, need burned in them. Elaine sat rigidly in her chair as it jounced through the crowds behind prodding staves and tried not to look at anything. She did not want to see those faces. Where was their king? Why was he not taking care of them? A sign above the gate of the white-plastered inn Domon took them to, below the great circle, proclaimed the 3-Plum Court. The only court Elaine saw was the high-walled courtyard paved with flagstones in front of the inn, which was 3 square stories with no windows near the ground, and the upper windows grilled with fanciful ironwork. Inside, men and women crowded the common room, most in Tanchican clothes, and the buzz of voices nearly drowned out the tune of a hammered dulcimer. Nynaeve gasped at her first sight of the innkeeper, a pretty woman not much older than herself, with brown eyes and pale honey braids, her veil not hiding a plump rosebud of a mouth. Elaine gave a start too, but it was not Leandrin. The woman, her name was Rendra, obviously knew Domon well. With welcoming smiles for Elaine and Nynaeve, and making much over Tom being a gleeman, she gave them her last 2 rooms at what Elaine suspected might be less than the going rate. Elaine made sure she and Nynaeve got the one with the larger bed. She had shared a bed with Nynaeve before, and the woman was free with her elbows. Rendra also provided supper in a private room, laid out by 2 veiled young serving men. Elaine found herself staring at a plate of roast lamb with spiced apple jelly and some sort of long yellowish beans prepared with pine nuts. She could not touch it. All those hungry faces. Domon ate readily enough, him and his smuggling and his gold. Tom and Juilin showed no reticence either. "Rendra," Nynaeve said quietly, "does anyone here help the poor? I can lay my hands on a good bit of gold, if it would help."
"You could donate to Bale's kitchen,"
the innkeeper replied, giving Domon a smile.
"The man avoids all of the taxes, yet he taxes himself. For each crown he gives as the bribe, he gives 2 for the soup and the bread for the poor. He has even talked me into giving, and I pay my taxes."
"It do be less than the taxes," Domon muttered, hunching his shoulders defensively. "I do make a very healthy profit. Fortune prick me if I do know."
"It is good that you like to help people, Master Domon," Nynaeve said when Rendra and the servants had gone. Tom and Juilin both got up to see they really had gone. With a half-bow, Tom let Juilin open the door. The hall outside was empty. Nynaeve went right on. "We may need your help too." The Ileana's knife and fork paused in cutting a piece of lamb.
"How?"
he asked suspiciously. "I do not know exactly, Master Domon. You have ships, you must have men. We may need ears and eyes. Some of the Black Aja may very well be in Tanchico, and we must find them if they are." Nynaeve lifted a forkful of beans to her mouth as if she had said nothing out of the ordinary. She seemed to be telling everyone about the Black Aja of late. Domon gaped at her, then stared incredulously at Tom and Juilin as they settled back in their chairs. When they nodded, he pushed his plate aside and put his head down on his arms. He very nearly earned himself a thump from Nynaeve if the way her mouth tightened was any indication, and Elaine would not have blamed her. Why should he need them to confirm her word? Finally, Domon roused himself.
"It do be going to happen again. Farm all over. Maybe it do be time for me to pack up and go. If I do take the ships I have back to Ilian, I will be a wealthy man there too."
"I doubt you'll find Ilian congenial," Nynaeve told him in a firm voice. "I understand that Samael rules there now, if not openly. You might not enjoy your wealth under one of the Forsaken." Domon's eyes nearly came out of his head, but she went right on. "There are no safe places any longer. You can run like a rabbit, but you cannot hide. Is it not better to do what you can to fight back like a man?" Nynaeve was being too hard. She always had to bully people. Elaine smiled and leaned over to put a hand on Domon's arm. "We do not mean to browbeat you, Master Domon, but we truly may need your help. I know you for a brave man, else you would not have waited for us as long as you did at farm. We will be most grateful."
"You do this very well," Domon muttered. "One with an ox-driver's stick, the other with a queen's honey. Oh, very well. I will help as I can, but I will no promise to remain for another farm."
Tom and Juilin set in to question him closely about Tanchico as they ate. At least Juilin did in a roundabout manner, suggesting questions to Tom about what districts thieves and cut-purses and burglars frequented, what wine shops they used, and who bought their stolen goods. The thief-catcher maintained that such people often knew more of what was going on in a city than the authorities did. He did not seem to want to talk to the Ileana directly, and Domon snorted every time he answered one of the tyrant's questions put by Tom. He did not answer until they were put by Tom. Tom's own questions made no sense, at least not coming from a gleeman. He asked of nobles and factions, of who was allied to whom and who opposed, of who had what stated aims and what their actions brought about, and whether the results were different from what they supposedly wanted. Not the kind of questions she expected from him at all, even after all their conversations on Wave Dancer. He had been willing enough to talk with her. He even seemed to enjoy it. But somehow every time she thought she might dig out something about his past, that was just when he managed to put her back up and send her stalking away. Domon answered Tom with more alacrity than he did Juilin. In either case, though, he seemed to know Tanchico very well, both its lords and officials and its dark underbelly. As he talked, it often sounded as if there were little difference. Once the two men had wrung the smuggler dry, Nynaeve summoned Rendra to bring pen and ink and paper, and wrote out a list describing each of the Black Sisters. Holding the sheets gingerly in one big hand, Domon frowned at them uneasily, as though they were the women themselves. But he promised to have such of his men as were in port keep their eyes open. When Nynaeve reminded him that they all should take extreme care, he laughed the way he would had she told him not to run himself through with a sword. Juilin left on Domon's heels, twirling his pale staff and saying night was the best time to find thieves and people who lived off thieves. Nynaeve announced she was retiring to her room. Her room. To lie down a while. She looked a bit unsteady, and suddenly Elaine realized why. Nynaeve had become used to wave dancers heaving. Now she was having trouble with the ground not heaving. The woman's stomach was not a pleasant travelling companion. She herself followed Tom down to the common room, where he had promised Rendra he would perform. For a wonder, she found a bench at an empty table, and cool looks sufficed to ward off the men who suddenly seemed to want to sit there. Rendra brought her a silver cup of wine, and she sipped as she listened to Tom play his harp, singing love songs like The First Rose of Summer and The Wind That Shakes the Willow, and funny songs like Only One Boot and The Old Grey Goose. His listeners were appreciative, slapping the tables for applause. After a while, Elaine slapped hers too. She had not drunk more than half her wine, but a handsome young serving man smiled at her and filled it up. It was all strangely exciting. In her whole life she had not been in an inn's common room half a dozen times, and never to sip wine and be entertained like one of the common people. Flourishing his cloak to set the multi-hued patches fluttering, Tom told stories, Mara and the Three Foolish Kings, and several tales about Anla, the wise counsellor, and recited a long stretch of the Great Hunt of the Horn, reciting it so that horses seemed to prance and trumpets blare in the common room, and men and women fought and loved and died. On into the night he sang and recited, only pausing now and then to wet his throat with a sip of wine as the patrons eagerly clamoured for more. The woman who had been playing the dulcimer sat in a corner with her instrument on her knees and a sour expression on her face. People often tossed coins to Tom. He had enlisted a small boy to gather them up, and it was unlikely they had produced as much for her music. It all seemed to suit Tom, the harp, and especially the recital. Well, he was a gleeman, but it seemed more than that. Elaine could have sworn she had heard him recite the Great Hunt before, but in high chant, not plain. How could that be? He was just a simple old gleeman. Finally, in the deep hours of the night, Tom bowed with a last sweeping flourish of his cloak and headed for the stairs amid great slapping of tables. Elaine slapped hers as vigorously as anyone. Rising to follow, she slipped and sat back down hard, frowning at her silver wine cup. It was full. Surely she had drunk a little. She felt dizzy for some reason. Yes, that sweet young man with those melting brown eyes had refilled her cup. How many times? Not that it mattered. She never drank more than 1 cup of wine. Never. It was being off Wave Dancer and back on dry land. She was reacting like Nynaeve, that was all. Getting carefully to her feet, and refusing the sweet young man's most solicitous offer of help, she managed to climb the stairs despite the way they swayed. Not stopping at the second floor where her and Nynaeve's room was, she went up to the third and knocked on Tom's door. He opened it slowly, peering out suspiciously. He seemed to have a knife in his hand, and then it was gone. Strange. She seized one of his long white moustaches.
"I remember,"
she said. Her tongue did not seem to be working properly. The words sounded fuzzy.
"I was sitting on your knee, and I pulled your moustache."
She gave it a yank to demonstrate, and he winced.
"And my mother leaned over your shoulder and laughed at me."
"I think it best you go to your room," he said, trying to pry her hand free. "I think you need some sleep." She refused to let go. In fact, she seemed to have pushed him back into his room. By his moustache.
"My mother sat on your knee too. I saw it. I remember."
"Sleep is the thing, Elaine. You will feel better in the morning." He managed to get her hand loose and tried ushering her to the door, but she slipped around him. The bed had no posts. If she had a bedpost to hold on to, perhaps the room would stop tilting back and forth.
"I want to know why Mother sat on your knee."
He stepped back, and she realized she was reaching for his moustache again.
"You're a gleeman. My mother would not sit on a gleeman's knee."
"Go to bed, child."
"I am not a child."
She stamped her foot angrily and almost fell. The floor was lower than it looked.
"Not a child. You will tell me. Now."
Tom sighed and shook his head. At last he said stiffly, "I was not always a gleeman. I was a bard once, a court bard in Camelin as it happens, for Queen Morghese. You were a child. You were just remembering things wrong, that's all."
"You were her lover, weren't you?"
The flinch of his eyes was enough.
"You were. I always knew about Gareth Bryn. At least, I figured it out, but I always hoped she would marry him. Gareth Bryn, and you, and this Lord Gabriel Matt says she looks calf-eyes at now, and how many more? How many? What makes her any different from Berylane, tripping every man who catches her eye into her bed? She is no different."
Her vision shivered and her head rang. It took her a moment to realize he had slapped her. Slapped her? She drew herself up, wishing he would not sway.
"How dare you? I am daughter heir of Andor, and I will not be—"
"You are a little girl with a skinful of wine throwing a temper tantrum," he snapped. "And if I ever hear you say anything like that about Morghese again, drunk or sober, I'll put you over my knee however you channel. Morghese is a fine woman, as good as any there is."
"Is she?"
Her voice quavered and she realized she was crying.
"Then why did she? Why?"
Somehow she had her face buried against his coat, and he was smoothing her hair. "Because it is lonely being a queen," he said softly. "Because most men attracted to a queen see power, not a woman. I saw a woman, and she knew it. I suppose Bryn saw the same in her, and this Gabriel too. You have to understand, child, everyone wants someone in their life, someone who cares for them, someone they can care for. Even a queen."
"Why did you go away?"
she mumbled into his chest.
"You made me laugh. I remember that. You made her laugh too, and you rode me on your shoulder."
"A long story." He sighed painfully. "I will tell you another time, if you ask."
With luck, you'll forget this by morning. It's time for you to go to bed, Elaine.
He guided her to the door, and she took the opportunity to tug at his moustache again.
Like that,
she said with satisfaction.
I used to pull it just like that.
Yes, you did. Can you make it downstairs by yourself?
Of course I can.
She gave him her haughtiest stare, but he looked readier than ever to follow her into the hall. To prove there was no need, she walked, carefully, as far as the head of the stairs. He was still frowning at her worriedly from the doorway when she started down. Luckily, she did not stumble until she was out of his sight, but she did walk right by her door and had to come back. Something must have been wrong with that apple jelly. She knew she should not have eaten so much of it. Linny always said— She could not remember what it was Linny said, but something about eating too many sweets. There were 2 lamps burning in the room, one on the small round table by the bed, and the other on the white-plastered mantel above the brick fireplace. Nynaeve lay stretched out on the bed atop the coverlet, fully dressed. With her elbows stuck out, Elaine noted. She said the first thing that came into her head.
Rand must think I'm crazy. Tom is a bard, and Morghese isn't my mother after all.
Nynaeve gave her the oddest look.
I am a little dizzy for some reason. A nice boy with sweet brown eyes offered to help me upstairs.
I will wager he did, Nynaeve said, biting off each word. Rising, she came to put an arm around Elaine's shoulders. Come over here a moment. There's something I think you should see. It appeared to be a bucket of extra water by the washstand. Here, we'll both kneel down so you can look. Elaine did, but there was nothing in the bucket but her own reflection in the water. She wondered why she was grinning that way. Then Nynaeve's hand went to the back of her neck, and her head was in the water. Flailing her hands, she tried to straighten up, but Nynaeve's arm was like an iron bar. You were supposed to hold your breath underwater. Elaine knew you were. She just could not remember how. All she could do was flail and gurgle and choke. Nynaeve hauled her up, water streaming down her face, and she filled her lungs.
How dare you?
She gasped.
I am the daughter heir of...
She managed to get one wail before her head went back in with a splash. Seizing the bucket with both hands and pushing did no good. Drumming her feet on the floor did no good. She was going to drown. Nynaeve was going to drown her. After an age, she was back out in the air again. Sodden strands of hair hung all across her face.
I think,
she said in the steadiest voice she could find,
that I am going to sick up.
Nynaeve got the big white-glazed basin down from the washstand just in time and held Elaine's head while she brought up everything she had ever eaten in her life. A year later, well, hours anyway, it seemed that long, Nynaeve was washing her face and wiping her mouth, bathing her hands and wrists. There was nothing solicitous in her voice, though. How could you do this? Whatever possessed you? I might expect a fool man to drink until he can't stand, but you! And tonight!
I only had 1 cup,
Elaine muttered. Even with that young man refilling it, she could not have had more than 2. Surely not. A cup the size of a pitcher, Nynaeve sniffed, helping her to her feet. Hauling her, really. Can you stay awake? I am going to look for Egwene, and I still don't trust myself to get out of Teleran Riode without someone to wake me. Elaine blinked at her. They had looked for Egwene unsuccessfully every night since she had disappeared so abruptly out of that meeting in the heart of the stone.
Stay awake? Nynaeve, it is my turn to look, and better it's me. You know you cannot channel unless you're angry, and...
She realized the other woman was surrounded by the glow of Saidar, and had been for some time, she thought. Her own head felt stuffed full of wool. Thought had to burrow through. She could barely sense the true source.
Maybe you had better go. I will stay awake.
Nynaeve frowned at her, but finally nodded. Elaine tried to help undress her, but her fingers did not seem to work very well when it came to those little buttons. Grumping under her breath,
Nynaeve managed on her own. In only her shift, she threaded the twisted stone ring onto the leather cord she wore hanging around her neck, alongside a man's ring, heavy and golden. That was Lan's ring. Nynaeve always wore it between her breasts. Elaine pulled a low wooden stool over beside the bed, while Nynaeve stretched out again. She did feel rather sleepy, but she would not fall asleep sitting on that. The problem seemed to be not falling on the floor.
"I will charge an hour and wake you."
Nynaeve nodded, then closed her eyes, both hands clutched around the two rings. After a time, her breathing deepened. The heart of the stone was quite empty. Peering into the dimness among the great columns, Nynaeve had circled Callandor, sparkling out of the floorstones, completely before she realized she was still in her shift, the leather cord dangling about her neck with the two rings. She frowned, and after a moment she was wearing a Two Rivers dress of good brown wool and stout shoes. Elaine and Egwene both seemed to find this sort of thing easy, but it was not easy for her. There had been embarrassing moments in earlier visits to Tel'aran'rhiod, mostly after stray thoughts of Lan, but changing her garb deliberately took concentration. Just that, remembering, and her dress was silk, and as transparent as Rendra's veil. Berelain would have blushed. So did Nynaeve, thinking of Lan seeing her in it. It took an effort to bring the brown wool back. Worse, her anger had faded. That fool girl, did she not realize what happened when you drank too much wine? Had she never been alone in a common room before? Well, possibly she had not, and the true source might as well not exist so far as she was concerned. Perhaps it would not matter. Uneasy, she stared into the forest of huge redstone columns, turning in one spot. What had made Egwene leave here abruptly? The stone was silent, with a hollow emptiness. She could hear the blood rushing in her own ears. Yet the skin between her shoulder blades prickled as if someone were watching her. "Egwene?" Her shout echoed in the silence among the columns. "Egwene!" Nothing. Rubbing her hands on her skirt, she found she was holding a gnarled stick with a thick knob on the end. A fat lot of good that would do. But she tightened her grip on it. A sword might be more use. For an instant the stick flickered. Half a sword, but she did not know how to use a sword. She laughed to herself ruefully. A cudgel was as good as a sword here. Both practically useless. Channeling was the only real defense. That and running, which left her only one choice at the moment. She wanted to run now with that feel of eyes on her, but she would not give up so quickly. Only what was she to do? Egwene was not here. She was somewhere in the waste. Ruidian, Elaine said. Wherever that was. Between one step and the next, she was suddenly on a mountainside, with a harsh sun rising over more jagged mountains beyond the valley below, baking the dry air. The waste. She was in the waste. For a moment the sun startled her, but the waste was far enough east for sunrise there to still be night in Tanchico. In Tel'aran'rhiod it made no difference anyway. Sunlight or darkness there seemed to bear no relation to what was in the real world as far as she could determine. Long, pale shadows still covered almost half the valley, but strangely a mass of fog billowed down there, not seeming to grow less for the sun beating on it. Great towers rose out of the fog, some appearing unfinished. A city? In the waste? Squinting, she could make out a person down in the valley, too. A man, though all she could see at this distance was someone who seemed to be wearing breeches and a bright blue coat. Certainly not an Aiel. He was walking along the edge of the fog, every now and again stopping to poke at it. She could not be sure, but she thought his hand stopped short each time. Maybe it was not fog at all.
"You must get away from here," a woman's voice said urgently. "If that one sees you, you are dead. Or worse."
Nynaeve jumped, spinning with her club raised, nearly losing her footing on the slope. The woman standing a little above her wore a short white coat and voluminous pale yellow trousers gathered above short boots. Her cloak billowed on an arid gust of wind. It was her long golden hair, intricately braided, and the silver bow in her hands that made a name pop incredulously into Nynaeve's mouth. Birgitte? Birgitte, hero of 100 tales, and her silver bow with which she never missed. Birgitte, one of the dead heroes the Horn of Valir would call back from the grave to fight in the last battle. It's impossible. Ha! Who are you? There is no time, woman. You must go before he sees. In one smooth motion she pulled a silver arrow from the quiver at her waist, knocked it, and drew fletching to ear. The silver arrowhead pointed straight at Nynaeve's heart. Go! Nynaeve fled. She was not sure how, but she was standing on the green in Emond's Field, looking at the Winespring Inn with its chimneys and red-tile roof. Thatched roofs surrounded the green, where the wine-spring gushed out of a stone outcrop. The sun stood high here, though the two rivers lay far west of the waste. Yet, despite a cloudless sky, a deep shadow lay across the village. She had only a moment to wonder how they were doing without her. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a flash of silver, and a woman ducking behind the corner of Aelis Candwin's neat house beyond the Winespring water. Birgitte! Nynaeve did not hesitate. She ran for one of the footbridges across the narrow rushing stream. Her shoes pounded on the wooden planks. "Come back here!" she shouted. "You come back here and answer me! Who was that? You come back here, or I'll hero you! I'll thump you so you think you've had an adventure!" Rounding the corner of Aelis's house, she really only half expected to see Birgitte. What she did not expect at all was a man in a dark coat trotting toward her less than 100 paces down the hard-packed dirt street. Her breath caught. Lan! No, but he had the same shape to his face, the same eyes. Halting, he raised his bow and shot. At her. Screaming, she threw herself aside, trying to claw her way awake. Elaine jumped to her feet, toppling the stool over backward as Nynaeve screamed and sat up on the bed, eyes wide. "What happened, Nynaeve? What happened?" Nynaeve shuddered. "He looked like Lan! He looked like Lan! And he tried to kill me!" She put a trembling hand to her left arm, where a shallow slash oozed blood a few inches below her shoulder. "If I hadn't jumped, it would have gone through my heart!" Seating herself on the edge of the bed, Elaine examined the cut. "It is not bad. I'll wash and bandage it for you." She wished she knew how to heal. Trying without knowing might well make it worse. But it really was little more than a long nick. Not to mention that her head still seemed full of jelly. Quivering jelly. "It was not Lan. Calm yourself. Whoever it was not Lan." "I know that," Nynaeve said acidly. She recounted what had happened in much the same angry voice. The man who had shot at her in Emond's Field and the man in the waste. She was not sure they were one and the same. Birgitte herself was incredible enough. "Are you certain?" Elaine asked. "Birgitte?" Nynaeve sighed. "The only thing I am certain of is that I did not find Egwene, and that I am not going back there tonight." She pounded her fist on her thigh. "Where is she? What happened to her? If she met that fellow with the bow—" "Oh, light!" Elaine had to think a minute. She wanted to sleep so badly, and her thoughts kept shimmering. "She said she might not be there when we are supposed to meet again. Maybe that is why she left so hurriedly. Why ever she can't— I mean—" It did not seem to make a great deal of sense, but she could not get it out properly. "I hope so," Nynaeve said wearily. Looking at Elaine, she added, "We had better get you to bed. You look ready to fall over." Elaine was grateful to be helped out of her clothes. She did remember to bandage Nynaeve's arm, but the bed looked so inviting she could hardly think of anything else. In the morning, perhaps the room would have stopped its slow spin around the bed. Sleep came as soon as her head touched the pillow. In the morning, she wished she were dead. With sunlight barely in the sky,
The common room was empty except for Elaine. Head in her hands, she stared at a cup Nynaeve had set on the table before going off to find the innkeeper. Every time she breathed, she could smell it. Her nose tried to clench. Her head felt... It was not possible to describe how her head felt. Had someone offered to cut it off, she might have thanked him. "Are you all right?" She jerked at the sound of Tom's voice and barely stifled a whimper.
"I am quite all right, thank you."
Talking made her head throb. He fiddled with one of his moustaches uncertainly.
"Your stories were wonderful last night, Tom. What I remember of them."
Somehow she managed a small, self-deprecating laugh.
"I am afraid I don't remember very much of anything except sitting there listening. I seem to have eaten some bad apple jelly."
She was not about to admit to drinking all that wine. She still had no idea how much, or to making a fool of herself in his room. Above all, not that. He seemed to believe her, from the relieved way he took a chair. Nynaeve appeared, handing her a damp cloth as she sat down. She also pushed the cup with its horrible brew closer. Elaine pressed the cloth to her forehead gratefully. "Have either of you seen Master Sandar this morning?" the older woman asked.
"He did not sleep in our room," Tom replied, "which I should be grateful for, considering the size of the bed."
As though the words had summoned him, Juilin came in through the front door, his face weary and his snug-fitting coat rumpled. There was a bruise beneath his left eye, and the short black hair that normally lay flat on his head looked rough-combed with his fingers. But he smiled as he joined them.
"The thieves in this city are as numerous as minnows in reeds, and they will talk if you buy a cup of something. I have talked with 2 men who claim to have seen a woman with a white streak in her hair above the left ear. I think I believe one of them."
"So they are here,"
Elaine said, but Nynaeve shook her head. "Perhaps. More than one woman can have a white streak in her hair."
"He could not say how old she was," Juilin said, hiding a yawn behind his hand. "No age at all, he claimed. He joked that maybe she was Aes Sedai."
"You go too fast," Nynaeve told him in a tight voice. "You do us no good if you bring them down on us." Juilin flushed darkly.
"I am careful. I have no wish for Leandrin to put her hands on me again. I do not ask questions. I talk. Sometimes of women I used to know. 2 men bit on that white streak, and neither ever knew it was more than a scrap of idle talk over cheap ale. Tonight maybe another will swim into my net, only this time maybe it will be a fragile woman from Cairhien with very big blue eyes."
That would be Tamela Kinderida.
"Bit by bit I will narrow where they have been seen until I know where they are. I will find them for you. Or I will."
Tom sounded as if he thought that much more likely.
"Rather than thieves, would they not be meddling with nobles and politics? Some lord in this city will begin doing what he usually does not, and he will draw me to them."
The 2 men eyed one another. In another moment Elaine expected one of them to offer to wrestle. Men. First Juilin and Domon, now Juilin and Tom. Very likely Tom and Domon would get in a fistfight to complete it. Men. That was the only comment she could think of.
"Perhaps Elaine and I will succeed without either of you,"
Nynaeve said dryly. "We will begin looking ourselves today." Her eyes barely shifted toward Elaine. "At least I will. Elaine may need a little more rest to recover from the voyage." Setting the cloth down carefully, Elaine used both hands to pick up the cup in front of her. The thick grey-green liquid tasted worse than it smelled. Shuddering, she made herself keep swallowing. When it hit her stomach, for an instant she felt like a cloak flapping in a high wind.
"2 pairs of eyes can see better than one,"
she told Nynaeve, setting the empty cup back down with a clink.
100 pairs can see even better," Juilin said hastily. "And if that Ileana eel truly sends his people out, we will have at least that many, what with the thieves and cut-purses. We will find these women for you if they can be found," Tom said. "There is no need for you to stir from the inn. The city has a dangerous feel even if Leandrin is not here. Besides which," Juilin added, "if they are here, they know the 2 of you. They know your faces. Much better if you stay here at the inn."
out of sight.
Elaine stared at them in amazement. A moment gone, they had been trying to stare each other down, and now they were shoulder to shoulder. Nynaeve had been right about them causing trouble. Well, the daughter-heir of Andor was not about to hide behind Master Juilin Sandar and Master Tom Merrilin. She opened her mouth to tell them so, but Nynaeve spoke first. "You are right," she said calmly. Elaine stared at her incredulously. Tom and Juilin looked surprised, and at the same time disgustingly satisfied. "They do know us," Nynaeve went on. "I took care of that this morning, I think. Ah, here is Mistress Rendra with our breakfast." Tom and Juilin exchanged disconcerted frowns, but they could say nothing with the innkeeper smiling at them all through her veil. "About what I asked you," Nynaeve said to her as the woman placed a bowl of honeyed porridge in front of her.
"Ah, yes, it will be no problem to find the clothes to fit both of you. And the hair, you have such lovely hair, so long. It will be the work of no time to put it up."
She fingered her own deep golden braids. Tom's and Juilin's faces made Elaine smile. They might have been ready for arguments. They had no defence against being ignored. Her head was actually feeling a little better. Nynaeve's vile mixture seemed to be working. As Nynaeve and Rendra discussed costs and cut and fabric, Rendra wanted to duplicate her clinging dress, pale green today. Nynaeve was opposed, but seemed to be wavering. Elaine took a spoon of porridge to wash the taste from her mouth. It reminded her that she was hungry. There was one problem none of them had mentioned yet, one that Tom and Juilin did not know. If the Black Ajah was in Tanchico, then so was whatever it was that endangered Rand. Something able to bind him with his own power. Finding Liandrin and the others was not enough. They had to find that too. Suddenly, her newfound appetite was completely gone. Chapter 40. Hunter of Trollocs. Remnants of the early morning rain still dripped from the leaves of the apple trees, and a purple finch hopped along a limb where fruit was forming that would not be harvested this year. The sun was well up, but hidden behind thick grey clouds. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Perrin unconsciously tested his bowstring. The tightly wrapped waxed cords had a tendency to go slack in wet weather. The storm Verin had called up to hide them from pursuit the night of the rescue had surprised even her with its ferocity, and beating rains had come 3 more times in the 6 days since. He believed it was 6 days. He had not really thought since that night, only drifted as events took him, reacting to what presented itself. The flat of his axe blade dug into his side, but he hardly noticed. Low, grassy mounds marked generations of Abaras buried here. The oldest among the carved wooden headpieces, cracked and barely legible, bore dates nearly 300 years old, over graves indistinguishable from undisturbed ground. It was the mounds smoothed by rains but barely covered by grass that stabbed him. Generations of Abaras buried here, but surely never 14 at one time. Aunt Niain, over by Uncle Carleen's older grave, with their 2 children beside her. Great-Aunt Ailsin in the row with Uncle Eward and Aunt Magda and their 3 children. The long row with his mother and his father. Adora and Dessel and little Pate. A long row of mounds with bare wet earth still showing through the grass. He counted the arrows remaining in his quiver by touch. 17. Too many had been damaged, worth recovering only for the steel arrowheads. No time to make his own. He would have to see the Fletcher in Emmons Field soon. Boel Doutry made good arrows, even better than Tam. A faint rustle behind his back made him sniff the air. "What is it, Daniel?" he said without looking around. There was a catch of breath, a moment of startled surprise before Daniel Lewin said, "The lady is here, Perrin." None of them had gotten used to him knowing who was who before he saw them, or in the dark, but he no longer really cared what they found strange. He frowned over his shoulder. Daniel looked leaner than he had.
Farmers could only feed so many at once, and food had been feast or famine as the hunting went. Mostly famine.
The lady? The Lady Fail, and Lord Luke, too. They came from Emmons Field.
Perrin rose smoothly, taking long strides that made Daniel hurry to keep up. He managed not to look at the house, the charred timbers and sooty chimneys that had been the house where he grew up. He did scan the trees for his lookouts, those nearest the farm. Close to the waterwood as it was, the land held plenty of tall oak and hemlock and good-sized ash and bay. Thick foliage hid the lads well. Drab farm clothes made for good hiding, so even he had difficulty picking them out. He would have to talk with those further out. They were supposed to see that no one came close without a warning, even Fail and this Luke. The camp, in a large thicket where he had once pretended to be in a far wilderness, was a rough place among the undergrowth, with blankets strung between trees to make shelters and more scattered on the ground between the small cook fires. The branches dripped here, too. Most of the nearly 50 men in the camp, all young, were unshaven, either in imitation of Perrin or because it was unpleasant shaving in cold water. They were good hunters. He had sent home any who were not, but unaccustomed to more than a night or two outdoors at a time, and not used to what he had them doing either. Right then they were standing around gaping at Fail and Luke, and only 4 or 5 had longbow in hand. The rest of the bows lay with the bedding, and the quivers too, more often than not. Luke stood idly flipping the reins of a tall black stallion, the very pose of indolent red-coated arrogance, cold blue eyes ignoring the men around him. The man's smell stood out among the others, cold and separate too, almost as if he had nothing in common with the men around him. Not even humanity. Fail came hurrying to meet Perrin with a smile, her narrow divided skirts making a soft whisk-whisk as grey silk brushed silk. She smelled faintly of sweet herbal soap, and of herself. "Master Luhan said we might find you here." He meant to demand what she was doing there, but found himself putting his arms around her and saying into her hair, "It's good to see you. I have missed you." She pushed back enough to look up at him. "You look tired." He ignored that. He had no time to be tired. "You got everyone safely to Emmons Field?" "They are at the Wine-Spring Inn." She grinned suddenly. "Master Alvear found an old halberd and says if the White Cloaks want them, they will have to go through him. Everyone's in the village now, Perrin. Verin and Alana, the warders, pretending to be someone else, of course. And Loyal. He certainly created a sensation. Even more than Bane and Chiad." The grin faded into a frown. "He asked me to deliver a message to you. Alana vanished twice without a word, once alone. Loyal said Ivan seemed surprised to find her gone. He said I wasn't to let anyone else know." She studied his face. "What does it mean, Perrin?"
Nothing, maybe. Just that I can't be sure I can trust her. Verin warned me against her, but can I trust Verin? You say Bane and Chiad are in Emmons Field. I suppose that means he knows about them." He jerked his head toward Luke. A few of the men had approached him, asking diffident questions, and he was answering with a condescending smile. "They came with us," she said slowly. "They are scouting around your camp now. I do not think they have a very high opinion of your sentries. Perrin, why don't you want Luke to know about the Aiel?" "I've talked to a number of people who were burned out." Luke was too far to overhear, but he held his voice low. "Counting Flan Lewin's place, Luke was at 5 on the day they were attacked, or the day before."
"Perrin, the man's an arrogant fool in some ways. I hear he's hinted at a claim to one of the borderland thrones for all he told us he's from Murandy. But you cannot really believe he is a dark friend. He gave some very good advice in Emmons Field. When I said everyone was there, I meant everyone." She shook her dark head wonderingly. "Hundreds and hundreds of people have come in from north and south, from every direction, with their cattle and their sheep, all talking of Perrin Goldeneyes' warnings. Your little village is preparing to defend itself if need be, and Luke has been everywhere the last days."
"Perrin who?" he gasped, wincing. Trying to change the subject, he said, "From the south. But this is as far south as I've gone."
I haven't talked to a farmer more than a mile below the wine-spring water.
Fail tugged at his beard with a laugh.
News spreads, my fine general. I think half of them expect you to form them into an army and chase the Trollocs all the way back to the Great Blight. There will be stories about you in the Two Rivers for the next 1,000 years, Perrin Goldeneyes, hunter of Trollocs.
Light, he muttered.
Hunter of Trollocs. There had been little so far to justify that. 2 days after freeing Mistress Luhan and the others, the day after Verin and Tomas rode on their own way, they had come on the still smoking ruins of a farmhouse, he and the 15 Two Rivers lads with him then. After burying what they found in the ashes, it was easy enough to follow the Trollocs, between Gaul's tracking and his own nose. The sharp, fetid stink of the Trollocs had not had time to fade away. Not to him. Some of the lads had grown hesitant when they realized he meant what he had said about hunting Trollocs. If they had had to go very far, he suspected most would have drifted away when no one was looking. But the trail led to a thicket no more than 3 miles off. The Trollocs had not bothered with sentries. They had no Murdral with them to overawe their laziness, and the Two Rivers men knew how to stalk silently. 32 Trollocs died, many in their filthy blankets, pierced through with arrows before they could raise a howl, much less sword or axe. Danil and Ban and the others had been ready to celebrate a great triumph until they found what was in the Trollocs' big iron cookpot sitting in the ashes of the fire. Most dashed away to throw up, and more than one wept openly. Perrin dug the grave himself. Only one. There was no way to tell what had belonged to whom. Cold as he felt inside, he was not sure he could have stood it himself if there had been. Late the next day, no one hesitated when he picked up another fetid trail, though a few mutters wondered what he was following, until Gaul found the tracks of hooves and boots too big for men. Another thicket, close to the waterwood, held 41 Trollocs and a Fade, with sentries set, though most snored at their posts. It would have made no difference had they all been awake. Gaul killed those that were, sliding through the trees like a shadow, and the Two Rivers men were nearly 30 themselves by then. Besides, those who had not seen the cookpot had heard of it. They shouted as they shot, with a satisfaction not much less savage than the guttural Trolloc howls. The black-garbed Murdral had been last to die, a porcupine quilled with arrows. No one cared to recover a shaft from that, even after it finally stopped thrashing. That evening the second rain came, hours of drenching downpour with a sky full of roiling black clouds and stabbing lightning. Perrin had not smelled Trolloc scent since, and the ground had been washed clean of tracks. Most of their time had been spent avoiding White Cloak patrols, which everyone said were more numerous than in the past. The farmers Perrin had spoken to said the patrols seemed more interested in finding their prisoners again, and those who had broken them free, than in looking for Trollocs. Quite a few of the men had gathered around Luke now. He was tall enough for his red-gold hair to show above their darker heads. He seemed to be talking, and they listening, and nodding.
"Let's see what he has to say,"
Perrin said grimly. The Two Rivers men gave way before Fail and him with only a little prodding. They were all intent on the red-coated lord, who was indeed holding forth. "So the village is quite secure now. Plenty of people gathered together to defend it. I must say, I enjoy sleeping under a roof when I can. Mistress Alvear at the inn provides a tasty meal. Her bread is among the best I've ever eaten. There truly is nothing like fresh-baked bread and fresh-churned butter, and putting your feet up of an evening with a fine mug of wine, or some of Master Alvear's good brown ale."
"Lord Luke was saying we should go to Emmons Field, Perrin," Kenley Ahan said, scrubbing his reddened nose with the back of a grimy hand. He was not the only one who had been unable to wash as often as he would like, and not the only one coming down with a cold, either. Luke smiled at Perrin much the way he would have at a dog he expected to see do a trick. "The village is quite secure, but there is always a need for more strong backs." "We are hunting Trollocs," Perrin said coolly. "Not everyone has left their farms yet, and every band we find and kill means farms not burned and more people with a chance to reach safety."
Will Alcine barked a laugh. He was not so pretty with a red puffy nose and a spotty 6-day growth of beard.
"We've not smelled a Trolloc in days. Be reasonable, Perrin. Maybe we've killed them all already."
There were mutters of agreement. "I do not mean to spread dissension,"
Luke spread his hands guilelessly. "No doubt you have had many great successes beside those we have heard of. Hundreds of Trollocs killed, I expect. You may well have chased them all away. I can tell you, Emmonsfield is ready to give you all a hero's welcome. The same must be true at Watch Hill for those who live up that way. Any Devon riders?" Will nodded, and Luke clapped him on the shoulder with a hollow good fellowship. "A hero's welcome, without a doubt."
"Anyone who wants to go home can," Perrin said in a level voice.
Fail directed a warning frown at him. This was no way to be a general. But he did not want anyone with him who did not want to be there. He did not want to be a general, for that matter.
"Myself, I don't think the job is done yet, but it is your choice."
No one took him up, though Will at least looked ready to, but 20 more stared at the ground and scuffed their boots in last year's leaves.
"Well," Luke said casually, "if you have no Trollocs left to chase, perhaps it is time to turn your attentions to the Whitecloaks. They are not happy at you Two Rivers folk deciding to defend yourselves. And I understand they meant to hang the lot of you in particular as outlaws for stealing their prisoners."
Anxious frowns passed between a good many of the Two Rivers lads. It was then that Gaul came pushing through the crowd, followed close by Bain and Chiad. Not that the Aiel had to push, of course. The men cleared aside as soon as they realized who it was. Luke frowned at Gaul thoughtfully, perhaps disapprovingly. The Aielman stared back stony-faced. Will and Daniel and the others brightened at sight of the Aiel. Most still believed hundreds more were hiding somewhere in the thickets and forests. They never questioned why all those Aiel stayed hidden, and Perrin certainly never brought it up. If believing in a few hundred Aiel reinforcements helped them keep their courage, well and good.
"What did you find?"
Perrin asked. Gaul had been gone since the day before. He could move as fast as a man on horseback, faster in woods, and he could see more.
"Trollocs," Gaul replied, as though reporting the presence of sheep, "moving up through this well-named waterwood to the south. They number no more than 30, and I believe they mean to make camp on the edge of the forest and strike tonight. There are men still holding to the soil to the south." He gave a sudden, wolfish grin. "They did not see me. They will have no warning." Chiad leaned closer to Bain.
"He moves well enough for a stone dog,"
she whispered loudly enough to be heard 20 feet off.
"He makes little more noise than a lame bull."
"Well, Will," Perrin said, "do you want to go to Emmonsfield? You can shave and maybe find a girl to kiss while these Trollocs have supper tonight."
Will flushed a dark red.
"I will be wherever you are tonight, Ibarra,"
he said in a hard voice.
"Nobody means to go home if there are Trollocs still about, Perrin,"
Kenley added. Perrin looked around at the others, meeting only agreeing nods.
"What of you, Luke? We would be pleased to have a lord and hunter for the horn with us. You could show us how it is done."
Luke smiled fractionally, a gash on stone that never came close to those cold blue eyes.
"I regret the defences of Emmonsfield still need me. I must see to protecting your people, should the Trollocs come there in greater numbers than 30. Or the Children of the Light, my Lady Fail?"
He held out a hand to assist her in mounting, but she shook her head.
"I will remain with Perrin, Lord Luke."
"A pity," he murmured, shrugging as if to say there was no accounting for women's taste. Tugging on his wolf-embroidered gauntlets, he swung into the black stallion's saddle smoothly.
"Good luck to you, Master Golden Eyes. I do hope you all have good luck."
With a half-bow to Fail, he whirled his tall horse showily and spurred him to a gallop that forced some of the men to leap out of his way. Fail frowned at Perrin in a manner that suggested a lecture on rudeness when they were alone. He listened to Luke's horse until he could hear it no more, then turned to Gaul.
"Can we get ahead of the Trollocs? Be waiting somewhere before they reach wherever they mean to stop."
"The distances are right if we start now," Gaul said. "They are moving in a straight line and not hurrying. There is a night runner with them. It will be easier surprising them in their blankets than facing them awake."
He meant that the Two Rivers men might do better. There was no fear smell on him. There was certainly fear smell on some of the others, yet no one suggested that a confrontation with Trollocs up and alert, and a Murdral to boot, might not be the best plan. They broke camp as soon as he gave the order,
dousing the fires and scattering the ashes, gathering their few pots and mounting their ill-assorted horses and ponies. With the sentries in, Perrin reminded himself to have that word with them, they numbered nearly 70, surely enough to ambush 30 Trollocs. Ban Alcine and Danil each still led half, it seemed the way to keep arguments down, with Billy Aldai and Kenley and others each heading 10 or so. Will, too. He was not too bad a fellow, usually, when he could keep his mind off the girls. Fail rode Swallow close beside Stepper as they started south with the Aiel running ahead.
"You truly do not trust him at all," she said. "You think he is a dark friend."
"I trust you and my bow and my axe," he told her. Her face looked sad and pleased at the same time, but it was the simple truth. For 2 hours Gaul led them south before turning into the Waterwood, a tangle of towering oak and pine and leatherleaf, bushy bay trees and cone-shaped red oil trees, tall round-topped ash and sweetberry and black willow, with thickets of vine-woven brush below. 1,000 squirrels chittered on the branches, and thrushes and finches and redwings darted everywhere. Perrin smelled deer, and rabbits too, and foxes. Tiny streams abounded, and rush-bordered pools and ponds dotted the forest, often shaded, but sometimes open, from less than 10 paces across to a few almost 50. The ground seemed sodden after all the rain it had received, squelching under the horses' hooves. Between a large willow-ringed pond and a narrow rivulet a pace wide, perhaps 2 miles into the wood, Gaul halted. Here the Trollocs would come if they continued as they had been. The 3 Aiel melted into the trees to make sure of that and bring back warning of their approach. Leaving Fail and a dozen men to watch the horses, Perrin spread the others out in a narrow curve, a cup into which the Trollocs should march. After making certain each man was well hidden and knew what he was to do, he placed himself at the bottom of the cup, beside an oak with a trunk thicker than he was tall. Easing his axe in its belt loop, he nocked an arrow and waited. A light breeze blew in his face, swelling and falling. He should be able to smell the Trollocs long before they came in sight. They should be coming right at him. Touching the axe again, he waited. Minutes passed. An hour. More. How long before the shadow spawn appeared? Much longer in this damp, and bowstrings would need to be changed. The birds vanished a moment before the squirrels went silent. Perrin drew a deep breath and frowned. Nothing. On that breeze he should surely be able to smell Trollocs as soon as the animals sensed them. A vagrant gust brought him the putrid stink like centuries-old sweat and rot. Whirling, he shouted, "They're behind us! Rally to me! 2 rivers to me!" Behind the horses. "Fail!" Screams and shouts erupted from every side, howls and savage cries. A ram-horned Trolloc leaped into the open 20 paces away, raising a long curved bow. Perrin drew fletchings to ear and fired in one smooth motion, reaching for another shaft as soon as his arrow cleared bow. His broadhead point took the Trolloc between its eyes. It bellowed once as it fell, and its arrow, the size of a small spear, took Perrin in the side like a hammer blow. Gasping with shock, he hunched over, dropping bow and fresh arrow alike. Pain spread out in sheets from the black-fletched shaft. It quivered when he drew breath, and every quiver shot out new pain. 2 more Trollocs leaped over their dead companion, wolf snout and goat horns, black-mailed shapes half again as tall as Perrin and twice as broad. Baying, they rushed at him, curved swords upraised. Forcing himself upright, he gritted his teeth and snapped the thumb-thick arrow off short, pulled his axe free and rushed to meet them. Howling, he realized dimly, howling with rage that filmed his eyes red. They towered over him, their armour all spikes at elbows and shoulders, but he swung his axe in a frenzy, as if trying to cut down a tree with every blow. For Adora, for Dissel. "My mother!" he screamed. "Burn you! My mother!" Abruptly he realized he was hacking at bloody shapes on the ground. Growling, he made himself stop, shaking with the effort as much as with the pain in his side. There was less shouting now, fewer screams. Was anyone left but him? "Rally to me! 2 rivers to me!"
2 rivers!
Someone shouted frantically off through the damp woods, and then another.
2 rivers!
2. Only 2.
Fail!
He cried.
All light! Fail!
A flicker of black flowing through the trees announced a Murdral before he could see it clearly. Snake-like black armour down its chest, inky cloak hanging undisturbed by its running. As it came closer, it slowed to a sinuous, assured walk. It knew he was hurt, knew him for easy meat. Its pale-faced, eyeless stare stabbed him with fear.
Fail?
It said mockingly. Its voice made the name sound like burned leather crumbling.
Your Fail was delicious.
Roaring, Perrin hurled himself at it. A black-bladed sword turned his first stroke, and his second, his third. The thing's slug-white face became fixed with concentration, but it moved like a viper, like lightning. For the moment he had it on the defensive. For the moment. Blood trickled down his side. His side burned like a forge fire. He could not keep this up, and when his strength failed, that sword would find his heart. His foot slipped in the mud churned up beneath his boots. The Fade's blade drew back, and a blurring sword half-severed the eyeless head, so it fell over on one shoulder in a fountain of black blood. Stabbing blindly, the Murdral staggered forward, stumbling, refusing to die completely, still instinctively trying to kill. Perrin scrambled out of its path, but his attention was all for the man coolly wiping his blade with a fistful of leaves. Ivon's colour-shifting cloak hung down his back.
Alana sent me to find you. I almost didn't, the way you have been moving. But 70 horses do leave tracks.
The dark, slender warder seemed as composed as if he were lighting his pipe before a fireplace.
The Trollocs were not linked to that.
He indicated the Murdral with his sword. It had fallen, but still stabbed randomly.
More's the pity. But if you can gather your people together, they might not be willing to try you without one of the Faceless to goad them. I would estimate about 100 to begin. A few less now. You have bloodied them some.
He began a calm survey of the shadows beneath the trees, only the blade in his hand indicating anything out of the ordinary. For a bare moment, Perrin gaped. Alana wanted him? She had sent Ivon? Just in time to save his life. Shaking himself, he raised his voice again.
2 rivers to me! For the love of the light! Rally to me! Here! Rally! Here!
This time he kept it up until familiar faces appeared, stumbling through the trees. Blood-streaked faces often as not. Shocked, staring faces. Some men half-supported others, and some had lost their bows. The Aiel were among them, apparently unhurt except that Gaul limped slightly.
They did not come as we expected,
was all the Aielman said. The night was colder than we expected. There was more rain than we expected. That was how he said it. Fail seemed to materialize with the horses. With half the horses, including Stepper and Swallow, and 9 of the 12 men he had left with her. A scrape marred one cheek, but she was alive. He tried to hug her, but she pushed his arms away, muttering angrily over the broken-off arrow, even while she gently pulled his coat away from the thick shaft in an effort to examine where it had gone in. Perrin studied the men around him. They had stopped coming now, yet there were faces missing. Kenley Ahan, Billy Aldai, Tevin Marwyn. He made himself name the missing, made himself count them. 27. 27 not there.
Did you bring all the wounded?
He asked dully.
Is anybody left out there?
Fail's hand trembled on his side. Her expression as she frowned at his wound was a blend of worry and fury. She had a right to be angry. He should never have gotten her into this.
Only the dead,
Ban Alcine said in a voice as leaden as his face.
Will looked to be frowning at something just out of sight. "I saw Kenley," he said. "His head was in the crook of an oak, but the rest of him was down at the foot. I saw him. His cold won't bother him now."
He sneezed and looked startled. Perrin sighed heavily and wished he had not. Pain shooting up his side clenched his teeth. Fail, a green and gold silk scarf wadded in her hand, was trying to pull his shirt out of his breeches. He pushed her hands away despite her scowl. There was no time for tending wounds now.
"Wounded on the horses,"
he said when he could speak.
"Ivan, will they attack us?"
The forest seemed too still.
"Ivan!"
The warder appeared, leading a dark grey gelding with a fierce eye. Perrin repeated his question.
"Perhaps. Perhaps not. On their own, Trollocs kill whomever is easiest. Without a halfman, they would probably rather find a farm than someone who might put arrows in them. Make sure everyone who can stand upright carries a bow with an arrow nocked, even if they cannot draw it. They may decide the price is too high for the fun."
Perrin shivered.
If the Trollocs did attack, they would have as much fun as a dance at Sunday.
Ivan and the Aiel were the only ones really ready to fight back, and Fail. Her dark eyes shone with fury. He had to get her to safety. The warder did not offer his own horse for the wounded, which made sense. The animal was not likely to let anyone else on its back, and a war-trained horse with its master in the saddle would be a formidable weapon if the Trollocs came again. Perrin tried to put Fail up on Swallow, but she stopped him.
"The wounded, you said,"
she told him softly.
"Remember?"
To his disgust, she insisted he ride Stepper. He expected the others to protest after he had brought them to disaster. But no one did. There were just enough horses for those who could not walk, and those unable to walk far. Grudgingly, he admitted that he was one of the latter. So he ended up in his saddle. Half the other riders had to cling to theirs. He sat upright, gritting his teeth to do it. Those who walked or stumbled, and some who rode, clutched their bows as if they meant salvation. Perrin carried one too, and so did Fail, though he doubted she could even draw a 2 Rivers longbow. It was appearance that counted now, illusion that might see them safe. Like Ivan, alert as a coiled whip, the 3 Aiel looked unchanged as they glided ahead. Spears stuck through the harness of the bow cases on their backs, horn bows in hand and ready. The rest, including himself, were a rag-bag remnant, nothing like the band he had led here, so confident and full of his own pride. Yet illusion worked as well as reality. For the first mile through the tangle, vagrant breezes brought him Trolloc stink, the scent of Trollocs shadowing, stalking. Then the stench slowly faded and vanished, as the Trollocs fell behind, deluded by a mirage. Fail walked beside Stepper, one hand on Perrin's leg as though she meant to hold him up. Now and then she looked up at him, smiling encouragingly, but with worry creasing her forehead. He smiled back as best he could, trying to make her think he was all right. 27. He could not stop the names from running through his head. Collie Garin and Jared Adair, Dale Altaran and Ren Chandin. 27 2 Rivers folk he had killed with his stupidity. 27. They took the most direct route back out of the Waterwood, breaking clear sometime in the afternoon. It was hard to tell exactly how late, with the sky still blanketed in grey and everything blandly shadowed. High grass pasture dotted with trees stretched in front of them, and some scattered sheep, and a few farmhouses in the distance. No smoke rose from any of the chimneys. If there was anyone in those houses, something hot would have been cooking in the fireplace. The nearest rising smoke plume looked 5 miles off at least.
"We should find a farm for the night," Ivan said. "Some place under cover in case it rains again. A fire. Food."
He looked at the 2 Rivers men and added,
"Water and bandages."
Perrin only nodded. The warder was better than he at knowing the right thing to do. Old Billy Conger with his head full of ale was probably better. He just let Stepper follow Ivan's grey. Before they had gone much beyond a mile, a faint thread of music caught Perrin's ear. Fiddles and flutes playing merry tunes. At first he thought he was dreaming, but then the others heard too, exchanging incredulous looks, then relieved grins. Music meant people, and happy people by the sound. Someone celebrating. That anyone might have something to celebrate was enough to pick their feet up somewhat. Chapter 41. Among the Tuatha'an. A gathering of wagons came in sight, a little off to the south, like small houses on wheels, tall wooden boxes painted and lacquered in violent shades of red and blue and green and yellow, all standing in a large rough circle around a few broad-limbed oak trees. The music came from there. Perrin had heard there were tinkers, travelling people, in the Two Rivers, but he had not seen them until now. Hobbled horses cropped the long grass nearby.
"I will sleep elsewhere,"
Gaul said stiffly when he saw Perrin meant to go to the wagons, and loped away without another word. Bain and Chiad spoke softly yet urgently to Fail. Perrin caught enough to know they were trying to convince her to spend the night with them in some snug thicket and not with the lost ones. They sounded appalled at the idea of speaking to the tinkers, much less eating or sleeping with them. Fail's hand tightened on his leg as she refused, quietly, firmly. The two maidens frowned at each other, blue eyes meeting grey with a deep measure of concern, but before the travelling people's wagons came much closer, they trotted away after Gaul. They seemed to have recovered some of their spirits, though. Perrin heard Chiad suggesting they induce Gaul to play some game called Maiden's Kiss. They were both laughing as they passed out of his earshot. Men and women were working in the camp, sewing, mending harness, cooking, washing clothes and children, levering a wagon up to replace a wheel. Other children ran playing or danced to the tunes of half a dozen men playing fiddle or flute. From oldest to youngest, the tinkers wore clothes even more colourful than their wagons, in eye-wrenching combinations that had to have been chosen blindly. No sane man would have worn anything near those hues, and not many women. As the ragtag party approached the wagons, silence fell, people stopping where they were to watch with worried expressions, women clutching infants and children running to hide behind adults, peering around a leg or hiding their faces in skirts. A wiry man, grey-haired and short, stepped forward and bowed gravely, both hands pressed to his chest. He wore a bright blue, high-collared coat and baggy trousers of a green that almost seemed to glow, tucked into knee boots. "You are welcome to our fires. Do you know the song?" For a moment, trying not to hunch around the arrow in him, Perrin could only stare. He knew this man, the Mahdi, or seeker of this band. What chance, he wondered, of all the tinkers in the world, what chance it should be folk I know? Coincidences made him uneasy. When the pattern produced coincidence, the wheel seemed to be forcing events. I'm beginning to sound like a bloody Aes Sedai. He could not manage the bow, but he remembered the ritual. Your welcome warms my spirit, Rain, as your fires warm the flesh. But I do not know the song. Fail and Ivan gave him startled looks, but no more than did the Two Rivers men. Judging by the mutters he heard from Ban and Tell and others, he had just given them something else to talk about. Then we seek still, the wiry man intoned. As it was, so shall it be, if we but remember, seek, and find. Grimacing, he surveyed the bloody faces confronting him, his eyes flinching away from the weapons. The travelling people would not touch anything they considered a weapon. You are welcome to our fires. There will be hot water, and bandages, and poultices. You know my name, he added, looking at Perrin searchingly. Of course. Your eyes. Rayan's wife had come to his side as he spoke, a plump woman, grey-haired but smooth-cheeked, a head taller than her husband. Her red blouse and bright yellow skirt and green-fringed shawl jarred the eye, but she had a motherly manner. Perrin Ebar, she said. I thought I knew your face.
Is Elias with you?
Perrin shook his head.
I have not seen him in a long time, Isla.
He leads a life of violence, Rayan said sadly. As you do. A violent life is stained, even if long.
Do not try to bring him to the way of the leaf standing here, Rayan, Isla said briskly, but not unkindly. He is hurt. They all are.
What am I thinking of?
Rayan muttered. Raising his voice, he called,
Come, people! Come and help! They are hurt! Come and help!
Men and women gathered quickly, murmuring their sympathy as they helped injured men down from their horses, guiding men toward their wagons, carrying them when necessary. Will and a few of the others looked concerned over being separated, but Perrin was not. Violence was the farthest thing from the Tuatha'an. They would not raise a hand against anyone, even to defend their own lives. Perrin found he had to accept Ivon's assistance to dismount. Climbing down sent jolts of pain radiating out from his side.
Rayan,
he said, a touch breathless,
you shouldn't be out here. We fought Trollocs not 5 miles from this spot. Take your people to Emmons Field. They will be safe there.
Rayan hesitated, and seemed surprised at it, before shaking his head.
Even if I wished to, the people would not want it, Perrin. We try not to camp very close to even the smallest village, and not only because the villagers may falsely accuse us of stealing whatever they have lost, or of trying to convince their children to find the way. Where men have built 10 houses together, there is the potential for violence. Since the breaking, the Tuatha'an have known this. Safety lies in our wagons, and in always moving, always seeking the song.
A plaintive expression came over his face.
Everywhere we hear news of violence, Perrin. Not just here in your 2 rivers. There is a feel in the world of change, of destruction. Surely we must find the song soon. Else I do not believe it will ever be.
You will find the song,
Perrin said quietly. Maybe they abhorred violence too much for a Taviran to overcome. Maybe even a Taviran could not fight the way of the leaf. It had seemed attractive to him once, too.
I truly hope that you will.
What will be, Rayan said. All things die in their time. Perhaps even the song.
Isla put a comforting arm around her husband, though her eyes were as troubled as his.
Come,
she said, trying to hide her ill ease.
We must get you inside. Men will talk if their coats are afire.
To Fail, she said,
You are quite beautiful, child. Perhaps you should beware of Perrin. I never see him but in the company of beautiful girls.
Fail gave Perrin a flat, considering look, then tried to gloss it over quickly. He made it as far as Rayan's wagon, yellow-trimmed in red, with red and yellow spokes in tall, red-rimmed wheels, and red and yellow trunks lashed to the outside, standing beside a cook-fire in the middle of the camp. But when he put his foot on the first of the wooden steps at the back, his knees gave way. Ivan and Rayan more than half carried him inside, followed hurriedly by Fail and Isla, and laid him on the bed built into the front of the wagon, with just room to get by to the sliding door leading to the driver's seat. It truly was like a little house, even to pale pink curtains at the 2 small windows on either side. He lay there, staring at the ceiling. Here, too, the tinkers made use of their colours. The ceiling was lacquered sky blue, the high cabinets green and yellow. Fail unfastened his belt and took away his axe and quiver, while Isla rummaged in one of the cabinets. Perrin could not seem to rouse any interest in what they were doing.
Anyone can be surprised, Ivan said. Learn from it, but do not take it too much to heart. Not even Arthur Hawkwing won every battle.
Arthur Hawkwing?
Perrin tried to laugh, but it turned into a groan.
Yes, he managed. I am certainly not Arthur Hawkwing, am I?
Isla frowned at the warder, or at his sword, rather. She seemed to find that even worse than Perrin's axe, and came to the bed with a wad of folded bandages. Once she had pulled Perrin's shirt away from the arrow stub, she winced.
I do not think I am competent to remove this. It is bedded deep.
Barbed,
Ivan said in a conversational tone. Trollocs do not use bows very often, but when they do, the arrows are barbed. Out! The plump woman said firmly, rounding on him. And you as well, Rain. Tending the sick is no business of men. Why don't you go see if Moshiach has that wheel on his wagon yet? A good idea, Rain said. We may want to move tomorrow. There has been hard travelling this last year, he confided to Perrin. All the way to Cairhien, then back again to Gaelden, then up into Andor. Tomorrow, I think. When the red door shut behind him and Ivan, Isla turned to Fail worriedly. If it is barbed, I do not think I can remove it at all. I would try if I must, but if there is anyone nearby who knows more of such things.
There is someone in Emmons Field, Fail assured her, but is it safe to leave it in him until tomorrow?
Safer than me cutting, perhaps. I can mix something for him to drink for the pain, and blend a poultice against infection. Glaring at the two women, Perrin said,
Hello? Do you remember me? I am right here. Stop trying to talk over my head.
They looked at him for a moment. Keep him still, Isla told Fail. It is all right to let him talk, but do not allow him to move about. He may injure himself more.
I will see to it,
Fail replied. Perrin gritted his teeth and did his best to help in getting his coat and shirt off, but they had to do most of the work. He felt as weak as the worst wrought iron, ready to bend to any pressure. 4 inches of thumb-thick arrow stuck out almost atop his last rib, rising from a puckered gash thick with dried blood. They pushed his head down on a pillow, for some reason not wanting him to look at it. Fail washed the wound while Isla prepared her salve with a stone mortar and pestle. Plain, smooth grey stone. The first things he had seen in the Tinker camp that were not brightly coloured. They mounded the salve around the arrow and wrapped him with bandages to hold it. Rain and I will sleep beneath the wagon tonight, the Tuatha'an woman said at last, wiping her hands. Frowning at the arrow stub sticking up from his bandages, she shook her head. Once I thought he might eventually find the way of the leaf. He was a gentle boy, I think.
The way of the leaf is not for everyone,
Fail said gently, but Isla shook her head again. It is for everyone, she replied just as gently, and a touch sadly. If they only knew it. She left then, and Fail sat on the edge of the bed, blotting his face with a folded cloth. He seemed to be sweating a great deal for some reason.
I blundered,
he said after a time.
No, that is too soft. I don't know the right word.
You did not blunder, she said firmly. You did what seemed fitting at the time. It was fitting. I cannot imagine how they got behind us. Gaul is not one to make a mistake about where his enemies are. Ivan was right, Perrin. Anyone can find circumstances that have changed when he did not know. You held everyone together. You brought us out.
He shook his head hard and made his side hurt worse.
Ivan brought us out. What I did was get 27 men killed,
he said bitterly, trying to sit up to face her.
Some of them were my friends, Fail, and I got them killed.
Fail threw her weight on his shoulders to push him back down. It was a measure of his weakness how easily she held him.
There will be time enough for that in the morning,
she said firmly, peering down into his face.
When we have to put you back on your horse. Ivan did not bring us out. I do not think he cared particularly if anyone but you and he did get out. Those men would have scattered in every direction if not for you, and then we'd all have been hunted down. They would not have held together for Ivan, a stranger. As for your friends...
Sighing, she sat back down again.
Perrin, my father says, a general can take care of the living or weep for the dead, but he cannot do both.
I am not a general, Fail. I am a fool of a blacksmith who thought he could use other people to help him get justice, or maybe revenge. I still want it, but I don't want to use anyone else for it any longer.
Do you think the Trollocs will go away because you decide your motives are not pure enough?
The heat in her voice made him raise his head, but she pushed it back to the pillow almost roughly.
Are they any less vile? Do you need a purer reason to fight them than what they are? Another thing my father says. The worst sin a general can commit, worse than blundering, worse than losing, worse than anything, is to desert the men who depend on him." A tap came at the door, and a slender, handsome young tinker in a red and green striped coat put his head in. He flashed a smile at Fail, all white teeth and oozing charm, before looking at Perrin. "Grandfather said it was you. I thought this was where Egwene said she came from." He frowned suddenly, disapprovingly. "Your eyes. I see you have followed Elias after all, to run with the wolves. I was sure you would never find the way of the leaf." Perrin knew him. Aram, Rhaen and Isla's grandson. He did not like him. He smiled like Will.
"Go away, Aram. I am tired."
"Is Egwene with you?"
"Egwene's Aes Sedai now, Aram," he growled. "And she would rip your heart out with the one power if you asked her to dance. Go away."
Aram blinked and hastily shut the door, with himself outside. Perrin let his head fall back.
"He smiles too much," he muttered. "I cannot abide a man who smiles too much."
Fail made a choking noise, and he looked at her suspiciously. She was biting her underlip. "I have something in my throat," she said in a strangled voice, getting up hastily. She hurried to the wide shelf below the foot of the bed where Isla had prepared her poultice, and stood with her back to him, pouring water from a green and red pitcher into a blue and yellow mug. "Would you like something to drink too? Isla left this powder for the pain. It will help you sleep."
"I don't want any powder,"
he said.
"Fail, who is your father?"
Her back went very stiff. After a moment she turned, with the mug in both hands and an unreadable look in her tilted eyes. Another minute passed before she said, "My father is Davram of House Bashir, Lord of Bashir, Tur and Sidona, Guardian of the Blight Border, Defender of the Heartland, Marshal General to Queen Tenobia of Saldeia, and her uncle."
"Light! What was all that about him being a wood merchant, or a fur dealer? I seem to remember him dealing in ice peppers once, too."
"It was not a lie," she said sharply. Then in a weaker voice, "Just not the whole truth. My father's estates do produce lumber and fine woods, and ice peppers, and furs, and more besides. And his stewards sell them for him, so he does trade in them, in a way."
"Why couldn't you just tell me? Hiding things, lying. You're a lady."
He frowned at her accusingly. He had not expected this. A small merchant for a father, a former soldier maybe, but not this.
"Light, what are you doing running around as a hunter of the Horn? Don't tell me the Lord of Bashir and all that just sent you off to find adventure."
Still holding the cup, she came back to sit beside him. For some reason she seemed very intent on his face. "My 2 older brothers died, Perrin. One fighting Trollocs, the other in a fall from his horse hunting. That made me the eldest, and it meant I had to study account books and trading. While my younger brothers learned to be soldiers, while they were being readied for adventures, I had to learn how to manage the estates. It is the eldest's duty. Duty. It is dull, dry, and boring, buried in paper and clerks. When father took Myadine with him to the Blight Border, he's 2 years younger than I, that was more than I could stand. Girls are not taught the sword or war in Saldeia, but father had named an old soldier from his first command as my footman, and Aaron was always more than happy to teach me to use knives and fight with my hands. I think it amused him. In any case, when father took Myadine with him, the news had arrived calling the Great Hunt of the Horn, so I left. I wrote mother a letter explaining, and I left. And I reached Ilion in time to take the oath of a hunter." Picking up the cloth, she patted at the sweat on his face again. "You really should sleep if you can."
"I suppose you are the Lady Bashir, or some such," he said. "How did you ever come to like a common blacksmith?"
"The word is love, Perrin Bara." The firmness of her voice was at sharp odds with the gentle way that the cloth moved on his face. "And you are not such a common blacksmith, I think." The cloth paused. Perrin, what did that fellow mean about running with wolves? Rayan mentioned this Elias too.
For a moment he was frozen, unbreathing. Yet he had just berated her for keeping secrets from him. It was what he got for being hasty and angry. Swing a hammer in haste, and you usually hit your own thumb. He exhaled slowly and told her how he had met Elias Mashera and learned he could talk to wolves, how his eyes had changed colour, grown sharper, and his hearing and his sense of smell like a wolf's. About the wolf dream. About what would happen to him if he ever lost his hold on humanity.
It's so easy. Sometimes, especially in the dream, I forget I'm a man, not a wolf. If one of these times I don't remember quickly enough, if I lose hold, I'll be a wolf. In my head, at least. A sort of half-wrong image of a wolf. There won't be anything of me left.
He stopped, waiting for her to flinch, to move away.
If your ears are really that sharp, she said calmly, I will have to watch what I say close to you.
He caught her hand to stop her patting.
Did you hear anything I said? What will your father and mother think, Fail? A half-wolf blacksmith. You're a lady. Light!
I heard every word. Father will approve. He has always said our family blood is growing too soft, not like it was in the old days. I know he thinks I am terribly soft.
She gave him a smile fierce enough for any wolf.
Of course, Mother always wanted me to marry a king who splits Trollocs in two with one stroke of his sword. I suppose your axe will suffice. But could you tell her you are the king of the wolves? I don't think anyone will come forward to dispute your claim to that throne. In truth, the splitting of Trollocs will probably do for Mother, but I truly think she would like the other.
Light!
He said hoarsely. She sounded almost serious. No, she did sound serious. If she was even half serious, he was not sure the Trollocs might not be better than meeting her parents.
Here,
she said, holding the mug of water to his lips.
You sound as though your throat is dry.
Swallowing, he spluttered at the bitter taste. She had stirred in Isla's powder. He tried to stop, but she filled his mouth, and it was a matter of swallow or choke. By the time he could push the mug away, she had emptied half of it into him. Why did medicine always taste so vile? He suspected women did it on purpose. He would have bet that whatever they took for themselves did not taste that way.
I told you I did not want any of that. Gah!
Did you? I must not have heard. But whether you did or not, you need sleep.
She stroked his curly hair.
Sleep, my Perrin.
He tried to tell her he had indeed told her so, and she had heard it, but the words seemed to tangle around his tongue. His eyes wanted to slide shut. In fact, he could not keep them open. The last thing he heard was her soft murmurs. Sleep, my wolf king. Sleep. Chapter 42. A Missing Leaf. Perrin stood near the Tuatha'an wagons under bright sunlight, alone, and there was no arrow in his side, no pain. Among the wagons, firewood was stacked ready to be lit beneath iron cookpots hanging from tripods, and clothes hung from wash lines. There were no people or horses. He wore neither coat nor shirt, but a blacksmith's long leather vest that left his arms bare. It could have been any dream, perhaps, except that he was aware it was a dream. And he knew the feel of the wolf dream, the reality and solidity of it, from the long grass around his boots, to the breeze out of the west that ruffled his curly hair, to the scattered ash and hemlock. The tinker's gaudy wagons did not seem real, though. They had an air of insubstantiality, a feel that they might shimmer and be gone any moment. They never remained long in one place, tinkers. No soil held them. Wondering how much the land held him, he rested a hand on his axe and looked down in surprise. The heavy blacksmith's hammer hung in the loop on his belt, not the axe. He frowned. Once he would have chosen that way, had even thought he had, but surely no more. The axe. He had chosen the axe. Hammerhead suddenly became half-moon blade and thick spike, flickered back to stout cylinder of cold steel, fluttered between. Finally it stopped, as his axe, and he exhaled slowly. That had never happened before. Here he could change things as he wanted with ease, things about himself at least.
"And I want the axe,"
he said firmly.
"The axe."
Looking around, he could just see a farmhouse to the south, and deer browsing the barley field, surrounded by a rough stone wall. There was no feel of wolves, and he did not call Hopper. The wolf might or might not come, or even hear, but Slayer could well be out there somewhere. A bristling quiver abruptly tugged at his belt opposite the axe, and he had a stout longbow in his hand with a broad-head arrow nocked. A long leather bracer covered his left forearm. Nothing moved except those deer.
"Not likely I'll wake soon,"
he muttered to himself. Whatever that stuff was that Fail had fed him, it had taken him right off. He remembered it as clearly as if he had watched over her shoulder.
"Fed it to me like I was a babe,"
he growled.
"Women."
He took one of those long strides. The land blurred around him, and stepped into the farmyard. 2 or 3 chickens scattered, running as if they had already gone feral. The rock-walled sheepfold stood empty, and both thatch-roofed barns were barred shut. Despite curtains still at the windows, the 2-story farmhouse had the look of emptiness. If this was a true reflection of the waking world, and the wolf dream usually was, in an odd way, the people here had been gone for days. Fail was right. His warning had spread beyond the places he had gone. Fail, he murmured wonderingly. Daughter of a lord. No, not just a lord, 3 times a lord, a general, and uncle to a queen.
"Light that makes her a queen's cousin."
And she loved a simple blacksmith. Women were wondrous strange. Seeking to see how far the word had spread, he zigzagged more than halfway to Devon Ride, a mile or more at a stride, doubling back and crisscrossing his own path. Most farms he saw had that same emptiness. Less than 1 in 5 showed signs of habitation, doors open and windows up, wash hung out on a line, dolls or hoops or carved wooden horses lying around a doorstep. The toys especially made his stomach clench. Even if they had not believed his warning, surely there were enough burned farms about to tell them the same. Tumbled heaps of charred timbers, soot-black chimneys like stark dead fingers. Bending to replace a doll with a smiling glass face and a flower-embroidered dress, some woman had loved her daughter to do all that tiny needlework. He blinked. The same doll still sat on the fieldstone steps where he had picked it up. As he reached out, the one in his hand faded and vanished. Flashes of black in the sky cut short his amazement. Ravens, 20 or 30 together, winging toward the westward. Toward the mountains of mist where he had first seen Slayer. He watched coldly while the ravens dwindled to black specks and disappeared. Then he set off after them. Long, racing strides carried him 5 miles each. The land a blur, except in the moment between one step and the next, into the thick-treed rocky westward, across the scrub-covered sandhills, into the cloud-capped mountains where fir and pine and leather-leaf forested valleys and slopes, to the very valley where he had first seen the man Hopper called Slayer, to the mountainside where he had returned from Tyr. The waygate stood there, closed, the Avendosora leaf seemingly just one among a myriad of intricately carved leaves and vines. Scattered trees, wizened and wind-sculpted, dotted the sparse soil among the glazed stone where Manetheren had been burned away. Sunlight sparkled on the waters of the Manetheren drell below. A faint wind up the valley brought in the scent of deer, rabbits, foxes. Nothing moved that he could see. On the point of leaving, he stopped. The Avendosora leaf. 1 leaf. Loyal had locked the waygate by placing both leaves on this side. He turned and his hackles rose. The waygate stood open. twin masses of living greenery stirring in the breeze, exposing that dull, silvery surface. His reflection shimmered in it.
How? He wondered. Loyal locked the bloody thing.
Unaware of crossing the distance, suddenly he was right at the waygate. There was no trefoil leaf among the verdant tangle on the inside of the two gates. Strange to think that at that moment in the waking world someone, or something, was passing through where he stood. Touching the dull surface, he grunted. It might as well have been a mirror. His hand slid across it as across the smoothest glass. From the corner of his eye, he caught the Avendosora leaf suddenly in its place on the inside, and leaped back just as the waygate began swinging shut. Someone, or something, had come out or gone in.
Out. It has to be out.
He wanted to doubt that it was more Trollocs and Fades coming into the two rivers. The gates merged, became stone carvings again. A sense of being watched was all the warning he had. He jumped, a half-seen image of black streaking through where his chest had been. An arrow. Jumped in one of those world-blurring stretches, landed on a far slope and jumped again, out of the valley of Manetheren into a stand of towering fir, and again. Running, he thought furiously, picturing the valley in his mind, and that brief glimpse of the arrow. It had come from that direction, at that angle when it reached him, so it had to have come from... A final bound took him back onto a slope above Manetheren's grave, crouching among meagre, wind-slanted pines with bow ready to draw. Below him, among the stunted trees and boulders, the arrow had been fired. Slayer had to be down there somewhere. He had to be down. Without thinking, Perrin leaped away, the mountains a smear of grey and brown and green.
Almost,
he growled. Almost he had duplicated his mistake in the waterwood, thinking again an enemy would move to suit him, wait where he wanted. This time he ran as hard as he could, only 3 flashing strides to the edge of the sandhills, hoping he had not been seen. This time he circled wide, coming back higher on that same mountainside, up where the air felt thin and cold and the few trees were thick-trunked bushes 50 paces or more apart, up above where a man might set himself to watch for another who meant to sneak up on the place that arrow had fired. And there his quarry was, 100 paces below, dark-haired and dark-coated, a tall man crouched beside a table-sized granite outcrop, his own half-drawn bow in hand, studying the slope farther down with eager patience. This was the first time Perrin had gotten a good look at him. 100 paces was little distance for his eyes. This slayer's high-collared coat had a borderland cut, and his face looked enough like Lan's to be the warder's brother's. Only Lan had no brothers, no living kin at all that Perrin knew, and if he had had any, they would not have been here. A borderlander, though. Maybe Shine-Aran, though his hair was long, not shaved to a topknot, and was held back by a braided leather cord, just like Lan's. He could not be Malchieri. Lan was the last living Malchieri. Wherever he came from, Perrin felt no compunction at all in drawing his bow, broadhead point aimed at Slayer's back. The man had tried to kill him from ambush. A downhill shot could be tricky. Perhaps he had taken too long, or perhaps the fellow felt his cold gaze. But suddenly, Slayer became a blur, streaking away east. With a curse, Perrin pursued. 3 strides to the sandhills, another into the westward. Among the oaks and leatherleaf and underbrush, Slayer seemed to vanish. Halting, Perrin listened. Silence. The squirrels and birds had gone still. He inhaled deeply. A small herd of deer had passed that way not long since, and a faint tinge of something human but too cold for a man, too emotionless, a scent that tickled his mind with familiarity. Slayer was somewhere close. The air lay as still as the forest, no stir of breeze to tell him which way that scent came.
A neat trick, Golden Eyes, locking the waygate.
Perrin tensed, ears straining. No telling from where in this dense growth that voice had come. Not so much as a leaf rustled.
If you knew how many of the shadow rot died trying to get out of the ways there, it would lift your heart. Machin Shin feasted at that gate, Golden Eyes. But not a good enough trick. You saw. The gate is open now.
There, off to the right. Perrin slipped through the trees as silently as he had when he had hunted here.
It was only a few hundred to begin, Golden Eyes. Just enough to keep those fool white cloaks off balance and see that the renegade died.
Slayer's voice became angry.
The shadow consume me if that man does not have more luck than the White Tower!
Abruptly, he chuckled.
Oh, but you, Golden Eyes, your presence was a surprise. There are those who want your head on a pike. Your precious 2 rivers will be harrowed from end to end now to root you out. What do you say to that, Golden Eyes?
Perrin froze close beside the gnarled trunk of a great oak. Why was the man talking so much? Why was he talking at all?
He's drawing me right to him.
Putting his back against the oak's thick bole, he studied the forest. No movement. Slayer wanted him to come nearer. No doubt into an ambush. And he wanted to find the man and rip his throat out. Yet it could easily be himself who died, and if that happened, no one would know the waygate was open, and Trollocs coming by hundreds, maybe even thousands. He would not play Slayer's game. With a mirthless smile, he stepped out of the wolf dream, telling himself to wake, and... Fail twined her arms around his neck and nipped his beard with small white teeth, while Tinker's fiddles sang some wild, heated tune around the campfires.
Hyla's powder. I can't wake up.
Awareness that it was a dream faded. Laughing, he scooped Fail up in his arms and carried her into the shadows, where the grass was soft. Waking was a slow process wrapped around the dull pain filling his side. Daylight streamed in at the small windows. Bright light. Morning. He tried to sit up and fell back with a groan. Fail sprang up from a low stool. Her dark eyes looked as if she had not slept.
"Lie still," she said. "You did enough thrashing in your sleep. I have not kept you from rolling over and driving that thing the rest of the way through you just to watch you do it now you're awake."
Ivan stood leaning against the doorframe like a dark blade.
"Help me up,"
Perrin said. Talking hurt, but so did breathing, and he had to talk.
"I have to get to the mountains, to the waygate."
She put a hand to his forehead, frowning.
"No fever,"
she murmured. Then, more strongly,
"You are going to Emond's Field, where one of the Aes Sedai can heal you. You are not going to kill yourself trying to ride into the mountains with an arrow in you. Do you hear me? If I hear one more word about mountains or waygates, I will have Isla mix something that will put you back to sleep and you will travel on a litter. I'm not certain you should not anyway."
"The Trollocs, Fail! The waygate is open again! I have to stop them!"
The woman did not even hesitate before shaking her head.
"You can do nothing about it, the state you are in. It is Emond's Field for you."
"But—"
"But me no buts, Perrin Barra. Not another word on it."
He ground his teeth. The worst was that she was right. If he could not rise from a bed alone, how could he stay in the saddle as far as Manetheren?
"Emond's Field,"
he said graciously, but she still sniffed and muttered something about pig-headed. What did she want?
"I was bloody gracious, burn her for stubborn."
"So there will be more Trollocs,"
Ivan said musingly. He did not ask how Perrin knew. Then he shook his head as if dismissing Trollocs.
"I will tell the others you are awake."
He slipped out, closing the door behind him.
"Am I the only one who sees the danger?"
Perrin muttered.
"I see an arrow in you,"
Fail said firmly. The reminder gave him a twinge. He just stifled a groan, and she gave a satisfied nod. Satisfied? He wanted to be up and on the way immediately. The sooner he was healed, the sooner he could see to closing the waygate again, permanently this time. Fail insisted on feeding him breakfast, a broth thick with mashed vegetables suitable for a toothless infant, 1 spoon at a time, with pauses to wipe his chin. She would not let him feed himself, and whenever he protested or asked her to go faster, she shoved the words back into his mouth with a spoonful of pap. She would not even let him wash his own face. By the time she got around to brushing his hair and combing his beard, he had settled on dignified silence. "You are pretty when you sulk," she said, and pinched his nose. Isla, in green blouse and blue skirt this morning, climbed into the wagon with his coat and shirt both cleaned and mended. To his irritation, he had to let the two women help him don them. He had to let them help him sit up to don them, the coat unbuttoned and the shirt not tucked in, but bunched around the arrow stub.
"Thank you, Isla,"
he said, fingering the neat darns.
"This is fine needlework."
"It is," she agreed. "Fail has a deft touch with a needle." Fail coloured, and he grinned, thinking of how fiercely she had told him she would never mend his clothes. A glint in her eye held his tongue. Sometimes silence was the wiser course.
"Thank you, Fail,"
he said, gravely instead. She blushed even redder. Once they had him on his feet, he reached the door easily enough, but he had to let the two women half support him to climb down the wooden steps. At least the horses were saddled, and all the Two Rivers lads gathered, bows slung on their backs, with clean faces and clothes, and only a few bandages out where they showed. A night with the Tuatha'an had obviously been good for their spirits, too, even those who still looked as though they could not walk 100 paces. The haggardness that had been in their eyes yesterday was only a shadow now. Will had each arm around a pretty big-eyed tinker girl, of course, and Ban Alcine, with his nose and a bandage around his head making his dark hair stand up in a brush, held hands with another, smiling shyly. Most of the others held bowls of thick vegetable stew and spoons, shovelling away.
"This is good, Perrin,"
Daniel said, giving up his empty bowl to a tinker woman. She gestured as if to ask the beanpole fellow whether he wanted more, and he shook his head, but said,
"I don't think I could ever get enough of it, do you?"
"I had my fill,"
Perrin told him sourly. Mashed vegetables and broth.
"The Tinker girls danced last night,"
Daniel's brother Tell said, wide-eyed.
"All the unmarried women, and some of the married. You should have seen it, Perrin."
"I have seen tinker women dance before, Tell."
Apparently he had not kept his voice clear of what he had felt watching them, for Fail said dryly,
"You've seen the Taganza, have you? Some day, if you are good, I may dance the Sasara for you and show you what a dance really is."
Isla gasped in recognition of the name, and Fail went even redder than she had inside. Perrin pursed his lips. If this Sasara set the heart pounding any harder than the tinker women's swaying, hip-rolling dance, the Taganza, was it? He definitely would like to see Fail dance it. He carefully did not look at her. Rayan came, in the same bright green coat, but trousers redder than any red Perrin had ever seen before. The combination made his head ache.
"Twice you have visited our fires, Perrin, and for the second time you go without a farewell feast. You must come again soon, so we can make up for it."
Pushing away from Fail and Isla, he could stand by himself at least, he put a hand on the wiry man's shoulder.
"Come with us, Rayan. No one in Emmons Field will harm you. At worst, it's safer than out here with the Trollocs."
Rayan hesitated, then shook himself, muttering,
"I do not know how you can even make me consider such things."
Turning, he spoke loudly.
"People, Perrin has asked us to come with him to his village, where we will be safe from Trollocs. Who wishes to go?"
Shocked faces stared back at him. Some women gathered their children close, and the children hid in their skirts as if the very idea frightened them.
"You see, Perrin," Rayan said, "for us, safety lies in moving, not in villages. I assure you we do not spend 2 nights in one place, and we will travel all day before stopping again."
"That may not be enough, Rayan."
The Mahdi shrugged.
"Your concern warms me, but we will be safe, if the light wills it."
"The way of the leaf is not only to do no violence," Isla said gently, "but to accept what comes. The leaf falls in its proper time, uncomplaining. The light will keep us safe for our time." Perrin wanted to argue with them, but behind all the warmth and compassion on their faces lay a stony firmness. He thought he would get Bane and Chiad to don dresses and give up their spears, or Gaul to, before he made these people budge an inch. Rayan shook Perrin's hand, and with that the Tinker women began hugging the Two Rivers lads, and Ivon too, and the Tinker men began shaking hands, all laughing and saying goodbyes and wishing everyone a safe journey, hoping they would come again. Almost all the men did. Aram stood off to one side, frowning to himself, hands thrust into his coat pockets. The last time Perrin met him, he had seemed to have a sour streak. Odd for a Tinker. The men did not content themselves with shaking Fail's hand, but hugged her. Perrin kept his face smooth when some of the younger men became overly enthusiastic, only grinding his teeth a little. He managed to smile. No woman much younger than Isla hugged him. Somehow, even while Fail was letting some skinny, gaudy-coated Tinker fold his arms around her and try to squeeze her flat, she stood guard on him like a mastiff. Women without grey in their hair took one look at her face and chose someone else. Meanwhile, Will appeared to be kissing every woman in the camp. So was Ban, and his nose. Even Ivon was enjoying himself, for that matter. It would serve Fail right if one of those fellows cracked a rib for her. Finally, the Tinkers moved back, except for Rayan and Isla, opening a space around the Two Rivers folk. The wiry, grey-haired man bowed formally, hands to chest.
You came in peace. Depart now in peace. Always will our fires welcome you. The way of the leaf is peace.
Peace be on you always, Perrin replied, and on all the people. Light let it be so.
I will find the song, or another will find the song, but the song will be sung, this year or in a year to come.
He wondered if there ever had been a song, or if the Tuatha'an had begun their endless journey seeking something else. Elias had told him they did not know what song, only that they would know it when they found it.
Let them find safety, at least. At least that.
As it once was, so shall it be again. World without end.
World without end, the Tuatha'an responded in a solemn murmur. Word and time without end. A few final hugs and handshakes were handed round while Ivon and Fail were helping Perrin up on Stepper. A few last kisses collected by Will, and Ban, and his nose. Others, the badly wounded, were half lifted onto their horses, with Tinkers waving as if to old neighbours off on a long journey. Rayan came to shake Perrin's hand.
Will you not reconsider? Perrin asked. I remember hearing you say once there was wickedness loose in the world. It's worse now, Rayan, and here.
Peace be on you, Perrin,
Rayan replied, smiling.
And on you,
he said sadly. The Aiel did not appear until they were a mile north of the Tinker camp, Bane and Chiad looking to Fail before trotting ahead to their usual place. Perrin was not sure what they thought might have happened to her among Tuatha'an. Gaul moved in beside Stepper, striding easily. The party was not moving very fast, with nearly half the men walking. He glanced at Ivon measuringly as usual before turning to Perrin.
Your injury is well?
His injury hurt like fury. Every step his horse took jolted that arrowhead.
I feel fine,
he said, not gritting his teeth.
Maybe we'll have a dance in Emmons Field tonight. And you? Did you pass a good night playing Maiden's Kiss?
Gaul stumbled and nearly fell on his face.
What is the matter?
Who did you hear suggest this game? The Aielman said quietly, staring straight ahead.
Chiad. Why?
Chiad, Gaul muttered. The woman is Goshian. Goshian.
I should take her back to Hot Springs as Gaishan.
The words sounded angry, but not his odd tone.
Chiad. Will you tell me what is the matter?
A Mudral has less cunning than a woman,
Gaul said in a flat voice.
and a Trolloc fights with more honour." After a moment he added in a fierce undertone, "And the goat has more sense." Quickening his pace, he ran forward to join the two maidens. He did not speak to them as far as Perrin could make out, only slowed to walk alongside.
"Did you understand any of that?"
Perrin asked Ivan. The warder shook his head. Fail sniffed. "If he thinks to make trouble for them, they will hang him by his heels from a branch to cool off."
"Did you understand it?"
Perrin asked her. She walked along, neither looking at him nor answering, which he took to mean she did not.
"I think I might have to find Rayan's camp again. It has been a long time since I saw the Tiganza. It was interesting."
She muttered something under her breath, but he caught it.
"You could do with hanging by the heels yourself."
He smiled down at the top of her head.
"But I won't have to. You promised to dance this Sasara for me."
Her face went crimson.
"Is it anything close to the Tiganza? I mean, there is no point otherwise."
"You muscle-brained oaf!"
she snapped, glaring up at him.
"Men have thrown their hearts and fortunes at the feet of women who dance the Sasara. If Mother suspected I knew it—"
Her teeth clicked shut as though she had said too much, and her head whipped back to face forward. Scarlet mortification covered her from her dark hair down to the neck of her dress.
"Then there isn't any reason for you to dance it," he said quietly. "My heart and fortune, such as they are, already lie at your feet."
Fail missed a step, then laughed softly and pressed her cheek against his booted calf.
"You are too clever for me," she murmured. "One day I will dance it for you, and boil the blood in your veins."
"You already do that,"
he said, and she laughed again. Pushing her arm behind his stirrup, she hugged his leg to her as she walked. After a while, even the thought of Fail dancing, he extrapolated from the Tinker dance, it must be something to top that, could not compete with the pain in his side. Every stride Stepper took was agony. He held himself upright. It seemed to hurt a fraction less that way. Besides, he did not want to spoil the lift the Tuathaan had given everyone's spirits. The other men were sitting up straight in their saddles too, even those who had been hunched over and clinging the day before. And Ban and Danil and the others walked with heads up. He would not be the first to slump. Will began to whistle, "Coming Home from Tarwin's Gap," and 3 or 4 more took it up. After a time, Ban began to sing in a clear, deep voice. "My home is waiting there for me, and the girl I left behind. Of all the treasure that waits for me, that's what I want to find. Her eyes so merry and her smile so sweet, her hug so warm and her ankle neat, her kisses hot, now there's a treat. If there's a treasure greater, it lies not in my mind." More joined in on the second verse until everyone sang, even Ivan and Fail. Not Perrin, of course. He had been told often enough that he sounded like a stepped-on frog singing. Some even fell into step with the music. "Oh, I have seen stark Tarwin's Gap and the Trollocs' raving horde. I have stood for the half-man's charge and walked on death's cold board. But a winsome lass, she waits for me, for a dance and a kiss 'neath the apple tree." Perrin shook his head. A day before they had been ready to run and hide. Today they sang, about a battle so long ago that it had left no memory but this song in the 2 rivers. Perhaps they were becoming soldiers. They would have to, unless he managed to close that waygate. Farms began to appear more often, closer together, until they travelled along hard-packed dirt between fields bordered by hedges or low, rough stone walls. Abandoned farms. No one here clung to the land. They came to the old road, which ran north from the White River, the Manetheren through Devon Ride to Emmons Field, and at last began to see sheep in the pastures, great clumps like a dozen men's flocks gathered together, with 10 shepherds where there once would have been one, and half of them grown men. Bow-armed shepherds watched them pass, singing at the tops of their lungs, not knowing quite what to make of it. Perrin did not know what to make of his first view of Emmons Field, and neither did the other 2 Rivers men, from the way their singing faltered and died. The trees, fences, and hedges closest to the village were simply gone, cleared away. The westernmost houses of Emmons Field had once stood among the trees on the edge of the westwood. The oaks and leatherleaf between the houses remained, but now the forest's brim stood 500 paces away, a long bowshot, and axes rang loud as men pushed it back farther. Row on row of waist-high stakes, driven into the ground at an angle, surrounded the village a little out from the houses, and presented a continuous hedge of sharpened points, except where the road ran in. At intervals behind the stakes men stood like sentries, some wearing bits of old armour or leather shirts sewn with rusty steel discs, a few in dented old steel caps, with boar spears or halberds rooted out of attics, or bush hooks fitted to long poles. Other men and boys were up on some of the thatched roofs with bows. They stood when they saw Perrin and the others coming, and shouted to people below. Beside the road, behind the stakes, stood a contraption of wood and thick twisted rope, with a nearby pile of stones bigger than a man's head. Ivan noticed Perrin frowning at it as they came closer.
"Catapult," the warder said. 6 so far. Your carpenters knew what to do once Thomas and I showed them. The stakes will hold off charging Trollocs or white cloaks. Either one."
He might have been discussing the prospects for more rain.
"I told you your village was preparing to defend itself." Fail sounded fiercely proud, as though it were her village. A hard people for such a soft land. They could almost be Saldaean. Moraine always said Manetheren's blood runs strong here still.
Perrin could only shake his head.
The hard-packed dirt streets were nearly crowded enough for a city, the gaps between houses filled with carts and wagons, and through open doors and unshuttered windows he could see more people. The crowd parted before Ivan and the Aiel, and rustling whispers accompanied them along the street. "It's Perrin Goldeneyes! Perrin Goldeneyes! Perrin Goldeneyes!" He wished they would not do that. These people knew him, some of them. What did they think they were doing? There was horse-faced Nasa Ireland, who had paddled his 10-year-old backside that time Matt talked him into stealing one of her gooseberry pies. And there was pink-cheeked, big-eyed Celia Cole, the first girl he had ever kissed and still pleasingly plump. And Pell Adea, with his pipe and his bald head, who had taught Perrin how to catch trout with his hands. And Days Conger herself, a tall, wide woman who made Alspet Luhan seem soft, with her husband Wit, a scrawny man overshadowed as always by his wife. And they were all staring at him and whispering to the people from off who might not know who he was. When old Sen Buey lifted a little boy up on his shoulder, pointing at Perrin and talking enthusiastically to the boy, Perrin groaned. They had all gone mad. Townsfolk trailed after Perrin and the others, around them in a parade that rode a swell of murmurs. Chickens scurried every which way under people's feet. Bawling calves and pigs squealing in pens behind the houses competed with the noise of the humans. Sheep crowded the green, and black and white milk cows cropped the grass in company with flocks of geese, grey and white. And in the middle of the green rose a tall pole, the red-bordered white banner at its peak rippling lazily, displaying a red wolf's head. He looked at Fail, but she shook her head, as surprised as he. "A symbol?" Perrin had not heard Verin approach, though now he caught hushed whispers of Aes Sedai floating around her. Ivan did not look surprised.
People stared at her with awe-filled eyes.
People need symbols,
Verin went on, resting a hand on Steppa's shoulder.
When Alana told a few of the villagers how much Trollocs fear wolves, everyone seemed to think this banner a grand idea. Don't you, Perrin?
Was there a dryness in her voice then? Her dark eyes looked up at him, bird-like. A bird watching a worm?
I wonder what Queen Morghese will think of that, Fail said. This is part of Andor. Queens seldom like strange banners being raised in their realms.
That's nothing but lines on a map, Perrin told her.
It was good to be still. The throbbing from the arrowhead seemed to have abated somewhat.
I did not even know we were supposed to be part of Andor until I went to Caemlyn. I doubt many people here do.
Rulers have a tendency to believe maps, Perrin.
There was no doubt of the dryness in Fail's tone.
When I was a child, there were parts of Saldaea that had not seen a taxman in 5 generations. Once father could turn his attention from the Blight for a time, Tenobia made sure they knew who their queen was.
This is the 2 rivers, he said, grinning. Not Saldaea.
They did sound very fierce up there in Saldaea. As he turned back to Verin, the grin became a frown.
I thought you were hiding who you are.
He could not say which was more disturbing, Aes Sedai there in secret, or Aes Sedai in the open. The Aes Sedai's hand hovered an inch from the broken-off arrow jutting from his side. Something tingled around the wound.
"Oh, this is not good," she murmured. "Caught in the rib, and some infection in spite of that poultice. This needs Alana, I think."
She blinked and pulled her hand back. The tingle went too.
"What? Hiding? Oh, with what has been stirred up here now, we could hardly remain hidden. I suppose we could have gone away. You wouldn't want that, would you?"
There was that sharp, considering, bird-like stare again. He hesitated, and finally sighed.
I suppose not.
"Oh, that is good to hear," she said with a smile.
Why did you really come here, Verin?
She did not seem to hear him, or did not want to.
"Now, we need to see to that thing in you, and these other lads need to be looked after too. Alana and I will see to the worst, but—"
The men with him were as stunned by what they found here as he was. Ban scratched his head at the banner, and a few just stared around in amazement. Most looked at Verin, though, wide-eyed and uneasy. They had surely heard the whispers of Aes Sedai. Perrin was not escaping those looks entirely himself, he realized, talking to an Aes Sedai as though she were just any village woman. Verin considered them right back, then suddenly, without seeming to look, reached behind her to snatch a girl of about 10 or 12 out of the onlookers. The girl, her long dark hair caught up with blue ribbons, went rigid with shock.
"You know Days Conga, girl?" Verin said. "Well, you find her and tell her there are injured men who need a wisdom's herbs. And tell her to jump. You tell her I'll have no patience with her heirs. Do you have that? Off with you."
Perrin did not recognize the girl, but evidently she did know Days, because she flinched at the message. But Verin was an Aes Sedai. After a moment of weighing, Days Conga against an Aes Sedai, the girl scampered away into the crowd.
"And Alana will take care of you,"
Verin said, peering up at him again. He wished she did not sound as though there might be 2 meanings to that. Chapter 43. Care for the Living. Taking Steppa's bridle, Verin led him to the Winespring Inn herself, the crowd melting back to let her through, then falling in after. Danil and Ban and the others trailed along on horse and afoot, kin mingling with them now. Astounded as they were by the changes in Emond's Field, the lads still showed their pride by striding even if they limped, or sitting up straighter in the saddle. They had faced Trollocs and come home. But women ran their hands over sons and nephews and grandsons, often biting back tears, and their low moans made a soft, pained murmur. Tight-eyed men tried to hide their worries behind proud smiles, clapping shoulders and exclaiming over newly begun beards, yet frequently their hugs just happened to turn into a shoulder to lean on. Sweethearts rushed in with kisses and loud cries, equal parts happiness and commiseration, and little brothers and sisters, uncertain, alternated between fits of weeping and clinging in wide-eyed wonder to a brother everyone seemed to be taking for a hero. It was the other voices Perrin wished he could not hear.
"Where is Kenley?"
Mistress Ahan was a handsome woman with streaks of white in her nearly black braid, but she wore a fear-filled frown as she scanned faces and saw eyes flinch from hers.
"Where's my Kenley?"
"Billy?"
Old Hugh Aldai called uncertainly.
"Has anyone seen Billy Aldai?"
"Hugh? Jared? Tim? Collie?"
In front of the inn, Perrin fell out of the saddle in his need to escape those names, not even seeing whose hands caught him.
"Get me inside," he grated. "Inside!" "Tevin! Harrow! Hat!"
The door cut off the heart-lost wails, and the cries of Dale Altaran's mother for someone to tell her where her son was.
"In a Trolloc cookpot,"
Perrin thought as he was lowered into a chair in the common room.
"In a Trolloc's belly, where I put him, Mistress Altaran. Where I put him."
Fail had his head in her hands, peering into his face worriedly.
"Care for the living,"
he thought.
"I'll weep for the dead later. Later." "I am all right," he told her. "I just got a little light-headed dismounting. I've never been a good rider."
She did not seem to believe him.
"Can't you do something?"
she demanded of Verin. The Aes Sedai calmly shook her head.
"I think better not, child. A pity neither of us is yellow, but Alana is still a much better healer than I. My talents lie in other directions. Ivon will bring her. Wait with patience, child."
The common room had been turned into an armoury of sorts. Except in front of the fireplace, the walls were a solid mass of propped spears of every description, with the occasional halberd or bill mixed in, and some polearms with oddly shaped blades, many pitted and discoloured where old rust had been scoured away. Even more surprisingly, a barrel near the foot of the stairs held swords all jumbled together, most without scabbards, and no two alike. Every attic within 5 miles must have been turned out for relics dust-covered for generations. Perrin would not have suspected there were 5 swords in the whole 2 rivers. Before the White Cloaks and Trollocs came, anyway. Gaul took a place off to one side, near the stairs that led up to the inn's rooms and the Alvia's living quarters, watching Perrin, but plainly aware of Verin and every move she made. On the other side of the room, watching Fail and all else, the 2 maidens cradled their spears in the crook of an elbow and took a hip-shot stance that seemed at once casual and yet balanced on the toes. The 3 young fellows who had carried Perrin in shifted their feet by the door, staring at him and the Aes Sedai and the Aiel with equally wide eyes. That was all.
"The others," Perrin said. "They need—"
"They will be taken care of," Verin interrupted smoothly, seating herself at another table. "They will want to be with their families. Much better to have loved ones close."
Perrin felt a stab of pain. The graves below the apple trees flashed in his mind. But he pushed it down.
"Take care of the living,"
he reminded himself harshly. The Aes Sedai brought out her pen and ink and began making notes in that small book in a precise hand. He wondered whether she cared how many 2 Rivers folk died, so long as he lived to be used in the White Tower's plans for Rand. Fail squeezed his hand, but it was to the Aes Sedai that she spoke. "Should we not take him up to a bed?"
"Not yet,"
Perrin told her irritably. Verin looked up and opened her mouth, and he repeated in a firmer voice,
"Not yet."
The Aes Sedai shrugged and went back to her note-taking.
Does anyone know where Loyal is?
The Ogier, one of the three by the door said. Dav Ireland was stockier than Matt, but he had that same twinkle in his dark eyes. He had the same rumpled, uncombed look about him as Matt, too. In the old days, what little mischief Matt did not get up to, Dav did, though Matt usually led the way.
He's out with the men clearing back the westwood. You'd think we were cutting down his brother every time we cut a tree, but he clears 3 to anybody else's 1 with that monstrous axe he had Master Luhan make. If you want him, I saw James Thane run in to tell them you had come in. I bet they all come to take a look at you.
Peering at the broken-off arrow, he winced and rubbed his own side in sympathy.
Does it hurt much?
It hurts enough,
Perrin said curtly, coming to get a look at him.
What am I, a gleeman? What about Luke? I don't want to see him, but is he here?
I'm afraid not.
The second man, Elam Doughtry, rubbed his long nose. Incongruous with his farmer's wool coat and his cowlick, he wore a sword at his belt. The hilt had been freshly wrapped in rawhide, and the leather scabbard flaked and peeling.
Lord Luke is off hunting the Horn of Valia, I think, or maybe Trollocs.
Dav and Elam were Perrin's friends, or had been, companions in hunting and fishing, both his age near enough, but their thrilled grins made them seem younger. Either Matt or Rand could have passed for 5 years older at least. Maybe he could too.
I hope he comes back soon, Elam went on. He has been showing me how to use a sword. Did you know he's a hunter for the Horn, and a king, if he had his rights? Of Andor, I hear.
Andor has queens,
Perrin muttered absently, meeting Fail's gaze.
Not kings.
So he is not here, she said. Gaul shifted slightly. He looked ready to go hunting for Luke, his eyes blue ice. It would not have surprised Perrin to see Bane and Chiad veil themselves on the spot.
No,
Verin said vaguely, manifestly more intent on her notes than what she was saying.
Not that he hasn't been a help sometimes, but he does have a way of causing trouble when he is here. Yesterday, before anyone knew what he was doing, he led a delegation out to meet a White Cloak patrol and told them Emonsfield was closed to them. He apparently told them not to come within 10 miles. I cannot approve of White Cloaks, but I do not suppose they took that very well. Not wise to antagonize them more than is strictly necessary. Frowning at what she had written, she rubbed her nose, seemingly unaware of leaving a smudge of ink. Perrin did not much care how the White Cloaks took anything.
Yesterday,
he breathed. If Luke had come back to the village yesterday, it was not likely he could have had anything to do with Trollocs being where they were not expected. The more Perrin thought about how that ambush turned around, the more he thought the Trollocs must have been expecting them. And the more he wanted to blame Luke.
Wanting won't make a stone cheese, he muttered. But he still smells like cheese to me.
Dav and the other two looked at each other doubtfully. Perrin supposed he must not seem to be making much sense.
It was a bunch of Coplins, mainly,
the third fellow said in a startlingly deep voice.
Dahl and Harry and Dag and Ewell and Whitconger. Days gave him a fit over it. I heard they all liked the White Cloaks.
Perrin thought the bass-voiced fellow seemed familiar. He was younger than Elam and Dav by 2 or 3 years, yet an inch taller. Lean-faced but with wide shoulders.
They did,
the fellow laughed.
You know them. They drift naturally toward anything that makes trouble for somebody else. Since Lord Luke has been talking, they're all for marching up to Watch Hill and telling the White Cloaks to get out of the 2 rivers. Anyway, they're for somebody else marching up there. I think they mean to be well back in the pack.
If that face had been pudgy and half a foot or more nearer the ground...
Ewan Fingar!
Perrin exclaimed. It could not be. Ewan was a stout, squeaky little nuisance who tried to crowd in whenever the older fellows got together. This lad would be as big as he was, or bigger, by the time he stopped growing.
Is that you?
Ewan nodded with a broad grin.
We've been hearing all about you, Perrin,
he said in that surprising bass.
Fighting Trollocs and having all kinds of adventures out in the world, so they say. I can still call you Perrin, can't I?
Light, yes, Perrin barked. He was more than tired of this Golden Eyes business.
I wish I'd gone with you last year.
Dav rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Coming home with Aes Sedai and warders and an ogier?" He made them sound like trophies. "All I ever do is herd cows and milk cows, herd cows and milk cows, that and hoe and chop wood. You've had all the luck." "What's it like?" Elam put in breathlessly. "Alanna Sedai says you've been all the way to the Great Blight, and I hear you've seen Camelin and Tyr. What's the city like? Are they really 10 times as big as Emond's Field? Did you see our palace? Are there dark friends in the cities? Is the Blight really full of Trollocs and Fades and Warders?"
"Did a Trolloc give you that scar?"
Voice like a bull or not, Ewan managed a sort of squeaky excitement.
"I wish I had a scar. Did you see a queen? Or a king? I think I'd rather see a queen, but a king would be grand. What is the White Tower like? Is it as big as a palace?"
Fail smiled, amused, but Perrin blinked at the onslaught. Had they forgotten the Trollocs on winter night? Forgotten the Trollocs in the countryside right then? Elam clutched his sword hilt as if he wanted to be off for the Blight on the instant, and Dav was up on his toes, eyes gleaming, and Ewan looked ready to grab Perrin's collar. Adventure? They were idiots. Yet there were hard times coming, harder than the 2 rivers had seen so far, he was afraid. It could not hurt if they had a little while longer before they learned the truth. His side hurt, but he tried to answer. They seemed disappointed he had never seen the White Tower, or a king or a queen. He thought Berylane might suffice for a queen, but with Fail there he was not about to mention her. Some other things he shied away from. Farm, and the Eye of the World, the Forsaken. Callandor. Dangerous subjects those, leading inevitably to the Dragon Reborn. He could tell them a little of Camelin, though, and Tyr, of the Borderlands and the Blight. It was odd what they accepted and what not. The corrupted landscape of the Blight, seeming to rot while you looked at it, they ate up, and top-knotted Shienaran soldiers and Ogier steading where Aes Sedai could not wield the power and Fades were reluctant to enter. But the size of the Stone of Tyr, or the immensity of cities. About his own supposed adventures, he said, "Mainly I've just tried to keep from having my head split open. That's what adventures are. That and finding a place to sleep for the night and something to eat. You go hungry a lot having adventures, and sleep cold or wet or both." They did not like that very much, or appear to believe it any more than they believed that the stone was as big as a small mountain. He reminded himself that he had known as little of the world before he left the 2 rivers. It did not help much. He had never been this wide-eyed. Had he? The common room seemed to be hot. He would have taken his coat off, but moving seemed too much effort.
"What about Rand and Mat?"
Ewan demanded.
"If it's all being hungry and getting rained on, why didn't they come home too?"
Tam and Abel had come in. Tam with a sword belted on over his coat, and both men with bows. Oddly, the sword looked right on Tam, farm coat or no. So he told it much as he had before. Mat gambling and carousing in taverns and chasing girls, and Rand in his fine coat with a pretty yellow-haired girl on his arm. He made Elaine a lady, expecting they would never believe the daughter-heir of Andor, and was proved right when they expressed incredulity. Still, it all seemed satisfactory, the kind of thing they wanted to hear, and disbelief faded a bit when Elam pointed out that Fail was a lady and seemed to be dancing attendance on Perrin pretty sharp. That made Perrin grin. He wondered what they would say if he told them she was cousin to a queen. Fail no longer appeared to be amused for some reason. She turned on them with a stare to match Elaine's haughtiness, stiff-backed and frosty-faced. "You have badgered him enough. He is wounded. Off with you now." For a wonder, they bowed clumsily. Dav made an awkward leg, looking a complete fool, and murmured hasty apologies to her, not him, and turned to go. Their departure was delayed by the arrival of Loial, stooping through the doorway with his shaggy hair brushing the transom. They stared at the Ogier almost as if seeing him for the first time, then glanced at Fail and hurried on their way. That cold lady's stare of hers did work. When Loial straightened, his head came just short of the ceiling. His capacious coat pockets bore the usual squared bulges of books,
but he carried a huge axe. Its haft stood as tall as he did, and its head, shaped like a wood axe, was at least as big as Perrin's battle-axe.
"You are hurt,"
he boomed as soon as his eyes fell on Perrin.
"They told me you had returned, but they did not say you were hurt, or I would have come faster."
The axe gave Perrin a start. Among Ogier, putting a long handle on your axe meant being hasty or angry. Ogier seemed to see the two as much the same thing for some reason. Loyal did look angry, tufted ears drawing back, frowning so his dangling eyebrows hung down on his broad cheeks. At having to cut trees, no doubt. Perrin wanted to get him alone and find out if he had seen anything more concerning Alana's doings. Or Verin's. He rubbed his face and was surprised to find it dry. He felt as if he should be sweating.
"He is also stubborn,"
Fail said, turning on Perrin with the same commanding look she had used on Dav and Elam and Ewan.
"You should be in a bed. Where is Alana, Verin? If she is to heal him, where is she?"
"She will come." The Aes Sedai did not look up. She was back into her little book again, frowning thoughtfully, pen poised.
"He should still be in a bed."
"I will have time for that later,"
Perrin said firmly. He smiled at her to soften it, but all that did was make her look worried and mutter "stubborn" under her breath. He could not ask Loyal about the Aes Sedai in front of Verin, but there was something else at least as important.
"Loyal, the Waygate is unlocked, and Trollocs coming through. How can that be?"
The Ogier's brows sank even deeper, and his ears wilted.
"My fault, Perrin,"
he rumbled mournfully.
"I put both Avendasora leaves on the outside. That locked the Waygate on the inside, but from the outside anyone could still open it. The ways have been dark for long generations, yet we grew them. I could not bring myself to destroy the gate. I am sorry, Perrin. It is all my fault."
"I did not believe a Waygate could be destroyed," Fail said.
"I did not mean destroy exactly."
Loyal leaned on his long-handled axe.
"A Waygate was destroyed once, less than 500 years after the breaking, according to Damel, daughter of Ela, daughter of Sofera, because the gate was near a steading that had fallen to the Blight. There are 2 or 3 gates lost in the Blight as it is. But she wrote that it was very difficult, and required 13 Aes Sedai working together with a Sa'angreal. Another attempt she wrote of, by only 9 during the Trolloc Wars, damaged the gate in such a way that the Aes Sedai were pulled into the...
He cut off, ears wriggling with embarrassment, and knuckled his wide nose. Everyone was staring at him, even Verin and the Aiel.
"I do let myself be carried away sometimes. The Waygate. Yes, I cannot destroy it, but if I remove both Avendasora leaves completely, they will die."
He grimaced at the thought.
"The only means of opening the gate again will be for the elders to bring the talisman of growing. Though I suppose an Aes Sedai could cut a hole in it."
This time he shuddered. Damaging a Waygate must have seemed like tearing up a book to him. A moment later, he was grim-faced once more.
"I will go now."
"No!" Perrin said sharply. The arrowhead seemed to throb, but it did not really hurt any more. He was talking too much. His throat was dry.
There are Trollocs up there, Loyal. They can fit an ogier into a cookpot as well as a human. But Perrin, No, Loyal. How are you going to write your book if you go off and get yourself killed?
Loyal's ears twitched.
It is my responsibility, Perrin. The responsibility is mine,
Perrin said gently.
You told me what you were doing with the Waygate, and I didn't suggest anything different. Besides, the way you jump every time your mother is mentioned, I don't want her coming after me. I will go as soon as Alanna heals this arrow out of me.
He wiped his forehead, then frowned at his hand. Still no sweat.
Can I have a drink of water?
Fail was there in an instant, her cool fingers where his hand had been. He is burning up! Verin, we cannot wait for Alanna. You must—
I am here,
the dark Aes Sedai announced, appearing from the door at the back of the common room. Marin Alvear and Alspet Luhan at her heels and Ivon right behind them. Perrin felt the tingle of the power before Alanna's hand replaced Fail's, and she added in a cool, serene voice,
Carry him into the kitchen. The table there is large enough to lay him out. Quickly, there is not much time.
Perrin's head spun, and abruptly he realized Loyal had leaned his axe beside the door and picked him up, cradling him in his arms.
The Waygate is mine, Loyal. Light, I'm thirsty. My responsibility.
The arrowhead truly did not seem to hurt as much as it had, but he ached all over. Loyal was carrying him somewhere, bending through doorways. There was Mistress Luhan, biting her lip, eyes squinched as if about to cry. He wondered why. She never cried. Mistress Alvear looked worried too.
Mistress Luhan, he murmured. Mother says I can come be apprenticed to Master Luhan.
No, that was a long time ago. That was— what was? He could not seem to remember. He was lying on something hard, listening to Alanna speak. Barbs are caught on bone as well as flesh, and the arrowhead has twisted. I must realign it with the first wound and pull it out. If the shock does not kill him, I can then heal the damage I have done as well as the rest. There is no other way. He is near the brink now. Nothing to do with him. Fail smiled down at him tremulously, her face upside down. Had he really once thought her mouth was too wide? It was just right. He wanted to touch her cheek, but Mistress Alvear and Mistress Luhan were holding his wrists for some reason, leaning with all their weight. Someone was lying across his legs, too, and Loyal's big hands swallowed his shoulders, pressing them flat to the table. Table? Yes, the kitchen table.
Bite down my heart, Fail said from far away. It will hurt.
He wanted to ask her what would hurt, but she was pressing a leather-wrapped stick into his mouth. He smelled the leather and the spicewood, and her. Would she come hunting with him, running across the endless grassy plains after endless herds of deer? Icy cold shivered through him. Vaguely he recognized the feel of the one power. And then there was pain. He heard the stick snap between his teeth, before blackness covered everything. Chapter 44. The Breaking Storm. Perrin opened his eyes slowly, staring up at the plain white plastered ceiling. It took a moment to realize he was in a four-posted bed, lying on a feather mattress with a blanket over him and a goose-down pillow under his head. A myriad of scents danced in his nose. The feathers and the wool of the blanket, a goose roasting, bread and honey cakes baking. One of the Winespring Inn's rooms, with unmistakable bright morning light streaming in at the white-curtained windows. Morning?
He fumbled at his side. Unbroken skin met his fingers, but he felt weaker than at any time since being shot. A small enough price, though, and a fair enough exchange. His throat felt parched, too. When he moved, Fail leaped up from a chair beside the small stone fireplace, tossing aside a red blanket and stretching. She had changed to a darker, narrow-skirted riding dress, and wrinkles in the grey silk said she had slept in that chair. "Alana said you needed sleep," she said. He reached toward the white pitcher on the small table beside the bed, and she hurriedly poured a cup of water and held it for him to drink. "You need to stay right here for another 2 or 3 days, until you have your strength back." The words sounded normal, except for an undercurrent he barely caught, a tightness at the corners of her eyes.
"What is wrong?"
She replaced the cup carefully on the bedside table and smoothed her dress. "Nothing is wrong." The taut underlying tone was even clearer.
"Fail, don't lie to me."
"I do not lie," she snapped. "I will have some breakfast brought up to you, and you're lucky I do that, calling me—"
"Fail!"
He said her name as sternly as he could, and she hesitated, her most arrogant chin-up glare changing to forehead-creasing worry and back again. He met her gaze straight on. She was not going to get away with any fine lady's haughty tricks with him. At last she sighed. "I suppose you have a right to know, but you are still staying in that bed until Alana and I say you can get up. Loyal and Gaul are gone."
"Gone?"
He blinked in confusion.
"What do you mean, gone? They left?"
"In a way. The sentries saw them go, this morning at first light, trotting off into the westward together. None of them thought anything of it, certainly none tried to stop them, an Ogier and an Aiel. I heard of it less than an hour ago. They were talking about trees, Perrin. About how the Ogier sing to trees."
"Trees?" Perrin growled. "It's that bloody Waygate! Burn me, I told him not to. They'll get themselves killed before they reach it."
Throwing off the blanket, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, wobbling to his feet. He had nothing on, he realized, not even his small clothes. But if they expected to keep him caged under a blanket, they were sadly mistaken. He could see everything folded neatly on the tall-backed chair by the door, with his boots beside it and his axe hanging by its belt from a peg on the wall. Stumbling to his clothes, he began dressing as quickly as he could. "What are you doing?" Fail demanded. "You put yourself back in that bed." One fist on her hip, she pointed commandingly, as if her finger could transport him there.
"They can't have gotten that far," he told her. "Not a foot. Gaul won't ride, and Loyal always did claim he trusted his own feet more than any horse. I can catch them up on Stepper by midday latest."
Pulling his shirt over his head, he left it hanging loose over his breeches and sat down. Dropped, actually, to draw on his boots. "You are mad, Perrin Barra. What chance you can even find them in that forest?"
"I am not so bad at tracking myself. I can find them."
He smiled at her, but she was not having any. "You can get yourself killed, you hairy fool. Look at you, you can hardly stand. You would fall out of the saddle before you had gone a mile." Hiding the effort involved, he stood and stamped his feet to settle them in his boots. Stepper would do all the work. He only needed to hold on.
"Nonsense! I'm as strong as a horse. Stop trying to bully me."
Shrugging into his coat, he snatched up his axe and belt. Fail caught his arm as he opened the door and was pulled along, vainly trying to haul him back. "Sometimes you have the brains of a horse," she panted. "Les, Perrin, you must listen to me. You must—" The room lay only a few steps along the narrow hallway from the stairs leading down to the empty common room, and it was the stairs that betrayed him. When his knee bent to lower him that first step, it kept right on bending. He toppled forward, vainly trying to catch the banister, pulling a yelling Fail with him. Rolling over and over, they thumped down the stairs to come up with a final thud against the barrel at the bottom, Fail lying stretched full length atop him. The barrel teetered and spun, rattling the swords inside, before settling with a final clank. It took a moment for Perrin to gather enough breath to speak.
"Are you all right?"
he said anxiously. She was sprawled limply on his chest. He shook her gently.
"Fail, are you—"
Slowly she raised her head and brushed a few short strands of dark hair from her face, then stared at him intently. "Are you all right? Because if you are, I may very well do something violent to you." Perrin snorted. She was probably hurt less than he. Gingerly he felt at where the arrow had been, but that was in no worse shape than the rest of him. Of course, the rest of him seemed bruised from head to toe.
"Get off of me, Fail! I need to fetch Stepper!"
Instead, she seized his collar with both hands and leaned very close until their noses almost touched. "Listen to me, Perrin," she said urgently. "You can not do everything. If Loyal and Gaul have gone to lock the Waygate, you must let them. Your place is here, even if you were strong enough, and you are not. Do you hear me? You are not strong enough. But even if you were, you must not go after them. You cannot do everything."
"Why, whatever are you two doing?" Marin Alvear said.
Wiping her hands on her long white apron, she came from the back door of the common room. Her eyebrows looked to be trying to climb into her hair.
"I expected Trollocs after all that racket, but not this."
She sounded half scandalized and half amused. What they looked like, Perrin realized, with Fail lying on him that way, their heads close together, was a couple playing kissing games. On the floor of the common room. Fail's cheeks reddened and she got up very quickly, dusting her dress.
"He is as stubborn as a Trolloc, Mistress Alvear. I told him he was too weak to rise. He must go back to his bed immediately. He has to learn he cannot do everything himself, especially when he cannot even walk down a flight of steps."
"Oh, my dear," Mistress Alvear said, shaking her head, "that is quite the wrong way." Leaning close to the younger woman, she whispered softly, but Perrin heard every word.
"He was an easy little boy to manage most of the time, if you handled him properly. But when you tried to push him, he was as muley as any in the Two Rivers. Men don't really change that much, only grow taller. If you go telling him what he must and mustn't do, he will surely lay his ears back and dig his heels in. Let me show you."
Marin turned a beaming smile on him, ignoring his glare.
"Perrin, don't you think one of my good goose-feather mattresses is better than that floor? I'll bring you some of my kidney pie just as soon as we have you tucked in. You must be hungry after no supper last night. Here, why don't you let me help you up?"
Pushing their hands away, he stood on his own. Well, with the aid of the wall. He thought he might have sprained half the muscles in his body. Muley! He had never been muley in his life.
"Mistress Alvear, would you have Hugh or Tad saddle Stepper?"
"When you're better," she said, trying to turn him toward the stairs. "Don't you think you could do with just a little more rest?"
Fail took his other arm.
"Trollocs!"
The cry from outside came muffled through the walls, echoed by a dozen voices.
"Trollocs! Trollocs!"
"That needn't concern you today,"
Mistress Alvear said, firm and soothing at the same time. It made him want to grit his teeth.
"The Aes Sedai will handle things nicely.
In a day or two we'll have you back on your feet. You will see."
"My horse!"
he said, trying to pull free. They had good holds on his coat sleeves. All he accomplished was swinging them back and forth.
"For the love of the light, will you stop tugging at me and let me get my horse? Let go of me!"
Looking at his face, Fail sighed and released his arm.
"Mistress Alvear, will you have his horse saddled and brought around?"
"But, my dear, he really needs—"
"If you please, Mistress Alvear,"
Fail said firmly.
"And my horse, too."
The two women looked at each other as if he did not exist. At last, Mistress Alvear nodded. Perrin frowned at her back as she hurried across the common room and vanished toward the kitchen and the stable. What had Fail said different from what he had? Turning his attention to her, he said,
"Why did you change your mind?"
Tucking his shirt in for him, she muttered under her breath. Doubtless he was not supposed to hear well enough to understand.
"I mustn't say must I? When he is too stubborn to see straight, I must lead him with honey and smiles, must I?"
She shot him a glare that surely had no honey in it, then abruptly changed to a smile so sweet he very nearly backed away.
"My dear heart,"
she almost cooed, pulling his coat straight,
Whatever is happening out there, I do hope you will stay in your saddle and as far from Trollocs as you can. You really are not up to facing a Trolloc just yet, are you? Maybe tomorrow. Please remember you are a general, a leader, and every bit as much a symbol to your people as that banner out there. If you are up where people can see you, it will lift everyone's heart. And it is much easier to see what needs doing and give orders if you aren't in the fighting yourself. Picking his belt off the floor, she buckled it around his waist, settling the axe carefully on his hip. She also batted her eyes at him. Please say you will do that. Please. She was right. He would not last 2 minutes against a Trolloc, more like 2 seconds against a Fade. And much as he hated to admit it, he would not last 2 miles in the saddle, chasing after Loyal and Gaul.
Fool, Okiya. You're a writer, not a hero. All right,
he said. A mischievous impulse seized him. The way she and Mistress Alvear had been talking over his head and batting her eyes as if he were a fool.
I can't refuse you anything when you smile so prettily.
I am glad. Still smiling, she brushed at his coat, picking lint he could not see. Because if you don't, and you manage to survive, I'll do to you what you did to me that first day in the ways. I don't think you are strong enough yet to stop me. That smile beamed up into his face, all springtime and sweetness. Do you understand me? He chuckled in spite of himself.
Sounds as if I had better let them kill me.
She did not seem to think that was funny. Hugh and Tad, the lanky stablemen, led Stepper and Swallow around soon after they stepped outside. Everyone else seemed to be gathered at the far end of the village, beyond the green, with its sheep and cows and geese, and that crimson and white wolf-head banner rippling on the morning breeze. As soon as he and Fail were up on their horses, the stablemen took off running that way too, without a word. Whatever was going on, it was clearly not an attack. He could see women and children in the crowd, and the shouts of "Trolloc" had died down to a murmur like an echo of the geese. He rode slowly, not wanting to waver in his saddle. Fail kept Swallow close, watching him. If she could change her mind once for no reason, she could again, and he did not want any arguments about whether he should be there. The babbling crowd did appear to contain everyone in Emmons Field, villagers and farmers alike, all jammed shoulder to shoulder, but they made way for him and Fail when they saw who he was. His name entered the murmurs, usually tagged with golden eyes. He picked up the word Trollocs too, but in tones more wondering than frightened. From Stepper's back he had a good view over their heads. The knotted mass of people stretched all the way beyond the last houses to the hedge of sharpened stakes. The edge of the forest, nearly 600 paces off across a field of stumps nearly level with the ground, was quiet and empty of men with axes. Those men made a sweaty, bare-chested ring in the crowd, surrounding Alana and Verin and 2 men. John Thane, the miller, was wiping a smear of blood from his ribs, lantern jaw on his chest so he could stare at what his hands were doing. Alana straightened from the other man, a grizzle-haired fellow Perrin did not know, who leaped to his feet and danced a step as if not quite believing he could. He and the miller both looked at the Aes Sedai with awe. The tangle around the Aes Sedai was too tight for anyone to shift aside for Stepper and Swallow, but there were smaller clear pockets around Ivon and Tomas off to either side on their war horses. Folk did not want to come too near those fierce-eyed animals, both looking as though they only wanted an opportunity to bite or trample. Perrin managed to reach Tomas without too much trouble.
What happened?
A Trolloc. Only one.
Despite the greying warder's conversational tone, his dark eyes did not rest on Perrin and Fail, but kept an almost equal watch on Verin and on the tree line.
They usually are not very smart alone. Sly, but not smart. The timbering party drove it away before it did more than draw some blood.
From out of the trees the 2 Aiel women appeared, running, heads shuffa-wrapped and veiled so he could not tell which was which. They slowed to snake between the sharp-pointed stakes, then slipped deftly through the crowd, people moving out of their way as much as possible in that press. By the time they reached Fail, they had unveiled, and she leaned down to listen.
Perhaps 500 Trollocs. Bane told her. "Probably no more than a mile or two behind us." Her voice was level, but her dark blue eyes sparkled with eagerness. So did Chiad's grey. "As I expected," Tomas said calmly. "That one likely wandered off from the larger body, hoping to find a meal. The rest will be coming soon, I think." The maidens nodded. Perrin gestured in consternation at the jam of people.
"They shouldn't be out here, then. Why haven't you cleared them away?"
It was Ivan, bringing his grey into the gathering, who answered, "Your people do not seem to want to listen to outsiders, not when they can watch Aes Sedai. I would suggest you see what you can do." Perrin was sure they could have imposed some sort of order had they really tried. Verin and Alana surely could have.
So why did they wait and leave it to me if they expected Trollocs?
It would have been easy to put it down to ta'veren. Easy and foolish. Ivan and Tomas were not going to let Trollocs kill them, or Verin or Alana, while waiting for a ta'veren to tell them what to do. The Aes Sedai were manoeuvring him, risking everyone, maybe even themselves. But to what possible end? He met Fail's eyes and she nodded slightly as if she knew what he was thinking. He had no time to try figuring it out now. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Bran al'Vir putting his head together with Tam al'Thor and Abel Cawthon. The mayor had a long spear on his shoulder and a dented old round steel cap on his head, a leather jerkin sewn all over with steel discs strained around his bulk. All three men looked up when Perrin pushed Stepper through the crowd to them.
"Bane says Trollocs are heading this way, and the warders think we may be attacked soon."
He had to shout because of the incessant drone of voices. Some of the nearer folk heard and fell silent. Quiet spread on ripples of "Trolloc" and "Attack." Bran blinked. "Yes, it had to come, didn't it? Yes. Well, we know what to do." He should have looked comic, with his jerkin ready to pop its seams and his steel cap wobbling when he nodded, but he only looked determined. Raising his voice, he announced, "Perrin says the Trollocs will be here soon. You all know your places. Hurry now. Hurry." The crowd stirred and flowed, women herding children back toward the houses, men milling every which way. Confusion seemed to grow more rather than less. "I'll see to getting the shepherds in," Abel told Perrin, and dove into the throng. Sen Buey pushed past in the moil, using a halberd to herd sour-faced Harry Coplin and Harry's brother Dal and old Billy Conger, who staggered as if already full of ale this morning, which he probably was. Of the three, Billy carried his spear most as if he meant to use it. Sen touched his forehead to Perrin in a sort of salute. A number of the men did. It made him uncomfortable. Danil and the other lads were one thing, but these men were half again his age and more. "You are doing fine," Fail said.
"I wish I knew what Verin and Alana were up to," he muttered, "and I don't mean right now."
Two of the catapults the warders had had built stood at this end of the village, squarish things taller than a man, all heavy timbers and thick twisted ropes. From their horses, Ivan and Tomas were overseeing the stout wooden beams being winched down. The two Aes Sedai were more interested in the big field stones, 15 or 20 pounds each, being loaded in cups on the end of those arms.
"They mean you to be a leader," Fail replied quietly. "It is what you were born for, I think."
Perrin snorted. He had been born to be a blacksmith.
"I'd be a lot more comfortable if I knew why they wanted it."
The Aes Sedai were looking at him, Verin with head tilted, bird-like, Alana with a franker stare and a small smile. Did they both want the same thing, and for the same reason? That was one of the troubles with Aes Sedai. There were always more questions than answers. Order asserted itself with surprising quickness. Along this west end of the village, 100 men knelt on one knee, right behind the bristle of stakes, uneasily fingering spears or halberds or some polearm made from a bush-hook or scythe. Here and there one wore a helmet or some bit of armour. To their rear, twice as many formed two lines holding good Two Rivers longbows, each with a pair of quivers at his belt.
Young boys came running from the houses with bundles of more arrows that the men drove point down in the ground in front of their feet. Tam seemed to be in charge, dressing the ranks and speaking a few words to each man, but Bran marched along with him, offering his own encouragement. Perrin could not see that they needed him at all. To his surprise, Danil and Ban and all the other lads who had ridden with him came trotting out of the village to surround him and Fail, all with their bows. They looked odd in a way. The Aes Sedai had apparently healed the more seriously injured, leaving those less hurt for daisies, poultices and ointments, so fellows who had been barely clinging to a saddle yesterday walked along sprightly now, while Danil and Tell and others still limped or wore bandages. If he was surprised to see them, he was disgusted by what they brought. Leof Torfin, the dressing wrapped around his head making a pale cap above his deep-set eyes, had his bow slung on his back and carried a tall staff with a smaller version of the red-bordered banner with its wolf head.
"I think one of the Aes Sedai had it made," Leof said, when Perrin asked where it came from. "Millie Eileen brought it to Willsdar, but Will didn't want to carry it."
Will Alcine hunched his shoulders a bit.
"I wouldn't want to carry it either,"
Perrin said dryly. They all laughed as if he had made a joke, even Will, after a minute. The hedge of stakes looked fierce enough, but on the other hand, it seemed a pitiful thing to keep Trollocs out. Maybe it would, but he did not want Fail there if they made it through. When he looked at her, though, she had that look in her eyes again as if she knew what he was thinking, and did not like it. If he tried to send her back, she would argue and balk, refusing to see sense. Weak as he felt right then, she probably had a better chance of leading him back to the inn than he her. The way she was sitting her saddle so ferociously, she likely intended to defend him if the Trollocs broke through. He would just have to keep a close eye on her. That was all there was to it. Suddenly she smiled, and he scratched his beard. Maybe she could read his mind. Time passed, the sun inching up, the day's warmth building. Now and then a woman called from the houses to ask what was happening. Here and there men sat down, but Tam or Bran was on them before they had their legs folded, chivying them back into line. No more than a mile or two, Bane had said. She and Chiad were sitting near the stakes, playing some game that apparently involved flipping a knife into the foot of ground between them. Surely if the Trollocs were coming, they would have come by now. He was beginning to find it hard to sit up straight. Conscious of Fail's watchful eyes, he kept his back stiff. A horn blared, brazen and shrill.
"Trollocs!"
Half a dozen voices shouted, and bestial, black-mailed shapes flooded out of the westward, howling as they ran across the stumpy ground, waving scythe-curved swords and spiked axes, spears and tridents. 3 Myrddraal rode behind them on black horses, darting back and forth as though driving the Trolloc charge before them. Their dead black cloaks hung motionless no matter how their mounts dashed or whirled. The horn sounded continuously, in sharp, urging cries. 20 arrows leaped out as soon as the first Trolloc appeared, the strongest shot falling nearly 100 paces short.
"Hold, you lap-witted sheep-brains!"
Tam shouted. Bran jumped and gave him a startled look, no less incredulous than those coming from Tam's friends and neighbours. Some muttered about not standing still for that kind of talk, Trollocs or no Trollocs. Tam rode right over their protests, though.
"You hold till I give the word, the way I showed you."
Then, as if hundreds of shrieking Trollocs were not galloping toward him, Tam turned calmly to Perrin.
"At 300 paces?"
Perrin nodded quickly. The man was asking him? 300 paces. How quickly could a Trolloc cover 300 paces? He eased his axe in its loop. That horn wailed and wailed. The spearmen crouched behind the stakes as if forcing themselves not to edge back. The Aiel had veiled their faces. Onward the screaming tide came, all horned heads and faces with snouts or beaks, each half again as tall as a man, each shrieking for blood. 500 paces. 400. Some were stretching out in front. They ran as fast as horses. Had the Aiel been right?
Could there be only 500? It looked like thousands.
"Ready!"
Tam called, and 200 bows were raised. The young men with Perrin hurriedly formed up in front of him in imitation of their elders, ranking themselves with that fool banner. 300 paces. Perrin could see those misshapen faces, contorted with rage and frenzy as clearly as if they were right on top of him.
"Loose!"
Tam shouted. Bowstrings slapped like one huge whip-crack. With twin crashes of beam against leather-padded beam, the catapults fired. Broadhead arrows rained down into the Trollocs. Monstrous shapes fell, but some rose and staggered on, harried by the fades. That horn wove into their guttural bellowing, sounding forward for the kill. The catapult stones fell among them, and exploded in fire and shards, ripping open holes in the mass. Perrin was not the only one to jump, so that was what the Aes Sedai had been doing with the catapults. He wondered wildly what would happen if they dropped one of those stones, loading it into the cup. Another flight of arrows leaped out, and another, and again, and more stones from the catapults, if at a slower pace. Fiery explosions tore at the Trollocs. Broadhead points hailed down on them, and they came on, shrieking, howling, falling and dying, but always running forward. They were close now, close enough that the bowmen spread out, no longer firing in flights, but choosing their targets. Men screamed their own rage, screamed in the face of death as they shot. And then there were no more Trollocs standing. Only one Fade, bristling with arrows, yet still staggering blindly. The shrill shrieks of a Murdral's thrashing horse competed with the moaning bellows of downed and dying Trollocs. The horn had fallen silent at last. Here and there across the stump-filled field, a Trolloc heaved and fell back. Under it all, Perrin could hear men panting as if they had run 10 miles. His own heart seemed to be pounding out of his chest. Suddenly, someone raised a loud huzzah, and with that men began capering and shouting euphorically, waving bows or whatever they had over their heads, tossing caps in the air. Women rushed out from the houses, laughing and cheering, and children all celebrating and dancing with the men. Some came running to grab Perrin's hand and shake it.
"You've led us to a great victory, my boy."
Bran laughed up at him. He had his steel cap perched on the back of his head.
"I suppose I shouldn't call you that now. A great victory, Perrin."
"I didn't do anything," he protested. "I just sat on my horse. You did it."
Bran listened no more than any of the others. Embarrassed, Perrin sat up straight, pretending to survey the field, and after a while they left him alone. Tam had not joined in the celebrating. He stood close behind the stakes, studying the Trollocs. The warders were not laughing either. Black mailed shapes littered the field among the low stumps. There could be 500 of them. Maybe less. Some, a few, might have made it back to the trees. None lay closer than 50 paces from the pointed hedge. Perrin found the other 2 Fades writhing on the ground. That accounted for all 3. They would admit they were dead eventually. The 2 Rivers folk raised a thunderous cheer for him.
"Perrin Golden Eyes! Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!"
They had to know, he muttered. Fail looked at him questioningly.
The Hoffmen had to know this wouldn't work. Look out there. Even I can see it now. They must have from the start. If this was all they had, why did they try? And if there are more Trollocs out there, why didn't they all come? Twice as many, and we'd have had to fight them at the stakes. Twice that, and they might have broken through to the village.
"You've a good natural eye,"
Tomas said, reining in beside them.
"This was a test. To see if you would break at the sight of a charge. Perhaps to see how quickly you could react or how your defenses are organized. Or maybe something I've not thought of. But still, a test. Now they see."
He pointed to the sky, where a lone raven winged over the field. A natural raven would have lighted to feast among the dead. The bird completed a last circle and peeled off toward the forest.
"The next attack will not come right away," I saw 2 or 3 Trollocs reach the forest, so word of this will spread. The half-men will have to make them remember they're more afraid of Murdral than of dying. That attack will come, however, and it will certainly be stronger than this. How strong depends on how many of the Faceless have brought through the ways.
Perrin grimaced. Light. What if there are 10,000 of them?
Not likely, Verin said, walking up to pat Tomas's mount on the neck. The warhorse allowed her touch as meekly as a pony. At least, not yet. Not even a Forsaken could move a large party through the ways safely, I think. One man alone risks death or madness between the closest waygates, but, say, 1,000 men or 1,000 Trollocs would very likely draw Machin Shin within minutes. A monstrous wasp to a bowl of honey. It is much more probable that they travel no more than 10 or 20 together, 50 at most, and the groups spaced out. Of course, the questions remain of how many groups they are bringing, and how much time they allow to elapse between, and they would lose some anyway. It might be that shadow spawn attract Machin Shin less than humankind, but... fascinating thought. I wonder... Patting Tomas on the leg much in the manner she had patted his horse, she turned away, already lost in study. The warder heeled his horse after her.
"If you ride even one step near the westward," Fail said calmly, "I will haul you back to the inn by your ear and stuff you into that bed myself."
I wasn't thinking of it,
Perrin lied, turning stepper so his back was to the woods. One man and an Ogier might escape notice. Make it to the mountains safely. They might. The waygate had to be locked permanently if Emmons Field was to have any chance.
You talked me out of it, remember?
Another man might find them, knowing they were there. 3 sets of eyes could keep sharper watch than 2, especially when one set was his, and he was certainly not doing anything here. His clothes, stuffed with straw and set on stepper, could do as much. Suddenly, above the shouting and carrying on around him, he heard sharper shouts, a clamour from the south, near the old road.
He said they wouldn't come again soon,
he growled, and dug his heels into Stepper's flanks. Chapter 45. The Tinker's Sword. Galloping through the village with Fail at his heels, Perrin found the men on the south side in a cluster, peering out over the cleared fields and muttering, some with bows half drawn. 2 wagons blocked the gap the old road made in the sharp stakes. The nearest low stone fence still standing, bordering a field of tobacco, lay 500 paces off, with nothing between taller than barley stubble. The ground short of it sprouted arrows like weeds. Smoke curled up in the far distance, a dozen or more thick black plumes, some wide enough to be fields burning. Sen Buey was there, and Harry and Darl Coplin. Billy Conger had an arm around the shoulders of his cousin Wit, Daisy's bony husband, who looked as if he wished Billy would not breathe on him. None smelled of fear, only excitement, and Billy of ale. At least 10 men at once tried to tell him what had happened. Some were louder than others.
The Trollocs tried us here as well,
Harry Coplin shouted.
but we showed 'em, didn't we?
There were murmurs of agreement, but just as many or more eyed each other doubtfully and shifted their feet.
We've some heroes here too,
Darl said in a loud, rough voice.
Your lot up at the wood aren't the only ones.
A bigger man than his brother, he had that same weasel-narrow Coplin face, the same tight mouth as if he had just bitten a green persimmon. When he thought Perrin was not looking, he shot him a spiteful look. It did not necessarily mean he really wished he had been up facing the westward. Darl and Harry and most of their relatives usually found a way to see themselves being cheated, whatever the situation.
This calls for a drink,
old Billy announced, then scowled in disappointment when no one echoed him. A head lifted above the distant wall and hurriedly ducked back down, but not before Perrin saw a brilliant yellow coat.
Not Trollocs,
he growled disgustedly.
Tinkers! You were shooting at Tuatha'an! Get those wagons out of the way!
Standing in his stirrups, he cupped hands to his mouth.
You can come on! He shouted. It is all right! No one will hurt you! I said move those wagons!
He snapped at the men standing around, staring at him, taking Tinkers for Trollocs.
And go fetch your arrows. You'll have real need for them sooner or later.
Slowly, some moved to obey, and he shouted again.
No one will harm you. It is all right. Come on!
The wagons rolled to either side with the creak of axles that needed grease. A few brightly garbed Tuatha'an climbed over the fence, then a few more, and started toward the village in a hesitant, footsore half-run, seeming almost as afraid of what lay ahead as whatever lay behind. They huddled together at the sight of men dashing out from the village, balancing on the edge of turning back even when the two rivers folk trotted by, looking at them curiously, to begin pulling arrows out of the dirt. Yet they did stumble on. Perrin's insides turned to ice. 20 men and women, perhaps, some carrying small children, and a handful of older children running too, their dazzling colours all torn and stained with dirt, and some with blood, he saw as they came closer. That was all. Out of how many in the caravan? There was Rayan, at least, shuffling as though half-dazed and being guided by Isla, one side of her face a dark, swollen bruise. At least they had survived. Short of the opening, the Tuatha'an stopped, staring uncertainly at the sharp stakes and the mass of armed men. Some of the children clutched their elders and hid their faces. They smelled of fear, of terror. Fail jumped down and ran to them, but though Isla hugged her, she did not take another step nearer. The older woman seemed to be drawing comfort from the younger.
We won't hurt you,
Perrin said.
I should have made them come. The light burned me. I should have made them. You are welcome to our fires. Tinkers!
Harry's mouth twisted scornfully.
What do we want with a bunch of thieving tinkers? Take everything that isn't nailed down.
Dahl opened his mouth to support Harry, no doubt, but before he could speak, someone in the crowd shouted,
So do you, Harry! And you take the nails too?
Sparse laughter snapped Dahl's jaws shut. Not many laughed, though, and those that did eyed the bedraggled Tuatha'an and looked down in discomfort.
Harry is right,
Days Conga called out, bulling through, pushing men out of her path.
Tinkers steal, and not just things. They steal children.
Shoving her way to Sen Bui, she shook a finger as thick as Sen's thumb under his nose. He backed away as much as he could in the press. She overtopped him by a head and outweighed him by half.
You are supposed to be on the village council, but if you don't want to listen to the wisdom, I'll bring the women's circle into this and we will take care of it.
Some of the men nodded, muttering. Sen scratched his thinning hair, eyeing the wisdom sideways.
Ah, well, Perrin,
he said slowly in that scratchy voice.
The Tinkers do have a reputation, you know, and...
He cut off, jumping back as Perrin whirled stepper to face the two rivers folk. A good many scattered before the dun, but Perrin did not care.
We'll not turn anyone away,
he said in a tight voice.
No one. Or do you mean to send children off for the Trollocs?
One of the Tuatha'an children began to cry, a sharp wailing, and he wished he had not said that. But Sen's face went red as a beet, and even Days looked abashed.
Of course we'll take them in,
the Thatcher said gruffly. He rounded on Days, all puffed up like a banty rooster ready to fight a mastiff.
And if you want to bring the women's circle into it, the village council will sit the whole lot of you down sharp. You see if we don't. You always were an old fool, Sen Bui,
Days snorted.
Do you think we'd let you send children back out there for Trollocs?
Sen's jaw worked furiously, but before he could get a word out, Days put a hand on his narrow chest and thrust him aside. Donning a smile, she strode out to the Tuatha'an and put a comforting arm around Isla.
You just come along with me, and I'll see you all get hot baths and somewhere to rest. Every house is crowded, but we'll find places for everyone. Come!
Marin Alvia came hurrying through the crowd, and Alspet Luhan, Nati Cawthon, and Nasa Iolin, and more women taking up children or putting arms around Tuatha and women, urging them along, scolding the Two Rivers men to make way. Not that anybody was balking now. It just took a little time for so many to jostle back and open a path. Fail gave Perrin an admiring look, but he shook his head. This was not Taviran work. Two Rivers people might need the right way pointed out to them sometimes, but they could see it when it was. Even Harry Coplin, watching the tinkers brought in, did not look as sour as he had. Well, not quite as sour. There was no use expecting miracles. Shambling by, Rayan looked up at Perrin dully. The way of the leaf is the right way. All things die in their appointed time, and... He trailed off as if he could not remember what he had been going to say. They came last night, Isla said, mumbling because of her swollen face. Her eyes were almost as glazed as her husband's. The dogs might have helped us escape, but the children killed all the dogs, and there was nothing we could do. Behind her, Aram shivered in his yellow-striped coat, staring at all the armed men. Most of the Tinker children were crying now. Perrin frowned at the smoke rising to the south. Twisting in his saddle, he could make out more to the north and east. Even if most of those represented houses already abandoned, the Trollocs had had a busy night. How many would it take to fire that many farms, even running between and taking no more time than needed to toss a torch into an empty house or unwatched field? Maybe as many as they had killed today. What did that say about Trolloc numbers already in the Two Rivers? It did not seem possible one band had done it all, burning all those houses and destroying the travelling people's caravan too. Eyes falling on the Tuatha being led away, he felt a stab of embarrassment. They had seen kith and kin killed last night, and here he was coldly considering numbers. He could hear some of the Two Rivers men muttering, trying to decide which smoke represented whose farm. To all of these people, those fires meant real losses. Lives to be rebuilt if they could. Not just numbers. He was useless here. Now, while Fail was caught up in helping see to the Tinkers, was the time for him to be off after Loyal and Gaul. Master Luhan, in his blacksmith's vest and long leather apron, caught Stepper's bridle.
Perrin, you have to help me. The warders want me to make parts for more of those catapults, but I've 20 men clamouring for me to repair bits of armour their grandfathers' fool grandfathers bought from some fool merchant's guards.
I would like to give you a hand, Perrin said, but I have something else that needs doing. I'd likely be rusty anyway. I haven't had much work at a forge the last year.
Lie, I didn't mean that. Not for you to work a hammer. The blacksmith sounded shocked. Every time I send one of those goose brains off with a bee in his ear, he's back 10 minutes later with a new argument. I cannot get any work done. They'll listen to you.
Perrin doubted it, not if they would not listen to Master Luhan. Aside from being on the village council, Harold Luhan was big enough to pick up nearly any man in the Two Rivers and toss him out bodily if need be. But he went along to the makeshift forge Master Luhan had set up beneath a hastily built, open-sided shed near the green. 6 men clustered around the anvil salvaged from the smithy the Whitecloaks had burned, and another idly pumping the big leather bellows until the blacksmith chased him away from the long handles with a shout. To Perrin's surprise, they did listen when he told them to go, with no speech to bend them round a Taviran's will, just a plain statement that Master Luhan was busy. Surely the blacksmith could have done as much himself, but he shook Perrin's hand and thanked him profusely before setting to work. Bending down from Stepper's saddle, Perrin caught one of the men by the shoulder, a bald-headed farmer named Get Eldin, and asked him to stay and warn off anyone else who tried to bother Master Luhan. Get must have been 3 times his age, but the leathery, wrinkle-faced man just nodded and took up a station near where Harrel had his hammer ringing on hot iron. Now he could be off, before Fail turned up. Before he could as much as turn Stepper, Bran appeared, spear on his shoulder and steel cap under one stout arm.
Perrin, there has to be a faster way to bring the shepherds and herdsmen in if we're attacked again. Even sending the fastest runners in the village, Abel couldn't get half of them back here before those Trollocs came out of the wood.
That was easy to solve.
a matter of remembering an old bugle, tarnished nearly black, that Sen Bui had hanging on his wall, and settling on a signal of 3 long blasts that the farthest shepherd could hear. It did bring up signals for other things, of course, such as sending everyone to their places if an attack was expected, which led to how to know when an attack was expected. Bane and Chiad and the warders turned out to be more than amenable to scouting, but 4 were hardly enough, so good woodsmen and trackers had to be found, and provided with horses so they could reach Emmons Field ahead of any Trollocs they spotted. After that, Boel Dowtry had to be settled down. The white-haired old Fletcher, with a nose nearly as sharp as a broadhead point, knew very well that most farmers usually made their own arrows, but he was adamantly opposed to anyone helping him here in the village, as if he could keep every quiver filled by himself. Perrin was not sure how he smoothed Boel's ruffled temper, but somehow he left the man happily teaching a knot of boys to tie and glue goose-feather fletchings. Eward Candwin, the stout cooper, had a different problem. With so many folks needing water, he had more buckets and barrels to make than he could hoop in weeks alone. It did not take long to find him hands he trusted to chamfer staves, at least, but more people came with questions and problems they seemed to think only Perrin had the answers for, from where to burn the bodies of the dead Trollocs, to whether it was safe to return to their farms to save what they could. That last he answered with a firm no whenever it was asked, and it was asked more often than any other, by men and women frowning at the smoke rising in the countryside, but most of the time he simply inquired what the questioner thought was a good solution, and told him to do that. It was seldom he really had to come up with an answer. People knew what to do. They just had this fool notion they had to ask him. Danil and Ban and the others found him and insisted on riding about at his heels with that banner, as if the big one over the green was not bad enough, until he sent them off to guard the men who had gone back to felling trees along the westward. It seemed that Tam had told them some tale about something called the Companions in Ilion, soldiers who rode with the general of an Iliana army and were thrown in wherever the battle was hottest. Tam, of all people. At least they took the banner with them. Perrin felt a right fool with that thing trailing after him. In the middle of the morning Luke rode in, all golden-haired arrogance, nodding slightly to acknowledge a few cheers, though why anyone wanted to cheer him seemed a mystery. He brought a trophy that he pulled out of a leather bag and had set on a spear at the edge of the green for everyone to gawk at. A Murdral's eyeless head. The fellow was modest enough in a condescending sort of way, but he did let slip that he had killed the Fade when he ran into a band of Trollocs. An admiring train took him around to see the scene of the battle here. They were calling it that, where horses were dragging Trollocs off to great pyres already sending up pillars of oily black smoke. Luke was properly admiring in turn, making only 1 or 2 criticisms of how Perrin had disposed his men. That was how the Two Rivers folk told it, with Perrin lining everybody up and giving orders he certainly never had. To Perrin, Luke gave a patronizing smile of approval.
"You did very well, my boy. You were lucky, of course, but there is such a thing as the luck of the beginner, is there not?"
When he went off to his room in the Winespring Inn, Perrin had the head taken down and buried. Not a thing people should be staring at, especially the children. The questions continued as the day wore on, until he suddenly realized the sun stood straight overhead. He had had nothing to eat, and his stomach was talking to him in no uncertain terms.
"Mistress Alcar,"
he said wearily to the long-faced woman at his stirrup,
"I suppose the children can play anywhere, so long as somebody watches to make sure they don't go beyond the last houses. Light woman, you know that. You certainly know children better than I do. If you don't, how have you managed to raise 4 of your own?"
Her youngest was 6 years older than he was. Nella Alcar frowned and tossed her head, grey-streaked braids swinging. For a moment he thought she was going to snap his nose off talking that way to her. He almost wished she would, for a change from everybody wanting to know what he thought should be done. "Of course I know children," she said. "I just want to make sure it's done the way you want." "That's what we'll do, then." Sighing, he only waited for her to turn away before reining Stepper around toward the Winespring Inn. 2 or 3 voices called to him, but he refused to listen.
What he wanted done, what was wrong with these people? Two Rivers folk did not follow this way. Certainly not Emmons Fielders. They wanted a say in everything. Arguments in front of the village council, arguments among the council, had come to blows before they occasioned comment. And if the women's circle thought they kept their own affairs more circumspect, there was not a man who did not know the meaning of tight-jawed women stalking about with their braids all but bristling like angry cats' tails.
What I want, he thought angrily, what I want is something to eat, some place where no one is jabbering in my ear.
Stepping down in front of the inn, he staggered and thought he could add a bed to that short list. Only midday, with Stepper doing all the work, and he already felt bone-weary. Maybe Fail had been right after all. Maybe going after Loyal and Gaul really was a bad idea. When he walked into the common room, Mistress Alvia took one look at him and all but pushed him into a chair with a motherly smile. "You can just give over handing out orders for a while," she told him firmly. "Emmons Field can very well survive an hour by itself while you put some food inside you." She bustled away before he could say Emmons Field could very well survive by itself without him at all. The room was almost empty. Natty Cawthon sat at one table, rolling bandages and adding them to the pile in front of her, but she also managed to keep an eye on her daughters across the room, though both were old enough to be wearing their hair in a braid. The reason was plain enough. Bode and Eldrin sat on either side of Aram, coaxing the tinker to eat. Feeding him, actually, and wiping his chin, too. From the way they were grinning at the fellow, Perrin was surprised Natty was not at the table with them, braids or no. The fellow was good-looking, he supposed. Maybe handsomer than Will Alcine. Bode and Eldrin certainly seemed to think so. For his part, Aram smiled back occasionally. They were plumply pretty girls. He would have to be blind not to see it, and Perrin did not think Aram was ever blind to a pretty girl. But he hardly swallowed without running a wide-eyed gaze over the spears and polearms against the walls. For a Tuatha'an, it had to be a horrible sight. "Mistress Alvia said you had finally gotten tired of your saddle," Fail said, popping in through the door to the kitchen. Startlingly, she wore a long white apron like Marin's. Her sleeves were pushed up above her elbows, and she had flour on her hands. As if just realizing it, she whipped the apron off, wiping her hands hastily, and laid it across the back of a chair. "I have never baked anything before," she said, shoving her sleeves down as she joined him. "It is rather fun, kneading dough. I might like to do it again some day."
"If you don't bake," he said, "where are we going to get bread? I don't intend to spend my whole life travelling, buying meals or eating what I can snare or fetch with a bow or sling." She smiled as if he had said something very pleasing, though he could not for the life of him see what. "The cook will bake, of course. One of her helpers, really, I suppose, but the cook will oversee it." "The cook?" he mumbled, shaking his head. "Or one of her helpers. Of course. Why didn't I think of that?"
"What is the matter, Perrin? You look worried. I don't think the defences could be any sounder without a fortress wall."
"It isn't that. Fail, this Perrin Goldeneyes business is getting out of hand. I do not know who they think I am, but they keep asking me what to do, asking if it's all right, when they already know what has to be done, when they could figure it out with 2 minutes' thought."
For a long moment she studied his face, those dark, tilted eyes, thoughtful, then said,
"How many years has it been since the Queen of Andor ruled here, in fact?"
"The Queen of Andor? I don't really know. 100 years, maybe? 200? What does that have to do with anything?"
"These people do not remember how to deal with a queen, or a king. They are trying to puzzle it out. You must be patient with them."
"A king?" he said weakly.
He let his head drop down onto his arms on the table.
"Oh, light."
Laughing softly, Fail ruffled his hair.
"Well, perhaps not that. I doubt very much that Morghese would approve. A leader, at least. But she would very definitely approve a man who brought lands back to her that her throne has not controlled in 100 years or more. She would surely make that man a lord. Perrin of House Ebara, Lord of the Two Rivers. It has a good sound."
"We do not need any lords in the Two Rivers," he growled at the oak tabletop, "or kings, or queens. We are free men.
Free men can have a need to follow someone, too, she said gently. Most men want to believe in something larger than themselves, something wider than their own fields. That is why there are nations, Perrin, and peoples. Even Rayan and Isla see themselves as part of something more than their own caravan. They have lost their wagons and most of their family and friends, but other Tuathan still seek the song, and they will again too, because they belong to more than a few wagons.
Who owns these? Aram asked suddenly.
Perrin raised his head. The young tinker was on his feet, staring uneasily at the spears lining the walls.
They belong to anybody who wants one, Aram. Nobody's going to hurt you with any of them, believe me.
He was not sure if Aram did believe, not the way he began walking slowly around the room with his hands stuffed into his pockets, eyeing spears and halberds sideways. Perrin was more than grateful to dig in when Marin brought him a plate of sliced roast goose, with turnips and peas and good crusty bread. At least, he would have dug in, if Fail had not tucked a flower-embroidered napkin under his chin and snatched the knife and fork out of his hands. She seemed to find it amusing to feed him the way Bode and Eldrin had been feeding Aram. The Corthan girls giggled at him, and Natty and Marin wore little smiles too. Perrin did not see what was so funny. He was willing to indulge Fail, though, even if he could have fed himself more easily. She kept making him stretch his neck to take what she had on the fork. Aram's slow wandering took him around the room 3 times before he stopped at the foot of the stairs, staring at the barrel of ill-assorted swords. Then he reached out and pulled a sword from the cluster, hefting it awkwardly. The leather-wrapped hilt was long enough for both of his hands.
"Can I use this one?" he asked.
Perrin nearly choked. Alana appeared at the head of the stairs with Isla. The Tuathaan woman looked weary, but the bruise was gone from her face.
Best thing is sleep, the Aes Sedai was saying. It is shock to his mind that troubles him most, and I cannot heal that.
Isla's eyes fell on her grandson, on what he held, and she screamed as if that blade had gone into her flesh.
No! Aram! No!
She almost fell in her haste to get down the stairs and flung herself on Aram, trying to pull his hands from the sword.
No, Aram! She panted breathlessly. You must not! Put it down! The way of the leaf! You must not! The way of the leaf! Please, Aram! Please!
Aram danced with her, fending her off clumsily, trying to hold the sword away from her.
Why not? He shouted angrily. They killed Mother! I saw them! I might have saved her if I had had a sword. I could have saved her.
The words sliced at Perrin's chest. A tinker with a sword seemed an unnatural thing, almost enough to make his hackles stand. But those words... his mother...
Leave him alone,
he said, more roughly than he intended.
Any man has a right to defend himself, to defend his... He has a right!
Aram pushed the sword toward Perrin.
Will you teach me how to use it?
I don't know how,
Perrin told him.
You can find someone, though.
Tears rolled down Isla's contorted face.
The Trollocs took my daughter,
she sobbed, her entire body shaking.
And all my grandchildren but one. And now you take him. He is lost because of you, Perrin Bara. You have become a wolf in your heart, and now you will make him one too.
Turning, she stumbled back up the steps, still racked with sobs.
I could have saved her,
Aram called after her.
Grandmother! I could have saved her!
She never looked back, and when she vanished around the corner, he slumped against the banister, weeping.
I could have saved her, Grandmother. I could have.
Perrin realized Bode was crying too, with her face in her hands, and the other women were frowning at him as though he had done something wrong. No, not all of them. Alana studied him from the head of the stairs with that unreadable Aes Sedai calm, and Fail's face was nearly as blank. Wiping his mouth,
He tossed the napkin on the table and got up. There was still time to tell Aram to put the sword back, to go ask Isla's pardon. Time to tell him... what? That maybe next time he would not be there to watch his loved ones die? That maybe he could just come back to find their graves? He put a hand on Aram's shoulder, and the man flinched, hunching around the sword as if expecting him to take it. The tinker's scent carried a wash of emotions, fear and hate and bone-deep sadness. Lost, Isla had called him. His eyes looked lost. Wash your face, Aram. Then go find Tam al-Thor. Say I ask him to teach you the sword. Slowly the other man raised his face. Thank you, he stammered, scrubbing at the tears on his cheeks with his sleeve. Thank you. I will never forget this. Never. I swear it. Suddenly he hoisted the sword to kiss the straight blade. The hilt had a brass wolf head for a pommel. I swear. Is that not how it is done? I suppose it is, Perrin said sadly, wondering why he should feel sad. The way of the leaf was a fine belief, like a dream of peace. But like the dream, it could not last where there was violence. He did not know of a place without that. A dream for some other man, some other time, some other age, perhaps. Go on, Aram. You have a lot to learn, and there may not be much time. Still bubbling thanks, the tinker did not wait to wash his tears away, but ran straight out of the inn, carrying the sword upright before him, in both hands. Conscious of Eldrin's scowl, and Marin's fists on her hips, and Natty's frown, not to mention Bode's weeping, Perrin walked back to his chair. Alana had gone from her place at the top of the stairs. Fail watched him pick up his knife and fork. You disapprove? He said quietly. A man has a right to defend himself, Fail. Even Aram. No one can make him follow the way of the leaf if he doesn't want to. I do not like to see you in pain, she said very softly. His knife paused in cutting a piece of goose. Pain? That dream was not for him. I am just tired, he told her, and smiled. He did not think she believed him. Before he had time to take a second mouthful, Bran stuck his head in at the front door. He wore his round steel cap again. Riders coming from the north, Perrin. A lot of riders. I think it must be the White Cloaks. Fail darted away as Perrin rose, and by the time he was outside on Stepper, with the mare muttering to himself about what he meant to say to the White Cloaks, she came riding her black mare around the side of the inn. More people were running north than stayed at their tasks. Perrin was in no particular hurry. The Children of the Light might well be there to arrest him. They probably were. He did not mean to go along in chains, but he was not anxious to ask people to fight White Cloaks for him. He followed behind Bran, joining the stream of men and women and children crossing the wagon bridge across the Winespring water, Steppers and Swallows' hooves clattering on the thick planks. A few tall willows grew here along the water. The bridge was where the North Road began, then ran to Watch Hill and beyond. Some of the distant smoke plumes had thinned to wisps as fires burned themselves out. Where the road left the village, he found a pair of wagons blocking the road, and men gathered behind pointed slanting stakes with their bows and spears and such, smelling of excitement, murmuring to each other, and all jammed together to watch what was coming down the road. A long, double column of white-cloaked horsemen, trailing a cloud of dust, conical helmets and burnished plate and mail shining in the afternoon sun, steel-tipped lances all at the same angle. At their head rode a youngish man, stiff-backed and stern-faced, who looked vaguely familiar to Perrin. With the arrival of the mare, the murmurs hushed expectantly. Or maybe it was Perrin's arrival that quieted them. 200 paces or so from the stakes, the stern-faced man raised a hand, and the column halted with sharp orders echoing down the files. He came on with just half a dozen white cloaks for company, running his eyes over the wagons and sharp stakes and the men behind. His manner would have named him a man of importance even without the knots of rank beneath the flaring sunburst on his cloak. Luke had appeared from somewhere, resplendent on his shiny black stallion in rich red wool and golden embroidery. Perhaps it was natural enough that the white cloak officer chose to address himself to Luke, though his dark eyes continued to probe. "I am Dane Bornhold," he announced, reining in, "captain of the Children of the Light. You have done this for us? I have heard that Emond's Field is closed to the children, yes? Truly a village of the shadow if it is closed to the Children of the Light." Dane Bornhold, not Jeffrem. A son, perhaps? Not that it made any difference. Perrin supposed one would try to arrest him as soon as another. Sure enough, Bornhold's gaze swept past him, then jerked back. A convulsion seemed to seize the man. One gauntleted hand darted to his sword, his lips peeled back in a silent snarl, and for a moment Perrin was sure the man was about to charge, fling his horse onto the spiky barrier to reach him. The man looked as if he bore Perrin a personal hatred. Up close, that hard face had a touch of slackness to it, a shine in those eyes that Perrin was used to seeing in Billy Conger's. He thought he could smell brandy fumes. The hollow-cheeked man beside Bornhold was more than familiar. Perrin would never forget those deep-set eyes, like dark burning coals. Tall and gaunt and hard as an anvil, Jarrett Byer truly did look at him with hate. Whether or not Bornhold was a zealot, Byer surely was. Luke apparently had the sense not to try usurping Bran's place. Indeed, he appeared intent on examining the white-cloaked column as the dust settled, revealing more children stretching up the road to Perrin's disgust, though Bran looked to him, to the blacksmith's apprentice, waited for his nod before answering. He was the mayor. Bornhold and Byer plainly took note of the silent exchange.
"Emond's Field is not precisely closed to you,"
Bran said, standing up straight with his spear propped out to one side.
"We have decided to defend ourselves, and have this very morning. If you want to see our work, look there."
He pointed toward the smoke rising from the Trollocs' pyres. A sickly sweet smell of burning flesh drifted in the air, but no one except Perrin seemed to notice.
"You have killed a few Trollocs," Bornhold said contemptuously. "Your luck and skill amaze me." "More than a few," somebody called out of the Two Rivers crowd. "Hundreds!" "We had a battle," another voice cried, and dozens more shouted angrily on top of one another. "We fought them and won."
"Where were you?"
"We can defend ourselves without any white cloaks."
"The Two Rivers! The Two Rivers and Perrin Golden Eyes! Golden Eyes!
Golden Eyes!"
Leof, who should have been over guarding the woodsman, started waving that crimson wolf-head banner. Bornhold's hot-eyed hate took them all in, but Byer danced his bay gelding forward with a snarl.
"Do you farmers think you know battle?"
he roared.
"Last night one of your villages was all but wiped out by Trollocs. Wait until they come at you in numbers, and you will wish your mother had never kissed your father."
He fell silent at a weary gesture from Bornhold, a fierce trained dog obeying his master, but his words had quieted the Two Rivers people.
"Which village?"
Bran's voice was dignified and troubled both.
"We all know people in Watch Hill and Devon Ride."
"Watch Hill has not been troubled," Bornhold replied, "and I know nothing of Devon Ride. This morning a rider brought me word that Tarrant Ferry hardly exists any longer. If you have friends there, many people did escape across the river. Across the river." His face tightened momentarily. "I myself lost nearly 50 good soldiers."
The news produced a few queasy murmurs. No one liked to hear that sort of thing. But on the other hand, no one here knew anyone in Tarrant Ferry. Likely none of them had ever been that far. Luke pushed his horse forward, the stallions snapping at stepper. Perrin reined his own mount tightly before the two began fighting, but Luke appeared not to notice or care.
"Tarrant Ferry," he said in a flat voice. "Trollocs attacked Tarrant Ferry last night."
Bornhold shrugged.
I said it, did I not? It seems that the Trollocs have at last decided to raid the villages. How providential that you here were warned in time to prepare these fine defences. His stare ran over the pointed hedge and the men behind it before settling on Perrin. Was the man called Ordaith at Tarren Ferry last night? Luke asked. Perrin stared at him. He had not known Luke even knew of Padan Fain, or the name he used now. But people did talk, especially when someone they knew as a peddler came back with authority among white cloaks. Bornhold's reaction was as strange as the question. His eyes glittered a hate as strong as he had shown for Perrin, but his face went pale, and he scrubbed at slack lips with the back of his hand as though he had forgotten he wore steel-backed gauntlets. "You know Ordaith," he said, leaning toward Luke in his saddle. It was Luke's turn to shrug casually. "I have seen him here and there since coming to the Two Rivers. A disreputable-looking man, and those who follow him no less. The sort who might have been careless enough to allow a Trolloc attack to succeed. Was he there? If so, one can hope he died for his folly. If not, one hopes you have him here with you, close under your eye." "I do not know where he is," Bornhold snapped, "or care. I did not come here to talk of Ordaith." His horse pranced nervously as Bornhold flung out a hand, pointing at Perrin. "I arrest you as a dark friend. You will be taken to Amador, and there tried under the Dome of Truth." Baya stared at his captain in disbelief. Behind the barrier separating the White Cloaks from the Two Rivers men, angry mutters rose, spears and bills were hefted, bows raised. The farther White Cloaks began spreading out in a gleaming line under shouted orders from a fellow as big in his armour as Master Luhan, sliding lances into holders along their saddles, unlimbering short horsebows. At that range they could do little more than cover the escape of Bornhold and the men with him, if they did indeed manage an escape. But Bornhold appeared oblivious of any danger, and of anything at all, save Perrin. "There will be no arrests," Bran said sharply. "We have decided that no more arrests without proof of some crime, and proof we believe. You'll never show me anything to convince me Perrin is a dark friend, so you might as well put your hand down." "He betrayed my father to his death at Farm!" Bornhold shouted. Rage shook him. "Betrayed him to dark friends and Tarvalon witches who murdered 1,000 of the children with the One Power!" Baya nodded vigorously. Some of the Two Rivers folk shifted uncertainly. Word had spread of what Verin and Alana had done that morning, and the deeds had grown in spreading. Whatever they thought about Perrin, 100 tales of Aes Sedai, almost all wrong, made for easy belief in Aes Sedai destroying 1,000 White Cloaks. And if they believed that, they might come to believe the rest.
"I betrayed no one,"
Perrin said in a loud voice so everyone could hear.
"If your father died at Farm, those who killed him are called the Shonchan. I don't know whether they are dark friends, but I do know they used the One Power in battle."
"Liar!"
Spittle flew from Bornhold's lips.
"The Shonchan are a tale concocted by the White Tower to hide their foul lies. You are a dark friend."
Bran shook his head wonderingly, pushing his steel cap over to one side so he could scratch his fringe of grey hair.
"I don't know anything about these Shonchan. What I do know is that Perrin is no dark friend, and you are not arresting anybody."
The situation was growing more dangerous by the minute, Perrin realized. Baya saw it and tugged at Bornhold's arm, whispering to him, but the White Cloak captain would not, or perhaps could not, back away now that he had Perrin in front of his eyes. Bran and the Two Rivers men had their heels planted too. They might not be willing to let the White Cloaks take him even if he confessed to everything Bornhold claimed. Unless someone tossed some water fast, everything was going to explode like a fistful of dry straw tossed on a forge fire. He hated having to think quickly. Loyal had the right of it. Hasty thinking led to people being hurt. But he thought he saw a way here.
"Are you willing to hold off my arrest, Bornhold, until the Trollocs are done with? I won't be going anywhere before then."
"Why should I hold off?"
The man was blind with hate. If he went on, a good many men were going to die, including him most likely, and he could not see. There was no use pointing it out.
"Haven't you noticed all the farms burning this morning?"
Perrin said instead. He made a sweeping gesture that took in all the dwindling plumes of smoke.
"Look around. You said it yourself. The Trollocs aren't content with raiding a farm or two each night anymore. They're up to raiding villages. If you try to make it back to Watch Hill, you may not get there. You were lucky to come this far. But if you stay here, in Emmons Field—"
Bran rounded on him, and other men shouted loud no's. Fail rode close and seized his arm, but he ignored all of them.
"You will know where I am, and your soldiers will be welcome to help our defences."
"Are you sure about this, Perrin?"
Bran said, grabbing Stepper's stirrup, while from the other side Fail said urgently, "No, Perrin, it is too great a risk. You must not. I mean, please don't. Oh, the light burned me to bloody ash. You must not do this."
"I won't have men fighting men if I can stop it," he told them firmly. "We are not going to do the Trollocs' work for them."
Fail practically flung his arm away. Scowling at Bornhold, she produced a sharpening stone from her pouch and a knife from somewhere, and began honing the blade with a silk-soft whisk.
"Harry Coplin won't know what to think now," Bran said wryly.
Straightening his round helmet, he turned back to the Whitecloaks and planted his spear butt.
"You have heard his terms. Now hear mine. If you come into Emmons Field, you arrest no one without the say-so of the village council, which you will not get. So you arrest no one. You don't go into anybody's house unless you are asked, you make no trouble, and you share in the defence where and when you are asked. And I don't want to so much as smell a dragon's fang. Will you agree? If not, you can ride back as you came."
Baya stared at the round man as if a sheep had reared up on its hind legs and offered to wrestle. Bornhold never took his eyes off Perrin.
"Done," he said at last. "Until the Trollocs' threat is gone. Done."
Wrenching his horse around, he galloped back toward the line of his men, Snowy Cloak billowing behind him. As the mare ordered the wagons rolled aside, Perrin realized that Luke was looking at him. The fellow sat slumped easily in his saddle, a languorous hand on his sword hilt, blue eyes amused.
"I thought you would object," Perrin said. "The way I hear you've been talking people up against the Whitecloaks."
Luke spread his hands smoothly.
"If these people want Whitecloaks among them, let them have Whitecloaks. But you should be careful, young Golden Eyes. I know something of taking an enemy into your bosom. His blade goes in quicker when he is close."
With a laugh, he pushed his stallion off through the crowd, back into the village. "He is right," Fail said, still stropping her knife on the stone. "Perhaps this Bornhold will keep his word not to arrest you, but what is to stop one of his men from putting a blade in your back? You should not have done this."
"I had to," he told her. "Better than doing the Trollocs' work."
The Whitecloaks were beginning to ride in, Bornhold and Baya at their head. Those two glared at him with unabated hatred, and the others, riding by in pairs. Cold, hard eyes in cold, hard faces swung to regard him as they passed. They did not hate, but they saw a dark friend when they saw him. And Baya, at least, was capable of anything. He had had to do it. But he thought maybe it would not be such a bad idea to let Daniel and Ban and the others follow him around the way they wanted to. He was not going to be able to sleep easy without somebody guarding his door. Guards! Like some fool lord. At least Fail would be happy. If only he could make them lose that banner somewhere. Chapter 46. Veils. The crowds were thick in the confined winding streets of their Calpenna near the Great Circle. The smoke of countless cook fires rising above the high white walls gave the reason. Sour smells of smoke and cooking and long unwashed sweat hung heavy in the humid morning air, with the crying of children and the vague murmurs that always clung to large masses of people, together enough to muffle the shrill caws of the gulls sailing overhead. The shops in this area had long since locked the iron grills over their doors for good. Disgusted, Aegeanin threaded her way through the throng afoot. It was dreadful that order had broken down enough for penniless refugees to take over the circles, sleeping among the stone benches. It was as bad as their rulers letting them starve. Her heart should have been gladdened. This dispirited rabble could never resist the Corina, and then proper order would be restored. But she hated looking at it. Most of the ragged people around her seemed too apathetic to wonder at a woman in their midst in a clean, well-tended blue riding dress, silk if plainly cut. Men and women in once fine garb, soiled and wrinkled now, speckled the crowd, so perhaps she did not stand out enough for contrast. The few who seemed to wonder whether her clothes meant coins in her purse were dissuaded by the competent way she carried her stout staff, as tall as she was. Guards and chair and bearers had had to be left behind today. Florin Gelb would surely have realized he was being followed by that array. At least this dress with its divided skirts gave her a little freedom of movement. Keeping the weaselly little man in sight was easy, even in this mass of people, despite having to dodge ox carts or the occasional wagon, hauled by sweating, bare-chested men more often than animals. Gelb and 7 or 8 companions, burly, rough-faced men all, shoved through in a knot, an eddy of curses following them. Those fellows angered her. Gelb meant to try kidnapping again. He had found 3 women since she sent in the gold he had asked for, none more than casually resembling any on her list, and had whined over every one she rejected. She should never have paid him for that first woman he snatched off the street. Greed and the memory of gold had apparently washed out the hide-flaying tongue-lashing she had given him along with the purse. Shouts from behind pulled her head around and tightened her hands on the staff. A small space had opened up, as it always did, around trouble. A bellowing man in a torn, once-fine yellow coat was on his knees in the street, clutching his right arm where it bent the wrong way. Huddling over him protectively, a weeping woman in a tattered green gown was crying at a veiled fellow already melting into the crowd.
"He only asked for a coin! He only asked!"
The crowd swirled in around them again. Grimacing, Aegeanin turned back, and stopped with an oath that drew a few startled glances. Gelb and his fellows had vanished. Pushing her way to a small stone fountain where water gushed from the mouth of a bronze fish on the side of a flat-roofed wine shop, she roughly displaced 2 of the women filling pots and leaped up onto the coping, ignoring their indignant curses. From there she could see over the heads of the crowd. Cramped streets ran off in every direction, twisting around the hills. Bends and white-plastered buildings cut her view to less than 100 paces at best, but Gelb could not have gone farther than that in those few moments. Abruptly, she found him, hiding in a deep doorway 30 paces on, but up on his toes to peer down the street. The others were easy enough to locate then, leaning against buildings to either side of the street, trying not to be noticed. They were not the only ones lining the walls, but where the rest huddled dispiritedly, their scarred, broken-nosed faces held expectation. So it was to be here, their abduction. Certainly no one would interfere, any more than people had when that fellow's arm was broken. But who? If Gelb had finally found someone on the list, she could go away and wait for him to sell her the woman, wait her chance to see if an Edam truly could hold other Soldam besides Bethamin. However, she did not mean to face again the choice between slitting some unfortunate woman's throat and sending her off to be sold. There were plenty of women climbing up the street toward Gelb, most in those transparent veils, their hair braided. Without a second glance, Aegeanin ruled out 2 sedan chairs with bodyguards marching alongside. Gelb's street toughs would not tangle with near their own number, nor face swords with their fists. Whoever they were after would have no more than 2 or 3 men for company, if that, and none armed. That seemed to include all the other women in her view, whether in rags or drab country dresses or the more clinging styles Tarrabona women favoured. Suddenly, 2 of those women, talking together as they rounded a far bend, seized Aegeanin's eye. With their hair in slender braids and transparent veils across their faces, they appeared to be Tarrabonas, but they were out of place here. Those thin, scandalously draped dresses, one green, the other blue, were silk, not linen or fine-spun wool. Women clothed like that rode in sedan chairs. They did not walk, especially not here. And they did not carry barrel staves on their shoulders like clubs. Dismissing the one with red gold hair, she studied the other. Her dark braids were unusually long, nearly to her waist. At this distance, the woman looked very much like a soldam named Serene. Not Serene, though. This woman would have come no higher than Serene's chin. Muttering under her breath, the Geonin jumped down and began pushing through the jostling mass between her and Gelb. With luck, she could reach him in time to call him off. The fool. The greedy, weasel-brained fool.
"We should have hired chairs, Nynaeve,"
Elaine said again, wondering for the 100th time how Tarrabona women talked without catching the veils in their mouths. Spitting it out, she added,
"We are going to have to use these things."
A weedy-faced fellow stopped drifting toward them through the crowd when Nynaeve hefted her barrel stave threateningly. "That is what they are for." Her glare might have encouraged the man's loss of interest. She fumbled at the dark braids hanging over her shoulders and made a disgusted sound. Elaine did not know when she would become used to not having that one thick braid to tug. "And feet are for walking. How could we look or ask questions being carried around like pigs to sale? I would feel a complete fool in one of those idiot chairs. In any case, I'd rather trust to my own wits than men I do not know." Elaine was sure Bail Domon could have provided trustworthy men. The sea folk certainly would have. She wished Wave Dancer had not sailed, but the sail mistress and her sister had been eager to spread word of the Corrimor to Dantora and Cantorine. 20 bodyguards would have suited her very well. She sensed as much as felt something brushing the purse at her belt. Clutching at the purse with one hand, she spun around, raising her own stave. The throng flowing by spread a little around her, people barely glancing her way as they elbowed one another, but there was no sign of the would-be cut-purse. At least she could still feel the coins inside. She had taken to wearing her great serpent ring and the twisted stone Ter Angrial on a cord around her neck in imitation of Nynaeve after the first time she had nearly lost a purse. In their 5 days in Tanchico, she had lost 3. 20 guards would be just about right. And a carriage, with curtains at the windows. Resuming the slow climb up the street beside Nynaeve, she said,
"Then we should not be wearing these dresses. I can remember a time when you stuffed me into a farm girl's dress."
"They make a good disguise," Nynaeve replied curtly. "We blend in." Elaine gave a small sniff, as if plainer dresses would not have blended even better. Nynaeve would not admit she had come to enjoy wearing silks and pretty dresses. Elaine simply wished she had not taken it so far. True, everyone took them for Tarrabonas, until they spoke, at least, but even with a lace-trimmed neck right up under her chin, this close-draped green silk at least felt more revealing than anything she had ever worn before. Certainly anything she had ever worn in public. Nynaeve, on the other hand, strode along the cramped street as if no one was looking at them at all. Well, maybe no one was. Not because of how their dresses fit, anyway. But it surely seemed they were. Their shifts would have been almost as decent. Cheeks heating, she tried to stop thinking of how the silk moulded itself to her.
"Stop that! It is perfectly decent." "It is.
Didn't this Amice tell you anything that might help us?"
"I told you what she said."
Elaine sighed. Nynaeve had kept her up until the small hours, talking about the Aiel Wise One who had been with Egwene in Teleran-Riod last night, and then started in again before they sat down to breakfast. Egwene, with her hair in 2 braids for some reason, and shooting sullen frowns at the Wise One, had said almost nothing beyond that Rand was well and Avienda was looking after him. White-haired Amice had done all the talking, a stern lecture on the dangers of the world of dreams that had nearly made Elaine feel as if she were 10 again, and Linny, her old nurse, had caught her sneaking out of bed to steal candies, followed by cautions about concentration and controlling what she thought if she must enter Teleran-Riod. How could you control what you thought?
"I truly did think Perrin was with Rand and Mat."
That had been the biggest surprise, after Amice's appearance. Egwene, apparently, had thought he was with Nynaeve and her. "He and that girl have probably gone somewhere he can be a blacksmith in peace," Nynaeve said, but Elaine shook her head.
"I do not think so."
She had strong suspicions about Fail, and if they were even half right, Fail would not settle for being a blacksmith's wife. She spat out the veil once more. Idiotic thing. "Well, wherever he is," Nynaeve said, fumbling with her braids again, "I hope he is safe and well, but he is not here and he cannot help us. Did you even ask Amice if she knew any way to use Teleran Riod to—" A bulky, balding man in a worn brown coat shoved through the crowd and tried to throw thick arms around her. She whipped the barrel stave from her shoulder and gave him a crack across his broad face that sent him staggering back, clutching a nose that had surely been broken for at least the second time. Elaine was still gathering breath for a startled scream when a second man, just as big and with a thick moustache, pushed her aside to reach for Nynaeve. She forgot about being afraid. Her jaw tightened furiously, and just as his hands touched the other woman, she brought her own stave down on top of his head with every bit of strength she could muster. The fellow's legs folded, and he toppled on his face in a most satisfactory fashion. The crowd scattered back, no one wanting to be caught up in someone else's trouble. Certainly no one offered to help. And they needed it, Elaine realized. The man Nynaeve had hit was still on his feet, mouth twisted in a snarl, licking away the blood that ran down from his nose, flexing thick hands as if he wanted to squeeze a throat. Worse, he was not alone. 7 more men were fanning out with him to cut off any escape, all but one as large as he, with scarred faces and hands that looked as if they had been hammered on stone for years. A scrawny, narrow-cheeked fellow, grinning like a nervous fox, kept panting, "Don't let her get away! She's gold, I tell you, gold!" They knew who she was. This was no try for a purse. They meant to dispose of Nynaeve and abduct the daughter heir of Andor. She felt Nynaeve embracing Saidar. If this had not made her angry enough to channel, nothing ever would, and opened herself to the true source as well. The one power rushed into her, a sweet flood filling her from toes to hair. A few woven flows of air from either of them could deal with these ruffians. But she did not channel, and neither did Nynaeve. Together they could drub these fellows as their mothers should have, yet they did not dare, unless there was no other choice. If one of the Black Aja was close enough to see, they had already betrayed themselves with the glow of Saidar. Channeling enough for those few flows of air could betray them to a black sister on another street 100 paces or more away, depending on her strength and sensitivity. That was most of what they themselves had been doing the last 5 days, walking through the city trying to sense a woman channeling, hoping the feeling would draw them to Liandrin and the others. The crowd itself had to be considered too. A few people still went by to either side, brushing tight against the walls. The rest milled about, beginning to find other ways to go. Only a handful acknowledged the 2 women in danger with as much as shamefully averted eyes. But if they saw big men flung about by nothing visible... Aes Sedai and the One Power itself were not in particularly good odour in Tanchico at the moment, not with old rumours from farms still floating about, and newer tales claiming that the White Tower supported the dragon sworn in the countryside. Those people might run if they saw the power wielded. Or they might turn into a mob. Even if she and Nynaeve managed to avoid being torn limb from limb where they stood, which she was not certain they could, there was no way to cover it up after. The Black Aja would hear of Aes Sedai and Tanchico before the sun set. Setting herself back to back with Nynaeve, Elaine gripped her stave tightly. She felt like laughing hysterically. If Nynaeve even mentioned going out alone again, walking, she would see who liked having her head dunked in a bucket of water. At least none of these louts looked eager to be the first to have his head cracked like the fellow lying still on the paving stones. "Go on!" the narrow-faced man urged, waving his hands forward. "Go on! It's only 2 women!" He made no move to rush in himself, though. "Go on, I say! We just need the one! She's gold, I tell you!" Suddenly, there was a loud thunk, and one of the ruffians staggered to his knees, clutching groggily at a split scalp, and a dark-haired, stern-faced woman in a blue riding dress flung herself past him, twisted sharply to backhand another fellow in the mouth with her fist, knocked his legs out from under him with a staff, then kicked him in the head as he fell. That there was help at all was startling, much less the source, but Elaine was of no mind to pick and choose. Nynaeve left her back with a wordless roar, and she dashed out shouting, "Forward the White Lion!"
to belabour the nearest lout as hard and fast as she could. Flinging his arms up to defend himself, he looked shocked out of his wits. "Forward, the White Lion!" she shouted again, the battle cry of Andor, and he turned tail and ran. Laughing in spite of herself, she whirled about, seeking another to drub. Only 2 had not yet fled or fallen. That first broken-nosed fellow turned to run, and Nynaeve gave him a final, full-armed thwack across the backside. The stern-faced woman somehow tangled the other's arm and shoulder with her staff, pulling him close and up on his toes at the same time. He would have overtopped her by a head, flat-footed, and he weighed twice what she did, but she coolly slammed the heel of her free hand up into his chin 3 times in rapid succession. His eyes rolled up in his head, but as he sagged, Elaine saw the narrow-faced man picking himself up off the street. His nose dripped blood and his eyes looked half-glazed, yet he pulled a knife from his belt and lunged at the woman's back. Without thinking, Elaine channeled. A fist of air hurled the man and his knife into a backflip. The stern-faced woman spun, but he was already scrambling away on all 4s until he could get his feet under him and burrow into the crowd further up the street. People had stopped to watch the odd battle, though none had raised a hand to help except the dark-haired woman. She herself was staring from Elaine to Nynaeve uncertainly. Elaine wondered whether she had noticed the scrawny fellow being knocked down apparently by nothing. "I give you my thanks," Nynaeve said, a touch breathlessly as she approached the woman, straightening her veil. "I think we should leave here. I know the Civil Watch doesn't come out in the streets much, but I'd not like to explain this if they do happen by. Our inn is not far. Will you join us? A cup of tea is the least we can offer someone who actually lifts a hand to help someone in this light-forsaken city. My name is Nynaeve Almira, and this is Elaine Trakand." The woman hesitated visibly. She had noticed. I would like that. Yes, I would." She had a slurred way of speaking, difficult to understand, but somehow vaguely familiar. She was quite a lovely woman, really, seeming even fairer than she was because of her dark hair worn almost to the shoulder. A bit too hard to be called a beauty. Her blue eyes had a strong look, as if she were used to giving orders. A merchant, perhaps, in that dress. "I am called Ejayanin." Ejayanin showed no hesitation in leaving with them down the nearest side street. The crowds were already gathering around the fallen men. Elaine expected those fellows would wake to find themselves stripped of anything of value, even clothes and boots. She wished she knew how they had discovered her identity, but there was no way to bring one along to find out. They were definitely going to have bodyguards from now on, no matter what Nynaeve said. Ejayanin might not have been hesitant, but she was uneasy. Elaine could see it in her eyes as they wove through the crowd. "You saw, didn't you?" she asked. The woman missed a step, all the confirmation Elaine needed, and she added hurriedly, "We won't harm you. Certainly not after you came to our rescue." Again she had to spit out her veil. Nynaeve did not seem to have that problem. "You needn't frown at me, Nynaeve. She saw what I did." "I know that," Nynaeve said dryly, "and it was the right thing to do. But we are not snug in your mother's palace, tucked away from prying ears." Her gesture took in the people around them. Between Ejayanin's staff and their staves, most were giving them a wide berth. To Ejayanin she said, "The larger part of any rumours you may have heard are not true. Few of them are. You need not be afraid of us, but you can understand there are matters we do not care to speak of here."
"Afraid of you?"
Ejayanin looked startled.
"I had not thought I should be. I will keep silent until you wish to speak."
She was as good as her word. They walked on in silence through the murmurs of the crowd all the way back down the peninsula to the Three-Plum Court. All this walking was making Elaine's feet ache. A handful of men and women sat in the common room despite the early hour, nursing their wine or ale. The woman with her hammered dulcimer was being accompanied by a thin man playing a flute that sounded as reedy as he was. Llewellyn sat at a table near the door, smoking a short-stemmed pipe. He had not returned from his nightly foray when they left. Elaine was glad to see that for once he did not have a new bruise or cut. What he called the underside of Tanchico seemed even rougher than the face the city presented to the world.
His one concession to Tanchican dress had been to replace his flat straw hat with one of those dark, conical felt caps which he wore perched on the back of his head.
"I have found them,"
he said, popping up from his bench and snatching off his cap before he saw they were not alone. He gave Aegeanin a hooded look and a small bow. She returned it with an inclination of her head and a look just as guarded.
"You found them?"
Nynaeve exclaimed.
"Are you sure? Speak, man! Have you swallowed your tongue?"
And her with her warnings about talking in front of other people.
"I should have said I found where they were."
He did not look at Aegeanin again, but he chose his words carefully.
"The woman with the white stripe in her hair led me to a house where she was staying with a number of other women, though few were ever seen outside. The locals thought they were rich escapees from the countryside. Little remains now save a few scraps of food in the pantry. Even the servants are gone, but from one thing and another, I would say they left late yesterday or early last night. I doubt they have any fear of the night in Tanchico."
Nynaeve had a fistful of her narrow braids in a white-knuckled grip. "You went inside?" she said in a very level voice. Elaine thought she was an inch from raising the stave dangling at her side. Llewellyn seemed to think so too. Eyeing the stave, he said,
"You know very well I take no risks with them. An empty house has a look about it, a feel, no matter how big. You cannot chase thieves as long as I have without learning to see as they do."
"And if you had triggered a trap?" Nynaeve almost hissed the words. "Does your grand talent for feeling things extend to traps?" Llewellyn's dark face went a little grey. He wet his lips as if to explain or defend himself, but she cut him off. "We will talk of this later, Master Sandor." Her eyes shifted slightly towards Aegeanin. Finally, she had remembered there were other ears there to hear. "Tell Rendra we will take tea in the Falling Blossoms room."
"Chamber of Falling Blossoms,"
Elaine corrected softly, and Nynaeve shot her a look. Llewellyn's news had left the older woman in a bad humour. He bowed deeply with his hands spread.
"As you command, Mistress Almira, so I obey from the heart,"
he said wryly, then stuck his dark cap back on top of his head and stalked off, his back eloquently indignant. It must be uncomfortable to find yourself taking orders from someone with whom you had once tried to flirt.
"Fool man,"
Nynaeve growled.
"we should have left both of them on the dock in Tyr."
"He is your servant?" Aegeanin said slowly.
"Yes,"
Nynaeve snapped, just as Elaine said,
"No."
They looked at each other, Nynaeve still frowning.
"Perhaps he is, in a way,"
Elaine sighed, right on top of Nynaeve's muttered, "I suppose he is not, at that."
"I see,"
Aegeanin said. Rendra came bustling between the tables with a smile on her rosebud lips behind her veil. Elaine wished she did not look so much like Leandrin.
"Ah, you are so pretty this morning. Your dresses, they are magnificent. Beautiful."
As if the honey-haired woman had not had as much to do with choosing the fabric and cut as they. Her own was red enough for a tinker, and definitely not suitable for public.
"But you have been foolish again, yeah? That is why the fine Llewellyn, he wears the large scowl. You should not worry him so."
A twinkle in her big brown eyes said Llewellyn had found someone for his flirting.
"Come, you will take your tea in the cool and the privacy, and if you must go out again, you will allow me to provide the bearers and the guards, yeah? The pretty Elaine would not have lost so many purses if you were properly guarded. But we will not talk of such things now. Your tea, it is nearly prepared. Come."
It had to be a learned skill. That was how Elaine saw it. You must have to learn how to talk without eating your veil. The Chamber of Falling Blossoms, located down a short corridor off the common room, was a small, windowless room with a low table and carved chairs with red seat cushions. Nynaeve and Elaine took their meals there, with Tom or Llewellyn or both when Nynaeve was not in a taking at them. The plastered brick walls, painted with a veritable grove of plum trees and a namesake shower of flowers, were thick enough to preclude any eavesdropping. Elaine practically tore her veil off and tossed the filmy scrap on the table before sitting. Even Tarrabonner women did not try to eat or drink wearing the things. Nynaeve merely unfastened hers from her hair on one side. Rendra kept up her chatter while they were being served, her topics bouncing from a new seamstress who could sew them dresses in the newest style from the thinnest imaginable silk. She suggested a Jayanin try the woman, getting a level look for reply. It did not faze her, even a trifle. To why they should listen to Juilin, since the city was just too dangerous for a woman to go out alone now, even in daylight. To a scented soap that would put the finest sheen on their hair. Elaine sometimes wondered how the woman ran such a successful inn when she seemed to think of nothing but her hair and her clothes. That she did was obvious. It was the how that puzzled Elaine. Of course, she did wear pretty clothes, just not entirely suitable. The servant who brought the tea in blue porcelain cups and tiny cakes on a tray was the slender, dark-eyed young man who had kept filling Elaine's wine cup on that very embarrassing night, and had tried again more than once, though she had privately vowed never again to drink more than a single cup. A handsome man, but she gave him her coolest stare, so that he hurried from the room gladly. Aegeanin watched quietly until Rendra left too. "You are not what I expected," she said then, balancing her cup on her fingertips in an odd way. "The innkeeper babbles of frivolities as if you were her sisters, and as foolish as she, and you allow it. The dark man, he is a servant of sorts, I think, mocks you. That serving boy stares with open hunger in his eyes, and you allow it. You are Aes Sedai, are you not?" Without waiting for an answer, she shifted her sharp blue eyes to Elaine. "And you are of the... You are nobly born. Nynaeve spoke of your mother's palace." "Such things do not count for very much in the White Tower," Elaine told her ruefully, hastily brushing cake crumbs from her chin. It was very spicy cake, almost sharp. "If a queen went there to learn, she would have to scrub floors just like any other novice and jump when she was told." Aegeanin nodded slowly. "So that is how you rule, by ruling the rulers. Do many queens go to be trained so?" "None that I know of," Elaine laughed. "Though it is our tradition in Andor for the daughter heir to go. A good many noble women go, really, though they usually do not want it known, and most leave, having failed to even sense the true source. It was only an example." "You are also of a noble?" Aegeanin asked, and Nynaeve snorted. "My mother was a farm wife, and my father herded sheep and farmed tobacco. Few where I come from can make do without wool and tobacco both to sell. What of your parents, Aegeanin?" "My father was a soldier, my mother an officer on a ship." For a moment she sipped her unsweetened tea, studying them. "You are searching for someone," she said at last. "For these women the dark man spoke of. I do some small trade in information, among other things. I have sources who tell me things. Perhaps I can help. I would not charge except to ask you to tell me more of Aes Sedai." "You have helped too much already," Elaine said hastily, remembering Nynaeve telling almost everything to Baal Domon. "I am grateful, but we could not accept more." Letting this woman know about the Black Aja and letting her become involved without knowing were equally out of the question. "Truly, we could not." Caught with her mouth half open, Nynaeve glared at her. "I was about to say the same," she said in a flat voice, then went on more brightly. "Our gratitude certainly extends to answering questions, Aegeanin. As much as we can." She surely meant there were a good many questions for which they had no answers, but Aegeanin took it differently. "Of course, I will not pry into the secret affairs of your White Tower." "You seem very interested in Aes Sedai," Elaine said. "I cannot sense the ability in you, but perhaps you can learn to channel." Aegeanin almost dropped her porcelain cup. "It can be learned? I did not... No, I do not want to learn." Her agitation made Elaine sad. Even among people not fearful of Aes Sedai, too many still feared anything to do with the One Power. "What do you want to know, Aegeanin?" Before the woman could speak, a rap at the door was followed by Tom, in the rich brown cloak he had taken to wearing when he went out. It certainly attracted less notice than the gleeman's patch-covered garment. In fact, it made him appear quite dignified with that mane of white hair, though he should brush it more. Imagining him younger, Elaine thought she could see what had first attracted her mother. That did not absolve him of leaving, of course. She smoothed her face before he could see her frown. "I was told you were not alone," he said, giving Aegeanin a guarded look almost identical to Juillin's. Men were always suspicious of anyone they did not know. "But I thought you might like to hear that the Children of the Light surrounded the Panarch's palace this morning. The streets are beginning to buzz over it. It seems the Lady Amathera is to be invested as Panarch tomorrow."
"Tom," Nynaeve said wearily, "unless this Amathera is really Liandrin, I do not care if she becomes Panarch, King, and Wisdom of the whole 2 rivers all rolled together."
"The interesting thing," Tom said, limping to the table, "is that rumour says the Assembly refused to choose Amathera." "Refused? So why is she being invested? Things this odd are worth noting, Nynaeve."
As he started to lower himself into a chair, she said quietly, "We are having a private conversation, Tom. I am sure you will find the common room more congenial." She took a sip of tea, eyeing him over the cup in clear expectation of his departure. Flushing, he levered himself back up without ever having actually sat, but he did not leave immediately.
"Whether the Assembly has changed its mind or not, this will likely cause riots. The streets still believe Amathera has been rejected. If you must insist on going out, you cannot go alone."
He was looking at Nynaeve, but Elaine had the impression that he almost put a hand on her shoulder.
"Bail Domon is mired in that little room down near the docks, tying up his affairs in case he has to run, but he has agreed to provide 50 picked men, tough fellows used to a brawl and handy with knife or sword."
Nynaeve opened her mouth, but Elaine cut her off.
"We are grateful, Tom, to you and Master Domon both. Please tell him we accept his kind and generous offer."
Meeting Nynaeve's flat stare, she added meaningfully,
"I would not want to be kidnapped on the streets in broad daylight."
"No," Tom said. "We would not want that."
Elaine thought she heard a half-said child at the end of that, and this time he did touch her shoulder. A swift brush of fingers.
"Actually," he went on, "the men are already waiting in the street outside. I am trying to find a carriage. Those chairs are too vulnerable."
He seemed to know he had gone too far, bringing Domon's men before they agreed, not to mention this talk of a carriage without a hint of asking first, but he faced them like an old wolf at bay, bushy eyebrows drawn down.
"I would regret, personally, if anything happened to you. The carriage will be here as soon as I can find a team, if there is one to be found."
Eyes wide, Nynaeve was obviously teetering on the edge of whether or not to give him an upbraiding he would never forget, and Elaine would not have minded adding a gentler admonishment. Somewhat gentler. Child, indeed. He took advantage of their hesitation to sweep a bow that would have graced any palace, and departed while he had the chance. Aegeanin had set down her cup and was staring at them in consternation. Elaine supposed they had not given a very good appearance of being Aes Sedai, letting Tom bully them.
"I must go,"
the woman said, rising and taking her staff from against the wall.
"But you have not asked your questions,"
Elaine protested.
"We owe you answers to them, at the very least."
"Another time,"
Aegeanin said after a moment.
"If it is permitted, I will come another time. I need to learn about you. You are not what I expected."
They assured her she could come any time they were there, and tried to convince her to stay long enough to finish her tea and cakes, but she was adamant that she had to leave now. Turning from seeing the woman to the door, Nynaeve put her fists on her hips.
"Kidnap you? If you have forgotten, Elaine, it was me those men tried to grab." "To take you out of the way so they could seize me," Elaine said. "If you have forgotten, I am the daughter heir of Andor. My mother would have made them wealthy to have me back."
"Perhaps," Nynaeve muttered doubtfully. "Well, at least they were nothing to do with Liandrin."
That lot wouldn't send a pack of louts to try stuffing us in a sack. Why do men always do things without asking? Does growing hair on their chests sap their brains? The sudden change did not confuse Elaine.
We do not have to worry about finding bodyguards at any rate. You do agree they are necessary, even if Tom did overstep himself?
I suppose so. Nynaeve had a remarkable dislike for admitting she was wrong. Thinking those men had been after her, for instance.
Elaine, do you realize we still have nothing except an empty house? If Jewelin, or Tom, slips and lets himself be found out, we must find the Black Sisters without them suspecting, or we will never have a chance of following them to whatever this thing is that's dangerous to Rand.
I know, Elaine said patiently.
We have discussed it.
The older woman frowned at nothing. We still have not a glimmer as to what it is, or where.
I know.
Even if we could bag Liandrin and the rest right this minute, we cannot leave it floating about out there, waiting for someone else to find.
I know that, Nynaeve.
Reminding herself to be patient, Elaine softened her tone.
We will find them. They must make some sort of slip, and between Tom's rumours and Jewelin's thieves and Baal Domon's sailors, we will learn of it.
Nynaeve's frown became thoughtful. Did you notice Aegeanin's eyes when Tom mentioned Domon?
No? Do you think she knows him? Why would she not say so?
I do not know, Nynaeve said vexedly. Her face did not change, but her eyes. She was startled. She knows him. I wonder what... Someone tapped softly on the door. Is everyone in Tanchico going to march in on us? She growled, jerking it open. Rendra gave a start at the look on Nynaeve's face, but her ever-present smile returned immediately.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but there is a woman below who asks for you. Not by name, but she describes you as you stand. She says she believes she knows you. She is, That
rosebud mouth tightened in a slight grimace.
I forgot to ask her name. This morning I am the witless goat. She is a well-dressed woman, not yet to her middle years. Not of Tarabon.
She gave a little shiver.
A stern woman, I think. When she first saw me, she looked at me as my older sister did when we were children, and she was thinking of tying my braids to the bush.
Or have they found us first? Nynaeve said softly. Elaine embraced the true source before she thought of it, and felt a shudder of relief that she could, that she had not been shielded unaware. If the woman below was Black Aja. But if she was, why announce herself? Even so, she wished the glow of Saidar surrounded Nynaeve too. If only the woman could channel without anger.
Send her in,
Nynaeve said, and Elaine realized she was very much aware of her lack, and afraid. As Rendra turned to go, Elaine began weaving flows of air, thick as cables and ready to bind, flows of spirit to shield another from the source. If this woman so much as resembled one on their list, if she tried to channel a spark... The woman who stepped into the chamber of falling blossoms, in a shimmering black silk gown of unfamiliar cut, was no one Elaine had ever seen before, and surely not on the list of the women who had gone with Liandrin. Dark hair spilling loose to her shoulders framed a sturdily handsome face with large dark eyes and smooth cheeks, but not with Aes Sedai agelessness. Smiling, she closed the door behind her. "Forgive me, but I thought you were—" The glow of Saidar surrounded her, and she... Elaine released the true source. There was something very commanding in those dark eyes, in the halo around her, the pale radiance of the One Power. She was the most regal woman Elaine had ever seen. Elaine found herself hurriedly curtsying, flushing that she had considered... What had she considered? So hard to think. The woman studied them for a moment, then gave a satisfied nod and swept to the table, taking the carved chair at its head.
"Come here, where I can see you both more closely," she said in a peremptory voice. "Come. Yes, that's it."
Elaine realized she was standing beside the table, looking down at the dark-eyed, glowing woman. She did hope that was all right. On the other side of the table, Nynaeve had a tangle of her long, thin braids gripped in her fist, but she stared at the visitor with a foolishly rapt expression. It made Elaine want to giggle.
"About what I have come to expect," the woman said. "Little more than girls, and obviously not close to half-trained. Strong, though. Strong enough to be more than troublesome. Especially you. She fixed Nynaeve with her eyes. You might become something one day. But you've blocked yourself, haven't you? We would have had that out of you, though you howled for it.
Nynaeve still had that tight hold on her braids, but her face went from a pleased, girlish smile at praise to shamed lip-trembling. "I am sorry I blocked myself," she almost whimpered. "I'm afraid of it. All that power. The one power. How can I?"
Be silent unless I ask a question, the woman said firmly. And do not start crying. You are joyful at seeing me, ecstatic. All you want is to please me and answer my questions truthfully.
Nynaeve nodded vigorously, smiling even more rapturously than before. Elaine realized that she was too. She was sure she could answer the questions first. Anything to please this woman.
Now, are you alone? Are there any other Aes Sedai with you?
No, Elaine said quickly in answer to the first question, and just as fast to the second. There are no Aes Sedai with us. Perhaps she should tell that they were not really Aes Sedai either. But she had not been asked that. Nynaeve glared at her, knuckles white on her braids, furious at being beaten to the answer.
Why are you in this city?
The woman said. We are hunting Black Sisters, Nynaeve burst out, shooting Elaine a triumphant look. The handsome woman laughed.
So that is why I have not felt you channel before today. Wise of you to keep low when it is 11 to 2. I have always followed that policy myself. Let other fools leap about in full view. They can be brought low by a spider hiding in the cracks, a spider they never see until it is too late. Tell me all you have discovered about these Black Sisters, all you know of them.
Elaine spilled out everything, battling with Nynaeve to be first. It was not very much. Their descriptions, the Ter Angreal they had stolen, the murders in the tower, and the fear of more Black Sisters still there, aiding one of the Forsaken in Tyr before the stone fell, their flight here, seeking something dangerous to Rand. They were all staying in a house together, Elaine finished up, panting, but they left last night.
It seems you came very close, the woman said slowly. Very close. Ter Angreal. Turn out your purses on the table, your pouches.
They did, and she fingered quickly through coins and sewing kits and handkerchiefs and the like.
Do you have any Ter Angreal in your rooms? Angreal or Ser Angreal?
Elaine was conscious of the twisted stone ring hanging between her breasts, and the amber plaque Dream Ter Angreal secure in a pocket inside her skirt for safekeeping. Nynaeve had the iron disc Ter Angreal in a pocket beneath her skirts. Those things could not be left lying about. But that was not the question. No, she said. They had none of those things in their room. Pushing everything away, the woman leaned back, speaking half to herself.
Rand al'Thor, so that is his name now.
Her face crumpled in a momentary grimace.
An arrogant man who stank of piety and goodness. Is he still the same? No, do not bother to answer that. An idle question. So Belal is dead. The other sounds like Ishamael to me. All his pride at being only half caught, whatever the price. There was less human left in him than any of us when I saw him again. I think he half believed he was the great lord of the dark. All his 3,000 years of machinations, and it comes to an untaught boy hunting him down. My way is best, softly, softly in the shadows. Something to control a man who can channel. Yes, it would have to be that.
Her eyes turned sharp, studying them in turn.
Now, what to do with you?
Elaine waited patiently. Nynaeve wore a silly smile, her lips parted expectantly. It looked especially foolish with the way she was gripping her braids.
You are too strong to waste. You may be useful one day. I would love to see Ravin's eyes the day he meets you unblocked, she told Nynaeve. I would put you off this hunt of yours if I could. A pity compulsion is so limited. Still, with the little you have learned, you are too far behind to catch up now. I suppose I must collect you later and see to your retraining.
She stood, and suddenly Elaine's entire body tingled. Her brain seemed to shiver. She was conscious of nothing but the woman's voice roaring in her ears from a great distance.
You will pick up your things from the table, and when you have replaced them where they belong, you will remember nothing of what happened here, except that I came thinking you were friends I knew from the country. I was mistaken. I had a cup of tea, and I left.
Elaine blinked, and wondered why she was tying her purse back beside her belt pouch. Nynaeve was frowning at her own hands, adjusting her pouch.
"A nice woman,"
Elaine said, rubbing her forehead. She had a headache coming on.
"Did she give her name? I don't remember."
Nice? Nynaeve's hand came up and gave a sharp tug to her braids. She stared as if it had moved of its own accord. I do not think she did.
What were we talking of when she came in?
Egeanin had just gone. What had it been? I remember what I was about to say. Nynaeve's voice firmed. We must find the Black Sisters without them suspecting, or we will never have a chance of following them to whatever this thing is that's dangerous to Rand.
I know,
Elaine said patiently. Had she said that already? Of course not.
We have discussed it.
At the arched gates leading from the inn's small courtyard, Egeanin paused, studying the hard-faced men who lounged barefoot and often bare-chested among the idlers on this side of the narrow street. They looked as if they could use the curved boarding swords hanging at their belts or thrust through their sashes, but none of those faces looked familiar. If any of them had been on Baal Domon's ship when she took him and it to farm, she did not remember. If any had been, it was to be hoped none connected a woman in a riding dress to the woman in armour who had captured their vessel. Suddenly she realized her palms were damp. Aes Sedai, women who could wield the power and not decently leashed. She had sat at the same table with them, talked with them. They were not at all what she had expected. She could not dig that thought out of her head. They could channel, therefore they were dangerous to proper order, therefore they must be safely leashed. And yet, not at all what she had been taught. It could be learned. Learned. As long as she could avoid Baal Domon, he would surely recognize her, she should be able to return. She had to learn more. More than ever she had to. Wishing she had a hooded cloak, she took a firm grip on her staff and started up the street, threading her way into the passing throng. None of the sailors looked at her twice, and she watched them to be sure. She did not see the pale-haired man in filthy Tanchican garb huddled against the front of a white-plastered wine shop on the other side of the street. His eyes, blue above a dingy veil, and a thick moustache held in place with glue, followed her before sliding back to the Three-Plum Court. Standing, he crossed the street, ignoring the disgusting way people brushed against him. Egeanin had nearly spotted him when he had forgotten himself enough to break that fool's arm. One of the blood, as such things were reckoned in these lands, reduced to begging, and without enough honour to open his veins. Disgusting. Perhaps he could learn more of what she was up to in this inn, once they realized he had more coin than his clothes suggested. Chapter 47. The Truth of a Viewing. The papers scattered on Swan Sanche's desk held little real interest for her, but she persevered. Others handled the day-to-day routine of the White Tower, of course, to leave the Amelin seat free for important decisions. But her habit had always been to check one or two things at random each day, with no notice beforehand, and she would not break it now. She would not let herself be distracted by worries. Everything was sailing along according to plan.
Shifting her striped stole, she dipped her pen carefully in the ink and ticked off another corrected total. Today she was examining lists of kitchen purchases and the mason's report on an addition to the library. The sheer number of petty peculations people thought they could slip by always amazed her. So did the number that escaped notice by the women who oversaw these matters. For instance, Laras seemed to think watching accounts was beneath her, since her title had been changed officially from simple chief cook to mistress of the kitchens. Danelle, on the other hand, the young brown sister who was supposed to be watching Master Joverin, the mason, was most likely letting herself be distracted by the books the fellow kept finding for her. That was the only way to explain her failure to question the number of workmen Joverin claimed to have hired, with the first shipments of stone from Candor just arriving at North Harbour. He could rebuild the entire library with that many men. Danelle was simply too dreamy, even for a Brown. Perhaps a little time on a farm working penance would wake her. Laras would be more difficult to discipline. She was not Aes Sedai, so her authority with undercooks and scullions and potboys could be swamped all too easily. But perhaps she too could be sent for a rest in the country. That would... With a snort of disgust, Swan threw her pen down, grimacing at the blot it made on a page of neatly totalled columns.
"Wasting my time deciding whether to send Laras out to pull weeds," she muttered. "The woman is too fat to bend over far enough."
It was not Laras's weight that had her temper jumping, and she knew it. The woman was no heavier now than she had always been, or so it seemed, and it never interfered with her running the kitchens. There was no news. That was what had her flapping like a fisher bird whose catch had been stolen. One message from Moraine that the Althor boy had Callandor, then nothing in the weeks since, although rumours in the streets were already beginning to get his name right. Still nothing. Lifting the hinged lid of the ornately carved blackwood box where she kept her most secret papers, she rummaged inside. A small warding woven around the box ensured no hand but hers could safely open it. The first paper she pulled out was a report that the novice who had seen Min's arrival had vanished from the farm she had been sent to, and the woman who owned the farm too. Hardly unheard of for a novice to run away, but the farmer leaving too was troublesome. Sarah would have to be found, certainly. She had not progressed far enough in her training to be let loose, but there was no real reason to keep the report in the box. It mentioned neither Min's name nor the reason the girl had been sent to hoe cabbages, but she put it back anyway. These were days to take care that might seem unreasonable at another time. A description of a gathering in Gaelden to listen to this man who called himself the Prophet of the Lord Dragon. Massima, it seemed his name was. Odd. That was a Shinaran name. Nearly 10,000 people had come to listen to him speak from a hillside, proclaiming the return of the dragon, a speech followed by a battle with soldiers trying to disperse them. Aside from the fact that the soldiers apparently got the worst of it, the interesting thing was that this Massima knew Rand al'Thor's name. That definitely went back into the box. A report that nothing had yet been found of Mazrim Taim. No reason for that to be in there. Another on worsening conditions in Arad Doman and Tarabon. Ships vanishing along the Arith Ocean coast. Rumours of Tyran incursions into Cairhien. She was getting into the habit of putting everything in this box. None of that needed to be kept secret. 2 sisters had vanished in Ilian, and another in Caemlyn. She shivered, wondering where the Forsaken were. Too many of her agents had gone silent. There were lionfish out there, and she was swimming in darkness. There it was. The silk-thin slip of paper crackled as she unrolled it. The sling has been used. The shepherd holds the sword. The hall of the tower had voted as she had expected, unanimously and with no need for arm-twisting, much less invoking her authority. If a man had drawn Callandor, he must be the Dragon Reborn, and that man had to be guided by the White Tower. 3 sitters for 3 different Ajas had proposed holding all plans close in the hall before she even suggested it. The surprise had been that one was Elida, but then The Reds would surely want the tightest hawsers possible kept on a man who could channel. The sole problem had been to stop a delegation from being sent to Tyr to take him in hand, and that had not really been difficult. Not when she was able to say that her news came from an Aes Sedai who had already managed to put herself close to the man. But what was he doing now? Why had Moraine not sent further word? Impatience hung so thick in the hall now that she almost expected the air to sparkle. She kept a tight hold on her anger. Burn the woman! Why hasn't she sent word? The door crashed open, and she straightened furiously as more than a dozen women strode into her study, led by Elida. All wore their shawls, most red-fringed, but cool-faced Alviarin, a white, was at Elida's side, and Jolene Maza, a slender green, and plump Shamarin of the yellow came close behind with Danelle, her big blue eyes not dreamy at all. In fact, Siuan saw at least one woman from every Ajar, except the blue. Some looked nervous, but most wore grim determination, and Elida's dark eyes held stern confidence, even triumph. "What is the meaning of this?" Siuan snapped, slapping the blackwood box shut with a sharp crack. She bounced to her feet and strode around the desk. First Moraine, and now this. "If this is about Tyran matters, Elida, you know better than to bring others into it. And you know better than to walk in here as if this was your mother's kitchen. Make your apologies and leave before I make you wish you were an ignorant novice again." Her cold rage should have sent them scurrying, but though a few shifted uneasily, none made a move toward the door. Little Danelle actually smirked at her, and Elida calmly reached out and pulled the striped stole from Siuan's shoulders. "You will not need this any longer," she said. "You were never fit for it, Siuan." Shock turned Siuan's tongue to stone. This was madness. This was impossible. In a rage, she reached for Saidar, and suffered her second shock. A barrier lay between her and the true source, like a wall of thick glass. She stared at Elida in disbelief. As if to mock her, the radiance of Saidar sprang up around Elida. She stood helpless as the Red Sister wove flows of air around her, from shoulders to waist, crushing her arms to her side. She could barely breathe. "You must be mad," she rasped. "All of you! I'll have your hides for this! Release me!" No one answered. They almost seemed to ignore her. Alviarin ruffled through the papers on the table, quickly, yet unhurriedly. Jolene and Danelle and others began tilting up the books on the reading stands, shaking them to see if anything fell out from between the pages. The White Sister gave a small hiss of vexation at not finding what she sought on the table, then flipped open the lid of the blackwood box. Instantly, the box flared in a ball of flame. Alviarin leaped back with a cry, shaking a hand where blisters were already forming. "Warded," she muttered, as close to open anger as a white ever came. "So small that I never felt it until too late." Nothing remained of the box and its contents, but a heap of grey ash atop a square, charred into the tabletop. Elida's face showed no disappointment. "I promise you, Siuan, that you will tell me every word that burned, who it was meant for, and to what purpose." "You must be taken by the dragon," Siuan snapped. "I will have your hide for this, Elida. All of your hides. You will be lucky if the Hall of the Tower doesn't vote to still all of you." Elida's tiny smile did not touch her eyes. "The Hall convened not an hour ago. Enough sitters to meet our laws, and by unanimous vote as required. You are no longer Amelin. It is done, and we are here to see it enforced." Siuan's stomach turned to ice, and a small voice in the back of her head shrieked, "What do they know? Light, how much do they know? Fool! Blind fool woman!" She kept her face smooth, though. This was not the first hard corner she had ever been in. A 15-year-old girl with nothing but her bait knife hauled into an alley by 4 hard-eyed louts with their bellies full of cheap wine. That had been harder to escape than this. So she told herself. "Enough to meet the laws?" she sneered. "A bare minimum, heavy with your friends and those you can influence or bully." That Elida had been able to convince even a relatively small number of sitters was enough to dry her throat, but she would not let it show. "When the full hall meets, with all the sitters, you'll learn your mistake. Too late. There has never been a rebellion inside the tower. 1,000 years from now they'll be using your fate to teach novices what happens to rebels." Tendrils of doubt crept onto some of those faces. It seemed Elida did not have as tight a grip on her conspirators as she thought. "It's time to stop trying to hack a hole in the hull and start bailing. Even you can still mitigate your offence, Elida." Elida waited with chill calm until she was done. Then her full-armed slap exploded across Swan's face. She staggered, silver-black flecks dancing in her vision. "You are finished," Elida said. "Did you think we would allow you to destroy the tower? Bring her!" Swan stumbled as two of the Reds pushed her forward. Barely keeping her feet, she glared at them, but went as they directed. Who did she need to get word to? Whatever charges had been brought, she could counter them, given time. Even charges involving Rand. They could not fasten more than rumours to her, and she had played the great game too long to be beaten by rumours. Unless they had Min. Min could clothe rumours in truth. She ground her teeth. "Burn my soul! I'll use this lot for fish bait." In the antechamber she stumbled again, but not from pushing this time. She had half hoped that Lyanna had been away from her post, but the keeper stood as Swan did, arms stiffly at her sides, mouth working soundlessly, furiously, around a gag of air. She had certainly sensed Lyanna being bound and never realized it. In the tower, there was always the feel of women channeling. Yet it was not the sight of Lyanna that made her miss her step, but the tall, slender, grey-haired man stretched on the floor with a knife rising from his back. Ulrich had been her warder for close to 20 years, never complaining when her path kept them in the tower, never muttering when being the Amelin's warder sent him hundreds of leagues from her, a thing none of the Gaideen liked. She cleared her throat, but her voice was still husky when she spoke. "I'll have your hide salted and stretched in the sun for this, Elida. I swear it." "Consider your own hide, Swan," Elida said, moving closer to stare her in the eyes. "There is more to this than has been revealed so far. I know it, and you are going to tell me every last scrap of it. Every last scrap." The sudden quiet in her voice was more frightening than all her hard stares had been. "I promise it, Swan. Take her below." Clutching bolts of blue silk, Min strolled in through the north gate near midday, her simper all ready for the guards with the flame of Tarvalon on their chests, the girlish swirl of her green skirts that Elmindrida would give. She had actually begun before she realized there were no guards. The heavy iron-strapped door of the star-shaped guardhouse stood open. The guardhouse itself looked empty. It was impossible. No gate to the tower grounds was ever unguarded. Halfway to the huge bone-white shaft of the tower itself, a plume of smoke was rising above the trees. It seemed to be near the quarters for the young men who studied under the warders. Maybe the fire had pulled the guards away. Still feeling a little uneasy, she started down the unpaved path through the wooded part of the grounds, shifting the bolts of silk. She did not really want another dress, but how could she refuse when Laras pressed a purse of silver into her hands and told her to use it for this silk the stout woman had seen? She claimed it was just the colour to set off Elmindrida's complexion. Whether or not she wanted her complexion set off was less important than keeping Laras's goodwill. A rattle of swords reached her ears through the trees. The warders must have their students practising harder than usual. It was all very irritating. Laras and her beauty hints, Darwin and his jokes, Galad paying her compliments and never realizing what his face and smile did to a woman's pulse. Was this how Rand wanted her? Would he actually see her if she wore dresses and simpered at him like a brainless chit? He has no right to expect it, she thought furiously. It was all his fault. She would not be there now, wearing a full dress and smiling like an idiot, if not for him. I wear coat and breeches, and that is that.
Maybe I'll wear a dress once in a while, maybe, but not to make some man look at me. I wager he's staring at some Tyrian woman with half her bosom exposed right this minute. I can wear a dress like that. Let's see what he thinks when he sees me in this blue silk. I'll have a neckline down to... What was she thinking? The man had robbed her of her wits. The Amelin seat was keeping her here, useless, and Randall Thor was addling her brain. Burn him. Burn him for doing this to me. The clash of swords came again from the distance, and she stopped as a horde of young men burst out of the trees ahead of her, carrying spears and bared blades. Gawain at their head. She recognized others from among those who had come to study with the warders. Shouts rose somewhere else in the grounds, a roar of angry men. "Gawain, what is happening?" He whirled at the sound of her voice. Worry and fear filled his blue eyes, and his face was a mask of determination not to give in to them. "Men, what are you doing? Get out of the grounds, men, it is dangerous." A handful of the young men ran on, but most waited impatiently for him. It seemed to her that most of the warder's students were there. "Tell me what's happening, Gawain." "The Amelin was deposed this morning. Leave, men!" The bolts of silk fell from her hands. "Deposed? It can't be. How? Why? In the name of the light, why?" "Gawain!" one of the young men called, and the others took it up, brandishing their weapons. "Gawain! The White Boar! Gawain!" "I have no time," he told her urgently. "There's fighting everywhere. They say her ma is trying to break Swan Sanche free. I have to go to the tower, men. Leave, please." He turned and set out at a run toward the tower. The others followed, bristling with upraised weapons, some still shouting, "Gawain! The White Boar! Gawain! Forward the younglings!" Min stared after them. "You did not say what side you were on, Gawain," she whispered. The sounds of fighting were louder, clearer now that she was paying attention, and the shouts and yells, the clash of steel on steel, seemed to come from every direction. The clamour made her skin crawl and her knees shake. This could not be happening. Not here. Gawain was right. It would be much the safer thing, much the smarter, to leave the tower grounds immediately. Only there was no telling when or if she would be allowed back, and she could not think of much good she could do outside. "What good can I do inside?" she asked herself fiercely. But she did not turn back toward the gate. Leaving the silk where it lay, she hurried into the trees, looking for a place to hide. She did not think anyone would spit Elmindrida like a goose. Shivering, she wished she had not thought of it that way. But there was no use in taking foolish chances. Sooner or later the fighting had to die down, and by that time she needed to decide what to do next. In the pitch blackness of the cell, Swan opened her eyes, stirred, winced, and was still. Was it morning yet outside? The questioning had gone on for a long time. She tried to forget pain in the luxury of knowing she was still breathing. The rough stone beneath her scraped her welts and bruises, though. Those on her back. Sweat stung all of them. She felt a solid mass of pain from knees to shoulders, and made her shiver in the cold air besides. They could have left me my shift, at least. The air smelled of old dust and dried mould, of age. One of the deep cells. No one had been confined down here since Arthur Hawkwing's time. Not since Bonwyn. She grimaced into the dark. There was no forgetting. Clamping her teeth, she pushed up to a sitting position on the stone floor and felt around her for a wall to lean against. The stone blocks of the wall were cool against her back. Small things, she told herself. Think of small things. Heat. Cold. I wonder when they'll bring me some water. If they will. She could not help feeling for her great serpent ring. It was no longer on her finger. Not that she expected it. She thought she remembered when they had ripped it off. Things had grown hazy after a time. Thankfully, blessedly hazy. But she remembered telling them everything, eventually. Almost everything. The triumph of holding back a scrap here, a bit there. In between howling answers, eager to answer if only they would stop, even for a little while, if only...
She wrapped her arms around herself to stop her shudders. It did not work very well. I will remain calm. I am not dead. I must remember that above everything else. I am not dead.
Mother?
Lyanna's unsteady voice came out of the darkness.
Are you awake, Mother?
I'm awake, Siuan sighed. She had hoped they had released Lyanna, put her out of the city. Guilt stabbed her at feeling a bit of comfort from the presence of the other woman sharing her cell. I'm sorry I got you into this, daughter. No. She had no right to call her that now. I am sorry, Lyanna. There was a long moment of silence.
Are you all right, Mother?
Siuan, Lyanna. Just Siuan. Despite herself, she tried to embrace Saidar. There was nothing there. Not for her. Only the emptiness inside. Never again. A lifetime of purpose. And now she was rudderless, adrift on a sea far darker than this cell. She scrubbed a tear from her cheek, angry at letting it fall. I am not the Amelin seat any more, Lyanna. Some of the anger crept into her voice. I suppose Elida will be raised in my place, if she hasn't been already. I swear one day I will feed that woman to the silver pike. Lyanna's only answer was a long, despairing breath. The grate of a key in the rusty iron lock brought Siuan's head up. No one had thought to oil the works before throwing Lyanna and her in, and the corroded parts did not want to turn. Grimly she forced herself to her feet. Up, Lyanna, get up. After a moment she heard the other woman complying, and muttering to herself between soft moans. In a slightly louder voice, Lyanna said, What good will it do? At least they won't find us huddling on the floor and weeping. She tried to make her voice firm. We can fight, Lyanna. As long as we are alive, we can fight. Oh, light, they stilled me. They stilled me. Forcing her mind to blankness, she clenched her fists and tried to dig her toes into the uneven stone floor. She wished the noise in her throat did not sound so much like a whimper. Min set her bundles on the floor and tossed back her cloak so she could use both hands on the key. Twice as long as her hand, it was as rusty as the lock, just like the other keys on the big iron ring. The air was cold and damp, as though summer did not reach this far down. Hurry, child, Laras muttered, holding the lantern for Min, peering both ways down the otherwise dark stone hall. It was hard to believe that the woman, with all her chins, had ever been a beauty, but Min surely thought her beautiful now. Fighting the key, she shook her head. She had encountered Laras while sneaking back to her room for the plain grey riding dress she now wore, and for a few other things. Actually, she had found the massive woman looking for her, in a tizzy of worry about Elmindrida, exclaiming over how lucky Min was to be safe, and proposing to all but lock her in her room until the trouble was past to keep her so. She was still not sure how Laras had wormed her intentions out of her, and she still could not get over her shock when the woman reluctantly announced she would help. A venturesome lass after her own heart indeed. Well, I hope she can, how did she put it, keep me out of the pickling kettle. The bloody key would not turn. She threw all of her weight into trying to twist it. In truth, she was grateful to Laras in more ways than one. It was doubtful she could have readied everything by herself, or even found some of it, surely not this quickly. Besides which, when she ran into Laras, she had already begun telling herself she was a fool even to think of doing this, that she should be on a horse and off for Tyr while she had the chance, before someone decided to add her head to those decorating the front of the tower. Running away, she suspected, would have been the sort of thing she would never have been able to forget. That alone had made her grateful enough not to object in the slightest when Laras added some pretty dresses to what she herself had already packed. The rouges and powders could always be lost somewhere. Why won't this bloody key turn? Maybe Laras can... The key shifted suddenly, twisted with a snap so loud that Min feared something had broken. but when she pushed at the rough wooden door, it opened. Snatching up the bundles, she stepped into the bare stone cell and stopped in confusion. The lantern light revealed 2 women clad only in dark bruises and red welts, shielding their eyes from the sudden light, but for a moment Min was not sure they were the right 2. One was tall and coppery-skinned, the other shorter, sturdier, more fair. The faces looked right, almost right, and untouched by whatever had been done to them, so she should have been certain. But the agelessness that marked Aes Sedai seemed to have melted away. She would have had no hesitation at all in thinking these women were just 6 or 7 years older than herself at most, and not Aes Sedai at all. Her face heated with embarrassment at the thought. She saw no images, no auras around either. There were always images and auras around Aes Sedai. Stop that, she told herself. Where? One of the 2 began wonderingly, then paused to clear her throat. How did you get those keys? It was Swan Sanche's voice.
It is her.
Lara sounded disbelieving. She poked Min with a thick finger.
Hurry, child. I am too old and slow to be having adventures.
Min gave her a startled look. The woman had insisted on coming. She would not be left out, she had said. Min wanted to ask Swan why the pair of them suddenly looked so much younger, but there was no time for frivolous questions. I'm too bloody used to being Elmindrida. Thrusting one of her bundles at each of the naked women, she spoke rapidly. Clothes. Dress as quickly as you can. I don't know how much time we have. I let the guard think I'd trade a few kisses for a chance to repay you for a grudge, and while he was distracted, Loras came up behind him and cracked him over the head with a rolling pin. I do not know how long he'll sleep. She leaned back through the door to peer worriedly down the hall toward the guardroom. We had best hurry. Swan had already undone her bundle and begun to put on the clothes it contained. Except for a linen shift, they were all plain woolens in shades of brown, suitable for farm women come to the White Tower to consult the Aes Sedai, though the skirts divided for riding were a little unusual. Laras had done most of the needlework. Min had mostly just stuck herself. Lyanna was also covering her nakedness, but she seemed more interested in the short-bladed knife hanging from her belt than in the clothes themselves. 3 plainly dressed women had a chance, at least, of leaving the tower without attracting notice. A number of petitioners and people seeking help had been caught inside the tower by the fighting. 3 more, creeping out of hiding, should be hustled into the street at worst, so long as they were not recognized. The other women's faces might help, too. No one was likely to take a pair of young-seeming at least, women for the Amelin seat and the Keeper of the Chronicles. Former Amelin and former Keeper, she reminded herself. Only 1 guard, Swan said, wincing as she tugged on thick stockings. Strange. They'd guard a cut-purse better than that. Eyeing Laras, she pushed her feet into the sturdy shoes. It is good to see some do not believe the charges against me, whatever they are. The stout woman frowned and lowered her chins, giving herself a fourth.
I am loyal to the tower, she said sternly. Such matters are not for me. I am only a cook. This foolish girl has had me remembering too much of being a foolish girl myself. I think, seeing you, it is time for me to remember I am not a willowy girl any longer.
She pushed the lantern into Min's hands. Min caught her stout arm as she turned to go.
Loras, you won't give us away, not now after all you have done.
The woman's wide face split in a smile, half reminiscent, half rueful.
Oh, well, Mindrida, you do remind me of me when I was your age. Foolish doings, and near to getting myself hanged sometimes. I will not betray you, child, but I must live here. When second is rung, I will send a girl with wine for the guard. If he has not wakened or been discovered by then, that will give you more than an hour.
Turning to the other 2 women, she suddenly wore the hard scowl Min had seen directed at undercooks and the like.
You use that hour well here. They mean to stick you in the scullery, I understand, so they can haul you out for examples. I'd not care one way or the other.
Such matters are for Aes Sedai, not cooks. One Amelin is the same as another to me, but if you get this child caught, you can expect me to be striping your hides from sun-up to sundown whenever you're not head down in greasy pots or cleaning slop jars. You will wish they had cut off your heads before I am done, and don't think they'll believe I helped. Everyone knows I keep to my kitchens. You mark me, and jump!"
The smile popped back onto her face, and she pinched Min's cheek.
"You hurry them along, child? Oh, I am going to miss dressing you. Such a pretty child."
With a last vigorous pinch, she waddled out of the cell at a near trot. Min rubbed her cheek irritably. She hated it when Laras did that. The woman was as strong as a horse. Near to hanging? What kind of lively girl had Laras been? Gingerly pulling her dress over her head, Lyanna sniffed loudly.
"To think she could speak to you in that manner, Mother."
Her face popped out at the top, scowling.
"I am surprised she helped at all, if she feels that way."
"But she did help," Min told her. "Remember that. And I think she'll keep her word not to give us away. I am sure of it." Lyanna sniffed again. Suan swung her cloak around her shoulders.
"It makes a difference, Lyanna, that I have no more claim to that title. It makes a difference when tomorrow you and I might be two of her scullery girls."
Lyanna clasped her hands to keep them from shaking, and would not look at her. Suan went on calmly, if in a dry tone. "I also suspect Laras will keep her word about other things. So even if you don't care whether Elida hangs us up like a pair of netted sharks for the world to see, I suggest you move yourself. Myself, I hated greasy pots when I was a girl, and I don't doubt I still would." Lyanna sullenly began doing up the laces of the country dress. Suan turned her attention to Min. "You may not be so eager to help us when I tell you we've both been stilled." Her voice did not shake, but it was stiff with the effort of saying the word, and her eyes looked pained and lost. It was a shock to realize her calm was all on the surface.
"Any one of the accepted could tie the pair of us into a running sheep's foot, Min. Most of the novices could."
"I know," Min said, careful to keep her tone clear of the smallest hint of sympathy. Sympathy now might break what self-control the other women had left, and she needed them in control of themselves. It was announced to every square in the city, and posted wherever they could nail up a notice. "But you are still alive." Lyanna gave a bitter laugh, which she ignored. "We'd best go. That guard might wake, or somebody check on him."
"Lead, Min," Suan said. "We are in your hands."
After a moment, Lyanna gave a short nod and hurriedly donned her cloak. In the guardroom at the end of the dark hall, the lone guard lay stretched out, face down on the dusty floor. The helmet that would have saved him a sore head sat on the rough plank table beside the single lantern that provided the room's light. He seemed to be breathing all right. Min did not spare him more than a glance, though she hoped he was not badly hurt. He had not tried to press the advantage of her offer. She hurried Suan and Lyanna through the far door, all thick planks and wide iron straps, up the narrow stone stairs. They had to keep moving. Passing for petitioners would not save them from questioning if they were seen coming from the cells. They saw no more guards nor anyone else as they climbed out of the bowels of the tower, but Min still found herself holding her breath until they reached the small door that led into the tower proper. Cracking it just enough to poke her head through, she peeked both ways down the corridor. Gilded lampstands stood against frieze-banded walls of white marble. To the right, two women moved swiftly out of sight without looking back. The sureness of their steps marked them Aes Sedai, even if she could not see their faces. In the tower, even a queen walked hesitantly. In the other direction, half a dozen men stalked away, just as clearly warders, with their wolfish grace and cloaks that faded into the surroundings. She waited until the warders were gone too, before slipping through the doorway. "It's clear. Come on. Keep your hoods up and your heads down. Act a little frightened." For her part, it was no pretense. From the silent way the two women followed her, she did not think they needed to pretend either. The halls of the tower were seldom full, yet now they seemed empty. Occasionally someone appeared for a moment ahead of them, or down a side corridor, but whether Aes Sedai or warder or servant, all were hurrying, too intent on their own affairs to notice anyone else. The tower was silent too. Then they passed a crossing hallway where dark blotches of dried blood flecked the pale green floor tiles. Two larger patches stretched off in long smears, as if bodies had been dragged away. Siuan stopped, staring. "What has happened?" she demanded. "Tell me, Min." Lyanna gripped the hilt of her belt knife and peered around as if expecting an attack. "Fighting," Min said reluctantly. She had hoped the two women would be out of the tower grounds, even out of the city, before learning of this. She herded them around the dark stains, prodded them on when they tried to look back. "It began yesterday, right after you were taken, and did not stop until maybe 2 hours ago. Not completely." "You mean the Gaidin?" Lyanna exclaimed. "Warders, fighting each other?" "Warders, the guardsmen, everyone. It started when some men who came claiming to be masons, 200 or 300 of them, tried to seize the tower itself right after your arrest was announced." Siuan scowled. "Danelle, I should have realized there was more to it than not paying attention." Her face twisted more until Min thought she might begin crying. "Arthur Hawkwing could not do it, but we did it ourselves." Edge of tears or not, her voice was fierce. "The light help us. We have broken the tower." Her long sigh seemed to empty her of breath and anger too. "I suppose," she said sadly after a moment, "I should be glad that some of the tower supported me, but I almost wish they had not." Min tried to keep her face expressionless, but those sharp blue eyes seemed to interpret every flicker of an eyelash. "Or did they support me, Min?" "Some did." She had no intention of telling her how few. Not yet. But she had to prevent Siuan thinking she still had partisans inside the tower. "Elida didn't wait to find out if the Blue Aja would stand for you or not. There isn't a Blue Sister still in the tower. Not alive. I know that." "Shiriam?" Lyanna asked anxiously. "Anaya?" "I don't know. There are not many greens left either, not in the tower. The other Ajas split one way and another. Most of the reds are still here. As far as I know, everybody who opposed Elida has either fled or else they are dead." "Siuan—" It seemed odd calling her that. Lyanna muttered angrily under her breath, but calling her mother would only be a mockery now. "Siuan, the charges posted against you claim you and Lyanna arranged Mazrim Taim's escape. Loghain got away during the fighting, and they've blamed that on you too. They don't quite name you Dark Friends. I suppose that would be too close to Black Aja, but they do not miss by much. I think everyone is meant to understand, though." "They won't even admit the truth," Siuan said softly, "that they mean to do exactly what they pulled me down for." "Dark Friends?" Lyanna murmured in bewilderment. "They named us?" "Why would they not?" Siuan breathed. "What would they not dare, when they dared so much?" They hunched their shoulders in their cloaks and let Min lead them as she would. She just wished their faces did not look so hopeless. As they drew nearer an outside door, she began to breathe more easily. She had horses hidden in a wooded part of the grounds, not far from one of the western gates. There was still the question of how easy it would be to actually ride out, but once they reached the horses, she would feel the next thing to free. Surely the gate guards would not stop 3 women leaving. She kept telling herself that. The door she sought appeared ahead. A small, plain-panelled door, letting onto a path not much used, just opposite where this hall met the broad corridor that ran all the way around the tower, and Elida's face caught her eye, sweeping down the outer corridor toward her. Min's knees thudded onto the floor tiles, and she huddled, head down and face hidden by her hood, heart trying to pound through her ribs. "A petitioner, that's all I am. Just a simple woman with nothing to do with what's happened. Oh, light, please. She raised her head just enough to peek under the edge of her hood, half expecting to see a gloating Elida staring down at her. Elida swept by without a glance in Min's direction, the broad, striped stole of the Amelin seat around her shoulders. Alviarin followed, wearing the stole of the Keeper of the Chronicles, white for her Aja. A dozen or more Aes Sedai passed at Alviarin's heels, mostly reds, though Min saw 2 yellow-fringed shawls, a green one and a brown. 6 warders flanked the procession, hands on hilts and eyes wary. Those eyes swept across the 3 kneeling women and dismissed them. They were all 3 kneeling, Min realized, and realized, too, that she had almost expected Suan and Lyanna to launch themselves at Elida's throat. Both women had lifted their heads just enough to watch the procession make its way on down the corridor. Very few women have been stilled, Suan said, as if to herself, and none have survived long, but it is said that one way to survive is to find something you want as much as you wanted to channel. That lost look was gone from her eyes. At first I thought I wanted to gut Elida and hang her in the sun to dry. Now I know I want nothing. Nothing so much as the day I can tell that leech of a woman that she'll live a long life showing others what happens to anyone who claims I am a dog friend. And Alviarin, Lyanna said in a tight voice, and Alviarin. I was afraid they'd sense me, Suan went on, but there is nothing for them to sense now. An advantage to having been stilled, it seems. Lyanna jerked her head angrily, and Suan said, "We must use whatever advantages we can find, and be glad for them." The last sounded as if she were trying to convince herself. The final warder disappeared around the distant curve, and Min swallowed the lump in her throat. "We can talk of advantages later," she croaked, and stopped to swallow again. "Let us just go to the horses. That has to have been the worst." Indeed, as they hurried out of the tower into the noonday sun, it seemed the worst must have passed. A column of smoke rising toward a cloudless sky in the east of the tower grounds was the only sign of old trouble. Groups of men moved in the distance, but none gave a second glance to the 3 women as they scurried past the library, which was built like towering waves frozen in stone. A footpath led deeper into the grounds and westward, into a wood of oaks and evergreens that could have stood far from any city. Min's steps lightened when she found the 3 saddled horses still tied where she and Laris had left them, in a small clearing surrounded by leather leaf and paper bark. Suan went immediately to a stout, shaggy mare 2 hands shorter than the others. A suitable mount for my present circumstances. And she looks more placid than the other 2. I was never a good rider. She stroked the mare's nose, and the mare nuzzled into her palm. "What is her name, Min? Do you know?" "Bella. She belongs to—" "Her horse!" Garwin stepped out from behind a wide-trunked paperbark, one hand on the long hilt of his sword. The blood streaking his face made exactly the pattern Min had seen in her viewing her first day back in Tarvalon. "I knew you must be up to something, Min, when I saw her horse." His red-gold hair was matted with blood, his blue eyes half-dazed, but he walked toward them smoothly, a tall man with a cat-like grace. A cat stalking mice. "Garwin," Min began, His sword was out of its scabbard, flicking back Suan's hood, sharp edge laid against the side of her throat, all faster than Min could follow. Suan's breath caught audibly, and she was still, looking up at him, outwardly as serene as though she yet wore the stole. "Don't, Garwin," Min gasped. "You must not." She took a step toward him, but he flung up his free hand without looking at her, and she stopped. He was as tight as coiled steel, ready to burst out in any direction. She noticed Lyanna had shifted her cloak to hide one hand, and prayed the woman was not fool enough to draw her belt knife. Garwin studied Suan's face, then slowly nodded. "It is you. I was not sure, but it is. This
Disguise cannot—" He did not appear to move, but a sudden widening of Suan's eyes spoke of a keen edge pressing harder. "Where are my sister and Egwene? What have you done with them?" Most frightening to Min, with that blood-masked face and half-glazed eyes, with his body tensed almost to quivering, and his hand upflung as if he had forgotten it. He never raised his voice or put any emotion into it. He only sounded tired, more tired than she had ever heard anyone sound in her life. Suan's voice was nearly as neutral. "The last I heard from them, they were safe and well. I cannot say where they are now. Would you rather they were here, in the middle of this feeding frenzy?" "No Aes Sedai word games," he said softly. "Tell me where they were. Straight out, so I know you speak the truth." "Ilion," Suan said without hesitation. "In the city itself. They are studying with an Aes Sedai named Mara Tomanis. They should still be there." "Not Tyr," he murmured. For a moment he appeared to think that over. Abruptly he said, "They say you are a dark friend. Black Aja, that would be, would it not?" "If you really believe that," Suan said calmly, "then strike off my head." Min almost screamed as his knuckles whitened on his sword hilt. Slowly she reached out and rested her fingers against his outstretched wrist, careful not to make him think she meant to do anything more than touch. It was like resting her fingers on rock. "Garwin, you know me. You can't think I would help the Black Aja." His eyes never wavered from Suan's face, never blinked. "Garwin, Elaine supports her and everything she's done. Your own sister, Garwin." His flesh was still stone. "Egwene believes in her too, Garwin." His wrist trembled under her fingers. "I swear it, Garwin. Egwene believes." His eyes flickered to her, then back to Suan. "Why shouldn't I drag you back by the scruff of your neck? Give me a reason." Suan met his stare with a good deal more calm than Min felt. "You could do it, and I suppose my struggles wouldn't give you much more trouble than a kitten's. Yesterday I was one of the most powerful women in the world, perhaps the most powerful. Kings and queens would come if I summoned them, even if they hated the tower and all it stood for. Today, I'm afraid that I may have nothing to eat tonight, and that I'll have to sleep under a bush. In the space of one day, I've been reduced from the most powerful woman in the world to one hoping to find a farm where I might earn my keep in the fields. Whatever you think I have done, isn't that a fitting punishment?" "Perhaps," he said after a moment. Min took a deep breath of relief as he resheathed his sword in a flowing motion. "But that is not why I will let you go. Elida might take your head yet, and I cannot allow that. I want what you know to be there, if I need it." "Garwin," Min said, "come with us. A warder-trained swordsman might be useful in the days to come. That way, you'd have her ready to hand to answer your questions." Suan's gaze flickered to her, not really leaving Garwin's face and not exactly indignant. She pressed on anyway. "Garwin, Egwene and Elaine believe in her. Can't you believe too?" "Do not ask more than I can give," he said quietly. "I will take you to the nearest gate. You would never get out without me. That's all I can do, Min, and it is more than I should. Your arrest has been ordered. Did you know that?" His eyes swung back to Suan. "If anything happens to them," he said in that expressionless voice, "to Egwene or my sister, I will find you, wherever you hide, and I will make sure the same happens to you." Abruptly he stalked a dozen paces away and stood with his arms folded, head down, as if he could not bear to look at them any longer. Suan half raised a hand to her throat. A tiny line of red on the fair skin marked where his blade had rested.
"I've been too long with the power," she said, a trifle unsteadily. "I had forgotten what it is like to face someone who can pick you up and snap you like a thread." She peered at Lyanna then, as if seeing her for the first time, and touched her own face as though unsure what it looked like. "From what I have read, it is supposed to take longer to fade. But perhaps Elida's rough treatment had something to do with it. A disguise, he called it. And it may serve for one." She clambered awkwardly onto Bella's back, handling the reins as if the shaggy mare were a spirited stallion. "Another advantage, it seems, to being— I have to learn to say it without flinching. I have been stilled." She said the words slowly and deliberately, then nodded. "There. If Lyanna is any guide, I've lost a good 15 years, maybe more. I've known women who would pay any price for that. A third advantage." She glanced at Garwin. He still had his back turned, but she lowered her voice anyway. "Along with a certain loosening of the tongue, shall we say? I had not thought of Mara in years. A friend of my girlhood." "Will you age like the rest of us now?" Min asked as she climbed into her saddle. Better than commenting on the lie. Better just to remember that she could lie now. Lyanna mounted the third mare with smooth skill and walked her in a circle, testing her step. She had surely been on a horse before. Suan shook her head. "I really don't know. No stilled woman has ever lived long enough to find out. I intend to." "Do you mean to go?" Garwin asked harshly. "Or sit there talking?" Without waiting for an answer, he strode off through the trees. They heeled their mares after him, Suan pulling her hood well forward to hide her face. Disguise or no, it seemed she was taking no chances. Lyanna was already shrouded as deeply in hers as she could be. After a moment, Min imitated them. Elida wanted her arrested? That had to mean she knew Elmindrada was Min. How long had the woman known? How long had Min been walking around thinking herself hidden while Elida watched and smirked at her for a fool? It was a shivery thought. As they caught up to Garwin at a gravelled path, 20 or more young men appeared, striding toward them, some perhaps a few years older than he, others little more than boys. Min suspected some of those last did not have to shave yet, at least not regularly. All carried swords at their belts or on their backs, though, and 3 or 4 had breastplates. More than one sported a bloody bandage, and most wore clothes spotted with blood. Each had the same unblinking stare as Garwin. At the sight of him they stopped, clapping right fists to chests. Without slowing, Garwin acknowledged the salute with a nod, and the young men fell in behind the women's horses. "The students," Suan murmured. "They also took part in the fighting?" Min nodded, keeping her face expressionless. "They call themselves the Younglings." "A fitting name," Suan sighed. "Some are no more than children," Lyanna muttered. Min was not about to tell them that warders from the blue and green Ajas had planned to free them before they were stilled, and might have succeeded if Garwin had not roused the students, children too, and led them into the tower to stop it. The fighting had been among the deadliest, student against teacher, and no mercy, no quarter. The tall, bronze-studded Alindrel gates stood open, but guarded heavily. Some guards wore the flame of Tarvalon on their chests, others had workmen's coats and mismatched breastplates and helmets. Guardsmen and fellows who had come disguised as masons. Both sorts looked hard and resourceful, used to their weapons, but they kept apart, eyeing each other distrustfully. A grizzled officer stood out from the tower guardsman with his arms folded and watched Garwin and the others approach.
"Writing materials,"
Garwin snapped. "Quickly!"
"Well, you must be these younglings I've heard of," the grizzled man said. "A fine bunch of bloody young cockerels, but I've had orders to let no one leave the tower grounds, signed by the Amelin seat herself. Who do you think you are to countermand that?"
Garwin raised his head slowly. "I am Garwin Trakand of Andor," he said softly, "and I mean to see these women leave, or you dead." The other younglings moved up behind him, spreading out to face the guards with hands on swords, unblinking, perhaps not caring that they were outnumbered. The grizzled man shifted uneasily, and one of the others muttered, "He's the one they say killed Hamar and Kulin." After a moment, the officer jerked his head toward the guardhouse, and one of the guardsmen ran inside, returning with a lap desk, a small red stick of sealing wax burning in a brass holder at one corner. Garwin let the man hold the desk while he scribbled furiously. "This will let you past the bridge guards," he said, letting a pool of red wax drip beneath his signature. He pressed his signet ring into it firmly. "You killed Kulin?" Suan said in a cold tone, fitting her former office. "And Hamar?" Min's heart sank. "Be quiet, Suan. Remember who you are now, and be quiet." Garwin spun to face the three women, his eyes like blue fire. "Yes," he grated. "They were my friends, and I respected them, but they sided with Suan Sanche, and I had to—" Abruptly, he shoved the paper he had sealed into Min's hand. "Go! Go, before I change my mind." He slapped her mare, then darted to slap the other two as Min's horse leaped through the open gates. "Go!" Min let her horse cross the great plaza surrounding the tower grounds at a quick trot, Suan and Liana right behind her. The plaza was empty, and so were the streets beyond. The ring of their horses' hooves on the paving stones echoed hollowly. Whoever had not already fled the city was hiding. She studied Garwin's paper as they rode. The blob of red wax bore the imprint of a charging boar. "This just says we have permission to leave. We could use it to board a ship as well as at the bridges." It seemed smart to be going away no one knew, not even Garwin. She did not really think he would change his mind, but he was brittle, ready to shatter at the wrong blow. "That might be a good idea," Liana said. "I always thought Galad was the more dangerous of those two, but I am no longer sure. Hamar and Kulin." She shivered. "A ship would take us farther, faster than these horses can." Suan shook her head. "Most of the Aes Sedai who fled will have crossed the bridges for sure. That is the quickest way out of the city if someone might be chasing you, quicker than waiting while a ship's crew casts off. I must stay close to Tarvalon if I am to gather them in." "They won't follow you," Liana said in a monotone freighted with meaning. "You have no right to the stole any longer, not even to the shawl or the ring." "I may no longer wear the stole," Suan replied just as flatly, "but I still know how to ready a crew for a storm. And since I cannot wear the stole, I must see they choose the right woman in my place. I'll not let Elida get away with calling herself the Amelin. It has to be someone strong in the power, someone who sees things the right way." "Then you mean to go on aiding this dragon?" Liana snapped. "What else would you have me do? Curl up and die?" Liana shuddered as if she had been struck in the face, and they rode in silence for a time. All of those fabulous buildings around them, like wind-sculpted cliffs and waves and great flights of birds, loomed frighteningly with no people in the streets save themselves, and one lone fellow who came darting around a corner up ahead, scuttling from doorway to doorway as if scouting their way for them. He did not lessen the emptiness, only emphasized it. "What else can we do?" Liana said eventually. She rode slumped in her saddle now like a sack of grain. "I feel so empty. Empty." "Find something to fill it up," Suan told her firmly. "Anything. Cook for the hungry. Tend the sick. Find a husband and raise a house full of children. I mean to see Elida does not get away with this. I could almost forgive her if she truly believed I had endangered the tower. Almost I could. Almost. But she has been filled with envy since the day I was raised Amelin instead of her. That drives her as much as anything else, and for that I mean to pull her down. That is what fills me, Liana. That, and the fact that Randall Thor must not fall into her hands." "Perhaps that will be enough." The coppery-skinned woman sounded doubtful, but she straightened. The contrast between her obvious experience and Suan's precarious seat on the shorter mare made her look as if she must be the leader.
But how can we even begin? We have 3 horses, the clothes on our backs, and whatever Min has in her purse. Hardly enough to challenge the tower. I am glad you did not decide on a husband and home. We will find other... Suan grimaced. We will find Aes Sedai who fled. Find what we need. We may have more than you think, Lyanna. Min, what does that pass Garwin gave us say? Does it mention 3 women? What? Quickly, girl! Min glared at her back. Suan had been peering at the darting man ahead, a large, dark-haired fellow, dressed well but plainly in sombre browns. The woman sounded as if she was still Amelin. Well, I wanted her to find her backbone, didn't I? Suan turned to stare at her with those sharp blue eyes. Somehow they seemed no less intimidating than before. The bearers are authorized to depart Tarvalon on my authority, Min quoted hastily from memory. Who impedes them will answer to me. Signed, I know his name, Suan snapped. Follow me. She heeled Bella's flanks, nearly losing her seat when the shaggy mare lumbered to a slow gallop. She hung on, though, bouncing awkwardly and drumming her heels for more speed. Min exchanged one startled look with Lyanna, and they were both galloping after her. The man looked back at the sound of running hooves and began to run himself, but Suan cut Bella in front of him. He bounced off the mare with a grunt. Min reached them just in time to hear Suan say, I did not think to meet you here, Loghain. Min gaped. It was him. Those despairing eyes and that once handsome face framed by dark hair curling to his broad shoulders were unmistakable. Just who they needed to find. A man the tower wanted very likely as much as Suan. Loghain slumped to his knees as though his fatigued legs would not hold him any longer. I cannot harm anyone now, he said tiredly, staring at the paving stones beneath Bella's hooves. I just wanted to get away, to die somewhere in peace. If you only knew what it was like to have lost. Lyanna sawed her reins angrily as he trailed off. He began again without noticing. The bridges are all guarded. They will let no one across. They did not know me, but they would not let me cross. I have tried them all. Abruptly he laughed, wearily, but as if it were very funny indeed. I have tried them all. I think, Min said carefully, we should be going. He probably wants to avoid those who must be looking for him. Suan shot her a look that almost made her rein her horse back, all icy eyes and hard chin. It would not have been dreadful if the woman had retained a little of the uncertainty she displayed previously. Raising his head, the big man looked from one of them to the next, a slow frown forming. You are not Aes Sedai. Who are you? What do you want of me? I am the woman who can take you out of Tarvalon, Suan told him, and perhaps give you a chance to strike back at the Red Aja. You would like a chance to get back at those who captured you, wouldn't you? A shudder passed through him. What must I do? He said slowly. Follow me, she replied. Follow me, and remember that I am the only one in the entire world who will give you your chance of revenge. From his knees he studied them with his head tilted, examining each face, then pushed himself to his feet, his eyes fixed on Suan. I am your man, he said simply. Lyanna's face looked as incredulous as Min felt. What use under the light could Suan possibly have for a man of doubtful sanity who had once falsely proclaimed himself the Dragon Reborn? At the least he might turn on them to steal one of their horses. Eyeing the height of him, the breadth of his shoulders, Min thought they had better keep their belt knives handy. Suddenly, for a moment, that flaring halo of golden blue shone about his head, speaking of glory to come as surely as it had the first time she had seen it. She shivered. Viewings. Images. She glanced over her shoulder toward the tower, the thick white shaft dominating the city, whole and straight, yet broken
as surely as if it lay in ruins. For a moment she let herself think of the images she had glimpsed, just for a moment, flickering around Garwin's head. Garwin kneeling at Egwene's feet with his head bowed, and Garwin breaking Egwene's neck, first one, then the other, as if either could be the future. The things she saw were very rarely as clear in meaning as those two, and she had never before seen that fluttering back and forth, as though not even the viewing could tell which would be the true future. Worse, she had a feeling near to certainty that it was what she had done this day that had turned Garwin toward those two possibilities. Despite the sun, she shivered again. What's done is done. She glanced at the two Aes Sedai, former Aes Sedai, both now studying Loghain as though he were a trained hound, ferocious, possibly dangerous, but useful. Suan and Lyanna turned their horses toward the river, Loghain striding between. Min followed more slowly. Light. I hope it was worth it. Chapter 48. An Offer Refused.
Is that the kind of woman you like?
Aviendha said contemptuously. Rand looked down at her, striding along at Jayardian's stirrup in her heavy skirts, brown shawl doubled over her head. Big blue-green eyes flashed up at him from beneath her wide headscarf, as if she wished she still had the spear the wise ones had scolded her for taking up during the Trolloc attack. Sometimes it made him uncomfortable, her walking while he rode, but he had tried walking with her, and his feet were grateful for a horse. Occasionally, very occasionally, he had managed to get her to ride behind his saddle by complaining that he was getting a crick in his neck talking to her. Riding a horse did not exactly violate custom, it turned out, yet contempt for not using your own legs to carry you kept her afoot most of the time. One laugh from any of the Aiel, especially a maiden, even one looking the other way, was enough to have her off Jayardian in a flash.
She is soft, Randall thought. Weak.
He glanced back over at the box-like white wagon leading the peddler's train in a crooked, lurching snake across the dusty, broken landscape, escorted by Jindo maidens again today. Isendra was up with Kadir and the driver, seated on the heavy-set peddler's lap, her chin on his shoulder while he held a small blue silk parasol to shade her, and himself too, from the harsh sun. Even in a white coat, Kadir continually mopped his dark face with a large handkerchief, more affected by the heat than she, in her sleek, clinging gown that matched the parasol. Rand was not close enough to be sure, but he thought her dark eyes were on him above the misty scarf wrapped about her face and head. She usually seemed to be watching him. Kadir did not appear to mind. "I do not think Isendra is soft," he said quietly, adjusting the shufa around his head. It did keep the broiling sun off after a fashion. He had resisted donning any more Aiel garb, no matter how much more suited to the climate than his red wool coat. Whatever his blood, whatever the marks on his forearms, he was not Aiel, and he would not pretend. Whatever he had to do, he could hang on to that scrap of decency. No, I would not say that. On the driver's seat of the second wagon, Fat Kayla and the gleeman Natail were arguing again. Natail had the reins, though he did not drive as well as the man who usually did the job. Sometimes they looked at Rand, too, quick glances before diving back into their quarrel. But then everyone did. The long column of Jindo on the other side of him, the wise ones beyond them, with Moraine and Egwene and Lan. Among the more distant, thicker line of Shido, he thought heads turned toward him too. It did not surprise him now any more than it ever had. He was he who comes with the dawn. Everyone wanted to know what he would do. They would find out soon enough.
"Soft," Aviendha grunted. "Elaine is not soft. You belong to Elaine. You should not be caressing ice with this milk-skinned wench."
She shook her head fiercely, muttering half to herself.
"Always shock her. She could not accept them. Why should I care if she can? I want no part of this. It cannot be. If I could, I would take you Gaishan and give you to Elaine." Why should Isendra accept Aiel ways? The wide-eyed look she gave him was so startled he almost laughed. Immediately she scowled as if he had done something infuriating. Aiel women were surely no easier to understand than any others. You are certainly not soft, Avienda. She should take it for a compliment. The woman was as rough as a honing stone sometimes. Explain to me about the roof mistress again. If Ruark is clan chief of the Ta'ardad and chief of Cold Rock's Hold, how is it that the hold belongs to his wife and not him? She glowered at him a moment longer, lips working as she muttered under her breath, before answering, "Because she is roof mistress, you stone-headed wetlander. A man cannot own a roof any more than he can own land. Sometimes you wetlanders sound like savages." But if Lian is roof mistress of Cold Rocks because she is Ruark's wife, that is different. Will you never understand? A child understands. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted the shawl around her face. She was a pretty woman, except for looking at him most of the time as if he had committed some crime against her. What it might be, he did not know. White-haired Bear, leathery-faced and as reluctant to speak of Ruidian as ever, had finally, unwillingly, told him that Avienda had not visited the glass columns. She would not do that until she was ready to become a wise one. So why did she hate him? It was a mystery he would have liked an answer to. "I will attack it from another direction," she grumbled at him. "When a woman is to marry, if she does not already own a roof, her family builds one for her. On her wedding day, her new husband carries her away from her family across his shoulder, with his brothers holding off her sisters, but at the door he puts her down and asks her permission to enter. The roof is hers. She can—" These lectures had been the most pleasant thing in the 11 days and nights since the Trolloc attack. Not that she had been willing to talk at first, beyond one more tirade on his supposed ill-treatment of Elaine, and later another embarrassing lecture meant to convince him Elaine was the perfect woman. Not until he mentioned to Egwene in passing that if Avienda would not even speak to him, he wished she would at least stop staring at him. Within the hour, a white-robed Gaishan man came for Avienda. Whatever the wise ones had to say to her, she returned in a quivering fury to demand that he let her teach him about Aiel ways and customs, no doubt in hope he would reveal something of his plans by the questions he asked. After the viperish subtleties of Tyr, the openness of the wise one spying was refreshing. Still, it was doubtless wise to learn what he could, and talking with Avienda could actually be enjoyable, especially on those occasions when she seemed to forget she despised him for whatever reason. Of course, whenever she realized they had begun to talk like two people instead of captor and captive, she did have a tendency to throw one of her white-hot outbursts, as though he had lured her into a trap. Yet, even with that, their conversations were pleasurable, certainly by comparison with the rest of the journey. He was even beginning to find her tantrums amusing, though he was wise enough not to let her know. If she saw a man she hated, at least she was too wrapped up in that to see He Who Comes with the Dawn, or The Dragon Reborn, just Rand al'Thor. At any rate, she knew what she thought of him. Not like Elaine, with one letter that made his ears grow hot, and another written the same day that made him wonder if he had grown fangs and horns like a Trolloc. Min was just about the only woman he had ever met who had not tangled his wits into a ball. But she was off in the tower, safe there at least, and that was one place he meant to avoid. Sometimes he thought life would be simpler if he could just forget women altogether. Now Avienda had started creeping into his dreams, as if Min and Elaine were not bad enough. Women tied his emotions in knots, and he had to be clear-headed now. Clear-headed and cold. He realized he was looking at Isendra again. She wriggled slender fingers at him past Kadir's ear. He was sure those full lips curved into a smile. Oh, yes. Dangerous. I have to be cold and hard as steel. Sharp steel. 11 days and nights into the 12th, and nothing else had changed.
Days and nights of odd rock formations and flat-topped stone spires and buttes thrusting up from a broken, blistered land, crisscrossed by mountains, seemingly stuck in at random. Days of baking sun and searing winds, nights of bone-shaking cold. Whatever grew seemed to have thorns or spines, or else a touch itched like fury. Some, Avienda said, were poisonous. That list seemed longer than the one of those edible. The only water was in hidden springs and tanks, though she pointed out plants that meant a deep hole would fill with slow seepage, enough to keep 1 or 2 men alive, and others that could be chewed for a sour, watery pulp. One night, lions killed 2 of the Shido pack-horses, roaring in the darkness as they were driven from their prey to vanish into the gullies. A wagon driver disturbed a small brown snake as they were making camp the 4th evening. A 2-step, Avienda called it later, and it proved its name. The fellow screamed and tried to run for the wagons, despite seeing Moraine hurrying toward him. He fell on his face at his 2nd stride, dead before the Aes Sedai could dismount from her white mare. Avienda listed venomous snakes, spiders, and lizards. Poisonous lizards. Once she found one for him, 2 feet long and thick, with yellow stripes running down its bronze scales. Casually pinning it under a soft-booted foot, she drove her knife into the thing's wide head, then held it up where he could see the clear, oily fluid oozing over sharp, bony ridges in its mouth. A gara, she explained, could bite through a boot. It could also kill a bull. Others were worse, of course. The gara was slow and not really dangerous unless you were stupid enough to step on it. When she flung the huge lizard off of her blade, the yellow and bronze faded right into the cracked clay. Oh yes, just do not be stupid enough to step on it. Moraine divided her time between the Wise Ones and Rand, usually attempting, in that Aes Sedai way, to bully him into revealing his plans. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," she had told him just that morning, voice coolly calm, ageless face serene, but dark eyes hot as she stared at him over Avienda's head. "But a fool can strangle himself in the pattern. Have a care you do not weave a noose for your neck." She had acquired a pale cloak, almost Gaishan white, that shimmered in the sun, and beneath the wide hood she wore a damp, snowy scarf folded around her forehead. "I make no nooses for my neck," he laughed, and she wheeled Aldib so quickly the mare nearly knocked Avienda down, galloping back to the Wise One's party, cloak streaming behind her. "It is stupid to anger Aes Sedai," Avienda muttered, rubbing her shoulder. "I did not think you were a stupid man." "We will just have to see whether I am or not," he told her, not feeling like laughing any more. "Stupid? There were some risks you had to take. We will just have to see." Egwene rarely left the Wise Ones, walking with them as often as she rode mist, sometimes taking one of them up behind her on the grey mare for a time. He had finally figured out that she was passing for full Aes Sedai again. Amis and Bear, Sienna and Melaine seemed to accept it as readily as the Tyrants had, though not at all in the same way. At times one or another of them argued with her so loudly he could almost make out what they were shouting more than 100 paces away. It was almost the manner they used with Avienda, though her they seemed to bully rather than argue with, but then sometimes they held what appeared to be rather heated discussions with Moraine, too, especially sun-haired Melaine. The 10th morning, Egwene had finally stopped wearing her hair in those 2 braids, though it was the oddest thing. The Wise Ones talked to her for the longest time, off by themselves, while the Gaishan were folding their tents and Rand was saddling Jayardian. Had he not known her better, he might have thought Egwene's head-down stance was an attempt at meekness, but that word could only be applied to her in comparison with Nynaeve. And maybe Moraine. Suddenly, Egwene clapped her hands, laughing and hugging each of the Wise Ones in turn before hurriedly unravelling the plaits. When he asked Avienda what was going on, she had been sitting outside his tent when he woke, she muttered sourly, "They have decided she has grown." Cutting off abruptly, she gave him a level look, folding her arms, and went on in a cool voice, "It is Wise One's business, Rand al'Thor. Ask them if you wish, but be prepared to hear that it is no concern of yours." Egwene had grown what? Her hair? It made no sense. Avienda would not say another word on the matter. Instead, she scraped a bit of greyish lichen from a rock and began describing how to poultice a wound with it. The woman was learning a wise one's ways too quickly to suit him. The wise ones themselves paid him little apparent attention. Of course, they did not need to, with Avienda perched on his shoulder, in a manner of speaking. The rest of the Aiel, the Jindo at any rate, became a bit less standoffish each day, perhaps a little less uneasy about what he who comes with the dawn meant for them, but Avienda was the only one who spoke to him at any length. Each evening Lan came to practice the sword, and Ruach to teach him the spears, and the Aiel's odd way of fighting with both hands and feet. The warder knew something of that, and joined the practice sessions. Most others avoided Rand, especially the wagon drivers who had learned he was the Dragon Reborn, a man who could channel. When he caught one of those rough-faced men looking at him, the fellow might as well have been staring at the Dark One. Not Kadir, though, or the Gleeman. Almost every morning as they started out, the peddler rode over on one of the mules from the wagons the Trollocs had burned, his face seeming even darker for the long white scarf tied about his head and hanging down his neck. With Rand he was all diffidence, but his cold, unchanging eyes made his hooked nose look an eagle's beak in truth.
"My lord dragon,"
he had begun the morning after the attack, then wiped sweat from his face with his ever-present handkerchief and shifted uncomfortably on the battered old saddle he had found somewhere for the mule.
"If I may call you that."
The charred wreckage of the 3 wagons was dwindling in the distance to the south, and with them the graves of 2 of Kadir's men and a good many more Aiel. The Trollocs had been dragged from the camps and left for the scavengers, yipping, big-eared creatures. Rand did not know whether they were large foxes or small dogs. They looked like bits of each, and vultures with red-tipped wings, some still circling in the sky as if fearful of landing in the melee among their fellows. "Call me as you will," Rand told him.
"My lord dragon, I've been thinking of what you said yesterday."
Kadir looked around as if he feared being overheard, though Avienda was with the wise ones, and his own train of wagons, 50 paces or more away, held the nearest ears. He dropped his voice near a whisper anyway, and wiped his face nervously. His eyes never altered, though.
"What you said about knowledge being valuable, paving the way to greatness. It is true."
Rand looked at him for a long moment, not blinking, keeping his face blank. "You said that, not I," he said finally.
"Well, perhaps I did. But it is true, is it not, my lord dragon?"
Rand nodded, and the peddler went on, still whispering, eyes still shifting for eavesdroppers.
"Yet there can be danger in knowledge, in giving more than receiving. A man who sells knowledge must have not only his price, but safeguards, assurances and sureties against repercussions. Would you not agree?"
"Do you have knowledge you want to sell, Kadir?" The heavy-set man frowned at his train. Kayla had dropped down to walk a while, despite the growing heat, her bulk sheathed in white and a white lace shawl on the ivory combs in her coarse dark hair. Every so often she glanced at the 2 men riding together, her expression unreadable at this distance. It still seemed odd, someone so large moving so lightly. Isendra had climbed out onto the driver's seat of the first wagon and was watching more openly, hanging on to lean around the corner of the white-painted wagon as it swayed and lurched.
"That woman may be the death of me yet," Kadir muttered. "Perhaps we can talk again later, my lord dragon, if it please you."
Booting the mule hard, he trotted to the lead wagon and swung himself onto the driver's seat with surprising nimbleness, tying the mule's reins to an iron ring at the corner of the big wagon box. He and Isendra disappeared inside, and did not emerge again until they stopped for the night. He returned the next day, and other days when he saw that Rand was alone, always hinting at knowledge he might sell for the proper price if the proper safeguards were set. Once he went so far as to say that anything, murder, treason, anything at all, could be forgiven in return for knowledge. and seemed increasingly nervous when Rand would not agree with him. Whatever he wanted to sell, he apparently wanted Rand's blanket protection for every misdeed he might ever have done. "I don't know that I want to buy knowledge," Rand told him more than once. "There's always the question of price, isn't there? Some prices I might not want to pay." Natail drew Rand aside that first evening, after the fires were lit and cooking smells began to drift among the low tents. The gleeman seemed almost as nervous as Kadir. "I have thought a good deal about you," he said, peering at Rand sideways, head tilted to one side. "You should have a grand epic to tell your tale. The dragon reborn. He who comes with the dawn. Man of who knows how many prophecies in this age and others." He drew his cloak around him, the colourful patches fluttering in the breeze. Twilight was short in the waste. Night and cold came on quickly and together. "How do you feel about your prophesied destiny? I must know if I am to compose this epic." "Feel?" Rand looked around the camp, the Jindo moving among the tents. How many of them would be dead before he was done? "Tired. I feel tired." "Hardly a heroic emotion," Natail murmured. "But to be expected, given your destiny. The world riding on your shoulders, most people willing to kill you given the chance. The rest, fools who think to use you, ride you to power and glory." "Which are you, Natail?" I am a simple gleeman." The man lifted an edge of his patch-covered cloak as if for proof. "I would not take your place for all the world, not with the fate that accompanies it, death or madness or both. His blood on the rocks of Sheol Ghul, that is what the Cariathan cycle, the prophecies of the dragon says, is it not? That you must die to save fools who will heave a sigh of relief at your death. No, I would not accept that for all your power and more."
"Rand?"
Egwene said, stepping out of the deepening darkness with her pale cloak wrapped around her, the hood well up.
"We have come to see how you have held up after your healing. And a day in that heat."
Moraine was with her, face shrouded in the deep cowl of her white cloak, and Bear and Amis, Melaine and Sienna, head swathed in dark shawls, all watching him, calm and cold as the night. Even Egwene. She did not have the Aes Sedai agelessness yet, but she had Aes Sedai eyes. He did not notice Avienda at first, trailing behind the others. For a moment he thought he saw compassion on her face, but if it was there it vanished as soon as she saw him looking. Imagination. He was tired. "Another time," Natail said, speaking to Rand but looking at the women in that peculiar sidelong manner. "We will talk another time." With the slightest of bows he strode away. "Does the future chafe you, Rand?" Moraine said quietly when the gleeman was gone. "Prophecies speak in flowery, hidden language. They do not always mean what they seem to say." "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," he told her. "I will do what I must. Remember that, Moraine. I will do what I must." She seemed satisfied. With Aes Sedai it was hard to tell. She would not be satisfied when she learned everything. Natail returned the next evening, and the next, and the next, always talking about the epic he would compose. But he displayed a morbid streak, digging for how Rand meant to face madness and death. His tale was meant to be a tragedy, it appeared. Rand certainly had no desire to root his fears out into the open. What was in his heart and head could remain buried there. Finally, the gleeman seemed to tire of hearing him say, "I will do what I must," and stopped coming. It seemed that he did not want to compose his epic unless it could be full of pained emotion. The man looked frustrated when he stalked off for the last time, cloak fluttering furiously behind him. The fellow was odd, but going by Tom Merrilin, so were all gleemen. Natail certainly demonstrated other gleeman's traits,
For instance, he certainly had a fine opinion of himself. Rand did not care whether the man called him by titles, but Natail addressed Ruark and Moraine, the few times he was around her, as if he was plainly their equal. That was Tom to perfection. And he gave up performing for the Jindo at all, beginning to spend most of every night at the Shido camp. There were more of the Shido, he explained to Ruark as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. A larger audience. None of the Jindo liked it, but there was nothing even Ruark could do. In the Threefold Land, a gleeman was allowed anything short of murder without being called down for it. Avienda spent her nights among the Wise Ones, and sometimes walked with them for an hour or so during the day. All of them gathered around her, even Moraine and Egwene. At first, Rand thought they must be advising her on how to handle him, how to pull what they wanted to know out of his head. Then one day, with the sun molten overhead, a ball of fire as big as a horse suddenly burst into being ahead of the Wise Ones' party, and went spinning and tumbling away, blazing a furrow across the sere land until it finally dwindled and winked out. Some of the wagon drivers pulled their startled, snorting teams to a halt and stood to watch, calling to each other in a blend of fear, confusion, and coarse curses. Murmurs rippled through the Jindo, and they stared, as did the Shido, but the two columns of Aiel kept moving with barely a pause. It was among the Wise Ones that real excitement was evident. The four of them clustered around Avienda, all apparently talking at once, with considerable arm-waving. Moraine and Egwene, leading their horses, tried to get in a word, even without hearing. Rand knew that Amis told them in no uncertain terms, shaking a furiously admonishing finger, to stay out of it. Staring at the blackened gouge stretching arrow straight for half a mile, Rand sat back down in his saddle. Teaching Avienda to channel. Of course. That was what they were doing. He scrubbed sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The sun had nothing to do with it. When that fireball leaped out into existence, he had instinctively reached for the true source. It had been like trying to dip water with a torn sieve. All his clawing at Sidene might as well have been clawing at air. One day that could happen when he needed the power desperately. He had to learn too. And he had no teacher. He had to learn not just because the power would kill him before he had to worry about going mad if he did not. He had to learn because he had to use it. Learn to use it. Use it to learn. He began laughing so hard that some of the Jindo looked at him uneasily. He would have enjoyed Mat's company any time during those 11 days and nights, but Mat never came near for more than a minute or two. The broad brim of his flat-crowned hat pulled down to shade his eyes, the black-hafted spear lying across the pommel of Pips's saddle with its odd raven-marked, power-wrought point, like a short, curving sword blade.
"If your face darkens from the sun any more, you will turn into an Aielman," he might say, laughing. Or, "Do you mean to spend the rest of your life here? There's a whole world the other side of the dragon wall. Wine, women. You remember these things?"
But Mat looked plainly uneasy, and he was even more reluctant than the Wise Ones to speak of Ruidian or what had happened to them there. His hand tightened on that black haft at the very mention of the fog-domed city, and he claimed not to remember anything of his journey through the Ter'angreal. Then proceeded to contradict himself by saying, "You stay out of that thing, Rand. It isn't like the one in the stone at all. They cheat. Burn me, I wish I'd never seen it." The one time Rand mentioned the Old Tongue, he snapped, "Burn you, I don't know anything about the bloody Old Tongue," and galloped straight back to the peddlers' wagons. That was where Mat spent most of his time, dicing with the drivers, until they realized he won a very great deal more often than he lost, no matter whose dice he used, engaging Kadir or Natail in long talks at every opportunity, pursuing Ysendra. It was clear what was on his mind from the first time he grinned at her and straightened his hat the morning after the Trolloc attack. He spoke to her nearly every evening for as long as he could, and pricked himself so badly plucking white blossoms from a spiky-thorned bush that he could barely handle his reins for 2 days, though he refused to allow Moraine to heal him. Ysendra did not precisely encourage him,
but her slow, sultry smile was hardly calculated to drive him away either. Kadir saw, and said not a word, though sometimes his eyes followed Matt like a vulture's. Others did comment. Late one afternoon, as the mules were being unhitched and the tents going up and Rand was unsaddling Jayardian, Matt was standing with Isendra in the meagre shade of one of the canvas-topped wagons, standing very close. Shaking his head, Rand watched as he wiped the dapple down. The sun burned low on the horizon, and tall spires stretched long shadows across the camp. Isendra fiddled with her diaphanous scarf as if idly thinking of removing it, smiling, full lips half pouting, ready for a kiss. Encouraged, Matt grinned confidently and moved closer still. She dropped her hand and slowly shook her head, but that inviting smile never faded. Neither of them heard Kayla approach, so light on her feet despite her size.
"Is that what you want, good sir? Her?"
The pair jumped apart at the sound of her mellifluous voice, and she laughed just as musically, just as oddly out of that face.
"A bargain for you, Matrim Cawthon. A Tarvalon mark, and she is yours. A chit like that cannot be worth more than 2, so it is a clear bargain."
Matt grimaced, looking as though he wished he were anywhere else but there. Isendra, however, turned slowly to face Kayla, a mountain cat facing a bear.
"You go too far, old woman," she said softly, eyes hard above the veiling scarf. "I will put up with your tongue no longer. Have a care, or perhaps you would like to remain here in the waste."
Kayla smiled broadly, yet mirth never touched the obsidian eyes glittering behind her fat cheeks.
"Would you?"
Nodding decisively, Isendra said,
"A Tarvalon mark." Her voice was iron. "I will see you have a Tarvalon mark when we leave you. I only wish I could see you trying to drink it."
Turning her back, she strode to the lead wagon, not swaying seductively at all, and vanished inside. Kayla watched, round face unreadable, until the white door closed, then suddenly rounded on Matt, who was on the point of slipping away.
"Few men have ever refused an offer from me once, much less twice. You should have a care I do not take it in mind to do something about it."
Laughing, she reached up and pinched his cheek with thick fingers, hard enough to make him wince, then turned in Rand's direction.
"Tell him, my Lord Dragon, I have a feeling you know something of the dangers of scorning a woman. That Aiel girl who follows you about glaring, I hear you belong to another. Perhaps she feels scorned."
"I doubt it, mistress," he said dryly. "Avienda would plant a knife in my ribs if she believed I had thought of her that way." The immense woman laughed uproariously. Matt flinched as she reached for him again, but all she did was pat the cheek she had pinched before.
"You see, good sir, scorn a woman's offer, and perhaps she thinks nothing of it, but perhaps—"
She made a skewering motion.
"The knife, a lesson any man can learn, eh, my Lord Dragon?"
Wheezing with laughter, she hurried off to check on the men tending the mules. Rubbing his cheek, Matt muttered, "They're all crazy," before he, too, left. He did not abandon his pursuit of Isendra, though. So it went for 11 days and into the 12th, across a barren, hard-baked land. Twice they saw other stands, small, rough stone buildings much like Imre's stand, sited for easy defence against the sheer side of spire or butte. One had 300 sheep or more, and men who were as startled to learn of Rand as they were of Trollocs in the threefold land. The other was empty, not raided, only not in use. Several times Rand spotted goats or sheep or pale long-horned cattle in the distance. Avienda said the herds belonged to nearby septholds, but he saw no people. Surely no structure that deserved the name hold. The 12th day, with the thick columns of Jindo and Shido flanking the Wise One's party, and the peddlers' wagons lurching along with Kayla and Natail arguing, and Isendra eyeing Rand from Kadir's lap. "And that is how it is,"
Avienda said, nodding to herself. "Surely you must understand about the roof mistress now." "Not really," Rand admitted. He realized that for some time he had just been listening to the sound of her voice, not to the words. "I'm sure it works just fine, though." She growled at him.
"When you marry," she said in a tight voice, "with the dragons on your arms proving your blood, will you follow that blood? Or will you demand to own everything but the dress your wife stands in, like some wetland savage?"
"That's not at all the way it is," he protested, "and any woman where I come from would brain a man who thought it was. Anyway, don't you think that ought to be settled between me and whoever I do decide to marry?" If anything, she scowled harder than before. To his relief, Ruark came trotting back from the head of the Jindo.
"We are there,"
the Aielman announced with a smile.
"Cold Rock's Hold."
Chapter 49. Cold Rock's Hold. Frowning, Rand looked around. A mile ahead stood a tight cluster of tall, sheer-sided buttes, or perhaps one huge butte broken by fissures. To his left, the land ran off in patches of tough grass and leafless spiny plants, scattered thorny bushes and low trees, across arid hills and jagged gullies, past huge rough stone columns to jagged mountains in the distance. To the right, the land was the same, except the cracked yellowish clay lay flatter, the mountains closer. It could have been any piece of the waste he had seen since leaving Chyan Daya. "Where?" he said. Ruark glanced at Avienda, who was looking at Rand as though he had lost his wits.
"Come, let your own eyes show you Cold Rocks."
Dropping his shufa to his shoulders, the clan chief turned and loped bareheaded toward the fissured rock wall ahead. The Shido had already halted, milling about and beginning to set up their tents. Hen and the Jindo fell in behind Ruark at a trot with their pack mules, uncovering their heads and shouting wordlessly, and the maidens escorting the peddlers cried for the drivers to hasten their teams and follow the Jindo. One of the wise ones lifted her skirts to her knees and ran to join Ruark. Rand thought it was Amis from the pale hair. Surely Bear could not move that nimbly. But the rest of the wise one's party maintained its original pace. For a moment Moraine looked as if she would break away toward Rand, then hesitated, arguing with one of the other wise ones, hair still hidden by her shawl. Finally the Aes Sedai reined her white mare back beside Egwene's grey and Land's black stallion, just ahead of the white-robed Gaishan who were tugging the pack animals along. They were heading the same way as Ruark and the others, though. Rand leaned down to offer a hand to Avienda. When she shook her head, he said, "If they are going to be making all that noise, I won't be able to hear you down there. What if I make a wool-headed mistake because I can't hear what you say?" Muttering under her breath, she glanced at the maidens around the peddlers' wagons, then sighed and clasped his arm. He hoisted her up, ignoring her indignant squawk, and swung her onto Jayardian behind the saddle. Whenever she tried to mount by herself, she came close to pulling him out of the saddle. He gave her a moment to settle her heavy skirts, though at best they bared her legs well above her soft knee-high boots, then heeled the dapple to a canter. It was the first time Avienda had ridden faster than a walk. She flung her arms around his waist and hung on.
"If you make me look the fool before my sisters, Wetlander,"
she snarled warningly against his back.
"Why would they think you a fool? I've seen Bear and Amis and the others ride behind Moraine or Egwene sometimes to talk."
After a moment, she said,
"You accept changes more easily than I, Rand al'Thor."
He was not sure what to make of that. When he brought Jayardian up with Ruark and Hen and Amis, a little ahead of the still-shouting Jindo, he was surprised to see Couladin running easily alongside, flame-coloured hair bare. Avienda tugged Rand's own shufa down to his shoulders.
"You must enter a hold with your face clear to be seen. I told you that. And make noise. We have been seen long since, and they will know who we are, but it is customary to show you are not trying to take the hold by surprise."
He nodded, but held his tongue. Neither Ruark nor any of the three with him were making a sound, and neither was Avienda. Besides, the Jindo made enough clamour to be heard for miles. Couladin's head swung toward him. Contempt flashed across that sun-dark face, and something else.
Hate and disdain Rand had come to expect, but amusement? What did Couladin find amusing? Fool Shido, Avienda muttered at his back. Maybe she was right. Maybe the amusement was for her riding. But Rand did not think so. Mat galloped up, trailing a cloud of yellowish-brown dust, hat pulled low and spear resting upright on his stirrup iron like a lance. "What is this place, Rand?" he asked loudly, to be heard over the shouts. "All those women would say was, 'Move faster, move faster!'" Rand told him, and he frowned at the towering rock face of the butte. "You could hold that thing for years, I suppose, with supplies, but it isn't a patch on the stone, or the Torah Harad." "The Torah what?" Rand said. Mat rolled his shoulders before answering. "Just something I've heard of once." He stood in his stirrups to peer back over the heads of the Jindo toward the peddler's train. "At least they're still with us. I wonder how long before they finish trading and go." "Not before Al-Qair Dal. Ruach says there's a sort of fair whenever clan chiefs meet, even if it's only 2 or 3. With all 12 coming, I don't think Kadir and Kayla will want to miss it." Mat did not look pleased at the news. Ruach led the way straight to the widest fissure in the sheer stone wall, 10 or 12 paces across at the broadest, and shadowed by the height of its sheer sides as it wove deeper and deeper, dark and even cool beneath a ribbon of sky. It felt odd to be in so much shade. The Aiel's wordless shouts swelled, magnified between the grey-brown walls. When they suddenly ceased, the silence, broken only by the clatter of mules' hooves and the creak of wagon wheels far behind, seemed very loud. They rounded another curve, and the fissure opened abruptly into a wide canyon, long and almost straight. From every side, shrill, ululating cries broke from hundreds of women's mouths. A thick crowd lined the way, women in bulky skirts, shawls wrapped about their heads, and men wearing greyish-brown coats and breeches. The Cuddin saw. And maidens of the spear, too, waving their arms in welcome, beating on pots or whatever could make a noise. Rand gaped, and not just for the pandemonium. The canyon walls were green, in narrow terraces climbing halfway up both sides. Not all were really terraces, he realized. Small, flat-roofed houses of grey stone or yellow clay seemed to be stacked practically atop one another, in clusters with paths winding between, and every roof a garden of beans and squashes, peppers and melons, and plants he did not know. Chickens ran loose, redder than those he knew, and some strange sort of fowl, larger and speckled grey. Children, most garbed like their elders, and white-robed Gaishan moved among the rows with big clay pitchers, apparently watering individual plants. The Aiel did not have cities, he had always been told, but this was certainly a fair-sized town at least, if as odd a one as he had ever seen. The din was too great for him to ask any of the questions that popped into his head, such as what were those round fruits, too red and shiny for apples, growing on low, pale-leaved bushes, or those straight, broad-leaved stalks lined with long, fat, yellow-tasselled sprouts. He had been too long a farmer not to wonder. Ruach and Hen slowed, and so did Couladin, but only to a quick walk, thrusting their spears through the bow-case harnesses on their backs. Amis ran on ahead, laughing like a girl, while the men continued their steady advance along the crowd-lined canyon floor, the cries of the Hole's women vibrating in the air and nearly overshadowing the clanging of pots. Rand followed, as Avienda had told him to. Mat looked as if he wanted to turn around and ride right back out again. At the far end of the canyon, the wall leaned inward, making a deep, dark pocket. The sun never reached to the back of it, so Avienda had said, and the rocks there, always cool, gave the hold its name. In front of the shadows, Amis stood with another woman atop a wide grey boulder, its top smoothed for a platform. The second woman, slender in her bulky skirts, scarf-bound yellow hair spilling below her waist and touched with white from her temples, appeared older than Amis, though certainly more than handsome, with a few fine wrinkles at the corners of her grey eyes. She was dressed the same as Amis, a plain brown shawl over her shoulders, her necklaces and bracelets of gold and carved ivory no finer or richer. But this was Liane, the roof mistress of Cold Rock's Hold. The wavering, high-pitched cries dwindled away to nothing as Ruark halted before the boulder, a step closer than Herne and Couladin.
"I ask leave to enter your hold, roof mistress," he announced in a loud, carrying tone.
"You have my leave, clan chief," the yellow-haired woman replied formally and just as loudly.
Smiling, she added in a much warmer voice,
"Shade of my heart, you will always have my leave."
"I give thanks, roof mistress of my heart." That did not sound particularly formal either. Herne stepped forward.
"Roof mistress, I ask leave to come beneath your roof."
"You have my leave, Herne," Liane told the stocky man. "Beneath my roof there is water and shade for you. The Jindosept is always welcome here."
"I give thanks, roof mistress."
Herne clapped Ruark on the shoulder and left to rejoin his people. Aiel's ceremony was short, it seemed, and to the point. Swaggering, Couladin joined Ruark.
"I ask leave to enter your hold, roof mistress."
Liane blinked, frowning at him. A murmur rose behind Rand, an astonished buzz from hundreds of throats. A sudden feel of danger hung in the air. Mat certainly felt it too, fingering his spear and half-turning to see what the mass of Aiel was doing. "What is the matter?" Rand asked quietly over his shoulder. "Why doesn't she say something?"
"He asked as if he were a clan chief," Avienda whispered disbelievingly. "The man is a fool. He must be mad. If she refuses him, it will mean trouble with the Shadow, and she may, for such an insult. Not blood feud. He is not their clan chief, however swollen his head. But trouble."
Between one breath and the next, her voice sharpened.
"You did not listen, did you? You did not listen. She could have refused permission even to Ruark, and he would have had to leave. It would break the clan, but it is in her power. She can refuse even he who comes with the dawn, Randall Thor. Women are not powerless among us, not like your wetlander women who must be queens or nobles or else dance for a man if they wish to eat."
He shook his head slightly. Every time he was on the point of berating himself for how little he had learned about the Aiel, Avienda reminded him how little she knew about anyone not Aiel. "Someday I would like to introduce you to the women's circle in Emond's Field. It will be interesting to hear you explain to them how powerless they are." He felt her shifting against his back, trying to get a good look at his face, and carefully kept his expression smooth. "Maybe they'll explain a few things to you, too."
"You have my leave,"
Liane began. Couladin smiled, swelling up where he stood.
"To step beneath my roof. Water and shade will be found for you."
Soft gasps from hundreds of mouths made quite a loud sound. The fire-haired man quivered as if struck, face red with rage. He did not seem to know what to do. He took a challenging step forward, staring up at Liane and Amis, clutching his own forearms as though to keep his hands from his spears, then whirled and strode back toward the gathering, glaring this way and that, daring anyone to speak. Finally he stopped, not far from where he had begun, staring at Rand. Coals could not have been hotter than his blue eyes.
"As one friendless and alone," Avienda whispered, "she has welcomed him as a beggar. The gravest insult to him, and none to the Shadow."
Suddenly she fisted Rand so hard in the ribs that he grunted.
"Move, Wetlander! You hold such honor as I have left in your hands. All will know I have taught you. Move!"
Swinging a leg over, he slid from Jayardian's back and strode up beside Ruark. "I am not Aiel," he thought. "I do not understand them, and I cannot let myself come to like them too much. I cannot." None of the other men had done so, but he bowed to Liane. That was how he had been brought up. "Roof mistress, I ask leave to come beneath your roof." He heard Avienda's breath catch. He had been supposed to say the other thing, what Ruark had. The clan chief's eyes narrowed worriedly, watching his wife, and Culloden's flushed face twisted in a scornful smile. The soft murmurs from the crowd sounded puzzled. The roof mistress stared at Rand even harder than she had at Culloden, taking him in from hair to boots and back again, the shufur lying on the shoulders of a red coat that would surely never be worn by an Aiel. She looked questioningly at Amice, who nodded. "Such modesty," Liane said slowly, "is becoming in a man. Men seldom know where to find it." Spreading her dark skirts, she curtsied awkwardly. It was not a thing Aiel women did, but still a curtsy, in return of his bow. "The Karakan has leave to enter my hold. For the chief of chiefs, there is ever water and shade at Cold Rocks." Another great ululation rose from the women in the crowd, but whether for him or for the ceremony, Rand did not know. Culloden paused to stare implacable hatred at him, then stalked off, brushing roughly past Avienda as she slid ungracefully from the dapple stallion. He melded quickly into the dispersing crowd. Mat slowed in the act of dismounting to stare after the man. "Watch your back with that one, Rand," he said quietly. "I mean it." "Everybody tells me that," Rand said. The peddlers were already setting up to trade in the centre of the canyon, and at the entrance Moraine and the rest of the Wise Ones company were arriving to a few shouts and the drumming of pots, but nothing like the cries that had welcomed Ruark. He isn't who I have to worry about. His dangers were not Aiel. Moraine to one side and Lanfear to the other. How could I have more danger than that? It was nearly enough to make him laugh. Amice and Liane had climbed down, and to Rand's surprise, Ruark put an arm around each of them. They were both tall, as most Aiel women seemed to be, but neither came higher than the clan chief's shoulder.
"You have met my wife, Amice," he said to Rand. "Now you must meet my wife, Liane."
Rand realized his mouth was hanging open and closed it quickly. After Avienda had told him the roof mistress of Cold Rocks was Ruark's wife and named Liane, he was sure he had misunderstood back at Chayandaya, all that shade of my heart between the man and Amice. He had had other things on his mind then, anyway. But this...
"Both of them?"
Mat spluttered.
"Light, too? Oh, burn me! He's the luckiest man in the world, or the biggest fool since creation. I had thought," Ruark said, frowning, "that Avienda was teaching you our customs. She leaves out much, it appears."
Leaning to look around her husband, their husband, Liane raised an eyebrow at Amice, who said dryly, "She seemed ideal to tell him what he needs to know. Something to keep her from trying to run back to the maidens whenever our backs were turned, too. Now it seems I must have a long talk with her in a quiet place. No doubt she has been teaching him maiden hand talk, or how to milk a gara." Flushing slightly, Avienda tossed her head irritably. Her dark reddish hair had grown over her ears, long enough to sway in a fringe below her headscarf. "There were more important matters to speak of than marriages. Anyway, the man does not listen." "She has been a good teacher," Rand put in quickly. "I have learned a great deal about your customs and the threefold land from her." "Hand talk? Any mistakes I make are mine, not hers." "How did you milk a venomous 2-foot lizard?" "Why?" "She has been a good teacher, and I'd like to keep her as such, if that is all right." Why in the light did I say that? The woman could be pleasant enough sometimes, when she forgot herself anyway. The rest of the time she was a burr under his coat. Yet at least he knew who the Wise Ones had set to watch him, as long as she was there. Amice studied him, those clear blue eyes as sharp as an Aes Sedai's. But then she could channel. Her face merely looked younger than it should, not ageless, but maybe she was as much Aes Sedai as an Aes Sedai. "That sounds a fine arrangement to me," she said. Avienda opened her mouth, all bristling indignation, and closed it again sullenly when the Wise One shifted that stare to her. Perhaps the woman had thought her time with him was done, now that they had reached Cold Rocks.
You must be tired after your journey, Leon said to Rand, her grey eyes motherly, and hungry as well. Come. Her warm smile included Matt, who was hanging back and beginning to look to the peddlers' wagons. Come beneath my roof. Fetching his saddlebags, Rand left Jayadian to the care of a Gaishan woman who took Pips as well. Matt gave the wagons a final stare before tossing his saddlebags over his shoulder and following. Liane's roof, her house, sat on the highest level on the west side, with the steep canyon wall rising a good 100 paces above. Dwelling of the clan chief and roof mistress or no, from the outside it appeared to be a modest rectangle of large yellow clay bricks, with narrow glassless windows covered by plain white curtains, a vegetable garden on its flat roof and another in front on a small terrace, separated from the house by a narrow path paved with flat grey stones. Big enough for 2 rooms, maybe. Except perhaps for the square bronze gong hanging beside the door, it looked much like the other structures Rand could see, and from that vantage point the entire length of the valley was laid out below him. A small, simple house. Inside, it was something else. The brick part was one large room, floored with reddish-brown tiles, but it was only part. Carved into the stone behind were more rooms, high-ceilinged and surprisingly cool, with wide arched doorways and silver lamps giving off a scent that hinted of green places. Rand saw only one chair, tall-backed and lacquered red and gold, with a look of not much use. The chief's chair, Avienda called it. There was little more wood to be seen, beyond a few polished or lacquered boxes and chests, and low reading stands holding open books. The reader would need to lie on the floor. Intricately woven carpets covered the floors, and bright rugs in layers. He recognized some patterns from Tyr and Cairhien and Andor, even Ilion and Tarabon, while other designs were unfamiliar, broad, jagged stripes and no 2 colours alike, or linked hollow squares in greys and browns and blacks. In sharp contrast to the harsh sameness outside this valley, there was vivid colour everywhere, wall hangings he was sure had come from the other side of the spine of the world, perhaps in the same way wall hangings had left the stone of Tyr, and cushions of all sizes and hues, often tasselled or fringed or both in silk of red or gold. Here and there, in niches carved into the walls, stood a thin porcelain vase or a silver bowl or an ivory carving, often of some strange animal or other. So these were the caves the tyrants spoke of. It could have had the garishness of Tyr, or the Tinkers, but instead it seemed dignified, formal and informal at the same time. With a small grin for Avienda, to show her he had listened, Rand pulled a guest gift for Liane from his saddlebags, a finely worked golden lion. It had been looted from Tyr and bought from a Jindo water-seeker, but if he was ruler of Tyr, maybe it was like stealing from himself. After a moment of hesitation, Matt produced a gift too, a Tyran necklace of silver flowers, no doubt from the same source originally, and no doubt intended for Isendra. "Exquisite," Liane smiled, holding up the lion. "I have always had a taste for Tyran craftwork. Ruach brought me 2 pieces many years ago." In a voice suitable for a good wife reminiscing over some particularly fine sugar-berries, she said to her husband, "You took them from the tent of our High Lord just before Layman was beheaded, did you not? A pity you did not reach Andor. I have always wanted a piece of Andoran silver. This necklace is beautiful too, Matt Cawthon." Listening to her heap praise on both gifts, Rand masked his shock. For all her skirts and motherly eyes, she was as Aiel as any maiden of the spear. By the time Liane finished, Moraine and the other wise ones arrived with Lan and Egwene. The warder's sword drew a single disapproving glance, but the roof mistress welcomed him warmly after Bear called him a Analain. Yet that was nothing to her greeting for Egwene and Moraine. "You honour my roof, Aes Sedai." The roof mistress's tone made it sound an understatement. She came very close to bowing to them. "It is said that we served Aes Sedai before the breaking of the world, and failed them, and for that failure were sent here to the Threefold Land. Your presence says that perhaps our sin was not beyond forgiving."
Of course. She had not been to Ruidian. Apparently the prohibition against speaking of what happened in Ruidian with anyone who had not been there applied even between husband and wife. And between sister wives, or whatever the relationship was between Amice and Liane. Moraine tried to give Liane a guest gift too, tiny crystal and silver flasks of scent all the way from Arad Doman, but Liane spread her hands. "Your very presence is guest gift beyond value, Aes Sedai. To accept more would dishonor my roof and me. I could not bear the shame." She sounded entirely serious, and troubled that Moraine might press the scent on her. It was an indication of the relative importance of the Karakan and an Aes Sedai. "As you wish," Moraine said, returning the flasks to her belt pouch. She was icily serene in blue silk, her pale cloak thrown back. "Your threefold land will surely see more Aes Sedai. We have never had reason to come before." Amice did not look best pleased over that at all, and flame-haired Melaine stared at Moraine like a green-eyed cat, wondering if she should do something about a large dog that had wandered into her barnyard. Bear and Sienna exchanged troubled glances, but nothing like the two who could channel. A flurry of Gaishan, men and women alike graceful in cowled white robes, their downcast eyes seeming so strangely submissive in Aiel faces, took Moraine and Egwene's cloaks, brought damp towels for hands and faces, and tiny silver cups of water to be drunk formally, and finally a meal, served with silver bowls and trays fit for a palace, yet eaten from pottery with a blue-striped glaze. Everyone ate lying on the floor, where white tiles had been set into the stone for a table, heads together, cushions under their chests, radiating out like spokes in a wheel while Gaishan slipped between to place dishes. Matt struggled, shifting this way and that on his cushions, but Lan lounged as if he had always eaten that way, and Moraine and Egwene looked almost as comfortable. No doubt they had had practice in the Wise One's tents. Rand found it awkward, yet the food itself was peculiar enough to take most of his attention. A dark, spicy stew of goat with chopped peppers was unfamiliar but hardly strange, and peas were peas anywhere, or squash. The same could not be said of the crumbly, coarse yellow bread, or long, bright red beans mixed in with the green, or a dish of bright yellow kernels and bits of pulpy red that Avienda called zemai and tomat, or a sweet bulbous fruit with a tough greenish skin she said came from one of those leafless, spiny plants called cardon. It was all tasty, though. He might have enjoyed the meal more if she had not lectured him on everything. Not sister-wives, that was left to Amice and Liane, lying on either side of Ruark and smiling at each other almost as much as at their husband. If they had both married him so as not to break up their friendship, it was plain they both loved him. Rand could not see Elaine and Min agreeing to such an agreement. He wondered why he had even thought of it. The sun must have cooked his brains. But if Avienda left that one explanation to others, she explained everything else in tooth-grinding detail. Maybe she thought him an idiot for not knowing about sister-wives. Turned on her right side to face him, she smiled almost sweetly as she told him the spoon could be used for eating the stew, or the zemai and tomat, but her eyes shone with a light that said it was the Wise One's being there that kept her from hurling a bowl of something at his head. "I do not know what I've done to you," he said quietly. He was very conscious of Melaine on his other side, seeming engrossed in her own low conversation with Sienna. Bear put in a word now and then, but he thought she was bending an ear his way, too. "But if you hate being my teacher so much, you do not have to be. It just popped out. I'm sure Ruark or the Wise Ones will find someone else." The Wise Ones certainly would, if he rid himself of this spy. "You have done nothing to me." She bared teeth at him. If it was meant to be a smile, it fell considerably short. "And you never will. You may lie however is most comfortable for eating, and talk to those around you. Except for those of us who must instruct instead of sharing the meal, of course. It is considered polite to talk with those on both sides." From behind her, Matt looked at Rand and rolled his eyes, clearly relieved to be spared that.
unless you are forced to face one in particular as to teach him. Take food with your right hand, unless you must lean on that elbow, and—" It was torture, and she seemed to enjoy it. The Aiel seemed to set great store by the giving of gifts. Maybe if he gave her a gift. "All talk for a time when the meal is done, unless one of us must teach instead, and a bribe." It did not seem fair to have to bribe someone who was spying on him, but if she meant to go on even half like this, it would be worth it for a little peace. When the meal was cleared away by Gaishan and silver cups of dark wine brought, Bear fixed Avienda with a grim eye across the white tiles, and she subsided sulkily. Egwene knelt up to reach over Mat and pat her, but it did not appear to help. At least she was quiet. Egwene gave him a tight look. Either she knew what he was thinking, or she considered Avienda's sulks his fault. Ruark dug out his short-stemmed pipe and tobacco pouch, thumbing the bowl full, then passing the leather pouch to Mat, who had produced his own silver-mounted pipe.
"Some have taken news of you to heart, Randall Thor, and quickly, it seems. Lian tells me word has come that Geran, who is clan chief of the Sha'arad Aiel, and Bael of the Goshian, have already reached Al-Qaidal. Erem of the Charin is on his way."
He allowed a slender young Gaishan woman to light his pipe with a burning twig. From the way she moved, with a different sort of grace than the other white-robed men and women, Rand suspected she had been a maiden of the spear not too long ago. He wondered how long she had to continue in her year and a day of service, meek and humble. Mat grinned at the woman as she knelt to light his pipe. The green-eyed stare she gave him from the depths of her cowl was not meek at all, and wiped the grin right off his face. Irritably he rolled onto his belly, a thin blue streamer rising from his pipe. It was too bad he did not see the satisfaction on her face, or see it wiped away in a blush by one glance from Amis. The green-eyed young woman scurried away, looking shamed beyond belief. And Avienda, who so hated having had to give up the spear, who still saw herself as spear sister to a maiden of whatever clan, she frowned at the departing Gaishan as Mistress Alvia would have glared at someone who had spit on the floor. A strange people. Egwene was the only one Rand saw with any sympathy in her eyes at all. "The Goshian and the Sha'arad," he muttered at his wine. Ruark had told him each clan chief would bring a few warriors to the Golden Bowl for honour, and each sept chief as well. Added together, it meant perhaps 1,000 from each clan. 12 clans, 12,000 men and maidens eventually, all tied up in their strange honour and ready to dance the spears if a cat sneezed. Maybe more, because of the fair. He looked up. "They have a feud, don't they?" Ruark and Lan both nodded. "I know you said that something like the Peace of Ruidian holds at Al-Qaidal, Ruark, but I saw how far that peace held Couladin and the Shido. Maybe I had better go right away. If the Goshian and the Sha'arad start fighting, a thing like that could spread. I want all the Aiel behind me, Ruark." "The Goshian are not Shido," Melaine said sharply, shaking her red-gold mane like a lioness.
"Nor are the Sha'arad."
Bear's reedy voice was thinner than that of the younger woman, but no less definite.
Geran and Bael may try to kill one another before they return to their holds, but not at Al-Qaidal.
"None of which answers Randall Thor's question," Ruark said. "If you go to Al-Qaidal before all of the chiefs arrive, those who have not come yet will lose honour. It is not a good way to announce that you are Karakarn, dishonouring men you will call to follow you. The Nakai have furthest to come. A month, and all will be at Al-Qaidal."
"Less,"
Sienna said with a brisk shake of her head.
"I have walked Alcera's dreams twice, and she says Bruan means to run all the way from Shiadji Hold. Less than a month."
"A month before you leave, to be sure," Ruark told Rand. "Then 3 days to Al-Qaidal. Perhaps 4. All will be there then."
A month. He rubbed his chin. Too long. Too long, and no choice. In stories, things always happened as the hero planned, seemingly when he wanted them to happen.
In real life it rarely occurred that way, even for a Taviran with prophecy supposedly working for him. In real life it was scratch and hope and luck if you found more than half a loaf where you needed a whole. Yet a part of his plan was following the path he had hoped for, the most dangerous part. Moraine, stretched out between Lan and Amice, sipped her wine lazily, eyes lidded as if sleepy. He did not believe it. She saw everything, heard everything. But he had nothing to say now that she should not hear. "How many will resist, Ruark? Or oppose me? You have hinted, but you've never said for sure."
"I cannot be sure in it,"
the clan chief replied around his pipe stem.
"When you show the dragons, they will know you. There is no way to imitate the dragons of Ruidian."
Had Moraine's eyes flickered?
"You are the one prophesied. I will support you, and Bruan certainly, and Daerik of the Rayan Aiel, the Otus, Savannah, Suladric's wife, will bring the Shido since the clan has no chief. She is young to be roof mistress of a hold, doubtless displeased she will have only one roof and not an entire hold when someone is chosen to replace Suladric. And Savannah is as wily and untrustworthy as any Shido ever born. But even if she makes no trouble, you know that Kuladin will. He acts the clan chief, and some Shido may follow him without his entering Ruidian. Shido are fools enough for that. Han of the Tomanel may move in any direction. He is a prickly man, hard to know and difficult to deal with, and—"
He cut off as Liane murmured softly, "Is there any other kind?" Rand did not think the clan chief had been meant to hear. Amice hid a smile behind her hand. Her sister-wife buried her face innocently in her wine-cup.
"As I was saying,"
Ruark said, frowning resignedly from one of his wives to the other,
"it is not a thing I can be sure of. Most will follow you, perhaps all, perhaps even the Shido. We have waited 3,000 years for the man who bears 2 dragons. When you show your arms, none will doubt you are the one sent to unite us."
And break them, but he did not mention that.
"The question is how they will decide to react."
He tapped his teeth with his pipe stem for a moment.
"You will not change your mind and don the Cadin sword."
"And show them what, Ruark? A pretend Aiel? As well-dressed Mat for Aiel." Mat choked on his pipe. "I will not pretend. I am what I am. They must take me as I am." Rand raised his fists, coat sleeves falling enough to uncover the golden-maned heads on the backs of his wrists. "These prove me. If they aren't enough, then nothing is." "Where do you mean to lead the spears to war once more?" Moraine asked suddenly, and Mat choked again, snatching the pipe out of his mouth and staring at her. Her dark eyes were not lidded any longer. Rand's fists tightened convulsively till his knuckles cracked. Trying to be clever with her was dangerous. He should have learned that long since. She remembered every word that she heard, filed it away, sorted and examined until she knew just what it meant. He got to his feet slowly. They were all watching him. Egwene frowned even more worriedly than Mat, but the Aiel just watched. Talk of war did not upset them. Ruark looked ready. And Moraine's face was all frozen calm. "If you will excuse me," he said, "I am going to walk around a while." Avienda rose to her knees, and Egwene stood, but neither followed him.